Chapter 1. Participating in the Wilderness Survival Show to help Aunt see a doctor. Lehigh City, First People's Hospital. Ward 608 on the 6th floor of the inpatient department. A delicately featured woman lay on the hospital bed, her pale face tinged with guilt and sorrow. She looked at the handsome but visibly exhausted young man by her bedside and spoke softly, "Xiao Yu, I'm sorry. These past few years, my illness has been a burden on you, making you suffer." The woman was named Xun Yu, the aunt of the young man beside her, Lu Yu. The two had relied on each other for 10 years. Despite their modest life, it had been simple and happy. However, 3 years ago, she fell ill due to overwork, losing her ability to work entirely. Since then, all responsibilities fell on the shoulders of 15-year-old Lu Yu. Lu Yu had to take care of Xun Yu while working multiple jobs to cover her high medical expenses. Over these 3 years, Xun Yu saw and felt every bit of his hard work. Yet, her current state left her unable to help in any way. Guilt and heartache often pierced her like sharp needles. Sometimes, she really wanted to leave this world through extreme means. Perhaps then, Xiao Yu could live more easily without the burden of taking care of her. But thinking about leaving him alone in the world made her hesitate. Without family, how lonely would he be? "Uncle, as a grown man, what suffering have I endured?" Lu Yu said gently, holding Xun Yu's slightly rough hand. "You've raised me through hardships for so many years. Without you, I would have starved on the streets long ago. Compared to your sacrifices, my struggles are nothing. And besides, if you can get better, even more hardships will feel sweet. So, please get better soon. Everything will be fine then." Xun Yu nodded, tears welling up in her eyes. Looking at the resolute Lu Yu, she felt that her 7 years of effort were worth it. If only she could recover, everything would be all right. "Uncle, there's something else I need to tell you," Lu Yu said seriously. "What is it?" Xun Yu asked, noticing his sudden seriousness. "I signed up for the 50 yuan island survival show a few days ago," Lu Yu explained. "If I could survive on the island for a month, I'll win 1 million yuan. With that money, we can definitely afford your treatment." Lu Yu's expression was determined, had made up his mind. Earning enough for Xun Yu's surgery through odd jobs was a pipe dream. A few months ago, he came across Shark Platform's preparations for the 50 yuan island survival show online. It gave him hope. The show invited celebrities and streamers to boost ratings, but also selected ordinary participants to maximize public engagement and enthusiasm. The rewards were astronomical. Survive a month, 1 million yuan. Survive 3 months, 5 million yuan. Survive a year and win 300 million yuan. The sky-high rewards attracted millions. When registration opened, over 20 million people applied online, setting an unprecedented level of attention. No reality show had ever garnered such popularity. Even before officially starting, 50 yuan island survival had captured the nation's interest. Living in poverty, Lu Yu chose to apply. This was his only chance to change their lives. 1 month on the island meant 1 million yuan, enough for Xun Yu's surgery. And yesterday, when the program announced the lucky amateur participants, he was chosen. "What? You want to join that show?" "No, absolutely not." Xun Yu immediately objected sternly. "Surviving on a deserted island for a month is no easy feat. There might be dangerous wild animals. I won't let you take such risks." The 50 yuan island survival show had been in preparation for 2 months. Due to its massive rewards and inclusion of ordinary participants, almost everyone in Xia country knew about it. Xun Yu was no exception. Though the prize was tempting, surviving a month on a deserted island wasn't simple. Most importantly, she heard the show carried certain dangers. Participants had to sign a waiver before joining. She couldn't allow Lu Yu to put himself in harm's way. "Uncle, listen to me," Lu Yu pleaded. "I know you're worried, but we have no other options. Working odd jobs won't cover the surgery costs. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Lu Yu clenched his fists tightly, yet his tone remained gentle. Without a high education or good background, finding a decent job was nearly impossible. He feared Xun Yu wouldn't last until they saved enough for her surgery. But Xun Yu frowned, feeling even more guilty. If not for her illness, they would be happier. Xiao Yu wouldn't risk his life for such a perilous show. Yet, she understood how difficult it was for an ordinary person to earn 50,000 yuan. "Don't worry, uncle," Lu Yu reassured her with a smile. "He'll come back safe and sound. And if there's any danger, he'll quit immediately." Seeing Lu Yu's determined smile, Xun Yu knew she couldn't stop him. He had always been resolute since childhood. Once he set his mind on something, he would do it. I know I can't persuade you, Xinyu said solemnly. But if anything happens to you, I can't live on my own. Her only motivation to fight her illness was Lu Yu. If anything happened to him, she truly wouldn't have a reason to live. I understand, uncle. Nothing will happen to me, Lu Yu promised, relieved when Xinyu agreed. In truth, Lu Yu harbored a secret unknown even to Xinyu was a time traveler, means someone who has traveled through time or dimensions. 10 years ago, he had unexpectedly crossed into this familiar parallel world. Chapter 2. Domination of the Wilderness System. The use of physical enhancers the body he now occupies is known as Lu Yu. Tragically, his parents passed away when he was merely 8 years old, leaving him solely in the care of his dear aunt, Xinyu, who devoted herself to nurturing him, ensuring he received an education and striving to provide him with the best life possible. However, 3 years ago, illness struck, rendering his aunt unable to work, and in an instant, the foundation of their family crumbled. Despite being an exemplary student, Lu Yu had no choice but to drop out of school to care for his aunt, taking on various jobs to fund her medical treatment. After a decade of companionship, Xinyu had become his closest family member. Her kindness was an indelible grace that he could never forget. Therefore, no matter the cost, he was determined to cure her illness. Ding! System loading 100, dominance of the wilderness has been successfully initiated. At that moment, a crisp mechanical voice resonated in his mind, leaving Lu Yu momentarily stunned. Then, a wave of ecstatic joy washed over his face. At last, the loading is complete, he thought, overwhelmed with excitement. 10 years ago, when he first traversed into this parallel world, like many others, he awakened his own extraordinary system, a golden finger system known as the dominance of the wilderness. Unfortunately, the loading process had been exceedingly slow, remaining stuck at 99 for a full 3 years, leading him to believe that it had frozen indefinitely. After a decade, it had finally completed loading. This accursed system had taken far too long. When he first learned about the system, he had attempted to engage in wilderness survival to expedite its activation, yet there was no progress whatsoever. Ultimately, he had to resign himself to patience. Initially, upon his arrival in this world, he contemplated replicating the exploits of protagonists from novels he had read in his past life, copying a few songs or films. However, he soon discovered that the entertainment content he sought already existed in this realm, leading him to abandon that notion. Open the novice gift pack immediately. In his excitement, Lu Yu fervently commanded within his mind. Having frequently read novels about transmigration, he was not unfamiliar with the workings of systems. Communicating with the system required merely a mental connection. The novice gift pack has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have received Physical Enhancer X2, Building Craftsmanship LV1, Hunting Skills LV1. Congratulations, host. You have received Cash 300, 000. Physical Enhancer significantly boosts the user's various physical functions. Building Craftsmanship enhances the host's aptitude in construction. Hunting Skills improves the host's hunting capabilities across the board. The mechanical voice of the system echoed rapidly in his mind. As he listened to the synthetic voice and gazed at the virtual blue subtitles before him, Lu Yu was filled with astonishment. This system seemed perfectly tailored to his needs. Could it be that the system had foreseen his participation in a wilderness survival program a decade ago? The physical enhancer, capable of improving bodily functions, was undoubtedly a priceless elixir. As for the building craftsmanship and hunting skills, they would prove invaluable in the wilderness. The 300,000 cash was more than enough to alleviate his immediate concerns. His primary worry remained his aunt's health. Although 300,000 was insufficient for surgery, it would sustain her medication for a considerable period. Fantastic, he thought. With such an incredible system, enduring a month would be a breeze, and even a year would pose no challenge. Xiaoyu, are you all right? Shun Yu's concerned voice broke through his reverie. Why is your body trembling so violently? Hearing her voice, Lu Yu quickly regained his composure and smiled reassuringly. I'm fine, Auntie. The existence of the system and his transmigration were matters he could not disclose, even to her, the person closest to him. Some things were meant to remain known only to oneself. Auntie, you look exhausted. Please take a moment to rest. He adjusted her blanket with care before stepping out of the hospital room. At the payment counter, he covered 250,000 in medical fees, reserving the remaining 50,000 for his aunt's daily expenses. After all, on the deserted island, money was of little consequence. According to Shan Yu's attending physician, if surgery was not performed soon, relying solely on medication would require at least 250,000 to sustain her condition for a year. 1. Must commend the First People's Hospital for their reasonable fees, considering many of the medications were imported. In 3 days, all the fortunate participants selected by the program would gather in the capital. I wonder if the physical enhancer will have any effect on Auntie's condition, Lu Yu pondered. If this enhancer could bolster physical functions, it might at least improve her immune response, even if it did not directly affect her illness. However, he felt compelled to test it on himself first to avoid any potential risks. He proceeded to the bathroom. System. Activate the physical enhancer. Understood. Host. As the mechanical voice reverberated, an excruciating pain surged through his body. It was a searing, tearing agony, akin to being punctured by countless needles as sweat streamed down his forehead. Lu Yu gritted his teeth, suppressing any sound. The trials of the past 3 years had forged his will into something akin to iron. Such pain would not elicit a cry from him. The torment persisted for a full 5 minutes before gradually subsiding. That moment, every inch of his skin, every pore, expelled dark impurities. The physical enhancer was designed to purge the body of toxins and filth. As the pain ebbed away, an indescribably refreshing sensation enveloped him, sweeping away all fatigue and filling his being with vigor. So comfortable, he exclaimed inwardly. I feel significantly stronger, and my body feels so much lighter. Is this the effect of the physical enhancer? Lost in the blissful sensation, Lu Yu felt somewhat intoxicated. Physical enhancer used successfully. The system's voice chimed once more, and simultaneously, a blue virtual personal attribute page materialized before him. Name. Lu Yu. Age, 18. Strength, 10, 15. Agility, 10, 15. Spirit, 8, 12. Constitution, 8, 15. Skills. Building craftsmanship LV1. Hunting skills LV1 items. Physical enhancer X1 The 4 primary attributes swiftly presented themselves. The preceding numbers represented his foundational attributes, while the figures in parentheses indicated enhancements post-usage of the physical enhancer. Overall, his attributes had more than doubled. Indeed, a remarkable item, he mused, but the pain during use was unbearable. He considered the agony he had just endured. It was likely too much for his aunt's frail condition to withstand. He was particularly concerned that forcing her to use the enhancer could lead to adverse complications. What if? He consulted the system. System, can the physical enhancer be used by others? Lu Yu inquired mentally. Yes, host, the electronic voice affirmed. And what about individuals with weakened physiques? He continued, concerned for his aunt's fragile state. If the user is physically weak, usage is not recommended. The energy of the physical enhancer is too potent and may produce counterproductive effects, the system promptly responded. With this precise answer, Lu Yu's brow furrowed slightly. It seemed his suspicions were confirmed. Given that, I suppose I shall refrain from using it for now. Ultimately, he decided to dismiss that thought. Chapter 2. Dominating the Wilderness System, Utilizing Body Enhancers. The body he now inhabits is known as Lu Yu. When he was merely 8 years old, he lost both parents, leaving him in the care of his aunt, Shan Yu, who devotedly nurtured him, ensuring he received an education and providing him with the best life she could afford. However, 3 years ago, illness rendered his aunt unable to work, shattering their family stability. Despite Lu Yu's academic excellence, he had no choice but to drop out of school to care for her, taking on various jobs to fund her medical treatment. After 10 years of companionship, Shan Yu had become his closest relative, a bond forged through unwavering support that he could never forget. Thus, no matter the cost, he was determined to heal his aunt's affliction. Ding! System loading 100, Dominating the Wilderness successfully initialized. At that moment, a crisp, mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback, but soon, a look of ecstatic joy appeared on his face. Finally, it's completed, he thought, brimming with excitement. When he traversed into this parallel world a decade ago, like most transmigrators, he awakened his own golden finger system, a system named Dominating the Wilderness. However, its loading process had been painfully slow, stuck at 99 for an entire 3 years, leading him to believe it might have malfunctioned. After 10 long years, it had finally completed its loading. This cursed system had been agonizingly sluggish. Upon realizing the existence of the system, he had previously attempted to venture into the wilderness to expedite its activation, but the progress remained stagnant. Ultimately, he had to resign himself to fate. Initially, upon arriving in this world, he had contemplated emulating the protagonists from the novels he had read in his past life, copying a few songs, replicating some films. Yet he soon discovered that the songs and films he sought were already present here, forcing him to abandon that notion. Open the beginner's gift pack immediately. Filled with excitement, Lu Yu fervently commanded in his mind. Having frequently indulged in novels about transmigration, he was well acquainted with the concept of systems. Communicating with the system was merely a matter of mental focus. Beginner's gift pack opened. Congratulations, host. You have received Body Enhancers X2, Building Skills LV1, Hunting Skills LV1. Congratulations, host. You have received Cash 300, 000. Body Enhancer significantly boosts the user's physical capabilities. Building Skills allows the host to excel in construction-related tasks. Hunting Skills enhances the host's proficiency in various hunting techniques. The mechanical voice of the system echoed through his mind, and as he absorbed the virtual blue text before him, Lu Yu was utterly astounded. This system was tailor-made for him. Could it be that 10 years ago, the system anticipated his participation in a wilderness survival program? The body enhancers, capable of amplifying one's physical functions, were indeed a priceless elixir. The building and hunting skills would prove invaluable in the wild. The 300,000 in cash could alleviate his immediate financial burdens, as his foremost concern was his aunt's health. Although 300,000 was insufficient for surgery, it would sustain her medication for a considerable duration. This is incredible. With such a remarkable system, not only could I endure a month, but even a year would pose no challenge. Lu Yu thought, brimming with enthusiasm. Xiaoyu, are you all right? Shenyu, noticing Lu Yu's trembling body, asked with concern. Hearing her voice snapped him back to reality, and he quickly shook his head with a smile. I'm fine, Auntie. The matters of the system and his transmigration were secrets he could not share, even with his closest kin. Some things were meant to remain solely in his heart. Auntie, you look tired. Please rest for a while. Lu Yu tucked her blanket snugly before stepping out of the ward.at the billing counter. He paid 250,000 for medical expenses, reserving the remaining 50,000 for Shan Yu's ongoing daily needs. After all, money was of little use on the deserted island. According to Shin Yu's attending physician, if surgery was not performed soon, relying solely on medication would require at least 250,000 to manage her condition for a year. It must be said that the doctors at the First People's Hospital were quite accommodating, and the fees were not exorbitant, especially since many of the medications were imported in 3 days. All the fortunate contestants selected by the program would gather in the capital. I wonder if the body enhancers can aid in my aunt's condition? Lu Yu pondered. Since these enhancers could elevate physical functions, even if they did not directly affect her illness, they might at least bolster her immune system. However, he needed to test them personally to avoid any risks. He then moved to the restroom. System, use the body enhancer. He mentally issued the command. Understood, host. As the mechanical voice of the system sounded, an excruciating pain surged throughout his body, akin to being torn apart. The sensation was searing, like needles piercing through him, with sweat cascading down his forehead. Lu Yu grit his teeth, suppressing any sound. The trials of the past 3 years had forged his will into something as resilient as steel. This pain was not sufficient to elicit cries from him. The agony persisted for 5 long minutes before gradually subsiding. At that moment, every inch of his skin and every pore exuded a dark filth. The body enhancer was purging all impurities from within him. As the pain ebbed, an indescribable sense of relief washed over him, banishing fatigue and filling his body with newfound vigor. How delightful! I feel significantly stronger, and my body is remarkably lighter. Is this the effect of the body enhancer? Savoring the sensation, Lu Yu found himself somewhat entranced. Body enhancer usage successful. The system's voice resonated once more, and simultaneously, a blue virtual personal attributes page appeared before him. Name: Lu Yu. Age: 18 strength, 10, 15 agility, 10, 15 spirit, 8, 12 physique, 8, 15 skills, building skills LV1, hunting skills LV1 items, body enhancer X1 inch. The four-dimensional attributes swiftly manifested before Lu Yu's eyes. The numbers presented were his baseline attributes, while the figures in parentheses indicated the enhancements gained from using the body enhancer. Overall, his attributes had more than doubled. Truly a remarkable item. The pain during use, however, was excruciating. I doubt my aunt's frail body could endure such torment, Lu Yu mused. Although the body enhancer's effects were indeed impressive, his aunt's current state was far too delicate. She would likely struggle to withstand such intense pain. He was particularly concerned that forcing her to use the enhancer might lead to unforeseen complications, which would only exacerbate the situation. Perhaps he should consult the system? System, can the body enhancer be used by others? Lu Yu silently inquired. Yes, host, the electronic voice replied. What about individuals with weaker physical constitutions? Lu Yu probed further, mindful of his aunt's frail health. If the user is physically weak, usage is not recommended. The energy of the body enhancer is too potent and may yield counterproductive effects, the system's voice quickly responded. Having received a clear answer, Lu Yu furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed his suspicions were confirmed. In that case, it's best to refrain from using it. Ultimately, Lu Yu had to abandon the idea. Chapter 3. Arrival at the Capital Sports Stadium. Team formation begins. Time swiftly passed, and 2 days had elapsed in the blink of an eye. During this brief period, Lu Yu meticulously familiarized himself with his system. In essence, it enabled him to acquire formidable wilderness survival skills through attendance checks. The countdown for attendance would commence only upon entering the survival location. The novice gift package he received previously was tantamount to the first day's check-in, allowing him to check in on the 3rd day after arriving on the island, and subsequently on the 7th, 10th, and after a month. In summary, this system is straightforward and comprehensible. In 5 words, check in to grow stronger. Early in the morning, Lu Yu vacated his rented accommodation and purchased a plethora of fruits and nutritional supplements for his aunt before heading to the hospital. Over the past 2 days, Shen Yu's complexion and vitality had noticeably improved. It seemed that wealth could indeed work wonders. Having paid 250,000 for medical expenses 3 days prior, it was likely that the hospital had employed some high-quality medications. Aunt, how are you feeling today? Lu Yu inquired gently as he settled onto a small stool beside the hospital bed. The doctors have administered quite a bit of medication these past 2 days. I feel much better, Shen Yu replied, her face adorned with a tender smile. I've regained quite a bit of strength as well. That's wonderful, Aunt. I'll be taking a train to the capital shortly. I may have to head to the island tomorrow morning after I leave. Please take good care of yourself until I return. At this moment, Lu Yu felt a pang of sorrow. There is a saying that goes, once you pick up a brick, you cannot accompany others. If you put it down, you cannot provide for them. At this juncture, Lu Yu truly resonated with this sentiment. He longed to remain by his aunt's side, caring for her diligently. Yet, if he did so, he would be unable to afford her treatment. Life can be quite cruel. Oh dear. Look at you, becoming sentimental again. Since you've made your decision, then go ahead without worry. I've been feeling much better these past 2 days and can manage on my own. Don't feel pressured about this. If it becomes too much, withdraw promptly. Never force yourself. Aunt, when you return. As she spoke the first half of her sentence, Shen Yu wore a smile. However, as she continued, her expression shifted to one of profound reluctance. Lu Yu's departure undoubtedly carried risks. Even if there were no immediate threats, he would certainly face considerable hardships. Yet, all she could do was silently pray, Mem, I will, Aunt. All right, let us not dwell on these matters. I brought you some millet porridge. You should drink it while it's warm. By 10 o'clock in the morning, Lu Yu left all his remaining funds with Shen Yu, reluctantly bidding farewell to the hospital. He boarded the high-speed train bound for the capital. Aside from a change of clothes and his mobile phone, he brought nothing else. He was acutely aware that the production team would certainly prohibit bringing excess belongings. After 4 hours, he finally arrived at the unfamiliar capital. Following the address provided by the production team, Lu Yu swiftly located the venue. Upon presenting his identification and slot screenshot to the staff, he was smoothly admitted into the MasterCard Stadium. Inside the arena, the atmosphere was bustling, with numerous contestants already present. At the very center of the venue stood a grand stage, surrounded by promotional posters featuring various sponsors. Prominently displayed above was a banner proclaiming $50 for island survival, which stood out vividly. Luyu glanced around, spotting several celebrities and streamers. These individuals were evidently among those invited to participate. After all, in addition to the amateur contestants, many stars and streamers were joining the fray. This approach effectively harnessed fanbases to drive viewership, a common tactic employed in reality shows. These top-tier celebrities and streamers boasted substantial fan followings, while the inclusion of amateur participants aimed to engage ordinary viewers' enthusiasm and attention. Deng Zhao, Wu Jing, Li Qian, Huang Lei, Huang Bo, Hua Hua, Kai Lanqiu, Wu Sanshi, Xiaoyu Boxiang, Riba, Xia Shui, Zhao Xiaogu de Yanggu and Xiao Yanggu, Zhou Aie, Dai Mei Er, MOZ. Observing the stars and streamers who frequently grace screens and live streams, Luyu felt a sense of astonishment. The individuals he had just seen were all well-known figures in the entertainment and streaming industries. At the very least, their popularity was undeniable. Although the nature of this fame could be mixed, it did not hinder the production team from capitalizing on their star power to generate significant profits. Many ordinary contestants began to approach the celebrities and streamers, eager to engage in conversation. After all, among these stars were seasoned actors, top-tier heartthrobs, and strikingly beautiful young actresses from the entertainment industry. The opportunity to interact face-to-face with such luminaries was not one many could afford to miss. Luyu, however, stood quietly in a corner. He was fully aware of his purpose for participating in this program. Moreover, he understood that engaging in idle chatter with these celebrities would yield no substantial benefit for him. Thus, he saw no need to curry favor, as that was simply not in his character. Time ticked by, and before long it was already 4 in the afternoon. All contestants had arrived. A total of 200 participants were taking part in the $50 for Wilderness Duel program, which included 20 celebrity contestants and 10 popular streamers, alongside 170 amateur contestants. A draw would soon take place to determine the pairings for teams. The atmosphere within the stadium was raucous. At some point, host Hygiene had ascended the stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down for a moment." Hygiene appeared as amiable as ever, his face adorned with a professional smile. His voice resonated through the microphone, instantly silencing the crowd, who turned their attention to him. "Dear lucky contestants, I know you must all be thrilled to be part of this program. However, I kindly ask you to temper your excitement as I briefly explain the rules and important points for this event." Noting that the audience had quieted, Hygiene continued, "I believe you are all largely familiar with the basic rules of participation. First, the 200 contestants will be paired off into teams of 2. To ensure fairness, we will employ a lottery system for the pairings, guaranteeing absolute impartiality. Whether you are a celebrity, a top streamer, or an amateur contestant, you may find yourself randomly teamed with any participant. Simultaneously, our official live broadcast will commence as we begin the pairing process. All right, everyone, please line up as we start the lottery. The contestants hurriedly formed 2 lines. Numbers ranged from 1 to 100, with 2 lines forming. Those who drew the same number would become a team. Wow, it's starting. My Kuin is so handsome. Hey, what are you doing? Are we going straight to the group or following the process? To the little black fan above, if you keep this up, you won't get a single one of my dove's eggs. Pfft, please tell me how dying of laughter benefits you. I have no grievances with you. Why would you want to make me laugh to death right from the start? Wow. Demimi is truly beautiful, simply stunning. Xiaogu is still as lovely as ever. If I could team up with Xiaogu for wilderness survival, I'd gladly sacrifice 20 years of my life. Riba, my goddess Shojia, my mute bride. I've lost 3 billion. It's so painful. I envy those amateur contestants. If I could be selected, I'd willingly face a tiger, be bitten by wolves, or even be crushed by bears. The person above is truly ridiculous. The instant the official live broadcast commenced, hundreds of thousands of viewers flooded into the stream like a swarm of locusts. Most of them had come to see their beloved idols. Chapter 3. Arrival at the Imperial Capital Sports Arena. Team formation time swiftly passed, and 2 days had quickly elapsed. During this period, Luyu meticulously acquainted himself with his system. In essence, it grants formidable wilderness survival skills through attendance. The countdown for attendance commences only upon entering the survival location. The novice gift package previously received is equivalent to the first day's attendance, thus allowing attendance on the 3rd day after arriving on the island, followed by the 7th, 10th, and monthly thereafter. In summary, this system is straightforward and comprehensible, To encapsulate it in 5 words, attend to grow stronger. Early in the morning, Liu vacated his rented accommodation and purchased a plethora of fruits and nutritional supplements for his aunt before arriving at the hospital. Over the past 2 days, Shin Yu's complexion and vitality had markedly improved. It appears that wealth indeed has the power to work wonders. Having paid 250,000 yuan in medical fees 3 days prior, it's likely the hospital utilized some premium medications. "Aunt, how are you feeling today?" Liu inquired gently, taking a seat on a small stool beside the hospital bed. "The doctors have administered quite a few medications over the last couple of days. I feel much better," Shin replied with a tender smile. "I have regained a significant amount of strength too. That's good to hear. Aunt, I'll be taking a train to the imperial capital shortly. I may need to head to the island by tomorrow morning after I leave. Please take good care of yourself and wait for my return." At this point, Liu felt an overwhelming sadness. There is a saying, once you pick up a brick, you can no longer accompany someone. If you set it down, you cannot provide for them. At that moment, Liu truly resonated with this sentiment. He yearned to remain by his aunt's side and care for her, yet that would hinder his ability to afford her treatment. Life can be so cruel. Oh dear. Look at you, getting all sentimental again. Since you've made your decision, go forth without worry. Shinyu reassured him. "I felt considerable improvement these past few days and can certainly take care of myself. Do not feel pressured by this. If it becomes too overwhelming, withdraw promptly. Do not force yourself. Aunt, when you return," as Shunyu spoke the first half of her sentence with a smile, her expression shifted to one of deep reluctance in the latter half. Liu's departure would undoubtedly entail danger. Even if there were no significant threats, he would undoubtedly endure considerable hardships. Yet, all she could do was silently pray. "Indeed, I will, Aunt." "All right, let us not dwell on such matters. I brought you some millet porridge. You should drink it while it's hot." At 10 o'clock in the morning, Liu left all his remaining money with Shinyu and reluctantly departed the hospital. He boarded the high-speed train to the imperial capital, bringing nothing but a change of clothes and a mobile phone. He was well aware that the production team would not permit the bringing of excess items. 4 hours later, he finally arrived at the unfamiliar imperial capital. Following the address provided by the production team, Liu quickly located the venue. After presenting his identification and the screenshot of his quota to the staff, he smoothly entered the MasterCard Sports Arena. Inside the arena, the atmosphere buzzed with activity, and many contestants had already arrived. At the center of the arena stood a massive stage, surrounded by posters of sponsors. Above, a banner reading 50 Yuan Island Survival shone brightly. Liu glanced around and spotted numerous celebrities and streamers, clearly part of the invited guests. After all, in addition to ordinary contestants, several stars and streamers were participating. This tactic effectively generates traffic from their fan bases, a common strategy employed in reality shows. These top-tier celebrities and streamers boast substantial followings, and including ordinary contestants serves to engage and attract the attention of regular viewers. Deng Chao, Wu Jing, Li Chen, Huang Lei, Huang Bo, Hua Hua, Kai Lanqiu, Wu Sanshi, Xiao Yuyu, Boss Yang, Reba, Xia Shui, Zhao Xiaogu, Da Yanggu and Xiao Yanggu, Zhou Aie, Daisy I Mozi. Upon seeing these well-known figures from the entertainment and streaming industries, Liu felt a twinge of surprise. The individuals he had just glimpsed were all prominent figures within their respective realms. At the very least, their popularity was undeniable. While such fame may have its pros and cons, it did not hinder the production team from capitalizing on their following to generate substantial profits. Many ordinary contestants began to approach the celebrities and streamers for conversation, eager to engage with these well-known personalities, some of whom were seasoned actors, while others were fresh, popular faces. The opportunity to interact with stars face-to-face was an experience many were unwilling to miss. Liu, however, remained quietly stationed in a corner. He clearly understood his purpose for participating in this program. Moreover, he realized that conversing with these celebrities would not provide him with any substantial advantage, rendering flattery unnecessary. It simply wasn't in his nature. As time passed, it was soon 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Almost all contestants had arrived. There were a total of 200 participants in the 50 Yuan Wilderness Duel, including 20 celebrity contestants, 10 popular streamers, and 170 ordinary players. Shortly, a draw would commence to determine the teams, pairing contestants in pairs. The arena buzzed with excitement. At some point, the host, Hygiene, appeared on stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down for a moment. Hee-ju appeared as affable as ever, his professional smile radiating warmth. His voice resonated through the microphone, and the chatter swiftly subsided as everyone turned their attention to the stage. Dear fortunate contestants, I understand the excitement of being selected for this program. However, please temper your enthusiasm for a moment, as I will briefly explain the rules and some important considerations for this event. Noticing that everyone had fallen silent, Hee-ju continued. I believe most of you are already familiar with the basic rules of participation. Firstly, 200 contestants will form teams and pairs. To ensure fairness, we will utilize a lottery system to guarantee absolute impartiality in team formation regardless of whether you are a celebrity, a top streamer, or an ordinary contestant. You may be randomly paired with any participant. Simultaneously, as we begin the team formation, our official live stream will commence. All right, everyone, please line up to begin the draw. The crowd quickly organized into 2 lines. The numbers ranged from 1 to 100, and those who drew the same number would become a team. Oh wow, it's starting. My Kuin is so handsome. Hey, what are you doing? Are we going straight to the group or following the process? Upstairs, little Blackie, if you keep this up, my dove's eggs will be off limits to you. PFF, why are you making me laugh? What's in it for you? I bear no grievances against you. Why would you make me laugh upon our first encounter? Wow, Demimi is truly beautiful, simply stunning. Xiaogu is as lovely as ever. If I could team up with her for wilderness survival, I'd gladly sacrifice 20 years of my life. Reba, my goddess. Jojia, my mute bride. I've lost 3 billion. I feel utterly devastated. I envy those ordinary contestants so much. If I could be selected, I'd gladly risk being mauled by a tiger, bitten by a wolf, or crushed by a bear. Upstairs is truly something else. As the official live stream commenced, hundreds of thousands of viewers flooded into the broadcast, most of whom were there to see their idols. Chapter 4. Starting capital of 50 yuan to purchase survival tools. A barrage of comments flooded in. The organizers, witnessing the instantaneous surge of millions of viewers tuning in, could hardly contain their delight. The initial viewership was already in the millions, and it was anticipated that the numbers would soon surpass 10 million. This exceeded their wildest expectations. Clearly, this show was a surefire success, poised to yield substantial profits. Minutes later, the teams were formed. To Liu Yu's astonishment, his teammate was none other than the stunningly beautiful Reba. This unexpected pairing left Liu Yu pondering whether it was a blessing or a curse. On one hand, having such a captivating companion would undoubtedly make the arduous survival experience more delightful amidst the desolate island. However, the concern lingered that these celebrities and popular streamers might only endure for a few days before succumbing to the hardships of survival, having grown accustomed to a life of luxury. The prospect of subsisting on wild vegetables and enduring hunger would likely be a formidable challenge for them. Moreover, Liu Yu had no intention of underestimating women. Yet, in the realm of wilderness survival, the contributions of women often paled in comparison to those of men, despite the existence of exceptions, which were few and far between. Hello, Liu Yu. I'm Reba, she greeted with a sweet smile, her politeness evident. I'm thrilled to be on your team. I hope we can collaborate harmoniously. Hello. Liu Yu replied, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. Looking forward to a pleasant partnership, despite harboring other thoughts, the reality was that they were now a team, necessitating a courteous exchange. Meanwhile, in the live chat, Reba's fans were in a frenzy. Whoa, who is that guy? How fortunate he is to be teamed up with the goddess Reba. Absolutely. He is incredibly lucky. I wish it were me. I am so envious it's driving me crazy. What gives him the right to be her teammate? Hey, you up there. Do you even know her? You're just a deluded fan. While I adore Reba, Liu is quite handsome too. Exactly. He is far superior to those overly made-up pretty boys. Indeed, upon closer inspection, Liu is quite attractive, with defined features and a robust masculinity. Liu Yu is so handsome. I am a fan now. Of course, these comments were merely the tip of the iceberg, as each celebrity contestant and streamer boasted an immense following. After the teams were finalized, host Hee-ju briefly outlined some essential guidelines. Each contestant had been informed of these matters prior to their arrival, as they pertain to their safety and the potential for winning the prize money. They then signed a waiver absolving the production team of responsibility in the event of injury or death during the survival process. How such clauses received approval from the higher-ups was likely due to the power of money. After all, the age-old truth that money talks remains ever relevant. All right, contestants, the teams are set, and you're mostly familiar with the guidelines, Hygiene announced. Now we move on to a crucial segment. Each team will receive 50 yuan as starting capital to purchase their survival tools. You may allocate this 50 yuan as you wish. However, there are a few strict rules. First, no personal tools may be brought. Second, no cheating by leveraging fame. Third, online shopping is prohibited, and don't worry, your phones will be confiscated shortly. These rules must be strictly adhered to, and any violations will result in immediate disqualification. After finishing, Hygiene instructed the staff to distribute red envelopes containing crisp 50 yuan bills to each team. This constituted everyone's starting capital. What? Only 50 yuan. What can that buy? Not even a decent pot. Seriously, the production team is so stingy. This is an incredibly challenging start. All contestants lamented, realizing that 50 yuan was hardly sufficient in today's society. It might not even cover a single takeout meal, let alone tools needed for surviving a month on a deserted island. It was indeed a daunting predicament. However, complaints aside, they had no choice. If the conditions were too favorable, the prize money wouldn't be so high. The production team likely assumed no one could survive for a year with just 50 yuan, which explained the staggering grand prize of 300 million. Only 50 yuan to start. Wow, the production team is ruthless. I love it. 1. 50 yuan can buy a box of bizarrely flavored instant noodles, haha. This is going to be interesting. Let us see who can last a year. I feel much more at ease now. At this moment, the mood in the live chat improved significantly. The regret of missing out on the 300 million prize dissipated somewhat. All right, contestants, Hygiene continued. You may disperse now to purchase your survival tools. We will reconvene here promptly at 7 in the morning. With that, amid a chorus of sighs, the audience began to leave, heading to nearby supermarkets or stores to select their survival gear. Upon exiting the MasterCard Sports Arena, Reba turned to Lu Yu and asked, Lu Yu, do you have any experience with wilderness survival? In truth, she had little experience in that arena. I have some, Lu Yu replied, nodding with a smile. In his previous life, he had an affinity for adventure and had engaged in some basic wilderness survival on various islands, so he possessed a modicum of experience, albeit not extensive. Really? That's wonderful. It's an honor to be on your team, Reba exclaimed. However, upon glancing at the envelope in her hand, her expression dimmed. 50 yuan was indeed far too little. Let us take a look around, Lu Yu suggested. If it weren't challenging, the prize wouldn't be so high, right? Yes, you're right, Reba agreed, nodding. Let us check out the supermarket. No, we shouldn't go to the supermarket, Lu Yu countered. With 50 yuan, we probably can't even buy a decent knife. Let us look for a street vendor. We might find something useful. Shaking his head, Lu Yu was resolute about not heading to the supermarket, as 50 yuan might not even suffice for a single knife or pot, both of which were essential for survival. Oh, okay, Reba said, slightly taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement. Lacking wilderness survival experience, she naturally would defer to Lu Yu's judgment. After searching extensively, they ultimately found a 2 yuan store. Chapter 5. The Alliance of Wu Jing and Li Chen. A powerful collaboration. Ultimately, the two of them managed to procure a rather rusty machete from the 2 yuan shop for a mere 25 yuan. Additionally, they acquired a somewhat thicker stainless steel pot for 20 yuan. In truth, one could find pots for as low as 5 yuan in such a store. However, one gets what one pays for. Those 5 yuan pots are exceedingly flimsy and likely to burn through after only a few uses. With just these two items, they had already spent 45 yuan, leaving them with a mere 5 yuan remaining. As they exited the 2 yuan shop, Reba's cheeks flushed crimson. Clearly, Lu Yu's earlier haggling had left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yet, Lu Yu seemed unfazed by such trivialities. With only 50 yuan in their possession, every yuan saved counted. Lu Yu, I must say, I never expected you to be such a skilled negotiator. Just a bit of reckless bargaining. I nearly cut into the shopkeeper's artery, and I could see she was getting a bit flustered. After stepping outside, Reba chuckled softly. To be honest, before she achieved fame, she had engaged in bargaining herself and had witnessed its nuances. However, she had never encountered someone as ruthless as Lu Yu, who would counter a 50 yuan request for a frying pan with a mere offer of 10. Such audacity was uncommon among most men, who often prioritized their pride, especially in the presence of beautiful women. I have no choice. This has been my life, Lu Yu remarked, casting a glance at Reba before speaking with a measured tone. Over the past 3 years, he had truly come to understand the hardships of life. He had even haggled over a 1 yuan pack of salt, so negotiating over a 50 yuan item was hardly a stretch. My apologies, I didn't mean anything by it. Reba seemed to realize her earlier misstep upon observing Lu Yu's expression. While 50 yuan might be a trivial sum for a star of her stature, for some, it could represent a significant amount. Judging by Lu Yu's inexpensive sportswear, it was evident that his family circumstances were less than favorable. I understand. Let's move on and see what else we can find, Lu Yu replied, taking her words in stride. The derision and disdain he had faced over the past 3 years had forged a heart of steel within him. He was well aware that Reba had not intended any offense. With only 5 yuan left, what should we buy? Reba pondered, feeling as though they could afford nothing with such a meager sum. She was also uncertain about what supplies were necessary for wilderness survival. Clearly, we can't afford anything substantial, Lu Yu concluded. Perhaps we should buy some salt and a lighter. He considered their options. Although these items were not strictly essential, fire could be made through friction methods. Such techniques were laborious and time-consuming compared to the convenience of a lighter as for salt. While seawater could yield some coarse salt, the sodium sulfide, calcium chloride, and magnesium chloride it contained were difficult to remove and could be harmful if consumed in excess. Thus, purchasing 2 packets of salt seemed prudent, with further decisions to be made as circumstances dictated. Sounds good, Reba nodded eagerly. They eventually found a small store where they purchased 2 packets of salt and a lighter, depleting their remaining 5 yuan. In a second or third-tier city like Leaky, inexpensive salt could be had for as little as 80 cents, but in the capital, the cheapest variety cost 2 yuan. Fortunately, lighters had a standard price nationwide. Lu Yu had initially considered buying some vegetable seeds to prepare for long-term survival, but 50 yuan proved to be rather insufficient. Well then, let us make do with these supplies, Lu Yu declared. As long as we can find food on the island, survival shouldn't be an issue. After completing their purchases, Lu Yu and Reba returned to their hotel, likely to enjoy one of the most restful nights they would have in the foreseeable future. The following morning, all contestants gathered back at the gymnasium, many of them sporting dark circles under their eyes, clearly having had a restless night. We're about to head to the island, and I can't help but feel a bit anxious, Reba admitted nervously. I wonder if we'll be able to find any food today. Hard to say. It all depends on luck, Lu Yu replied nonchalantly. If fortune smiles upon us, we should be able to find something. The hunting skills he had received from the system included fishing, traps for catching fish, and other basic snares. If the island's resources were somewhat abundant, securing food should not pose a significant challenge. Everyone, it appears some of you didn't sleep well last night. Hiju's voice rang out. All right, let us all perk up. I trust everyone has procured the necessary survival tools. He noted with approval the contestants who had purchased entire boxes of instant noodles and bundles of dried noodles. Quite commendable choices. Though it was barely past 6 in the morning, millions were already tuned into the live stream, eager to see what contestants had managed to buy with their 50 yuan. Wow! Those 2 who bought a whole box of instant noodles are impressive. That's a wise decision. If they tighten their belts, they might last a month. Indeed, a month could yield a substantial reward. It seems Reba and her partner only bought a knife and a pot, with no food whatsoever. Are they planning to stay indefinitely? I doubt they could last even a day. While I may be an Edison as well, I don't believe Reba can endure for long. That Lu Yu looks like a useless pretty boy. Have you never heard that one should not judge a book by its cover? As the comments flooded in, Iju announced that all contestants would receive a set of tactical jackets, the designated clothing for the program, along with a satellite phone for emergencies. Additionally, they were each provided with 4 spherical drones, clearly high-tech gadgets that came with a hefty price tag. Contestants, this is your complete set of survival resources, Hijio continued. In case of an emergency, please use the satellite phone to call for help, and nearby rescue personnel will respond promptly. While the prize money is indeed enticing, your safety is of utmost importance. I hope each of you will remember my words. With that, the contestants departed from the MasterCard Gymnasium, heading toward their destination. The colossal Xinyu Island, they switched transportation several times, first a bus, then a helicopter, and finally a speedboat. A total of 20 speedboats were deployed, with 5 groups assigned to each. Lu Yu and Reba were in the third group, boarding the first speedboat. Alongside them were familiar faces, Wu Jing and Li Chen, who had somehow ended up together. Brother Jing, brother Chen, you two are incredibly fortunate to have drawn together. You're a formidable duo. Reba chimed in, initiating conversation with the two men. After all, they were all part of the entertainment industry. Wu Jing, having starred in several high-quality films, had firmly established himself as the leading figure in domestic box office sales and enjoyed immense popularity. Moreover, his physical fitness was commendable. He had spent over a year in a special forces unit, equipping him with survival skills far beyond those of the average person. Li Chun, a fitness enthusiast in his own right, was no slouch either. Their partnership could undoubtedly be described as a powerful alliance. Chapter 5. The Alliance of Wu Jing and Li Chen. A powerful partnership. Ultimately, the duo managed to procure a rather rusty machete from the 2 yuan store, securing it for the modest sum of 25 yuan. Additionally, they acquired a slightly thicker stainless steel pot for 20 yuan. In fact, such pots can be found for as little as 5 yuan in these stores. However, one must consider that you get what you pay for. The 5 yuan pots are exceedingly flimsy and likely to burn through after only a few uses. With just these 2 items, they had already exhausted 45 yuan, leaving them with a mere 5 yuan to spare. As they exited the store, Reba's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, evidently feeling uncomfortable due to Lu Yu's earlier haggling. Yet, Lu Yu remained unfazed. With only 50 yuan in hand, every bit saved was significant. Lu Yu, I never would have guessed you were such a skilled negotiator. That last round of bargaining nearly severed the shop owner's artery. I could see the panic in her eyes, Reba remarked with a smile once they were outside. To be honest, before her rise to fame, she had indeed engaged in haggling herself and had witnessed various negotiation tactics. However, she had never encountered someone as relentless as Lu Yu, who boldly offered 10 yuan for a pot priced at 50 yuan. Such audacity is rarely exhibited by men, as many tend to prioritize their pride, especially in the presence of beautiful women. I have no choice. This has been my life, Lu Yu replied, glancing at Reba before speaking in a subdued tone. Over the past 3 years, he had truly come to understand the hardships of life. He had negotiated even for a bag of salt priced at a yuan, let alone a 50 yuan item. I apologize, I didn't mean anything by it. Reba, noticing Lu Yu's expression, seemed to realize her earlier misstep. Perhaps for a star of her stature, 50 yuan was trivial, but for some, it could represent a significant amount. Observing Lu Yu's inexpensive sportswear hinted at a less than favorable family situation. I understand. Let us move on and see what else we can find, Lu Yu reassured her, not taking her words to heart. The ridicule and disdain he had faced in the past 3 years had forged within him a heart of steel. Moreover, he knew Reba had not intended any offense. His haggling might have seemed outrageous to the average person. With only 5 yuan left, what should we buy? Reba pondered, glancing at the meager sum in her hand, feeling as if nothing could be purchased. Furthermore, she was uncertain about what supplies were necessary for survival in the wilderness. Clearly, we cannot afford anything substantial, Lu Yu mused. Perhaps a few bags of salt and a lighter? Though these items were not essentials, fire could be made through friction methods. The effort required was considerable compared to the convenience of a lighter. As for salt, while seawater could yield some coarse salt, the sodium sulfide, calcium chloride, and magnesium chloride present were difficult to eliminate, rendering it bitter and potentially harmful if consumed in excess. Thus, procuring 2 bags of salt seemed prudent, with further decisions to be made based on circumstances. Yes, that sounds good, Reba nodded eagerly. They eventually found a small shop where they purchased 2 bags of salt and a lighter, leaving them with no money left. In a second or third-tier city like Lehigh, salt could be as inexpensive as 80 cents, but in the capital, even the cheapest cost 2 yuan. Thankfully, lighters were uniformly priced nationwide. Originally, Lu Yu had hoped to buy some vegetable seeds for long-term survival preparation, but 50 yuan was simply insufficient. Well then, let us settle for these supplies, Lu Yu declared. As long as we can find food on the island, survival should not be an issue. After their shopping excursion, Lu Yu and Reba returned to their hotel, likely to experience the most restful night they would have in quite some time. The following morning, all contestants reconvened at the sports complex, many sporting noticeable dark circles under their eyes, indicating a poor night's rest. We're about to head to the island, and I'm feeling a bit anxious, Reba confessed. I wonder if we'll be able to find food today. Hard to say. It will depend on luck. Lu Yu replied nonchalantly. With a bit of fortune, we should be able to find something. The hunting skills he had been rewarded with earlier included fishing, trapping, and various other simple methods. If the island boasted ample resources, locating food should not pose a challenge. Ladies and gentlemen, judging by your appearances, it seems many of you did not sleep well last night. Hejia's voice resonated through the crowd. All right, let us perk up. I trust everyone has acquired the necessary survival tools. He noted that some contestants had even purchased entire boxes of instant noodles or packages of dried noodles, which were quite shrewd choices. Although it was only a little past 6 in the morning, millions were already tuning in to the live stream. Since the contestants' shopping endeavors had not been broadcasted the previous day, viewers were eager to discover what the contestants had managed to purchase with their 50 yuan. Wow! Those two who bought a whole box of instant noodles are impressive. I think that's a very wise decision. If they tighten their belts, they might last a month. True, a month could mean a prize of 1 million. It seems Reba and her companion bought a knife and a pot, without any food. Are they planning to stay long-term? I doubt they'll last even a day. While I may also be an Edison, I don't think Reba can endure for long. That Lu Yu appears to be a rather useless pretty boy. Have you never heard the saying that appearances can be deceiving? As the live chat continued to flood with comments, Hiju announced that all contestants would receive a set of expedition clothing, specifically designed by the production team. They were also provided with a satellite phone, which could be used for assistance in emergencies, along with 4 spherical drones, clearly high-tech gadgets of substantial value. Contestants, this constitutes your entire survival resources, Hiju stated. In case of emergency, please use the satellite phone immediately. Local rescue teams will respond promptly. While the prize money is indeed tempting, our safety is of utmost importance. I hope each of you keeps this in mind. Now, your adventure is about to commence. I wish everyone the best of luck in achieving your desired outcomes. The seasoned host, Hijio, exuded excitement, and his seemingly casual remarks resonated with many contestants, evoking a sense of inspiration. Subsequently, all contestants departed from the MasterCard Sports Complex, heading towards their destination, the colossal archipelago of Xianyu Island. They changed transportation several times, starting with a bus, followed by a helicopter, and finally boarding speedboats. A total of 20 boats were utilized, with 5 groups assigned to each vessel. Lu and Reba were in the 3rd group, traveling on boat number 1. Alongside them were familiar faces, Wu Jing and Li Chun, who had somehow been paired together. The other 3 groups consisted of regular contestants. Brother Jing, Brother Chin, you two are incredibly fortunate to be teamed up. A formidable alliance indeed. Reba initiated conversation with the duo. After all, they were all part of the entertainment industry, and Wu Jing had recently solidified his status as the leading box office star in the country, thanks to several high-quality films. His popularity was soaring. Moreover, Wu Jing possessed excellent physical fitness, having spent over a year in a special forces unit, which undoubtedly provided him with invaluable survival skills. Li Chun, a fitness enthusiast in his own right, was equally formidable. Their partnership could be aptly described as a powerful coalition. Chapter 6. Upon ascending to Xinyue Island, our goal is to endure until the very end. Haha, that's not necessarily the case. Luck plays a significant role in wilderness survival. If we can secure a resource-rich position from the outset, our chances of enduring will undoubtedly be considerably higher. If the landing spot lacks resources, then everything else is mere talk, Wu Jing remarked with a smile. Lu Yu, standing nearby, wholeheartedly agreed with Wu Jing's sentiments. The location of the landing is indeed crucial. If one can land in a resource-abundant area from the beginning, then they have already gained an advantage at the starting line. Conversely, if the initial position is barren, then no amount of wilderness survival experience or skills will prove particularly beneficial. After all, in Lu Yu's world, even wilderness expert D often faced the grim reality of going hungry 9 times in just 3 days. Jingu, don't be so modest. This time, we will definitely secure first place. Upon hearing Wu Jing's modesty, Li Chun chuckled. Though it sounded like a jest, it was evident that he was quite confident, subtly showcasing his muscles in the process. Lu merely cast a disinterested glance. Sometimes, muscles hold little value on a deserted island. Reba, your partner here seems rather composed. How long do you both plan to endure? Li Chun then inquired, glancing at Lu Yu. Despite his words, looking at Lu Yu's frail appearance, he doubted they would last even a day. We certainly aim to last until the end. Moreover, Luyu possesses extensive wilderness survival experience, and I have immense faith in him, Reba chimed in, also casting a glance at Luyu before flashing a sweet smile. Who would have thought? Brother Luyu actually has abundant wilderness survival experience. However, the wilderness can be perilous. Sometimes, muscles are more useful, Li Chen remarked with a hint of disdain. Just an ordinary person. If he offends him, so be it. After all, he didn't regard him as a threat. Reba's expression shifted slightly, but she refrained from retorting. After all, Li Chen had a commendable background in the entertainment industry. She truly could not afford to provoke him. This muscular brother speaks truthfully. The production team should indeed consider allowing old bulls and gorillas to participate. After all, the muscles of old bulls and gorillas are quite impressive. Right. Luyu was not inclined to tolerate this fellow. After all, he was not in the entertainment industry, nor did he rely on him for a living. So why should he endure such sarcastic jibes? As expected, the moment Lu Yu's voice fell, Li Chen's expression darkened considerably. However, he chose not to continue his mockery. After all, there were other staff and contestants aboard this vessel. To argue with an ordinary person would reflect poorly on his character. Time slipped away, and 2 hours later, the first group of contestants made their entrance. Wu Jing and Li Qian were in the second group, appearing shortly thereafter. 10 minutes later, it was finally Lu Yu and Reba's turn. Contestants Reba and Lu Yu, this is your initial landing position. Please take your tools and disembark. Once you land, your live broadcast room number 3 will also commence. We hope you can endure until the end. Best of luck. The staff member was exceedingly courteous, and Lu Yu and Reba simply offered their thanks before taking their tools and departing the speedboat. With a resounding roar, the engine's hum faded, and the speedboat swiftly vanished from their world. For spherical drones began to hover above and around them. For a moment, it felt as though the entire world had fallen into silence. The boundless ocean stretched before them, with a lush, expansive island behind. A profound sense of solitude welled up from within. Fortunately, the two contestants at least had each other for company. If one were to be stranded on such an island alone, the truth is, it would be challenging to endure for long. Even with sufficient food, the feeling of isolation could quickly erode one's mental defenses. What a beautiful environment. Ah, so tranquil. After surveying the surroundings and taking a deep breath, Reba closed her eyes and sighed in admiration. Lu Yu, however, was contemplating how to survive next. He also wondered if his aunt was feeling unwell today. Meanwhile, in live broadcast room number 3, as the stream commenced, hundreds of thousands of fans flooded in. These fans were predominantly Reba's admirers, with about 99 of them being so. After all, the first live room had only attracted a few thousand viewers thus far. The moment they began, their viewership soared to over 700,000. Such is the allure and popularity of a star. Wow! Is this the survival island? It's stunning. The Azure Sea and Emerald Island, every frame could serve as wallpaper. The mountains are beautiful, the waters are beautiful, and the people are even more beautiful. Just looking at it uplifts my mood. Screenshot taken. I will use this image as my wallpaper from now on. The live broadcast quality is so clear. Sister Reba is so beautiful. If I could survive in such a beautiful place with Reba, I would willingly sacrifice a couple of days of my life. The person above has a limited perspective. I could manage for 2 years. I could do 2.5. Hidden mysteries? Hey, what are you doing? You can actually form a group like this. I am truly impressed by you lot. Let me say it again. My dove's eggs are off limits to you. Ha ha. Little black fans, hurry to live broadcast room 8. Chicken Brother has also started streaming. After Reba took in the scenery, she turned to Lu Yu with a serious expression and asked, Lu Yu, what should we do first? I previously researched some information on wilderness survival, and it seems the most crucial tasks upon landing are building a shelter, making a fire, sourcing water, and finding food. Which one should we tackle first? After receiving the invitation from the production team, she chose to take the endeavor seriously. Although she felt she might not last until the end, she aimed to endure for at least a month. For her, this represented an excellent opportunity for personal growth. Thus, she had diligently researched some essential wilderness survival knowledge. She was certainly aware of these 4 survival elements. I wouldn't have guessed. You actually came prepared? Upon hearing that Reba knew the 4 essential elements of wilderness survival, Lu Yu was genuinely surprised. After all, in his view, the primary aim of these celebrities and streamers participating was to boost their popularity and earn some traffic and remuneration. He assumed few would approach it with seriousness. So, hearing that Reba had done her homework was indeed unexpected. Of course, I intend to last until the end and claim that 3 billion prize, Reba replied with unwavering confidence. However, it was evident she was joking. After all, the majority of contestants in this competition were exceptionally strong. Take Wu Jing and Li Qin, for instance. Their formidable partnership would surely outlast Lu Yu and herself. There were also several hidden amateur contestants, likely possessing their own expertise. After all, true prowess often lies among the masses, not merely in words. Such ambition. All right, let us aim to endure until the end. Seeing Reba's confident demeanor, Lu Yu chuckled. If they could indeed last until the end and secure the 3 billion prize, it would be nothing short of ideal. Not only could it help treat his aunt's illness, but with 3 billion in assets, he would likely never have to worry again. Chapter 7 Reba, don't wander too far, all right? With just the two of you, mere decorative figurines, do you really think you can last until the end? How naive. Indeed, a pretty boy and a star who has never lifted a finger in labor. If you manage to survive a day, that would be quite an achievement. That Lu Yu, stop just drinking. Why not try a bit of poison? Upstairs, you lemon sippers are truly insufferable. Are you saying no one is allowed to dream? Exactly. What if they succeed? I have high hopes for brother Lu Yu. Keep it up. A handsome guy and a beautiful girl together. Surely luck will favor them. Reba, give it your all. Even if it's just for a day, it's our pride. At this moment, the third live stream room was bustling with excitement. The number of viewers had rapidly soared to a staggering 1 million, and it continued to rise exponentially. As for the other live streams, the numbers were equally impressive. After all, the show $50 Island Survival had become a nationwide sensation, eagerly anticipated by many. The first episode naturally attracted a significant audience, especially with their beloved idols participating. By the way, you haven't mentioned what we should do first? Reba inquired further. The time was still early, but she understood that constructing a shelter would not be an easy task, and they also needed to search for food and water. Time would pass swiftly. She had previously watched some foreign survival shows where even the most capable contestants found it challenging to build a shelter on the first day. It was not uncommon to go hungry for 3 days. Thus, for them, just arriving on the island, time was of the essence. Our immediate priority is to locate a water source. Humans can survive without food for over a week, but in this sweltering island heat, a lack of water could lead to dehydration in a single day. Lu Yu answered earnestly. Water was undoubtedly the most crucial element. First, they needed to find water, then they could determine the location for their shelter. The shelter must be near the water source for easy access. After all, his goal was not merely to survive for 2 or 3 days or even a week, but to endure for at least a month. Moreover, having a water source would make cooking food much more convenient. After all, they couldn't rely solely on barbecues. You're right. I can already feel my throat becoming dry. Reba nodded. The island's climate was indeed stifling. Just a few minutes in, she felt her throat beginning to parch. If they went a day without water, it would be nearly impossible to hold out. Moreover, dehydration on such a deserted island could be perilous. Let us head inland and explore, Lu Yu declared, brandishing his machete as he stepped forward. In the wilderness, dangers lurked everywhere, including venomous snakes and insects, which were exceedingly stealthy. If Reba were to accidentally step on one, the consequences could be dire. Lu felt confident, having undergone physical training and possessing some wilderness survival experience. Oh my, Lu Yu seems like a useless pretty boy, but he surprisingly knows quite a bit. I thought this was common knowledge. Common knowledge? I must be rather uninformed. Although it is indeed common knowledge in such situations, it's easy to lose one's sound judgment. I must say, Lu Yu remains remarkably composed. I actually think Lu Yu is quite decent. At least he doesn't fawn over celebrities right off the bat. Exactly. You should check out Room 22, where a retired boxing champion is desperately trying to flatter the angelic darling. Is that so? I need to take a look. The third live stream room remained as lively as ever at this point. All the contestants had landed on the island. Initially, they were captivated by the picturesque surroundings, the azure sea, and the verdant island. which filled everyone with exhilaration. However, as time passed, the solitude began to dull the island's initial allure. Yet, driven by the promise of substantial rewards and viewer engagement, they had no choice but to press on. Time ticked away. By noon, the sun blazed overhead, and the island's climate became oppressively hot. Especially upon entering the dense jungle, the moisture in their bodies evaporated rapidly. At that moment, Reba's lips appeared somewhat pale, and her pace noticeably lagged behind Luyu. However, perhaps due to her competitive nature, even though she felt fatigued, she refrained from voicing it to Luyu. She did not wish to be a burden to him. Although Reba did not speak up, Luyu could sense her struggle. Prolonged traversing through the dense jungle depletes both stamina and hydration quickly. He himself felt a dryness in his throat. What more for a girl? Turning back, he noticed Reba, drenched in sweat, her lips pale, and he said, "Feeling tired? Let us take a short break. I'll go find something to quench our thirst." After saying this, he discovered a small patch of open ground. "Why you? Don't wander off too far." As she saw Luyu preparing to leave, Reba quickly interjected. In such a dense wilderness, looking up, one could not see the sun. Even in broad daylight, it felt unnerving. Thankfully, Luyu was by her side. Otherwise, she would not dare venture alone. "I won't. Don't worry. I'll be back shortly." Seeing Reba's somewhat dazed expression, Luyu smiled and nodded. He understood that girls tend to be more timid. Some may appear strong on the outside, but their inner strength often does not match. After saying this, he ventured into the thick jungle. He was cautious not to stray too far, for in such dense foliage, it was all too easy to lose one's way. Even experienced survivalists could easily become disoriented in such places, and while he had some experience, it was limited. A few minutes later, Reba could hear the sound of chopping and hacking. This noise brought her some comfort. After a few more minutes, Luyu emerged, carrying various items. "What is that?" Reba asked, eyeing the stick-like and thorny objects with curiosity. "Could these branches be edible?" "These are some banana trees and palm hearts. They contain a high moisture content, and in the wilderness, many survivalists rely on these to replenish hydration when fresh water is scarce." "Don't worry. They're safe to eat," Luyu explained as he deftly sliced the palm hearts and handed them to Reba, along with some banana stems. "This is palm heart." Reba picked it up and took a bite. It had no distinct flavor. It had a slight astringency, but it was not overwhelming. The moisture content was indeed impressive, crunchy, and quite palatable, especially since she was feeling a bit parched. Previously, she had only eaten palm hearts in a salad, cut into horsehoof shapes, but she had never eaten them raw like this. Here, there's also banana heart, which is also rich in moisture. Though the taste is average, it can still provide a good amount of hydration. "Let us eat a bit to regain our strength, then we can continue our journey." After handing Reba a translucent banana heart, Luyu began to eat heartily. These items could be life-saving treasures for survivalists. Chapter 8 Commentary on the Live Broadcast Room. Finding water sources. How peculiar the taste is. After taking a bite, Reba felt an overwhelming sense of strangeness. It was neither unpleasant, being devoid of bitterness, sourness, or foulness, nor was it particularly enjoyable, lacking the sweetness or fragrance one might expect. He felt as if she were consuming something utterly undercooked. Moreover, there was a pronounced flavor reminiscent of bananas. To be frank, it was rather unpalatable. The texture was oddly fibrous, akin to something else entirely. However, one thing was certain. The moisture within the banana core was indeed abundant. Just take a few bites. It'll suffice to replenish some hydration. Consuming too much of this isn't advisable. After sampling a few bites, Luyu proceeded to pack the remainder. In an emergency, it might quench thirst, but indulging excessively could be detrimental. Will overeating lead to poisoning? Reba inquired with a hint of curiosity. Poisoning is not a concern, but it can easily cause diarrhea, Luyu replied with a serious expression after shaking his head. Upon hearing the words diarrhea, Reba shivered and promptly discarded the banana core from her hand. Truth be told, this was her greatest worry. In such a desolate wilderness, there were hardly any restrooms, let alone toilet paper. If diarrhea were to strike, it would undoubtedly pose a significant inconvenience. Reba's expression just now was absolutely priceless. She exudes a blend of cuteness and vulnerability. Here, banana cores are generally used as pig feed. Indeed, The same applies here. They are typically employed to relieve constipation in pigs. To think she's competing with pigs for food. Poor Reba for 3 minutes. Goodness, can you all just stop? If I'm not mistaken, it appears that Reba and Luyu haven't purchased any toilet paper. I am quite curious about how they manage after using the restroom. Stones and leaves can suffice. Cough cough, is it possible for them to assist one another? You're utterly disgusting. Cough cough, let us be candid. If the opportunity arises, I would gladly take on that responsibility. Goodness, this live broadcast room is truly brimming with talent. Meanwhile, in the third live broadcast room, the viewership soared to an impressive 5 million. The overall pace remained relatively steady. While some speculated that Reba might have gained an unfair advantage by teaming up with Luyu, the majority felt that Luyu was quite commendable. His positive attitude was evident. Furthermore, he possessed a modicum of wilderness survival experience. Not to mention, he was rather handsome. At the Shark platform headquarters, in addition to 100 other live broadcast rooms, a commentary room was established. 4 notable figures were invited to provide insights on the program: the renowned songstress Naing, acclaimed actress Zhang Ziyi, popular young star Lu Ha, and the heavyweight survival expert Bear Grylls. The selection of these individuals as commentary mentors was indeed contentious. Bear Grylls, however, faced little dispute. He is a genuine wilderness survival expert, more than qualified to occupy a mentor's seat. As for Naing, Zhang Ziyi, and the youthful Lu Ha, many believed they lacked the requisite qualifications for such a position. Perhaps they would have been more suitable for a singing or acting reality show, but this was wilderness survival, a completely different endeavor. Nonetheless, the production team likely had their own agenda. After all, reverse traffic is still traffic, is it not? As long as there is a profit to be made, they allow the audience to express their opinions, be they praise or criticism. The more fervently they engage, the more revenue the program generates. In the commentary room, after more than an hour of observation, the 4 mentors had nearly assessed the performances of all the contestants. Bear Grylls, having witnessed the performances of all the contestants, which do you believe stood out the most? Who seems more likely to secure victory in this program? Zhang Ziyi inquired, her gaze fixed on Bear Grylls. After all, he was indeed the expert in this field, an undeniable fact. The production team merely sought to harness their ability to draw in viewership. From what I observed, the performances appear quite similar across the board. However, the 8th group, Huang Lei and his team, found themselves in an advantageous position, quickly locating a water source, along with a freshwater lake. Thus, they were exceptionally fortunate. Of course, there's also the 18th group, Zhou Yi and her companion, as well as the 56th group. Bear Grylls proceeded to analyze in his somewhat rudimentary Chinese. Given that Xinyu Island is immensely large, it harbors numerous freshwater lakes. Consequently, several groups managed to discover freshwater resources shortly after their arrival. Additionally, some landing sites featured charming creatures like wild chickens and groundhogs. For a survivor, these are precious sources of protein. So, are you suggesting that teacher Huang Lei and Zhou Yi are more likely to clinch the ultimate victory? Zhang Ziyi continued her inquiry. Not at all. They merely enjoyed favorable luck in landing in a resource-rich area. Without unwavering determination, even the most abundant resources will not suffice for their survival. In the wilderness, aside from food, the greatest adversaries to survival are discomfort and solitude. Bear Grylls shook his head, continuing his explanation. In truth, his understanding of discomfort and solitude lacked personal resonance. After all, in all his survival shows, he was never without a camera crew. In this regard, it was Di Yi who held more authority. They had shared some discussions privately. Oh, Zhang Zi, Na Ying, and Lu Ha nodded in a semblance of understanding, before shifting their focus back to the live broadcasts. Time ticked by relentlessly. Luyu and Reba had been on the island for a full 2 hours. Suddenly, Luyu faintly heard the sound of rushing water. I believe I can hear the sound of flowing water. It's nearby. Upon hearing the sound of water, Luyu quickly halted and turned to Reba. Let us hurry over. Gurgle. I can hardly bear this thirst any longer. Upon the mention of water, Reba's eyes sparkled with excitement, her throat dry to the point of desperation. Let us approach cautiously. We must remain vigilant of our surroundings. After searching for so long, we've finally located this freshwater resource. This indicates that this water source likely sustains numerous animals. Thus, we must exercise utmost caution, Lu Yu stated with grave vigilance. In such an island environment, freshwater resources are scarce. For animals to thrive, they must rely on these vital water sources. This implies that this particular freshwater source may support a multitude of creatures. Furthermore, the more humid and water-rich the area, the greater the presence of venomous snakes and insects. Oh, yes, I seem to recall a survivor mentioning something similar in a video. Reba nodded vigorously. At this moment, observing Lu Yu, she felt an overwhelming sense of strength emanating from her teammate. Chapter 9. Deng Zhao's use of enoki mushrooms to create a bug, trending on social media soon after. Lu Yu walked ahead, wielding a wooden stick, incessantly striking at the surrounding underbrush. If venomous snakes or insects were concealed within those thickets, such commotion would surely scare them away. After all, the consequences of a snake or insect bite could be dire. Even if one survived, participation in the program would likely be impossible. For others, elimination might seem trivial, but Lu Yu understood the weight of his responsibilities. This wilderness survival challenge required him to endure for at least a month. Only then could he secure the 1 million yuan prize to fund his aunt's medical treatment. This was a goal he had long aspired to achieve. If he could persist even longer, that would undoubtedly be the best outcome. Before long, the two of them reached a small stream. The water flowed gently, surrounded by dense foliage. Water. It truly is water. How crystal clear, Glug. Upon seeing the pristine flowing water, Reba felt her throat constrict with desire. It seemed as if her throat was ablaze. At that moment, the prospect of quenching her thirst with a few sips of mountain spring water seemed more satisfying than anything else. Though the water appears clear, it is not safe for direct consumption. This stream has likely sustained countless animals, so it may harbor numerous bacteria. It must be boiled before it is safe to drink. Observing Reba's throat's restless movements, Lu Yu spoke up. Although the water looked remarkably clear and was flowing, the stream had undoubtedly supported a myriad of creatures. Hence, it was fraught with bacteria, and wilderness survivors would never dare to drink it without boiling it first. Oh, very well. I'll quickly gather some dry wood so we can start a fire to boil the water. Reba, momentarily taken aback, hurried off to find firewood, unable to endure her thirst any longer. Lu Yu, too, felt parched, as if his throat were about to ignite. However, in such a precarious situation, one misstep could lead to elimination, so he had to proceed with utmost caution. While Reba searched for kindling, Lu Yu filled a pot with water. Finding dry wood in this environment was relatively straightforward. The two soon kindled a fire and began boiling water. Lu Yu, you were truly wise to bring a lighter. Without it, we wouldn't even be able to drink the water in front of us. That would be pure torment. Reba genuinely admired Lu Yu's astute decision. While these items were commonplace and common sense, some individuals still overlooked them. Inexperienced contestants often fixated solely on food, sometimes neglecting the crucial matter of fire. Indeed. All right, the water is boiling. We just need to let it cool a bit before drinking. Now that we have located a water source, our next task is to find a suitable location for building a shelter. It is essential to find a flat area with ample sunlight. After all, we might need to survive on this island for an extended period. Lu Yu articulated with great seriousness. The choice of shelter location was of paramount importance. It needed to be near a water source, spacious, and level. Moreover, considerations regarding sunlight were equally vital. Most importantly, food availability must also be factored in. If there were no food sources around the shelter, it would be an unacceptable choice. Balancing all these factors, finding an appropriate location for a shelter was no easy task, and of course, if they merely aimed to survive a day or two, they could hastily construct a makeshift shelter to scrape by. All right. I believe that following your lead, we might just make it to the end. I'll do my best not to hold us back. Reba nodded vigorously, her face alight with excitement. She felt she had chosen the right teammate this time. Lu Yu not only possessed a wealth of wilderness survival experience, but his maturity seemed far beyond that of his peers. Now, let us drink some water, rest for a moment, and then set off again. If we can't find it today, we will continue tomorrow. As long as we have water, surviving for another 2 or 3 days shouldn't pose a problem. Observing Reba's enthusiastic demeanor, Lu Yu felt she was different from his initial perceptions. She was not merely seeking to gain exposure or increase her popularity. She genuinely wished to endure as long as possible. This realization brought him great joy. Had Reba been merely after fame, She might not last even 3 days, and her potential withdrawal could jeopardize his own standing. This had been his greatest concern. Meanwhile, in the third live broadcast room, the number of viewers had surged to 2 million, ranking fourth among all streams. The top spot belonged to Wu Jing and Li Qin's second broadcast room, followed by Huang Lei and Wang Xian's eighth room in second place. Surprisingly, the third place was claimed by Xiao Yang and De Yang's 15th broadcast room. One could not deny their impressive popularity, managing to outshine numerous trending celebrities. Clearly, their tens of millions of followers on Douyin were not merely dead accounts. Have you noticed? Lu Yu truly possesses some skill. Indeed, he seems to have some wilderness survival experience. Isn't this just common sense? What experience could that possibly be? The person above is correct. I could do just as well. Such a bunch of sour grapes, unable to stand anyone surpassing them. Who can't boast? I'll bet a pack of spicy strips that those two won't last 3 days. They might even quit by tomorrow morning. I believe Lu Yu and Reba will definitely see it through to the end. Stop daydreaming. Go check out the contestants in other rooms. Most have found food while they're still wandering aimlessly. Exactly. I'm placing my bets on Teacher Huang. Teacher Huang is indeed impressive, and his luck is exceptional. He found fresh water and food right at the start, and his area is abundant in resources. As the live broadcast intensified, the excitement grew. Meanwhile, in the 16th broadcast room, Deng Zhao and an amateur contestant named Li Yunxi were facing misfortune. They had spent 3 hours without locating any fresh water. The survival tools Deng Zhao had purchased for 50 yuan were well concealed within a snake skin bag. Brother Zhao, I'm so thirsty. When will we find water? Li Yunxi, a young woman, had been exposed to the sun for 3 hours on the island, now drenched in sweat, her lips pale, and she appeared to be showing signs of dehydration. Let us keep looking. If we truly can't find any, I'll have to reveal my secret weapon. Deng Zhao's lips were also turning pale. Honestly, he hadn't anticipated the reality of this reality show. His throat felt as if it were on fire. It seemed he wouldn't last a day. He could only hope that his subsequent actions would generate a wave of trending topics. In that case, it wouldn't be a total loss. Brother Zhao, if you can't hold on, just quit. This program isn't suitable for older individuals. Exactly, just quit already. We won't blame you. I'm quite curious about what secret weapon Brother Zhao has in that bag. Curiosity 1. Quickly show us. What do you think? Could it be filled with instant noodles? That's a possibility. It fits Brother Zhao's style perfectly. In their broadcast room, the viewership had reached 1.6 million. Deng Zhao's popularity remained commendable. Most people were keenly interested in the contents of Deng Zhao's snake skin bag, especially since other contestants had already showcased their survival gear. Some had made peculiar choices, like purchasing a box of instant noodles or a bag of rice, diversifying the array of survival tools. I can't go on. I truly can't move anymore. Let us take a break. After walking for just over 10 minutes, Deng Zhao found himself utterly spent. After all, he was no longer young. Moreover, he had not engaged in much rigorous exercise while participating in reality shows, and his physical condition had deteriorated. Dear viewers, I'm sure you're all curious about the survival items Yunxi and I have chosen this time. Alright, let me give you a brief glimpse. Deng Zhao addressed the camera, aware that if he didn't showcase them now, he might never get the chance again. The audience was filled with curiosity. Deng Zhao opened the snake skin bag, revealing a bag of enoki mushrooms. Beside him, Li Yunxi looked utterly embarrassed. She had been completely unaware of Deng Zhao's intentions in coming here. Most contestants had opted for pots and knives or had directly purchased instant noodles or other foods. Yet, Deng Zhao's unconventional thinking led him to buy enoki mushrooms for 49 yuan and a snake skin bag for 1 yuan. What the hell? You've gotta be kidding me. Is this some kind of cheat? Wow! Brother Zhao is a true master. Planning to survive a month on half a bag of enoki mushrooms? Ha ha ha. Just thinking about it is enough to make my scalp tingle. Truly, Brother Zhao is unmatched. His thought process is so wonderfully unique. Looking forward to Brother Zhao using enoki mushrooms to cheat the system. Upon seeing Deng Zhao's survival supplies, the live broadcast room erupted in excitement. Comments flooded in, and the viewer count surged by 20,000 in an instant. Many viewers took screenshots of the moment, while some of Deng Zhao's dedicated team quickly edited it into short videos. In no time, the footage spread like wildfire. In this age of the internet, information travels at lightning speed. Before long, Deng Xiao's Enoki mushroom incident had soared to the top of Weibo's trending topics and was also a hot search term on various short video platforms. This outcome was entirely within Deng Xiao's expectations. Chapter 10. Lu Yu's exceptional physical qualities astonished the audience. Even if he were to be eliminated immediately, he has already secured a net gain from this experience. After all, the production team has paid substantial fees to invite these celebrities. Furthermore, the popularity of this show could undoubtedly help them garner additional public attention. Coupled with his recent impressive performance, it is quite possible that he may even trend on social media. In this regard, he has indeed profited greatly. In truth, most of these stars have not given much thought to the prize money. Surviving a month for merely 1 million yuan is a paltry sum for some struggling families, yet for these high-priced celebrities, it might equate to just a few meals. Moreover, having grown accustomed to a life of luxury, they would find it nearly impossible to survive a month on this deserted island. As for the 300 million yuan grand prize, while they may covet it, they are also acutely aware of its elusiveness. Compared to the contestants who participate out of necessity, they possess no discernible advantage in terms of perseverance or preparation. Of course, such a statement might be somewhat generalized. This mindset is prevalent among the majority of stars, yet there may be a select few who wish to prove themselves and endure for a longer duration. In the second live streaming room, after Lu Yu and Reba had followed the river for over half an hour, they finally discovered a relatively flat area that was also quite spacious, devoid of dense underbrush. Sunlight streamed in, making this location ideal for constructing a shelter. "This place looks quite promising," Lu Yu remarked. "Shall we set up a temporary shelter here for today? Tomorrow, we can explore the surrounding area to assess the local food resources. If the food supply is ample, this could serve as our long-term camp." "Sure, you decide," Reba replied with a smile. "I trust you completely." Lacking any wilderness survival experience, Reba knew she would have to rely heavily on Lu Yu for most matters, and thus she held an unwavering confidence in him. "All right, then it's settled," Lu Yu declared. "You gather some firewood from around here, as much as you can. We need it not only for cooking and boiling water, but also to ensure our safety with the fire at night." Immediately, Lu Yu assigned tasks to the two of them. It was now midday, and the island would descend into darkness around 8 o'clock. They had approximately 8 hours to prepare. Constructing a simple shelter would pose no challenge for him. He could complete it in 3 to 4 hours. The remaining hours could then be devoted to foraging for food. While food is not as critical as water and shelter, surviving without it is merely a fanciful notion. "All right, leave the firewood to me," Reba exclaimed. "If there is anything else you need me to do, please let me know." Dante hesitated to ask. "I'm quite strong." Perhaps due to having hydrated adequately beforehand, Reba was brimming with enthusiasm. "Okay, sounds good," Lu Yu replied with a smile, then ventured into the dense thicket. Reba did not wander too far, as getting lost in such a thick jungle would be perilous without Lu Yu by her side. Both worked diligently at their respective tasks while time steadily passed. After an hour, Lu Yu returned with a considerable amount of branches and logs. However, it was evident that more wood was required to construct the shelter. After several trips back and forth, he set out once more. He wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaling deeply. Although his physical condition was excellent, stronger than many of his peers, especially after having enhanced his physique with performance boosters, carrying heavy logs through the dense underbrush had drained a considerable amount of his energy. If only there were bamboo here, Lu Yu mused. For wilderness survivalists, bamboo is akin to a hardware store in the wild. It serves multiple purposes, from building shelters to crafting utensils, and is much lighter than timber, making it easier to transport. Meanwhile, the audience in the live streaming room began to shift their perceptions of Lu Yu. Wow, this Lu Yu is quite something. Not only does he have wilderness survival experience, but his strength and stamina are also exceptional. I must admit, carrying that must have weighed around 100 pounds, and he made 4 trips back and forth. Exactly. On flat ground, many might manage, but in that dense thicket, every step is a challenge. This guy truly possesses remarkable physical qualities. In a society where ordering takeout is the norm, such physical prowess is indeed rare among his contemporaries. Some talent, but not much. Haha, Dogemoji. Is the person above a fool? Have they spent their entire life online just to learn such a phrase? Exactly, if you're so capable, go ahead and try. I'm really optimistic about this Lu Yu. Not only is he handsome, but his physical abilities are top-notch. He must be quite capable. I'm in love. Hey, is this serious? The sentiment in the live stream began to gradually shift. Initially, the majority of viewers in the third live room were skeptical of Luyu, perceiving him merely as a pretty face. However, they were taken aback by his impressive physical abilities and the calm demeanor he exhibited, which surpassed that of many peers at that moment. In the First People's Hospital of Lehigh, Xinyu held her phone, transfixed by the live stream. Seeing Luyu, drenched in sweat and slightly out of breath, filled her with concern. Xiaoyu, she murmured, clenching her fists, her heart aching. How she wished she could assist him, yet she felt utterly powerless. A torrent of emotions, pain, guilt, swirled within her, causing tears to well in her eyes. Xiaoyu, that's your Luyu on TV, isn't it? A middle-aged woman in the neighboring bed asked, surprised. She had moved in a few days prior and had seen Luyu twice on her first date, at the time. They had not spoken much, but their shared experience in the same ward had fostered a friendly rapport. Yes, Sister Zhou, Xinyu replied, hastily composing herself. I am his aunt. He's quite the handsome young man, Sister Zhou remarked, and his physical fitness surpasses that of many useless young men today. Does he have a girlfriend? My daughter is about the same age as him. Perhaps I could introduce them? I quite like this lad, Sister Zhou said, smiling at the screen. Ah, sure. Xinyu could only nod awkwardly. Chapter 11. A harmonious partnership in labor. Luyu had spent another half-hour searching. By this time, it was approximately 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the temperature within the jungle remained quite high. Under such conditions, the moisture in his body was prone to evaporate, leading to dehydration. Fortunately, his physique had been enhanced long ago. Otherwise, he would have long since been unable to continue. Nevertheless, he had nearly gathered all the materials needed for constructing the shelter's framework. The reason he exerted himself further was primarily to locate some bamboo. With bamboo, their subsequent survival would be considerably simplified. The utility of bamboo extended far beyond merely aiding in the construction of their shelter. Fortune favors the diligent. After an extensive search, Luyu finally stumbled upon a patch of bamboo forest. Though not expansive, it was more than sufficient for the two of them. Wonderful, he exclaimed. This grove of bamboo is truly a gift from nature. With these bamboo stalks, our future survival will be much easier. As he gazed at the small expanse of bamboo before him, a smile of happiness broke across Luyu's face. After a brief moment of joy, he unsheathed his small machete and began to chop down. In just a matter of minutes, he had amassed a substantial bundle of bamboo. These stalks were not particularly thick. The largest was about the size of his wrist. Thus, carrying the sizable bundle was not overly strenuous for Luyu. After more than 40 minutes, he finally retraced his steps. Although his years of labor had endowed him with a physique that surpassed most of his peers, and with the aid of physical enhancers, few among his contemporaries could rival his strength. Nonetheless, the repeated trips with heavy loads left him drenched in sweat. Upon returning to the location of their shelter, he found Reba had already gathered a considerable amount of dry firewood, ignited a fire, and even boiled some water. Upon seeing Luyu return, her eyes sparkled with delight. You're back, my goodness. How can you carry so much bamboo? Are you a superhero? Her initial joy quickly transformed into astonishment. Despite his physique appearing somewhat slender, Luyu had managed to bring back an impressive amount of bamboo. Although she had little concept of the weight of the bamboo, she estimated it to be over 100 pounds at the very least. She had just experienced the arduousness of traversing the rugged terrain of the island, making Luyu's feat all the more remarkable. It seemed incongruous with his seemingly frail frame. Oh, I'm exhausted, Luyu exclaimed. After all those trips back and forth, I'm truly worn out. He set down the bamboo and rubbed his shoulders. Although his body had been enhanced, it could only endure so much strain. However, he had no alternative but to erect the shelter before nightfall. You've worked hard, Luyu, Reba said, her tone laced with guilt. She felt utterly helpless in contributing to the effort. She hurriedly brought over the cooled water and offered it to him, saying, Quick, drink some water to replenish your fluids. Perhaps that was all she could do. Thank you, Luyu replied, taking the iron pot and drinking eagerly as if he were a parched beast. The sensation of warm water coursing into his body was simply sublime. Observing Luyu, drenched in sweat, Reba suddenly found him strikingly handsome. He lacked the effeminate charm of many young celebrities, instead possessing sharp features and an air of rugged elegance. Looking at him, she felt an unprecedented sense of security. "Ah, that feels refreshing," Lu Yu exclaimed after draining the pot. He turned to Reba and said, "You've worked hard too, gathering so much firewood." Indeed, in this regard, many female celebrities would pale in comparison to Reba. "I'm not tired," she replied. "Just tell me what to do next. Though my skills are limited, I am full of strength." Reba shook her head and playfully flexed her well-defined muscles, declaring, "I have plenty of energy." All right," Lu Yu responded. "After a brief rest, we shall begin constructing the shelter." He glanced at Reba's athletic physique and felt a mix of exasperation and bemusement. This was hardly a mere chicken leg. It was more akin to a robust frame. Sometimes he truly could not fathom why so many female celebrities opted to lose weight, some to the point of resembling mere skeletons. Did that genuinely look appealing? He personally did not find it attractive. A woman should possess a hint of softness. Wow, I suddenly feel that Reba and Lu Yu are quite sweet together. Indeed, this live stream seems very harmonious and comforting. I've changed my perception of Lu Yu. Initially, I thought he was just a pretty face, but his strength is astonishing. This high-visual couple has won me over. At that moment, the live stream had returned to a steady rhythm, with an increasing number of viewers sending gifts. According to the show's regulations, the donations would be divided into a 70-30 split after the contestants exited the competition, with the show and the streaming platform receiving 30 and the contestants sharing 70. This approach was indeed quite humane. Unbeknownst to Lu Yu and Reba, who were now focused on constructing the shelter, their efforts were being observed by the audience. Lu Yu intended to build an A-frame shelter, as it was relatively simple and highly stable. This type of shelter was commonly seen in survival situations. The first step involved clearing the ground of weeds to create a square area. Next, holes would be dug at each corner, and the main supports would be secured within these pits. Subsequently, bamboo poles would be affixed to the ends of the main supports, followed by the construction of a gabled roof. This stage would require a significant amount of materials and time, especially as it involved working at height, necessitating caution. As time flowed by, for hours elapsed before the two of them managed to erect the framework. "Phew, I'm so tired and hot," Reba exclaimed. "Isn't it said that a partnership between men and women makes work less strenuous? After only a short while, I feel utterly drained." For hours of continuous labor had left her drenched in sweat, fanning her neck in an effort to cool down, feeling sticky and uncomfortable. Hearing Reba's voice, Lu Yu, still atop the framework, glanced down and was met with an unexpected sight. The view was quite striking, especially with a hint of perspiration. It added a certain crystalline allure. This moment caused Lu Yu to momentarily lose his composure. Ahem. Could it be that the saying about men and women working together not being tiring refers to something else entirely? After regaining his focus, Lu Yu cleared his throat and remarked. The vision he had just encountered had nearly captivated him entirely. Although Reba was not particularly voluptuous, her beauty was undeniable. Chapter 12. Commentary on the mentors, what should they do? Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, Reba suddenly paused, clearly perceiving the underlying implication of his statement. After years of navigating the entertainment industry, her thoughts were far from simplistic. Her cheeks, already tinged with a hint of crimson, felt suddenly ablaze. She had not anticipated that the seemingly earnest Lu Yu would possess a sense of humor. Nevertheless, Reba did not feel angered. His ability to joke suggested that their life on the island would not be overly dull or lonely. If they maintained a facade of formality, enduring a month or more would prove exceedingly challenging. Wow, did Lu Yu just make a pass? I think so too. When men and women work together, it feels less tiresome, yet why does it seem somewhat awkward? A good boy shouldn't be awkward. I was thinking, isn't that phrase from Reba? How infuriating. I wish I could take Lu Yu's place. Don't even think about it, buddy. You're not as strong as Lu Yu. Well, that's true. Meanwhile, in the commentary livestream, the scene shifted to the third livestream featuring Lu Yu and Reba. Wow. The speed of this third livestream is astonishing. They've already constructed a shelter, exclaimed Lu Ha, somewhat astonished. It had only been 6 or 7 hours since they arrived on the island. The efficiency of the third livestream in erecting a shelter was indeed markedly superior to that of the previous streams they had observed. The primary reason, of course, was that most contestants had initially focused on foraging for food, seemingly unconcerned about shelter. Humph. There's nothing surprising about it. While others are searching for food and water, they prioritized building a shelter. Moreover, even if the shelter is completed, they cannot survive without food and water. Am I right, Brother Bay? The eagle scoffed disdainfully. For some reason, witnessing others thrive made her feel uneasy, particularly Reba, who had recently gained considerable fame in the entertainment industry due to her looks. This only intensified her discontent. Although Reba's success did not directly affect her, it provoked her irrational annoyance akin to that of a menopausal woman. No, my assessment is precisely the opposite of yours. If you observe closely, you'll notice that Lu Yu and his companion have already located a freshwater source. Given that they have found freshwater, constructing a shelter of this caliber in just a few hours speaks volumes about their remarkable capabilities. Brother Bay shook his head, offering no regard to the eagle's words. He had observed that the pot in the third live stream contained freshwater, indicating they had successfully located a source. Furthermore, the framework of the shelter was impressively constructed. For an ordinary individual, achieving such a result in a day would be commendable. This alone attests to the prowess of Lu Yu and Reba in the third live stream. Indeed, Brother Bay is correct. I share the same sentiment. Lu Ha nodded resolutely. Despite being labeled as sissy by others, he harbored a strong, masculine spirit within. He expressed his thoughts candidly, and although Lu Yu from the third live stream was quite handsome, he did not feel a twinge of jealousy. Even if they have found a water source, how long can they endure without food? I believe they should promptly search for food like the other contestants. That would be the wisest choice. Zhang Zi interjected. Clearly, she shared the eagle's skepticism towards the third live stream. As for the reason, there was none. She simply disliked them. No, no, no. You are entirely mistaken. For a wilderness survivalist, enduring 3 days without food is entirely feasible. Moreover, having located a freshwater source means they can withstand 3 to 5 days without sustenance. Conversely, a shelter is of paramount importance in the wild. A shelter provides contestants with a sense of security during the night. In the event of encountering large animals, it will be their only refuge. Hence, I firmly believe their sequence of actions is completely justified, and I am confident in their abilities. Brother Bay shook his head once more, a smile gracing his lips. He was convinced that Lu Yu and Reba's choices were undeniably sound. The significance of water and shelter far surpassed that of food. Without these two essentials, enduring even a day would be exceedingly challenging. Yet, as long as they secured a water source and constructed a shelter, they could withstand 3 days without food without facing elimination. Moreover, once the shelter was completed, both safety and comfort would significantly improve. Upon hearing Brother Bay's remarks, the eagle and Zhang Zi fell silent. However, their expressions clearly conveyed their displeasure. Meanwhile, the commentary livestream was inundated with comments. Damn it, has the production team lost their minds? Why invite these two repugnant women? Exactly, are there no suitable candidates in the entertainment industry? Seeing them is off-putting, especially that eagle. This isn't a singing or acting reality show. What are they doing here? Indeed. Haha, I concur one. I'm just a farmer, so I dislike the eagle but appreciate Dao Lang. Brother Bay's commentary is quite astute. It appears the third livestream is indeed impressive. Lu Ha's fanbase is expanding. This guy is truly genuine. Indeed, who else would dare announce a romance at the pinnacle of their career? Few can achieve that in the entertainment industry. That's true. I genuinely admire him for that. The eagle and Zhang Zi occasionally glanced at the comments. However, upon reading those remarks, their expressions soured even further. Perhaps they had long since grown accustomed to such scrutiny. Faced with the criticism, they chose to ignore it entirely. At this moment, Lu Yu and Reba took a brief respite. Their shelter was nearing completion, with only the walls and roof remaining to be addressed. For the walls, they would fix an additional bamboo pole between the 4 existing ones. Then, they would split the bamboo into equal lengths for weaving, a task that would prove rather effortless. Once all the bamboo was halved, the task was naturally assigned to Reba. Lu, on the other hand, ventured deeper into the jungle to gather banana leaves and palm fronds for the roof. Both materials possess excellent waterproofing properties, ensuring that the roof would remain leak-free for the foreseeable future. The island boasted an abundance of banana and palm trees, making the search for these leaves quite simple. Within half an hour, Luyu returned with 2 large bundles and commenced weaving the palm fronds. He began by folding the fronds in half and weaving them together, a straightforward yet time-consuming process. After an entire hour, he finally completed the weaving of all the palm leaves. The next step was to layer them evenly on the roof. As time passed, several hours slipped away. It was now nearly 5 in the afternoon, and the walls and roof were nearly finished. The rudimentary shelter was essentially complete. Securing a water source and constructing a shelter within a single day constituted a significant triumph for a survivalist. Chapter 13. Discovering animal tracks and setting rope traps. Wow! Our house is so beautiful, Luyu. I can't help but wonder if you have a background in architecture. In just a few hours, you've managed to construct such a lovely shelter. Observing the fully formed and nearly completed refuge before her, Reba felt both astonished and delighted. Initially, she had feared that their first day on the island would require them to sleep under the stars. The endeavor of building a shelter was certainly not a trivial task. After all, many survival videos she had watched featured seasoned survivalists who often struggled to erect a shelter on the first day. Yet, to her surprise, they had already constructed a shelter that looked so exquisite. This not only left her in awe of Luyu's capabilities, but also fortified her belief that they could sustain their lives here in the long run. With such an impressive companion, enduring a month would surely pose no challenge. Well, somewhat. For the sake of survival, I have indeed worked in construction for a period. Luyu nodded. Over the past few years, to fund his aunt's medical treatment, he had taken on numerous jobs, including laboring on construction sites. Of course, his ability to create such a charming shelter was also aided by a prior reward from the system, Construction Skill Level 1. Although it was merely at Level 1, he already possessed a clear vision in his mind when it came to constructing this simple refuge. This explained why he was able to work so swiftly. As she gazed at Luyu's face, which bore a gentle smile, Reba suddenly felt an urge to know more about him, to delve into his past. What hardships had he endured to acquire such a wealth of life experience? From his initial haggling to now having built such a beautiful shelter. All right, the shelter is nearly complete. You must be hungry by now, right? Luyu inquired, glancing at Reba. They had been busy for over 10 hours and had traversed quite a distance that day. He, too, felt the pangs of hunger. It was time to explore the surroundings and see if they could find some food. Although going a day without eating was manageable, the discomfort of hunger was undeniable. No, I'm not hungry yet. Reba quickly shook her head. However, her stomach seemed less cooperative. Gurgle, gurgle. It began to protest. I can hear your stomach voicing its objections. Still claiming you're not hungry? All right, let us go find something to eat. Luyu remarked with a chuckle upon hearing the sounds emanating from Reba's belly. Reba, on the other hand, appeared quite embarrassed, her cheeks flushed. She was indeed hungry. After all, she hadn't eaten all day. She merely wished for Luyu to rest a little longer. Ever since arriving on the island, Luyu had been engaged in strenuous labor. He needed a proper break. I hope the local food resources are somewhat abundant. Then we could establish a long-term residence here. Luyu surveyed the area, praying in his heart. While constructing a rudimentary shelter was not a challenge for him, finding a suitable location was not as straightforward. Therefore, if the surrounding area boasted ample food resources, this could become their future campsite. Luyu, why don't you take a break? Since we arrived on the island, you haven't had a moment's respite. And after all that physical labor, I'm concerned you won't be able to bear it. Reba expressed her concern. After all, Luyu was her teammate. If he were to exhaust himself, she would struggle to survive alone. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. My previous jobs were far more arduous than this. I may not possess many virtues, but I am exceptionally resilient. Luyu replied with a smile, jesting. Indeed, he spoke the truth. Although today had been particularly tiring and he had undertaken some heavy tasks, recalling his time working on construction sites last year made today feel relatively manageable. All right then. Reba felt that Luyu's remarks were somewhat unrefined. However, upon witnessing his smile, she dismissed any doubts that he was being inappropriate. After all, how could such a handsome and earnest young man ever be improper? In the wilderness, with wild grasses overgrown, it would be perilous to act recklessly. The two then gathered their meager possessions and ventured into the dense jungle. They had very little gear, only a knife, a pot, and 2 bags of salt, hardly a burden. As time passed, the minutes slipped away, and before long, Over 40 minutes had elapsed. Along the way, Luyu had gathered a fair amount of wild vegetables. Though these would not provide protein, they could supplement some vitamins. There are signs of animal activity here. It seems there may be food nearby. Observing the circular pathway through the bushes, Luyu recognized it as a trail frequently traversed by small animals. Reba followed behind him, looking obedient. After taking a few more steps, Luyu spotted some animal droppings. Look, these round droppings resemble little round balls with legs and eyes, indicating they are from wild rabbits. And over here, these appear to belong to wild chickens. However, the rabbit droppings seem fresher, suggesting they have passed through here recently. The chicken droppings are dry, indicating they haven't been around lately. Luyu pointed out some droppings on the ground and began his analysis. As someone with a modicum of wilderness survival experience, he could easily identify these signs of small animals. That's fantastic. This means we might have some meat to eat, Reba exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Her stomach was indeed quite hungry. If they could catch a wild rabbit or a chicken, they could indulge in a hearty meal and replenish some much-needed protein. However, it won't be easy. I'll set a few hunting traps first. Luyu wasted no time and began to prepare rope traps. These small creatures could easily be captured using such traps. As for the rope, he could only weave it from the high tinsel bark of certain trees. The ropes crafted from this bark were quite resilient. Generally, once a wild chicken or rabbit was ensnared, it would have little chance of escaping. You can set traps too? Reba asked in surprise. Of course, it's quite simple. Luyu nodded while working. During his previous wilderness survival experiences, he had frequently employed such rope traps, usually to catch small animals like field mice or wild rabbits. Today, it was perfectly applicable. Furthermore, after receiving the hunting skill level 1 from the system, he found that his speed in weaving ropes and setting traps had significantly increased. In just half an hour, Luyu had successfully set 4 rope traps, tying the ends to nearby shrubs and securing the triggering mechanisms. As long as these animals triggered the mechanism, the shrub would hoist them into the air. Even a wild rabbit, once caught, would be unable to gnaw through the rope to escape. You're truly remarkable, Luyu. I feel so fortunate to be on your team. Reba marveled as she watched Luyu set up 4 traps in half an hour, including the steps for twisting the bark into rope. Everything he had done was seamless, with no pauses in between. It was clear that he was exceedingly adept at these tasks. Just know it quietly, otherwise I'll blush, Luyu joked. After spending the day together, he had developed a favorable impression of Reba. Gradually, they became more familiar with each other, especially since they would be living together for an extended period. If he remained overly serious, the atmosphere would become unbearably heavy. This Luyu is rather self-absorbed, isn't he? Complimenting himself like that. Absolutely, I can't stand such self-righteous individuals. You two upstairs, are you out of your minds? Is Reba's statement not the truth? Isn't Luyu impressive? Indeed, Luyu's speed just now was something even I, who have been single for 20 years, cannot match. This guy is truly exceptional. Clearly, he is a seasoned wilderness survivalist, and it is indeed Reba's fortune to team up with him. What's wrong with that? No wonder even the esteemed Bey has high hopes for them both. Luyu's wilderness survival skills are undeniably top-notch. Crafting a simple rope trap is considered top-tier skill. What a narrow-minded view. Seriously, keyboard warriors are truly something. Of course, keyboard warriors are just that. With a keyboard in hand, they feel they own the world. Chapter 14. The musical prodigy, Lord Ruin, must bow twice upon arrival. Although the traps had been meticulously set, capturing the prey today was evidently unattainable. If he were to find sustenance today, it would have to be something else to stave off hunger. Perhaps tomorrow would yield better fortune. Subsequently, Luyu took Reba on a leisurely stroll for another 10 minutes. I've unearthed some taro. It appears we shall have to settle for wild vegetables and taro for dinner tonight. For Luyu, a dinner of wild vegetables and taro was quite satisfactory. After all, this was wilderness survival, far removed from the comforts of a restaurant or a 5-star hotel. Yes. I absolutely adore taro. The sun is setting. We should hasten our return. Reba nodded, expressing her fondness for taro. Of course, Luyu was aware that this was likely a ruse. Having toiled all day without food, she must surely yearn for some meat to replenish her protein levels. All right, let us head back. Tomorrow, I shall fashion some fishing nets. We will certainly catch fish. The two hurriedly made their way back to their shelter. On a deserted island, losing one's bearings after dark could easily occur. Finding the shelter again then would prove to be quite a challenge. Moreover, in such wilderness, there could be large predators lurking about. Many beasts tend to hunt at night. Thus, lacking a shelter would be perilous. This was a primary reason why Luyu prioritized establishing their shelter. Upon returning, dusk began to envelop the surroundings. Miss Reba, would you kindly cook these taro and wild vegetables? I shall construct a bamboo bed for us. Sleeping on the ground at night would be damp and could invite venomous insects. After returning to their refuge, Luyu began to delegate tasks. The first day was bound to be quite busy. However, as time progressed, it would gradually improve. Furthermore, he believed that he and Reba were ahead of most contestants in their progress, as they had been fortunate enough to locate a water source and a suitable site for their shelter within mere hours. Well, let me handle the cooking from now on. Reba promptly agreed. And please, just call me Reba. Addressing me as Miss Reba feels rather awkward. Certainly, Miss Reba. The two continued their tasks. Beneath the warm glow of the fire, their industrious figures appeared remarkably harmonious. Soon, Luyu completed a rudimentary elevated bed. While it may not have been aesthetically pleasing, it at least allowed them to sleep off the ground. This would help mitigate dampness and reduce the presence of mosquitoes. Reba had also cooked the taro and wild vegetables. With no other seasonings available, a sprinkle of salt was sufficient to make it quite palatable, especially for two individuals who had gone an entire day without food, their stomachs growling with hunger. Luyu, hurry and eat. You've worked hard all day. It's time to replenish your strength. Reba hastily offered the cooked taro and wild vegetables to Luyu. Given the day's exertion, he had expended considerable energy. Had his companion been someone else, they might have been forced to sleep in the wilderness tonight. All right, you should eat too. Upon receiving the taro and wild vegetables, the two joyfully began to feast. As long as there was salt, the flavor of the food would not be too disappointing. Thus, bringing 2 packets of salt had proven to be an astute decision. However, those 2 packets would not last indefinitely. Once their situation stabilized, it would be essential to harvest some sea salt. By the campfire, the two sat upon banana leaves, savoring the delightful taro. The dim firelight illuminated their faces, creating a scene of exquisite tranquility. Wow! This moment appears so harmonious and blissful. Just 2 individuals in a single shelter, devoid of mobile phones or the clamor of the city. That is the life I yearn for. Seeing this makes me want to embark on a wilderness survival journey. Are there any beautiful partners available? I believe Luyu and Reba will certainly endure until the end. 1. 2. I say this far more harmonious than the stream of the Law King. Hua hua. Ha ha. I just came from there. That female contestant nearly cried out of frustration. Goodness, is that truly the case? I must hurry over to take a look. In the 3rd live streaming room, some gossip-loving viewers swiftly began to switch to the 11th stream. At this moment, the situation in the 11th room was far from ideal. After a day of effort, the two had merely constructed a rudimentary conical shelter. They had used 3 wooden poles to form a simple triangle, draping a few leaves over the top, and that was deemed complete. This endeavor took them quite some time, as the Law King, Hua Hua, had been pampered since childhood, accustomed to a life of luxury and inept at such tasks. His partner, a female contestant named Wang Xiaoying, had studied extensively prior to their wilderness survival challenge. Yet, upon arrival, she realized that theoretical knowledge paled in comparison to practical experience. Fortunately, their initial days had been somewhat fortuitous. Mere minutes after landing on the island, they had located a freshwater source. However, they had found no food whatsoever, not even a single wild vegetable they could identify. Hua Hua, I'm so hungry, Wang Xiaoying exclaimed, her brows furrowed in distress as she turned to the Law King. Having not eaten all day and having shouldered nearly all the responsibilities of their shelter construction, she felt utterly exhausted and famished. Yet, the only survival gear they possessed was a bottle of skincare cream and a can of bear spray. They lacked even the most basic tools, such as a knife or pot. You're hungry? I'm starving too, Hua Hua grumbled internally. However, given the live broadcast and the potential audience of millions, he could not voice such sentiments. After all, he was a public figure, reliant on his devoted fans for income. Xiaoying, I am equally famished. Let us hold on a little longer. I'm sure we'll find some food tomorrow. If it comes to that, I'll go fishing at dawn. How about this? I'll sing you a song. Spiritual enjoyment can often alleviate physical hunger, Hua Hua insisted through gritted teeth. If this were not a live broadcast, he would have unleashed a torrent of curses by now. Having never lifted a finger for manual labor, he was expected to provide her with food. Such a notion was ludicrous. Well, all right. Wang Xiaoying reluctantly acquiesced. With darkness having fallen, venturing out in search of food would clearly be perilous. They would have to wait until the morrowed as for the idea that spiritual enjoyment could alleviate hunger. She found that notion utterly implausible. I'll sing you a song I just composed titled Cancer. This is a piece I have yet to perform anywhere else. You re truly in for a treat? After all, a ticket to my concert would cost at least 1,000 or 1,800. Hua Hua stated with utmost confidence. There was no limit to what his fervent fans would endure. Wang Xiaoying began to listen attentively. After all, Hua Hua was a musical prodigy of the new generation. To hear his voice up close was, at the very least, a worthwhile experience. Here we go. Ah, la 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 la. Ha ha ha, so la. Yahai ba, Hua Hua launched into a trance-like performance. The entire song was devoid of any lyrics. It was a continuous stream of ethereal wails. Wang Xiaoying, who had initially held a glimmer of anticipation, found herself utterly frozen as the haunting sounds pierced the air, sending chills down her spine. Cold sweat began to bead on her forehead. The moment the music commenced, she felt surrounded by countless restless spirits. In this desolate setting, the atmosphere was already eerie enough. With the music echoing, it felt as though malevolent spirits were drawing near. Hua Hua, please stop singing. I'm terrified. Wang Xiaoying urgently interrupted, her entire body trembling as she cast fearful glances around her. She felt as if something was beginning to claw at her. If he continued for just one more minute, she feared she might perish from fright in this place. My goodness! I am positively terrified. What the hell? Is this even a song? This is scarier than the background music from Strange Stories from a Chinese studio. Is this meant to frighten someone to death in the dead of night? I'm sweating cold bullets just listening to this. Look, Wang Xiaoying's face has turned pale. She is breaking out in a cold sweat. This Law King truly lives up to his reputation. Even Lord Run would have to bow twice before leaving. Uncle Ing would surely call him an expert. A musical prodigy? More like a ghost. I'm out of here. If this continues, I might genuinely die from fright. Chapter 15 Reba. How about we squeeze together tonight? Originally, there were over 1.4 million viewers online. Yet, with merely a few utterances of aha and ah, more than 500,000 people vanished in an instant. This moment, only a little over 900,000 remained in the live stream, attentively listening to this ethereal voice. The Dharma King truly lives up to his title. The moment he opened his mouth, it sent shivers down my spine. I feel a chilling presence around me. Our Hua Hua sings so beautifully. Can you not appreciate it? Indeed, Hua Hua's voice is beyond your comprehension. You should leave at once. Although the majority felt that the song sung by Dharma King Hua Hua could barely be called a song, it undeniably sent chills down their spines, evoking a sense of dread. He had indeed performed several more melodious tunes previously, such as Dust in the Firecracker, among others. While these could not be compared to the legendary bards of yore, this particular piece was quite pleasant and had garnered its fair share of popularity. Why, then, had the style shifted so dramatically? That was a question only he could answer. Hua Hua, perhaps we should just withdraw. Wang Xiaoying exclaimed, her face ashen with fear. I can't shake off this eerie feeling, as if something sinister is lurking nearby. Before the singing began, everything felt fine. Although fear was inevitable on this deserted island, it was not to the extent she felt now, as if countless eyes were fixated upon them, and unseen hands were slowly reaching out. This sensation constantly teetered her on the brink of collapse. Please, don't say such things. How can I not feel it? Upon hearing Wang Xiaoying's words, Dharma King Hua Hua's expression shifted dramatically. Truth be told, he had never set foot on such an island before. Even with a companion, what could a single girl do? If they were truly to encounter spirits, would it not spell their doom? I truly sense something approaching us. I cannot stay here. I must leave. The human psyche can indeed be terrifying at times. Wang Xiaoying was now on the verge of a breakdown. If this continued, she would surely be frightened to death. Though missing out on the reward was disheartening, it was certainly preferable to perishing on this desolate island. All right, let us quickly call for help. We must leave this place. Dharma King Hua Hua, seeing Wang Xiaoying's pale, terrified countenance, too, felt a wave of panic wash over him. He was not one to possess great courage, and Wang Xiaoying's words had sent goosebumps cascading down his body. He too sensed an unsettling atmosphere, as if something lurked nearby, countless eyes watching them intently. The two of them then dialed the satellite distress signal. When they connected with the staff, their voices trembled with fear, drawing disdainful looks from the operators. Many would have given anything for such an opportunity, yet unexpectedly, they had not even lasted a single day before choosing to abandon their quest. Wang Xiaoying's reaction was somewhat understandable. After all, she was merely a woman, and such fear could be excused. However, Dharma King Hua Hua's response was rather excessive. As a man, to sound so terrified was quite unbecoming. With a thunderous roar, the speedboat arrived, and both were promptly eliminated. Meanwhile, in the third group, Lu Yu and Reba had finished their taro, tidied up a bit, and sat by the campfire, engaging in light conversation. In truth, amidst the vastness of this deserted island, feeling fear was entirely reasonable. Reba, too, felt a sense of trepidation and unease. However, gazing at Lu Yu brought her a measure of comfort. She felt a profound sense of safety in his presence. It was peculiar, considering he appeared to be 2 or 3 years her junior. Gu, the night on the island, seemed to transform into a haven for creatures of all sorts, with an array of peculiar sounds resonating through the air. These noises unsettled Reba, yet Lu Yu remained unfazed. Having previously survived alone in the wilderness, such sounds were familiar to him. Besides, having already faced poverty, what did he have to fear? With a rumble, the sound of an engine echoed nearby. Lu Yu, I think I hear a speedboat. Reba exclaimed, astonished. What is happening? Why is there a speedboat at this hour? Perhaps someone couldn't endure it, and has chosen to withdraw, Lu Yu speculated. In truth, there was no shame in not lasting a full day. Many lacked experience in wilderness survival. Finding water and establishing shelter truly tested one's survival skills. If one could not meet even the basic survival conditions, then withdrawing would indeed be the wisest decision. He felt that exiting was entirely reasonable. Some simply lacked experience, while others were merely unlucky. Ultimately, whatever the reason, choosing to withdraw should not be demeaned. It was merely an individual choice. Is it true they couldn't even last a day before quitting? Reba was equally surprised. She nodded in agreement, seemingly talking to herself. But then again, if my teammate were not you, I might have chosen to leave as well. If her partner were as inexperienced as she, perhaps she too would have opted to withdraw. Persisting without any glimmer of hope would be utterly futile. Withdrawing is quite normal. In the early days, many will choose to exit. However, once a week has passed, survival often falls into a rhythm, and the number of withdrawals will gradually diminish. Lu Yu continued, explaining that in the beginning, many individuals struggled to adapt to life on the island. In the absence of hope, they would lose their motivation and abandon their persistence. Yet, should they endure past a week, their mindset would inevitably shift, and they would be less inclined to give up halfway. Many would choose to grit their teeth and persevere. Naturally, those who could last a week were often those of a more resolute disposition. Thus, the two engaged in conversation for nearly 2 hours. By now, Reba was beginning to yawn. After all, she had risen early that morning and spent the entire day traveling and working. Fatigue had begun to take its toll. Feeling tired? You should go to sleep, Lu Yu said, noticing her yawning. Although he too felt a bit weary, he thought it best to keep watch on this first night. After all, he was unsure of the presence of wild beasts on this island. If they both fell asleep, it could be dangerous. He decided to observe for a few nights. If no threats presented themselves, they could reassess their situation later. What about you? Perhaps we could squeeze together? Reba suggested, her cheeks flushing. Although it was somewhat improper for a young woman and man to share close quarters, she was a woman of considerable reputation. Yet, given their circumstances of wilderness survival, she could not let Lu Yu remain outside alone. Besides, he had built the shelter almost entirely on his own. To leave him outside would be selfish, and she would not sleep soundly under such conditions. You should sleep for the first half of the night. It's best to have someone keep watch during the initial nights. Quickly, get some rest. Lu Yu smiled and reassured Reba. If it had been anyone else making the request to squeeze together, it might have been an entirely different matter. Yet, Lu Yu understood his ultimate goal. He needed to ensure their survival and that they would not be eliminated. Chapter 16. The touching moment of Reba and the masculinity of Lu Yu. How about I take the first half of the night watch? You've worked so hard today. Reba clearly felt a tinge of guilt towards Lu Yu, as the work she had done today paled in comparison to his. He had toiled all day long, and it was only right that he should rest early. Although she was a woman, they both deserved equitable treatment. It's all right, I'm not tired yet. You should hurry and get some sleep. Make sure to rest well, Lu Yu said with a smile. He then approached the firewood and began adding logs to the flames. A campfire in the evening is of paramount importance. It provides a psychological sense of security while also repelling venomous snakes and insects. Even larger animals tend to shy away from the sight of fire. This was also the reason he had brought a lighter. Well, if I'm not awake by midnight, you must wake me. Seeing Lu Yu's determination, Reba decided not to insist further. Truth be told, after a long day, she was indeed feeling quite drowsy, with her eyelids beginning to wage war against each other. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, Lu Yu's actions garnered unanimous praise. I must say, Lu Yu is quite the man. I previously underestimated him. Absolutely right. I've become a fan. After working all day, he still takes the initiative to keep watch at night. What a man. If it were me, I'd have collapsed by now. Who wouldn't he? Sigh. Speaking of which, the physical fitness of our generation is truly lacking. It's lucky none of us were chosen by the production team. Compared to those young hunks next door, Lu Yu is a real man, at least 86 times stronger. Suddenly, I feel Reba is so fortunate. The live chat was flooded with compliments. At that moment, in the commentary room, Uncle Bei and Lu Ha also regarded Lu Yu as a real man. However, the expressions of Ying and Zhang Zi were far from pleasant. As time ticked away, the fire flickered throughout the night. Lu Yu stared into the flames, seemingly lost in thought. Auntie, you must take good care of yourself. I will return soon. His greatest concern was not about surviving in the wilderness, but rather about whether his aunt could manage without his care. Gazing at the crescent moon in the sky, he hoped the moonlight could convey his longing. As time passed, the birds' calls became increasingly sparse. Eventually, only the haunting silence of the night remained. After adding some firewood and boiling a pot of water for himself, Lu Yu stepped into the shelter to check on Reba, who was sleeping soundly. She must have been exhausted from the day's labor. This girl really is carefree. On the first night in the wilderness, she manages to sleep so soundly. All right then. Sleep well tonight. Seeing Reba in deep slumber, Lu Yu chose not to wake her. Staying up late had been a norm during his previous jobs. Now, after being enhanced by the strengthening agent, staying awake had little effect on him. Coo coo, chirp chirp. The first rays of dawn pierced through the veil of night. The cacophony of birds seemed to be attempting to awaken the slumbering survivalist. The sun is up. Today is a fine day. Peering through the leaves at the scattered sunlight, Lu Yu mused aloud. The weather on the island was changeable, but today was indeed promising. Surely, he could find food to replenish his protein. Oh no! I overslept. At that moment, a voice emerged from the shelter. After yawning, Reba suddenly sat up. Upon seeing the sparse light, she realized she had indeed overslept and hurriedly dashed outside. Upon seeing Lu Yu, an overwhelming sense of guilt washed over her. Lu Yu, I'm so sorry. I slept too soundly and missed my turn, she said, her face full of remorse. Originally, she had only intended to take a brief nap, but it had turned into a deep slumber until dawn. We are teammates and partners. There's no need for apologies. I'm not particularly tired. Seeing Reba's guilty expression, Lu Yu replied with a smile. He held no resentment towards her. After all, she had worked hard all day, and it was understandable that she needed rest. I really am sorry. You should go rest for a bit, Reba said, her cheeks flushed. However, witnessing the smile on Lu Yu's face, her feelings of guilt were overshadowed by gratitude. She felt fortunate to have such a good teammate. With a partner like Lu Yu, if she were to falter, it would be a disservice to him. I must persevere until the end. I absolutely will, Reba resolved in her heart. As long as Lu Yu chose not to withdraw, she would see it through to the end. All right, I'll take a quick nap. If anything comes up, please wake me. After Lu Yu said this, he stepped back into the shelter. Having been bored all night, he now felt genuinely fatigued. A brief rest should suffice to rejuvenate him. Reba nodded eagerly. Chirp, chirp. The birds' calls grew more vibrant as the day brightened. The first rays of sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, imparting a sense of warmth and hope. The dewdrops at the tips of the leaves sparkled like diamonds. Ha! How refreshing. After yawning, Lu Yu awoke. Though he had only slept for a little over an hour, he felt invigorated. How come you're awake so soon? You could have slept a bit longer. Seeing Lu Yu emerge from the shelter, Reba quickly interjected. She had slept for several hours, while Lu Yu had only managed a brief respite. This realization filled her with guilt once more. However, Lu Yu appeared to be in high spirits, full of vitality, embodying the exuberance expected of a young man. I'm already awake. All right, let us freshen up and check the traps we set yesterday. I hope we'll have some luck today. After stretching, Lu Yu smiled. Reba nodded in agreement. They boiled some water to wash their faces as for brushing their teeth. That was easily resolved. In the wilderness, survivalists often use charcoal for dental hygiene, as it possesses strong adsorption properties capable of pulling impurities from the mouth and teeth. This had been a truth discovered by countless wilderness survivalists. What? Are you saying this blackened charcoal can be used to brush teeth? Seeing Lu Yu with the crushed black charcoal, Reba appeared hesitant. Surely, brushing with this would turn her teeth black. Of course. Many wilderness survivalists use charcoal to clean their mouths and teeth. It works quite well. Give it a try. As Lu Yu spoke, he demonstrated, placing the crushed charcoal against his teeth and rubbing it with his finger. The effect and comfort level were certainly not on par with toothpaste and a toothbrush, but it would at least provide some relief. After rubbing a few times, he rinsed with warm water. Oh, then I'll give it a try. Reba, no longer hesitant, began to experiment. Although the taste was unpleasant and it felt somewhat abrasive on her gums, she did find her mouth felt slightly better afterward. All right, let us gather our things and check the traps. Whether we can have meat today depends on how effective those traps are. Chapter 17 Kunkin is so adorable. It must be delicious when roasted. After more than half an hour, the two had followed the trail they had left yesterday and arrived at the spot where they had set the traps. Lu Yu, look quickly. It seems the trap has been triggered. Wonderful. Perhaps we shall feast on meat today. Upon seeing that one of the traps had been activated, Reba's face instantly lit up with excitement. Indeed. Let us go take a look. The two hurried over. The trap had indeed been triggered, and hanging from it was a wild chicken. Such a splendid yield from the first trap. This is truly fantastic. It appears we will be able to replenish our protein intake today. As Lu Yu gazed at the wild chicken dangling in midair, he too felt a surge of joy. He had previously set similar traps during his time surviving on a deserted island. However, the success rate of such traps was generally quite low. Typically, achieving a 20% success rate would be considered remarkable. Wow! This wild chicken looks so beautiful, so adorable. Reba's gaze was fixed on the wild chicken hanging in the air as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's expression momentarily froze, and he raised an eyebrow. According to the usual tendencies of most girls, after remarking on the cuteness of an animal, the next statement would invariably be, "How can we eat such a cute chicken?" However, Reba's subsequent remark nearly left Lu Yu in shock. With such a lovely wild chicken, it must be delicious when roasted. What the? So it turns out she is a werewolf. I underestimated her. Lu Yu quickly chimed in, yes, it must also taste wonderful when boiled. At that moment, the audience in the live stream could hardly contain themselves. What the hell? I thought Reba was going to say, how can we eat such a cute wild chicken? 1, 2. I thought Reba would say that too. I feel like Lu Yu had the same thought as us. His expression changed in an instant. I saw that too. It scared Lu Yu. It was hilarious. Those comments are from green tea types. How could foodie Reba say such things? Thank goodness she didn't tea. Otherwise, I would have turned against her. What I cannot stand the most are those green tea bitches who say this cannot be eaten, and that cannot be eaten, mainly those who enjoy eating more than anyone else. Catching a wild chicken on the second day of survival, Lu Yu and Reba are truly lucky. Luck is one aspect, But they also possess considerable skill, I agree. Lu Yu certainly appears to have commendable wilderness survival experience. The cheerful Xiao Sa donated Shark Balls 666. Early in the morning, the viewership of the third live stream surpassed 2.8 million. However, even with such a large audience, it only ranked 5th among all live streams. Let us go check out the other traps. The success of the first trap had buoyed both Lu Yu and Reba's spirits. Even if the next 3 traps yielded nothing, they would not go hungry today. This was already a significant improvement compared to Dagu, who had gone 3 days with 9 missed meals. All right, Reba, holding the wild chicken, was beaming with joy. The thought of indulging in roasted chicken soon made her immensely happy. After about 10 minutes, all 4 traps had been inspected. All 4 had been triggered, resulting in 2 wild chickens and 1 small creature resembling a quail. Regardless of what it was in the wilderness, everything is edible. As long as it is meat, Lu Yu would certainly not refuse. The 4th trap had also been triggered, but it had not caught any prey. Nonetheless, this was enough to leave both of them very pleased. After resetting the traps to their original state, the 2 began their return to the shelter. You are truly remarkable, Lu Yu. Simply by setting 4 traps, we have managed to catch 3 pieces of game today. Hee hee, you are my idol. Reba bounced along the way, carrying the 3 captures. Object of admiration? Is that what you mean? Lu Yu joked. Of course not. It is the object of my admiration. I just calculated. Let us roast this wild chicken for breakfast. Reba quickly shook her head, then held up the larger chicken. Roasted chicken, right? Say Kuin, but not Ba. Civility for you, me and him. Lu Yu was somewhat speechless. He could not discern whether Reba genuinely did not understand the phrase say Kuin, but not Ba. Civility for you, me and him, or if she was intentionally playing on the words. On their way back, Lu Yu gathered some wild spices in the wilderness. As long as one possesses sufficient knowledge, many items can be deemed edible. After more than half an hour, they returned to the shelter. Lu Yu, why don't you take a nap? I'll take care of the roasting of the chicken. I make the best roasted chicken upon returning to the shelter. Reba eagerly took on the task of roasting the chicken. She had done similar chores during her childhood. However, after rising to fame as a star, she no longer needed to perform such tasks. Nevertheless, roasting chicken was quite easy. All right, then I'll leave the roasting to you. However, I currently have no time to rest. I will look for some materials to slightly fortify our shelter. This way, we want to have to keep watch at night. To be honest, staying awake all night was indeed a bit exhausting. If they could gather some materials to surround the shelter, it would provide much more safety. They would also be able to sleep more soundly at night. Okay, that sounds good. Reba nodded. Lu then took his machete and ventured once more into the dense jungle. Meanwhile, in the second live stream, Wu Jing and Li Chun were also hard at work. Yesterday, the 2 not only found a water source but also constructed a rudimentary shelter. Although it was not as well made as Lu Yu and Reba's, it provided decent wind protection. As for its ability to withstand rain, that remained uncertain. Wu Jing also took the opportunity to craft a simple bow. He had encountered such items during his time in the Special Forces, so he was quite familiar with them. Moreover, his skills were fairly proficient. At that moment, the 2 were hidden behind dense foliage, their eyes fixed intently on a plump groundhog. Wu Jing held his breath tightly, his bow drawn nearly to full tension, his expression tense. If he missed this shot, they might not have breakfast this morning. Therefore, it was crucial to ensure a hit. Whoosh! The arrow was released, cutting through the air with a faint whoosh as it instantaneously pierced the groundhog's body. Eek! The groundhog shrieked in pain, though its cry was not quite like the sounds heard in videos. I hit it! Wu Jing exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement. His success in hitting the groundhog was attributed not only to skill but also a stroke of luck. After all, the accuracy of his homemade bow and arrow was rather poor. What the hell? Brother Jing is so powerful. Brother Jing is amazing. Li Chin immediately gave a thumbs up, unreserved in his praise and support. Brother Jing is indeed Brother Jing. Just one word. Awesome. This broken bow and arrow actually hit a groundhog. That's quite impressive. Like a sparrow pecking a bull, but a sparrow doing something impressive. Brother Jing's skills are truly eye-opening for me, to be honest. Brother Jing is genuinely capable. I believe he has the ability to last until the end, and I think, if it weren't for that burden Li Hanyu, Brother Jing would have the best chance of winning. Indeed, Li Qian is just a muscle-bound fool, lacking any wilderness survival experience, and he has such a show-off. Chapter 17 Inch Kunkin is so adorable. It must be delicious when roasted. After more than half an hour, the two followed the trail they had left behind yesterday and arrived at the area where they had set the traps. Luyu, look. It seems like one of the traps has been triggered. That's fantastic. Perhaps we'll have some meat to eat today. Upon seeing that a trap had been triggered, Reba's face instantly lit up with excitement. Yes. Let's go take a look. The two hurried over. Indeed, the trap had been triggered, and hanging from it was a wild chicken. The first trap has yielded results. This is simply marvelous. It seems we will be able to adequately replenish our protein intake today. Seeing the wild chicken dangling in midair, Luyu was equally delighted. He had previously set similar traps while surviving on a deserted island. However, the success rate of such traps was typically quite low. Generally, a success rate of 20 would be considered quite impressive. Wow! This wild chicken looks so beautiful. So cute. Reba gazed intently at the wild chicken hanging above and remarked. Upon hearing this, Luyu's expression momentarily faltered, his brows arching slightly. According to the typical tendencies of most girls, after declaring an animal to be cute, the subsequent remark would invariably be, "How can we eat such a cute chicken?" Yet, Reba's next statement nearly left Luyu astounded. This adorable wild chicken must be incredibly tasty when roasted. Oh my. So it turns out she's a wolf in sheep's clothing. I underestimated her. Luyu quickly chimed in, yes, it would surely taste wonderful when boiled as well. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream could hardly contain their amusement. Oh my. I thought Reba was going to say, how can we eat such a cute wild chicken? 1, 2. I also thought Reba would say that. I believe Luyu had the same thought as us. His expression changed in that instant. Ha ha ha. I saw that too. It was so funny to see Luyu startled. That was some green tea rhetoric. How could Foodie Reba say such a thing? Thank goodness she didn't, or it would have turned us against her. The type I loathe the most is that kind of green tea BTCH who says you can't eat this or that. Mainly, those hypocrites eat more than anyone. To be able to catch a wild chicken on the second day of survival, Luyu and Reba are incredibly lucky. Luck is part of it. Primarily, they possess the skills. I agree. Luyu indeed seems to have excellent wilderness survival experience. Little Sahu loves to laugh. Donated Shark Balls 666 foot. Early in the morning, the live viewership of the third streaming room exceeded 2.8 million. However, even with such a large audience, it only ranked 5th among all streaming rooms. Let us go check the other traps. Having successfully caught something in the first trap lifted Luyu and Reba's spirits. Even if the next 3 traps yielded nothing, they would not go hungry today. This was significantly better than the 3 days of starvation experienced by Dago. All right. Reba, carrying the wild chicken behind him, was beaming with joy. Just the thought of being able to eat roasted chicken soon made her jubilant. After about 10 minutes, all 4 traps had been examined. All traps had been triggered, resulting in 2 wild chickens and 1 creature resembling a quail. Whatever it was, in wilderness survival, all parts are edible, as long as it's meat. Luyu would certainly welcome it. Another trap had also been triggered, but it had not caught any prey. Nonetheless, this was enough to bring considerable joy to both of them. After restoring the traps to their original state, they began their return to the shelter. You are truly amazing, Luyu. Simply by setting 4 traps, we caught 3 pieces of game today. Hee, you are my idol. Reba bounced along the path, carrying the 3 pieces of game. Idol? The object of your admiration? Luyu joked. Of course not. It refers to the person I look up to. I just calculated. We will roast this wild chicken. Let's have roasted chicken for breakfast today. Reba quickly shook her head, then lifted the larger chicken, saying, roasted chicken, right? Sekuanatba, civility for you, me and him. Luyu was somewhat speechless. He couldn't tell if Reba genuinely didn't understand the phrase Sekuanatba, civility for you, me and him, or if she was deliberately saying Kanaba. On their way back, Luyu foraged for some wild spices. In the wilderness, as long as one possesses sufficient knowledge, many things can be considered food. After more than half an hour, they returned to the shelter. Luyu, why don't you take a nap? Leave the roasting of the chicken to me. I'm quite good at roasting chicken. Once back at the shelter, Reba took the initiative to take on the task of roasting the chicken. She had done similar chores when she was younger, but once she became a famous star, such tasks became unnecessary. However, roasting chicken remained relatively easy. All right, then I'll leave the roasting to you. But I currently have no time to rest. I'll go find some materials to fortify our shelter a bit. This way, we won't have to keep watch at night. To be honest, staying up all night was indeed quite exhausting. If they could gather some materials to surround the shelter, it would greatly enhance their safety. They would also be able to sleep more soundly at night. All right, then. Reba nodded. Subsequently, Lu Yu took his machete and once again ventured into the dense jungle. Meanwhile, in the second streaming room, Wu Jing and Li Chun were also hard at work. Yesterday, the two not only found a water source but also constructed a rudimentary shelter. Although it wasn't as well made as Lu Yu and Reba's, it provided decent wind protection. As for whether it could withstand rain, that remained uncertain. Wu Jing took the opportunity to craft a simple bow. Having had some experience with such tools during his time in the Special Forces, he was relatively familiar with it. Moreover, his skills were quite commendable. At this moment, the two were hiding behind thick foliage, their eyes fixated on a plump groundhog. Wu Jing held his breath tightly, the bowstring almost fully drawn. His expression was tense. If he missed this shot, they might go without breakfast that morning. Thus, it was imperative to ensure a precise hit. Whoosh! The arrow flew from the bow, accompanied by a soft whoosh as it pierced through the groundhog's body. Eek, eek, eek. The groundhog instantly emitted a shriek of pain, though it was not the same kind of scream as seen in videos. I hit it. Wu Jing's face instantly lit up with excitement. The reason he managed to strike the groundhog was due not only to his skill but also a stroke of good fortune. After all, the accuracy of the self-made bow was alarmingly poor. Oh my! Jinggu is so formidable. Jinggu is amazing. Li Chun quickly gave a thumbs up, sparing no praise for his support. Jinggu is indeed Jinggu. Just one word, amazing. This shabby bow could actually hit a groundhog. That's truly impressive. The sparrow pecked at the bull's butt. The sparrow is indeed remarkable. Jing Ji's operation is like a dagger piercing the eye. It opened my eyes. To be fair, Jinggu is truly capable. I believe he has the ability to last till the end. I think, if it weren't for that drag, Li Hanyu, Jinggu would have the greatest chance of winning. Indeed, Li Chen is completely useless, lacking any wilderness survival experience, and is just a show-off. Chapter 18. Did Sister Zhou and Silly Sister receive favoritism from the production team? This groundhog is remarkably plump. We can indulge ourselves today, Wu Jing exclaimed, lifting the groundhog with a beaming smile. Their fortune today could only be described as splendid, as his ability to shoot this groundhog was largely attributed to luck. His makeshift bow and arrow lacked precision, rendering the likelihood of a successful hit exceedingly low. Brother Jing, you truly are impressive. Li Chen gushed, lavishing praise. Initially, upon arriving on the island, he believed that mere strength and muscle would suffice for survival. However, once confronted with the harsh realities of the deserted isle, he realized it was far more complex. Lacking wilderness survival experience, muscle and strength proved of little utility. Moreover, the brawn developed in the gym was not particularly beneficial for practical tasks. When it came to constructing a shelter, he found himself gasping for breath after merely a brief stint of labor. Haha. Wu Jing chuckled. After a day of collaboration, he had discerned Li Chen's capabilities. Though Li Chen appeared quite robust, in reality, he was rather fragile. He could manage a task for only about 10 minutes before needing an extended break. It seems we are the luckiest group by far, Wu Jing remarked. Day by day, we have secured the 4 essential elements for survival: food, fire, shelter, and water. He pondered. I wonder how Reba and her group are faring. With a smirk, he added, the young man named Lu Yu, who was so boastful before, probably hasn't even managed to erect a shelter yet. Li Chen responded with unwarranted pride, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Wu Jing had primarily constructed their shelter alone. Brother Chen, we ought not to underestimate others, Wu Jing cautioned. To be honest, I find Lu Yu quite capable. Perhaps they are thriving even better than us. I've mentioned before that luck plays a significant role in wilderness survival. Their fortune might far surpass ours. Wu Jing felt a twinge of annoyance at Li Chen's self-important demeanor. He held a favorable impression of Lu Yu, appreciating his straightforward nature, in stark contrast to those who thrived on flattery. Please, spare them your flattery, Li Chen retorted. Reba lacks any wilderness survival skills, and that Lu Yu merely appears to be a pretty boy. I doubt he can even lift 30 pounds, huh? His disdain for Lu Yu was palpable. Wu Jing chose to remain silent. Let us return and prepare the groundhog, he suggested. We have much to accomplish today. With that, he forged ahead, with Li Chun trailing closely behind. Meanwhile, the second live streaming room was abuzz with activity. The viewership had surged to over 4 million, making it the most watched live stream to date. Who does Li Chun think he is, so full of himself? One viewer commented. I've never liked that pretentious guy. Lu Yu is 1,000 times better than you. Another chimed in. His shelter is leagues more impressive than yours, and he has caught far more prey. The vice leader of the Knife in the Back Club is indeed formidable, someone remarked. Living in his own world, he has nothing compared to Lu Yu. My opinion of him has plummeted, another viewer expressed. If it weren't for Brother Jing, this guy wouldn't last a day. I'd rather watch a live stream of someone eating excrement. The majority of the audience swiftly lost all admiration for Li Chen. His performance since arriving on the island had been lackluster, whether it was searching for water, building a shelter, or hunting that morning. He primarily played the role of a slacker. The viewers, many of whom had witnessed Lu Yu and Reba's streams, were well aware of Lu Yu's exceptional wilderness survival skills. In comparison, Li Chen barely qualified as a novice, serving as nothing but a burden. Meanwhile, in the 22nd live streaming room, contestants Sister Zhou and Silly Sister were enjoying their good fortune. Whether it was favoritism from the production team or sheer luck during the draw, they found themselves paired together. Their luck was nothing short of miraculous. Upon arriving on the island, they stumbled upon a natural cave, an ideal shelter. Not far from the cave, they discovered a freshwater lake teeming with fish. How about that, brother two? The little fish hooks I bought are proving useful, aren't they? Silly Sister boasted, admiring the 5 or 6 fish she had caught. With the abundance of fish in the lake, they had little to worry about regarding food. Surviving for a month seemed entirely feasible, perhaps even longer. Indeed. Sister Zhou agreed. We are truly blessed with extraordinary luck, a natural shelter, and such rich resources. She could hardly contain her smile. The smooth start was beyond their expectations. Luck was indeed paramount. I'm starving. Let us go grill some fish, Silly Sister exclaimed, her eyes fixated on the catch. After a day of minimal sustenance, her stomach was audibly protesting. All right then, let us feast on grilled fish. The viewership in the 22nd live streaming room had also reached over 2 million. Given that both Sister Zhou and Silly Sister were attractive streamers, they had garnered a significant fanbase even before the show. I seriously suspect Sister Zhou and Silly Sister ate something lucky before starting. How else could they be so fortunate? One viewer mused. Sister Zhou, Silly Sister, I genuinely thank you. Another quipped. I feel like the production team gave Sister Zhou and Silly Sister a leg up, someone speculated. What? Did the production team give them special treatment? Wow. The upstairs genius has a top-notch understanding. LOL. Sister Zhou and Silly Sister, preparing to grill their fish in the cave, suddenly felt a chill run down their spines, as if something foreboding lingered behind them. After about 10 minutes, the fish was perfectly grilled, showcasing Sister Zhou's culinary skills. For 2 individuals who had barely eaten the previous day, they relished every bite. Chapter 19. How does one wipe their bottom in the wilderness? At this moment, Deng Chao and Wang Xiaoying from live broadcast room 16. Last night, they dined on enoki mushrooms, and this morning, the remnants of their meal were still enoki mushrooms. For breakfast, they also consumed boiled enoki mushrooms. Upon gazing at the breakfast enoki mushrooms, Wang Xiaoying almost retched at the thought of last night's meal. Just looking at them made her feel nauseous. Wang Xiaoying, being a delicate woman, possessed little experience in wilderness survival. As for Deng Chao, his character was rather indolent. Participating in some run-of-the-mill variety shows as a comedic figure was manageable for him. However, being thrust into the wilderness for a reality show was undoubtedly too much of a challenge. Brother Chao, shall we just withdraw? Although the prize set by the production team is indeed enticing, I simply cannot stomach another enoki mushroom. This morning, everything I expelled was enoki mushrooms, Wang Xiaoying said with a look of grievance. Although work was undeniably arduous, her experiences over the past day and night of survival had made her acutely aware of its difficulties, an aspect she had not considered prior to arriving on the island. The initial thrill and sense of fortune from being selected for the show had long since dissipated. Now, all she desired was to hastily leave this place, prepare a packet of instant noodles, and add a sausage and 2 eggs. Just the thought of it made her mouth water. All right, if that is the case, let us withdraw. Though we only lasted a day, it has been fortunate to have experienced this feeling. In truth, there are many aspects of life where the outcome is not paramount. We must learn to appreciate the experience and the journey. Deng Chao naturally had no objections. He had known from the moment he spent his entire budget of 50 yuan on enoki mushrooms that he would not be able to endure. This was a truth he was all too aware of. Nevertheless, earning a bit of compensation in this manner while riding on the coattails of the wilderness survival show was also not a bad deal. Deng Chao is absolutely hilarious, clutching a bag of enoki mushrooms and ultimately sending himself packing. Wang Xiaoying is so pitiful, especially when she said that what went in was enoki mushrooms, and what came out was also enoki mushrooms. I nearly burst out laughing. I was just eating enoki mushrooms, and now I feel nauseous. I had always hoped to be selected, but now it seems that without wilderness survival experience, surviving on a deserted island is far too difficult. Deng Chao is such a waste of a spot. If I had been chosen, I could have lasted at least 30 years. That's how confident I am. That's how charming I am. Hey, buddy upstairs, don't just drink. Have some cephalexin. After Deng Chao and Wang Xiaoying made their distress call via satellite, live broadcast from 16 was simultaneously closed. 2 million viewers flocked to other channels. Meanwhile, De Yong and Xiaoyang from room 15 also withdrew around the same time as Deng Chao and his companions. Why endure hardship here when one could sell products in a live stream? Merely a day in, many had already chosen to withdraw. Some had planned to exit even before arriving on the island, mainly to gain a bit of exposure and ride the wave of popularity. Of course, others found the conditions far too arduous. After an entire day of searching, they had failed to find a water source or any food. Faced with despair, they could only reluctantly choose to withdraw. Although the prize set by the production team was indeed substantial, the host Hiju was absolutely right. Life is more valuable than prize money. In just one day, 15 teams had chosen to forfeit their survival. Meanwhile, on the side of Reba and Luyu, within half an hour, Luyu had managed to chop down a considerable amount of bamboo. He should have enough to surround their shelter. Luyu, the roast chicken is ready. Come quickly and taste my culinary skills. At this moment, Reba's roast chicken was perfectly cooked. Although the surface was slightly charred, it certainly looked more appetizing than what Sister Zhou and Daimei had prepared. It was sizzling and oozing oil. All right. I am indeed feeling rather hungry. Luyu nodded. Having only eaten a bit of taro last night, he was now quite famished. Engaging in physical labor had expedited his energy expenditure. Here, this large chicken leg is for you. You've worked hard, Luyu. Ouch, it's so hot. Reba forcefully tore off a large chicken leg and handed it to Luyu, while she began munching on the wings. Be careful. Here, this chicken leg is yours. Sharing half keeps our bond strong. Luyu also tore off another chicken leg and offered it to Reba. Teammates naturally support and share with one another. Furthermore, their brief time together had convinced him that Reba was truly commendable. At the very least, she acknowledged his efforts. A quality far superior to those martial artists. The sizzling roasted chicken leg, sprinkled with a touch of salt, was a gourmet delight for wilderness survivors, especially when the heat and copious protein entered their bodies. Ah, bliss. This is absolutely delicious. Both wore expressions of satisfaction. Within mere minutes, the roasted chicken was entirely devoured. They licked their fingers, still yearning for more. Damn! Why are you showing me this scene so early in the morning? Do you have any manners? The dry steamed bun in my hand suddenly seems unappetizing. They seem so happy together. Indeed. So harmonious, Reba. Keep it up, Luyu. That wild chicken leg is far more delectable than Lihania's groundhog, isn't it? The audience in the live stream continued to grow, reaching 370,000 viewers. After consuming a substantial amount of protein, Luyu began constructing a fence. Reba assisted him. First, they dug a trench around the shelter, spaced 20 centimeters apart, then planted the chopped bamboo in. Finally, they wove vines through the bamboo to secure them. In this lush jungle, vines were virtually ubiquitous. They then sought out some thorny branches to embellish the wall, which would provide a measure of protection. At the very least, they should be able to sleep soundly tonight. Although the task was not overly complex, it was still time-consuming for them without shovels. Once everything was completed, it was already noon. Reba also prepared a stew of wild vegetables, taro, and wild chicken. It must be said that Reba's culinary skills were quite commendable. Perhaps due to hunger, after finishing lunch, they appeared revitalized. Chicken is rich in protein, while taro is abundant in starch, making it an excellent source of carbohydrates. The wild vegetables provided numerous vitamins and trace elements essential for the body. Thus, this meal was not only flavorful but also nutritionally balanced. Gurgle, gurgle. While the two were reminiscing about the delicious food, their stomachs began to protest. They both instinctively clutched their bellies and exchanged awkward glances. How could they both be in this predicament simultaneously? That I'll go this way, and you go that way, Reba said to Luyu, her face flushed with embarrassment. To experience such a situation at the same time was utterly humiliating. Could it be that the food had an issue? All right, Luyu nodded quickly. Subsequently, the two turned and hurried into the dense jungle. Such a scene would naturally not be captured by the artificial intelligence camera. After all, broadcasting it could lead to account bans. Even if accidentally recorded, the production team would edit it out. This was because there was a 10-second delay between the island and the live stream, allowing the production team time to edit out unforeseen incidents. At this moment, the two faced a commonly raised question. How do survivors wipe their bottoms in the wilderness without paper? Reba used the leaves of a certain plant, while Luyu took a simpler approach, opting for a stone. There was no alternative. The conditions were what they were. Luyu glanced at the small stream at his feet, where a faint yellow liquid gradually merged. He pondered where it would be carried off. What a transgression. I hope downstream there are no unfortunate souls. Watching the pale yellow liquid completely dissolve into the stream, a pang of guilt stirred within Luyu's heart. Chapter 20. The Rooster King. The water is delightfully sweet, yet carries a hint of urine. Odor Group 9 consists of the Rooster King, Kai Lanjian, and Cheng Xiaoyu. Brother Chicken. I feel utterly exhausted. I am parched and can hardly move. Please let me have a sip of water. Cheng Xiaoyu's lips were pale, clearly displaying signs of dehydration. She had not anticipated that wilderness survival could be this arduous. Initially, she had embarked on this journey with great enthusiasm, believing she could endure until the end. Yet, merely a day into their endeavor, she found herself struggling. Having consumed only a few wild vegetables throughout the day, she was now weary, famished, and thirsty. See, it was such a wise decision for me to buy 4 bottles of mineral water back then. Here, but let us conserve it. This is our last bottle of mineral water. If we fail to locate another water source soon, we shall have no choice but to abandon this venture. The Rooster King, Kai Lanjian, reluctantly handed the last precious bottle of mineral water to Cheng Xiaoyu, simultaneously reveling in his own sagacity. Were it not for the presence of cameras, he would have never shared his scarce water with anyone. Now, in order to uphold his benevolent persona, he had no alternative but to comply. All right. He conceded that his carefully crafted image was crumbling rather significantly. Nevertheless, given the nationwide broadcast, he was acutely aware that numerous viewers were watching. Appearances had to be maintained. Brother Chicken, you are so wise. Brother Chicken v. 587. Cheng Xiaoyu responded with an ingratiating smile, gulping down several mouthfuls of water, feeling a modicum of relief. The duo continued their trek, with the Rooster King, Kai Lanjian, harboring his own plans. Should they fail to find a water source within the next 2 hours, he would undoubtedly choose to retreat. After all, wilderness survival was exceedingly exhausting. Had it not been for the desire to showcase his masculinity to his fans, he likely would have succumbed to fear and exited the program the previous night. After half an hour of intermittent progress, they had completely drained a bottle of mineral water. Brother Chicken, look, there's water. It's a clear, little stream. Wonderful. We finally have water to drink. Cheng Xiaoyu was the first to spot a slender stream, no thicker than a thumb, appearing before them. The water appeared remarkably pure. I'm parched. Fantastic. Our luck has turned. Without a second thought, they both knelt down and began to drink eagerly. Wow, what a sweet mountain spring. This is delightful. After indulging in the refreshing liquid, the Rooster King, Kai Lanjian, felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Why do I sense a hint of urine odor? Cheng Xiaoyu couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with the water, as it bore an eerily familiar scent. Surely, it must be a figment of her imagination. All right, We shall set up camp here. With this mountain spring water, we will surely endure until the end. After replenishing their bodily fluids, the Rooster King, Culinary, brimmed with confidence. Half an hour later. Ah, my stomach hurts terribly. Who the hell poisoned the water? Both were doubled over in agony, clutching their stomachs. After drinking, they had sensed something was terribly wrong, and now their bellies ached dreadfully. Ah! I am dying quickly, call for help. I want to withdraw. The previously confident and indignant Rooster King, Culinary, had instantly wilted. He lamented and cried out to exit the show. Although leaving a favorable impression on his fans was crucial, his life was far more important. Why endure such torment when all he had to do was call out, "Hey, hey, hey," on stage to attract countless admirers? Ha ha ha. I suddenly feel quite sorry for the Rooster King. He's on the verge of tears from the pain. Hey, what are you doing? Little Rooster, your black feet are showing. This group truly lacks common sense. They brought a lighter yet failed to boil the water first. Exactly. Drinking untreated water in the wilderness is tantamount to courting death. Oh well, I never had high expectations for Brother Chicken. Surviving a single day would be quite an achievement. Having just come from the third streaming room, Reba and Lou, you were taking a break. Is it possible that the water Brother Chicken just drank? Manual hilarity. Ha ha ha. Was it leftover slop? Nonsense. That was undoubtedly iced yellow tea. It might also have contained some nutritional supplement. Nutritional supplement is absurd. The ninth streaming room was filled with laughter. The Rooster King's very existence was a source of amusement for the weary public. Half an hour later, the roar of a speedboat echoed across the island. Simultaneously, accompanied by screams akin to that of a slaughtered pig, the ninth streaming room was abruptly closed. Upstream. Luyu, I believe I just heard the roar of a speedboat again. Could it be that another contestant has succumbed to the pressure and withdrawn? Reba inquired curiously upon hearing the familiar sound of an engine. That seems likely. From this morning until now, over a dozen groups have been eliminated. Including those from last night, roughly 20 groups have been ousted. Luyu nodded in agreement. Wilderness survival is no simple feat. Even those with extensive survival experience find it challenging. How much more so for those pampered celebrities who have never even dipped their fingers in water? Surviving a single night is already commendable. This means our competition has dwindled. Hee, Reba remarked gleefully. After all, not everyone possesses luck as favorable as hers, having encountered such a formidable partner in Luyu. Indeed. All right, let us see if there are any fish in the river today. If we manage to catch some, we can enjoy fresh fish soup tonight. If they could endure until the end, this was ultimately Luyu's primary objective. A grand prize of 300 million. Even if the prize were to be divided between two individuals, each would still receive a staggering 150 million. Prior to this, the production team had clarified that all winnings would be post-tax. Such a substantial sum could undoubtedly cover the medical expenses for my aunt, with the remainder comfortably secured in a bank, ensuring a lifetime of ease. After all, he has never yearned for a life of opulence and excess. Are we going fishing? I've never been fishing before. However, I have seen videos of fishing in the wild while browsing short clips, and they seemed quite fascinating. With an expression of excitement, Reba declared, although surviving in the wilderness is indeed arduous, one must learn to find joy amidst the struggle. I'll start crafting a fishing tool. Without hesitation, he set to work, finding it quite simple to weave a few ordinary fishing traps. He began by gathering 6 bamboo strips, arranging them into a circle and securing them into the ground. Then, using vines or bamboo slats, he interlaced them between the bamboo strips. The design featured a wider opening in the center, with one end completely closed off, leaving a fish entrance on the opposite side. In a mere half hour, Luyu had fashioned 2 fishing traps and a scoop, which would serve well for catching fish in the creek. All done. What do you think? Is my craftsmanship acceptable? Luyu inquired with a smile, observing Reba's wide-eyed astonishment. Her expression clearly revealed her shock at his weaving skills. Luyu, you are incredible. For a big guy, your hands are surprisingly nimble. Reba gazed at Luyu with a mixture of disbelief and admiration. The fishing traps he had crafted appeared remarkably attractive, and his speed during the weaving process suggested he had practiced countless times. She even felt that in the wild, Lu Yu was nothing short of extraordinary. Don't envy me. I'm merely a legend. Let us go. Time to fish. Lu Yu relished Reba's adoring gaze, and together they made their way toward the creek, fishing traps in hand. Chapter 21. This is the white death cap mushroom. Consuming it will lead to a state of paralysis. Soon, the two arrived at the edge of a small stream, where they began to follow the current downstream. Lu Yu, look, there are so many little fish in the water. Excitedly tugging at Lu Yu's sleeve, Reba pointed at the clear water teeming with tiny fish. Although these fish are not very big, they would still make a decent fish soup. I'll place the sieve here for now. Observing the fish swimming about, the largest barely the size of a thumb, Lu Yu adhered to the principle that even a mosquito's leg is meat. Naturally, he could not overlook these little fish, as they represented pure protein. He casually gathered some stones to create a barrier, ensuring that the sieve could be positioned in the middle, effectively trapping the fish that swam downstream into it. This method proved quite effective for capturing small fish. After setting everything up, the duo continued their journey downstream. Before long, the flowing stream coalesced into a small pond. The water surface was exceptionally clear, allowing them to see the fish swimming beneath. The fish in the pond were slightly larger than those above, though still not by much. Lu Yu, there are so many fish. How wonderful. We'll have fish soup tonight, Reba exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she danced with joy at the sight of the swimming fish in the pond. The lush green surroundings and the crystalline pond seemed to elevate her spirits immensely, even igniting an impulse to shed her clothes and take a dip. All right, wait here for a moment. I will go dig up some earthworms for bait. Armed with a machete, Lu Yu set off to find worms. The soil on the island was quite moist, particularly near the stream, where earthworms were plentiful. In just a few minutes, he managed to unearth a considerable number of them. He then chopped the worms into small segments, mixed them with the soil to form a ball, and placed it into the fishing cage, which he then submerged in the pond. We'll probably have to wait a bit for a catch. Let's go gather some wild vegetables in the meantime, and perhaps we might stumble upon some game? After positioning the fishing cage, Lu Yu was ready to explore the vicinity for additional resources. With some luck, he hoped to find wild vegetables, and perhaps even discover traces of wildlife, enriching their food chain. All right, let's go. Reba nodded eagerly and quickly followed suit. Lu Yu led the way, wielding his machete to clear a path. Navigating through the dense jungle was challenging and made it easy to get lost. This approach would also allow them to retrace their steps if necessary. After walking for a while, the underbrush began to thin. Lu Yu, let us split up. This way, our chances of finding food will increase, Reba suggested, eager to take the initiative. Although she knew staying with Lu Yu was safer, she felt a desire to contribute more actively. As long as she did not stray too far, she believed everything would be fine. All right, that works. Just be careful and stay alert. If anything happens, call for me immediately. Lu Yu nodded in agreement. Indeed, splitting up would enhance their chances of foraging successfully, provided they remained within a reasonable distance to avoid losing their way. After parting ways with Reba, Lu Yu quickly found some ground vegetables, known as earth ears or ground mushrooms, which are highly nutritious. Their protein content surpasses that of eggs, wood ears, and silver fungus, and they are rich in amino acids, carbohydrates, and essential trace elements. Due to their stringent environmental requirements, they are not commonly found in markets. They are known for their health benefits, such as lowering fat, improving vision, and alleviating heat. Their soft and glutinous texture makes them quite palatable. These are all excellent finds. I should weave a basket to carry them back? Without hesitation, Lu Yu gathered some slender branches and quickly fashioned a basket to collect all the ground vegetables. He continued searching the area for another 10 minutes, discovering some vinegar fruits and edible wild ginger. Today's haul is quite impressive. The fish soup tonight will surely be delightful. Lu Yu observed the overflowing basket with satisfaction, wondering how Reba was faring on her end. Had she found anything noteworthy? After a few moments, Reba returned, cradling a number of white objects. Lu Yu, look what I found. It's white mushrooms. With this many, we can surely eat well for several days. Reba beamed with joy, proudly showcasing her discovery. She felt fortunate to have stumbled upon a vast patch of wild mushrooms just as she was feeling disheartened about her lack of finds. These mushrooms resembled the white mushrooms she had eaten before. Today, she had finally made a contribution. Those mushrooms. Lu Yu's expression turned serious as he looked at the mushrooms Reba was holding. What do you think? Aren't they magnificent? Big and white. There's an entire patch over there. However, I could only carry this much back to find you. Let us go back and gather the rest. Reba smiled, reveling in her discovery. Based on her initial assessment, such a vast mushroom patch could sustain them for nearly half a month. Indeed, they are quite large and white. However, I must regretfully inform you that these are all poisonous mushrooms. They will render you unconscious if consumed. Though Lu Yu did not wish to dampen Reba's enthusiasm, he could not ignore the potential danger posed by her find. Consuming even one could lead to dire consequences for both of them. What? Poisonous? Upon hearing that the mushrooms were toxic, Reba's expression shifted dramatically. She hurriedly tossed the mushrooms to the ground, her face reflecting shock. Isn't this just the white mushroom we used to eat? Clearly, she found it hard to believe. These are not ordinary white mushrooms. This type is called the white deathcap, and it also bears the ominous name of the deadly Amanita. This mushroom contains potent toxins that can lead to rapid organ failure, with a mortality rate as high as 95. Just the name alone indicates that it is a highly dangerous poison. Thus, when in the wild, one must never consume mushrooms unless one is 100% certain of their safety, because doing so could cost you your life. Seeing Reba's incredulous expression, Lu Yu earnestly explained the dangers. The variety of mushrooms in the wild is vast, with many being toxic. If one cannot be absolutely certain that a mushroom is safe, it should be treated as lethal. How frightening. After hearing Lu Yu's explanation, Reba swallowed hard, her expression still shaken. Fortunately, Lu Yu recognized the mushroom. Had he not, and if they had mistakenly consumed it, they might well have been carried away from this deserted island. What a terrifying prospect! Chapter 21. This is the white death cap. Consuming it will lead to dire consequences. Soon, the two arrived at the stream's edge and began to follow its flow downstream. Lu Yu, look at all these little fish in the water. Excitedly tugging at Lu Yu's sleeve, Reba pointed at the clear waters teeming with tiny fish. Though they are not large, we can still make fish soup. I'll place the sieve here. Observing the small fish darting about, the largest barely the size of a thumb, Lu Yu adhered to the principle that even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Naturally, he could not let these little fish slip away. They were pure protein. Collecting a few stones, he formed a barrier on either side, leaving just enough space in the middle for the sieve. This method proved effective for capturing small fish. After completing this task, the pair continued their descent along the stream. Before long, the flowing water converged into a small pond. The surface was remarkably clear, allowing them to see the fish swimming below. The fish in this pond were slightly larger than those upstream, yet still not substantial. Lu Yu, there are so many fish. Wonderful. We shall have fish soup tonight. Reba exclaimed joyfully, her excitement palpable as she danced about, especially enchanted by the lush greenery surrounding the pristine pond. It was a scene that lifted one's spirits immensely. She even felt an urge to strip off her clothes and take a dip in the refreshing water. All right. Wait here for a moment. I will go dig up some worms for bait. With a machete in hand, Lu Yu began his search for worms. The soil on the island was quite moist, and there were plenty of worms near the stream's edge. In just a few minutes, he unearthed a considerable number of worms, which he then chopped into small pieces, kneading them with soil into small balls to place in the fish trap. Finally, he submerged the trap in the pond. Perhaps we will have to wait a while for results. Let us go dig up some wild vegetables in the meantime, and see if there are any animals around here. After setting the fish trap, Lu Yu was ready to explore the vicinity for a bit of luck. If fortune favored them, they might uncover some wild greens. Who knows, they might even find traces of animals, adding another link to their food chain. Yes, let's. Reba nodded eagerly, hurrying to follow him. Lu Yu led the way, swiftly clearing a path with his machete. Navigating through the dense jungle was challenging, and it was easy to lose one's way. This method would also allow them to retrace their steps back to their original location. After walking for a little over 10 minutes, the foliage began to thin out. Lu Yu, let us split up. This way, we increase our chances of finding food, Reba suggested, opting for a two-pronged approach. Although she understood that staying with Lu Yu was safer, she felt her presence might be redundant if they remained together. As long as she did not stray too far, she believed they would be fine. That sounds good. Just be cautious and remain aware of your surroundings. If anything happens, call for me. Lu Yu agreed, nodding in affirmation. Splitting up indeed increased their chances of finding sustenance, provided they stayed within a reasonable distance from one another. Once Reba departed, Lu Yu quickly found some earth mushrooms, also known as wood ear mushrooms. They boasted impressive nutritional value, containing more protein than eggs, wood ear mushrooms, or silver fungus. Additionally, they were rich in amino acids, carbohydrates, and various trace elements essential for the human body. Due to their high environmental demands, they were not commonly found in the market. These mushrooms were known to lower lipids, improve vision, and clear heat from the body. They were soft, chewy, and quite delicious. These are treasures. I should weave a basket to carry them all back. Without further ado, Lu Yu swiftly gathered some slender twigs and fashioned a basket, filling it with all the earth mushrooms he could find. He then searched the surrounding area for an additional 10 minutes, discovering some acetic acid fruits, along with some edible wild vegetables, such as wild ginger. Today's haul is quite impressive. The fish soup tonight is sure to be delightful. Lu Yu beamed at his overflowing basket, satisfied with the day's findings. He wondered how Reba was faring. Had she stumbled upon anything worthwhile? Moments later, Reba appeared, cradling a collection of white objects. Lu Yu, look at what I found. It's white mushrooms, with so many, we can feast for several days. Reba radiated joy as she flaunted her discovery, feeling fortunate for her good luck. Just when she had started to feel disheartened about finding food, she stumbled upon a vast patch of wild mushrooms. They resembled the white mushrooms she had eaten before. Today, she had finally contributed something. Those mushrooms. Lu Yu's expression turned serious as he gazed at the mushrooms in Reba's arms. What do you think? Aren't they magnificent? So large and white. There's a whole patch over there, but I could only carry so many before coming to find you. We'll go back and gather them all in a bit. Reba smiled, eager for their bounty. Based on her initial assessment, such an enormous patch of mushrooms could sustain them for nearly half a month. They are indeed large and white. However, I must regretfully inform you that these are all poisonous mushrooms. Consuming them will lead to dire consequences. Seeing Reba's joyful expression, Lu Yu hesitated to dampen her spirits, but he was genuinely concerned about the mushrooms she had brought back. Just one could lay them both low, and soon the entire village would be in mourning. What? Poisonous? Upon hearing the news, Reba's face turned pale, and she hurriedly discarded the mushrooms onto the ground, her expression one of shock. Isn't this just the white mushroom we've eaten before? Clearly, she found it hard to believe. This is not merely a white mushroom. This type is known as the white deathcap, or by its more ominous name, the deadly amanita. This mushroom is laden with potent toxins, and ingesting it can lead to rapid organ failure, with a mortality rate as high as 95. Just hearing its name reveals it to be a terrifying poison. Thus, when foraging in the wild, one must never consume mushrooms unless one is 100% certain of their safety. Failure to do so could cost you your life. Observing Reba's incredulous expression, Lu Yu earnestly educated her. The variety of mushrooms in the wild is vast, and many are poisonous. If one cannot ascertain with absolute certainty that a mushroom is safe, it should be treated as lethal. Gulp, how frightening. After absorbing Lu Yu's words, Reba swallowed hard, her demeanor shaken. Fortunately, Lu Yu recognized this mushroom. Had he not, and they had consumed it, they might have been carried away from this desolate island. What a terrifying thought. Chapter 21. This is the death cap mushroom. Consuming it will lead one to a state of paralysis. Soon, the two arrived by a stream, and they followed the flowing water downstream. Lu Yu, look at all those little fish in the water. Excitedly tugging at Lu Yu, Reba pointed at the clear water teeming with small fish. Although they are not very large, they would still make for a delightful fish soup. I'll place the winnowing basket here. Observing the darting fish, the largest among them barely reached the size of a thumb. However, adhering to the principle that even a mosquito's leg is meat, Lu Yu naturally could not let these tiny fish escape. After gathering some stones, he formed a barrier on either side, leaving just enough space in the middle to set down the winnowing basket. This method of capturing small fish proved to be quite effective. Once everything was in place, they continued to stroll downstream. Before long, the flowing stream converged into a small pond. The water's surface was exceptionally clear, allowing them to see the fish swimming within. The fish in this pond were slightly larger than those upstream, yet still not significantly so. Luyu, there are so many fish. Wonderful, we can have fish soup tonight. Watching the fish frolic in the pond, Reba could hardly contain her excitement, her limbs dancing with joy. The lush green surroundings and the sparkling clear pond seemed to elevate her spirits immensely. She even felt an impulse to strip off her clothes and take a dip. You wait here for a moment. I will go dig up some worms for bait. Armed with a machete, Luyu began his search for worms. The soil on the island was quite moist, and there were plenty of worms near the stream's edge. In just a few minutes, he had unearthed a considerable number of worms. He chopped them into small pieces, mixed them with dirt to form a ball, and placed it inside the fishing cage. Finally, he submerged the fishing cage into the pond. We might have to wait a while for results. Let us go gather some wild vegetables in the meantime, and perhaps see if there are any game nearby. After setting the fishing cage, Luyu prepared to explore the surroundings for a bit of luck. If fortune favored them, they might find some wild greens, or perhaps even discover traces of animals, thereby enriching their food chain. All right. Reba nodded eagerly and hurried to catch up with him. Luyu led the way, swiftly clearing a path with his machete. Traversing through the dense thicket was challenging and disorienting. This approach would allow them to retrace their steps more easily. After walking for about 10 minutes, the underbrush began to thin out. Luyu, let us split up. This way, we have a better chance of finding food. Reba suggested they divide their efforts. Although she recognized that staying with Luyu was safer, she felt it would be of little use to him otherwise. As long as she didn't stray too far, she believed it would be fine. That sounds good. Just be cautious and stay aware of your surroundings. If anything happens, call for me. Luyu agreed, nodding. Indeed, separating their search would increase their chances of finding food, as long as they remained within a reasonable distance from one another. After Reba ventured off, Luyu quickly found some wild vegetables known as ground ear mushrooms. These mushrooms are highly nutritious, boasting a protein content even higher than that of eggs or other edible fungi. They are rich in amino acids, carbohydrates, and various trace elements essential for the human body. Given their stringent environmental requirements, they are not commonly found in markets. They are known for their ability to reduce fat and clear heat, and they possess a pleasingly soft texture and delightful flavor. These are indeed valuable finds. I should weave a basket to carry them all back. Without delay, Luyu gathered some slender branches and crafted a basket to pack all the ground ear mushrooms. He then continued searching the area for another 10 minutes, leading him to discover some acidic fruits and other edible wild vegetables, such as wild ginger. Today's haul is quite bountiful. The fish soup tonight is sure to be delectable. Looking at his overflowing basket, Luyu felt quite satisfied with his foraging. He wondered how Reba was faring. Had she found anything of note? After a few minutes, Reba finally approached Luyu, cradling a collection of white objects in her arms. Luyu, look at what I found. These are white mushrooms. With so many, we could eat well for several days. Reba beamed with delight, thrilled by her good fortune. Just when she had felt disheartened by her inability to find food, she stumbled upon a vast expanse of wild mushrooms. They resembled the white mushrooms she had previously consumed. Today, she had finally contributed. Are those mushrooms? Observing the mushrooms in Reba's arms, Luyu felt a wave of helplessness. What do you think? Aren't they magnificent and pristine? There's an entire patch over there. However, I could only carry this much back to find you. Let us go back and gather the rest together. Reba smiled, reveling in her apparent success. Based on her initial estimate, such a large patch of mushrooms could sustain them for half a month. Indeed, they are large and white. But I must regretfully inform you that these are all poisonous mushrooms. Consuming them would lead to paralysis. Watching Reba's joyous expression, Luyu didn't wish to dampen her spirits. However, the mushrooms she had brought back were indeed too risky to consume. Just a single one could render them incapacitated, turning the entire village into a feast for the dead. What? Poisonous? Upon hearing that the mushrooms were toxic, Reba's face shifted in disbelief, and she hurriedly tossed the mushrooms onto the ground, fear etched across her features. Isn't this the same white mushroom we had before? Clearly, she was struggling to accept the revelation. These are not ordinary white mushrooms. This variety is known as the death cap, and it bears another terrifying name. The deadly Amanita. These mushrooms are laden with potent toxins that can cause rapid organ failure upon ingestion, with a mortality rate as high as 95. The name alone is a testament to its lethal nature. Thus, when foraging in the wild, one must refrain from consuming mushrooms unless one is absolutely certain of their safety. The consequences could be fatal. Seeing Reba's incredulous expression, Luyu earnestly imparted his knowledge. The variety of mushrooms in the wild is vast, and many are toxic. If one cannot unequivocally ascertain their safety, they should be treated as highly poisonous. Ugh, how frightening. After hearing Lu Yu's explanation, Reba gulped hard, her expression one of shock. Thankfully, Lu Yu recognized these mushrooms. Had he not, and they both unwittingly consumed them, it might have resulted in their being carried away from this desolate island. What a terrifying thought. Chapter 22 Audience. Old Dog Lu, you are in high definition, you are 1080p. Damn, is this the legendary white toadstool that, when consumed, will leave one lying flat? Lu Yu is talking nonsense. I have been consuming such mushrooms since childhood. Impressive, brother. You actually grew up eating the white toxic toadstool. You truly are a formidable emperor. May I ask, are your parents still alive? Indeed, Lu Yu possesses considerable knowledge. What Reba has collected is undoubtedly the white toxic toadstool. Although it bears some resemblance to the white mushroom, they are entirely different. Useless knowledge has increased. That's right. I will never have the opportunity for wilderness survival in this lifetime. Look how frightened Reba is. Had it not been for Lu Yu recognizing these mushrooms, the two could very well have been carried off the island. Lu Yu is truly impressive. Not only is he remarkably handsome, but he also possesses such extensive knowledge. The majority of fans in the third live streaming room could not help but marvel at Lu Yu's wealth of knowledge. While this may be fundamental knowledge for some wilderness survivalists, without it, one could easily lose their life in mere moments. However, for most people, distinguishing between such numerous mushrooms is quite beyond their capability. Meanwhile, in the commentary live room, Beard, were those mushrooms that Reba collected just now truly poisonous? Lu Han naturally did not recognize which mushrooms were toxic, so he turned to Beard for clarification. What player Lu Yu said is entirely correct. Those mushrooms Reba collected are indeed the lethal white toadstool. Consuming these mushrooms in the wilderness would be extremely perilous. Without timely rescue, one would face significant life-threatening danger. To this day, in some impoverished countries and regions, there are countless cases of fatalities due to the consumption of poisonous mushrooms. Here, I would like to educate everyone. If you cannot ascertain whether a mushroom is toxic, do not consume it under any circumstances. For unknown mushrooms, operate under the assumption that they are highly toxic. Of course, I hope this knowledge remains unnecessary for everyone in the future. Bear Grylls nodded seriously, feeling an increased admiration for Lu Yu. According to prior contestant data, Lu Yu, at present, is merely 18 years old. More importantly, he has no prior wilderness survival experience. Yet, at this moment, it is evident that both his practical skills and reservoir of wilderness knowledge far surpass those of an ordinary individual. In fact, he seems to possess even more detailed knowledge than some professional wilderness survivalists. If that is the case, player Lu Yu's abilities are indeed quite formidable. I sense he has the potential to contend for the ultimate victor, Lu Ha remarked with a smile. Naturally, he also found Lu Yu to be exceptionally impressive. A teen merely 18 years of age, he boasts such a robust physique and professional knowledge and skills. In this regard, even he feels a sense of inferiority. I share your sentiments, little dear. Beard also smiled and nodded. Meanwhile, the expressions of the two sitting at either side, Eagle and Zhang Zi, were evidently less than favorable. After all, they had never believed in the potential of Lu Yu and Reba from the beginning. Yet, these two detestable contestants had performed somewhat unexpectedly. Not only had they built a shelter within a single day, but they had also caught 3 wild chickens that very morning. This was a significant blow to their pride, leaving them feeling quite uncomfortable. Damn, that I can't believe that little punk actually managed to fool us. I refuse to believe that you two pretty faces can last until the end. You will definitely be eliminated by tomorrow. Yes, indeed. Eagle felt exceedingly disgruntled. Meanwhile, on the island, achoo, Lu Yu and Reba simultaneously sneezed. What the hell? Is someone cursing us behind our backs? Shameless. The simultaneous sneezes of the two clearly indicated that someone was speaking ill of them. Lu Yu, I am truly sorry. I genuinely wanted to assist you, but I had no idea those mushrooms were toxic. Reba spoke with a face full of guilt. The earlier excitement and exhilaration had completely vanished, leaving only a sense of shame. She felt as if she were utterly useless. Not only could she not help, but she had nearly endangered their lives. This led her to seriously question her own abilities. We are teammates. There's no need to apologize. Aren't you also striving to improve our situation? It's perfectly normal not to recognize these mushrooms. Now that I've informed you, you'll know next time. All right, if you keep this up, the old lectures in the live stream will probably say that I'm bullying you. Observing Reba's somewhat guilty expression, Luyu smiled in reassurance. It is entirely normal for an ordinary person to struggle to differentiate between edible mushrooms and toxic ones. Seeing that Luyu bore no resentment towards her, Reba's expression softened slightly. However, at that moment, the live streaming room erupted with activity. Holy shit! Lu, clarify for me. Who the hell is the old lecher? Luyu, come on, be a decent person. I just praised you. Damn, how shameless to flirt with girls. You dare to call us old lechers. Old dog Lu, you're so high and mighty. You're 1080p. Luyu. Don't misunderstand. I'm not referring to anyone in particular. I'm saying you all are LSP. Brothers, retreat. Retreat. This punk actually called us old lechers and openly insulted us. We don't need to stay in this main live room. The live streaming room was filled with voices condemning Luyu. Yet, no one left the room, and the number of viewers continued to increase. After digging up some wild vegetables, the two prepared to return and check their fishing traps for any catches. Chirp, chirp, chirp. At that moment, a sudden bird call echoed through the sky. An eagle circled above the island. Luyu, look quickly, there's an eagle. How could there be an eagle on the island? Gazing at the large bird soaring above, Reba exclaimed in surprise. Luyu quickly raised his head to take a look, then nonchalantly remarked, "You must be mistaken. That eagle is actually Kuin in disguise." To put it simply, that eagle is really Kuin. At this moment, Luyu felt a bit puzzled. How could Kuin fly so high? Reba looked up, unable to see clearly. However, Luyu certainly would not deceive himself. Are you saying, that eagle is actually Kuin? Exactly, just like that. Let us go. It's merely a flying chicken. We should hurry and check our fishing traps. Subsequently, the two walked towards the small pond, chatting and laughing. Meanwhile, the live streaming room became lively once again. Did Luyu just imply that the eagle is Kuin? I'm not sure if I understood correctly. Eagle sister. Sitting in the live room, the pot comes from the island. Kuin. I want to sue you for defamation. They are slandering me. Brother Luyu is quite sociable, and he shows some courage. It seems everyone quickly understood. I've never seen such impressive reading comprehension from you all. I just came from the commentary live room, and a certain commentator is about to explode with anger. Chapter 23. The lawyer's letter. Lawyer. You must include yourself in this. Oh dear. Is such a thing really happening? I must go and see. Come on, brothers. Let us head to the commentary live stream and enjoy the spectacle. ILL take a wild guess. That person must be Eagle's sister. In an instant, a throng of viewers flocked from the third live stream to the commentary live stream, their purpose clear. They were eager to witness the extent of Eagle's sister's fury. To be frank, most viewers harbored little affection for her. As expected, the expression of one particular mentor in the commentary live stream turned ashen, the flames of rage in her eyes glaringly evident. These two little brats are clearly targeting me. While you may be safe on the island, just wait until you descend. I shall make you rue the day. Eagle seethed inwardly, cursing vehemently. Anyone with an ounce of sense could discern that Luyu and Reba's words were aimed squarely at her. A mere insignificant harlot, accompanied by a callow wretch, dared to speak of her in such a manner. When their time of reckoning arrives, they would undoubtedly be made to suffer. She was confident in her ability to ensure it. Dear sister, please do not be angry. Do not let those uncouth individuals distress your health. However, Luyu and Reba were indeed rather rude to label you as, well, please don't blame me for being blunt. In truth, there is no such thing as being straightforward. It is merely a guise for ill intent. Zhang's words, though seemingly comforting, were laced with malice. Observing Eagle's complexion, which resembled liver, she felt a surge of delight. Although they referred to each other as sisters, the bond they shared was hardly worthy of the term. She had no genuine inclination to defend her. Rather, she was secretly pleased. Sister, perhaps Lu Yu and Reba were merely referring to that one Kuan. I believe they certainly meant no offense. So please, do not be upset. Lu Ha genuinely intended to console Eagle, but his words only darkened her expression further. Buyer, can someone enlighten me about what transpired? Were we not discussing the eagle and the chicken? Why has this woman's expression soured so dramatically? Ha ha ha. She is panicking. Her face has turned green. This is hilarious. Zhang Ziyi is so cunning. This show is truly amazing. I adore it. What kind of world is this where anyone can become a commentary mentor? The commentary live stream was suddenly inundated with hundreds of thousands of viewers. What was once a sparsely populated chatroom was now bursting with an avalanche of comments, one wave after another. The majority of the remarks and bullet comments celebrated the unfolding chaos, further stoking Eagle's already simmering rage. Dear viewers in the live stream, I must solemnly inform you that the internet is not a lawless realm. If you continue to hurl these derogatory terms, prepare for my lawyer's letter. I mean it, sister. Eagle was not one to coddle the online mob. She threatened them with legal action. Oh dear, she is panicking. Oh my, I am so frightened. I might just die of fear. We were merely discussing the eagle and Kuan. Why the sudden urgency? The last person who loved sending lawyers letters just got eliminated. Basketball. First of all, I have not offended anyone here. Could we refrain from insinuations? Lawyer, if you're offended, that's on you. This generation of netizens is quite formidable. I genuinely admire them. The threats of legal action elicited little regard from the live stream audience. They had weathered far greater storms online. Could a lawyer's letter truly intimidate them? Moreover, with millions of viewers in the live stream, how could she possibly take legal action against them all? Absurd. Those who habitually resorted to sending lawyers letters had either already met their downfall or were teetering on the brink of it. The more unfortunate among them had long since vanished from the scene. Besides, their previous discussions had indeed revolved around a wild chicken. As the live stream continued unabated, with increasingly brazen comments flooding in, Eagle found herself at a loss. The lawyer's letter was merely a means to intimidate the brash young viewers. After all, one could not simultaneously sue millions of internet users, could one? Ultimately, she could only excuse herself from the commentary live stream, citing discomfort. Clearly, she had suffered a significant loss in this encounter. Meanwhile, on the deserted island, Lu Yu and Reba remained blissfully unaware of the drama unfolding in the live stream. In fact, they had no knowledge of who the commentary mentors were. Soon, the two arrived at the edge of a small pond. Let me see if I've had any luck. Lu Yu rolled up his trousers and stepped into the water. Upon inspecting the first fishing trap, he was pleasantly surprised by the haul. A total of 7 fish, varying in size, with the largest being as thick as 2 thumbs, while the smallest resembled a pinky. Yet, Lu Yu had no intention of letting them go. After all, even mosquito legs are meat. Until they secured a sufficient food supply, no protein would be spared. He then checked another fishing trap, yielding 10 fish this time. While none were particularly large, the quantity was promising. A pot of fish soup could easily be made. Wow, so many fish. These fish are adorable. If only they were a bit larger. They'd surely taste even better grilled. Reba's face radiated with excitement. Fish, thank you. Because of you. I'm doomed. Once our lives stabilize in a few days, we'll venture to the sea for fishing. The fish there will surely be larger. After tidying up, he gathered some banana leaves to wrap all the small fish and placed the 2 fishing traps back into the pond. Tomorrow, they would likely have fish soup again. On their way back to the shelter, the two checked the traps they had set with a dustpan. They had caught 7 or 8 fish, though they were noticeably smaller. Nevertheless, with over 20 small fish, they could prepare a hearty pot of fish soup. Lu then rinsed the ground vegetables, and the pair returned to their shelter. Naturally, the task of cooking fell to Reba. Lu Yu, meanwhile, set about crafting another bamboo bed. The bed he had made the previous night was rather rudimentary due to the late hour, and more importantly, it was small enough for only one person. Thus, he intended to construct a larger bed, allowing them to share. He. Time flew swiftly. A day passed rapidly for Lu Yu. Before he knew it, the sun began to set, and the island was enveloped in the darkness of night, accompanied by the chirping of birds. An hour later, a beautifully crafted double bed was completed, and Reba's fresh fish soup was ready. Ah, finally done. So, how is my cooking? With the bed finished, Lu Yu heaved a sigh of relief. The surface of the bed was meticulously crafted from neatly arranged bamboo strips, and after being polished by hand, it felt incredibly smooth. Thus, he would not have to worry about pricking his backside while sleeping at night. It's stunning. Truly a work of art. Lu Yu, you are a genius, truly. Reba promptly showered him with compliments. Of course, this was heartfelt praise. Tio have constructed such a lovely bamboo bed using only bamboo, and without any professional tools was no small feat. Such traditional craftsmanship is rare among today's youth. Lu Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment from Reba's flattery. This girl, while lacking in wilderness survival skills, excelled in giving compliments. All right, come and taste my cooking. Ground vegetable fresh fish soup. Reba had even named her fish soup. Chapter 24. The howls of wolves in the late night, and how beautiful Reba truly is. The taste is quite delightful. I never expected you to possess such culinary talent. After savoring a spoonful of the fresh fish soup, Lu Yu praised Reba. Among teammates, it is only natural to indulge in mutual flattery. Encouragement. Though he claimed it was delicious, it was, in truth, not as exceptional as he suggested. The fish had a rather pronounced fishy odor, certainly not comparable to the soups found in restaurants. Nevertheless, being able to enjoy a steaming bowl of fish soup in the wilderness, replenishing some protein, was already a commendable feat. Moreover, the addition of salt made it a remarkable delicacy for survivors in the wild. If one were overly discerning, survival in such conditions would be quite impossible. Here, you should give it a try. Lu Yu offered the fish soup to Reba. The two leaned over the pot to blow on it. It's really good. It seems we'll need to find some larger bamboo tomorrow to make a couple of bowls, Lu Yu remarked. It wouldn't do to have the two of them blowing on the pot like this. Although the fish soup was not particularly palatable, the warmth it provided was indeed comforting. Besides, not all contestants were fortunate enough to enjoy fish soup at this hour. In comparison, they were rather lucky. Gurgle, gurgle. Accompanied by various strange bird calls, the night had completely descended. The only illumination came from the flickering campfire before them. For those accustomed to smartphones and computers, sitting idly on a deserted island could be exceedingly dull. Lu Yu, how about we take a rest? Reba suggested first. After all, the author found this quite tedious as well. An early night would allow them to rise early and be more invigorated. All right, let us rest then. Lu Yu nodded in agreement. The two then retreated into their shelter. Under the light of the campfire, Reba's face glowed with a rosy hue. After all, aside from her family, it was her first time sharing a bed with another boy. However, she trusted that Lu Yu was a gentleman, unlikely to engage in any untoward actions while she slept. Meanwhile, in the live stream, Reba's male fans expressed their dismay upon seeing the two enter the shelter. Oh my god. My goddess Reba, is she already sharing a room with someone else? I'm devastated. I can't take it anymore. Lu old dog, hurry out and let me in. Everyone, please allow me to challenge Lu Yu to a duel. In the wild, a lone man and a woman at night must be thrilling. I wonder if this makeshift shelter can withstand it. You lot are utterly disgusting. I'm going to reclaim Chioya. No, reclaim Reba. Team up, 1-1. Once we're gathered, we'll set off. The full moon hung high, and the bird calls gradually diminished. Lu Yu and Reba soon drifted off to sleep. Reba lay inside, while Lu Yu rested outside. Initially, their sleeping positions were quite distinct. However, in the middle of the night, Lu Yu was abruptly awakened by the sound of howling wolves. He sat up instantly, fully alert. Is that the howl of a wolf pack? Good heavens, are there wolves on this island? Lu Yu's expression shifted. Although the production team had previously mentioned that Xinyu Island was not entirely safe, he had not anticipated hearing wolf howls on just the second night. From the sound, it seemed there were several wolves. This was certainly not good news for all the survivalists, as the fighting prowess of a pack of wolves is formidable. Even lions and tigers sometimes retreat in their presence. Meanwhile, in the live stream, although it was late at night, numerous viewers remained glued to their screens. There were simply too many night owls. Oh no. Did I just hear wolf howls? Am I hallucinating from staying up too late? It shouldn't be. I heard it too. Oh my gosh. So there really are wolves on this island? This is terrifying at night. Did the production team not check the island beforehand? This is quite reckless. If there are wolf packs on the island, that could be deadly. Damn. If that howl was truly from wolves, then the production team is incredibly bold. I'm loving this. Hee suddenly. I don't feel so envious of those lucky contestants anymore. The once drowsy night owls were instantly awakened by the mention of wolves in the live stream. In the eyes of most viewers, while this wilderness survival was authentic, the production team would undoubtedly not risk lives. They must have thoroughly checked the island's conditions before the contestants arrived. There would be no large beasts threatening the contestants' lives, especially considering that among the contestants were 20 celebrities and 10 streamers. If anything happened to them, it would not be a trifling matter. However, it now appeared that the situation was not so simple, as wolves could easily view the contestants as prey. The production team certainly had a daring approach. At that moment, not only in the third live stream but also in several others, the sound of wolves was heard. Soon after, the roar of speedboat engines echoed once more, indicating that several more contestants had been eliminated. Although the production team's rewards were enticing, life was evidently more valuable. At this time, Reba groggily stirred awake. "What's wrong, Luyu?" she asked, still half asleep. However, after a few more howls, the night returned to tranquility. Luyu glanced at the dazed Reba, thinking how remarkably soundly she slept. The earlier howls had not disturbed her at all. "It's nothing, just go back to sleep." Luyu chose not to inform Reba about the wolf howls, as doing so would likely ruin her sleep for the night. Furthermore, the howls had evidently come from a distance, so they were not in immediate danger. "Then I'll sleep now. You should rest early too." With that, Reba turned over and fell back into a deep slumber. What a glutton for sleep. Yet, she is truly stunning, Luyu whispered, gazing at Reba, who had nestled into sleep. Her exquisite profile stirred his heart. In the dim light, Reba appeared even more captivating, especially at this late hour, when male hormones are most prone to stir. As he looked at Reba's lips, Luyu found himself inching closer, unable to control his impulses. After all, he was a normal man. To claim he felt no attraction in the presence of such a breathtaking beauty would be disingenuous. Unless one were a eunuch. Whoa. Luyu, how can you entertain such thoughts? This is downright illegal. Just as their lips were a mere 5 centimeters apart, Luyu abruptly snapped back to reality, halting his advance just in time. Chapter 25. Oh no. It seems I have the sensation of an incoming call. I came to this place solely to obtain the ultimate prize. Engaging in illegal activities for a fleeting moment of pleasure is undoubtedly unwise. However, the malevolent fire within my body is quite uncomfortable. Thus, Luyu had no choice but to wander outside the shelter for a while before adding some firewood to the blaze. As the cool evening breeze swept through, the wicked fire within him began to dissipate slowly. The following morning, accompanied by the gentle morning zephyrs and the cheerful chirping of birds, Reba awoke early. As her consciousness gradually sharpened, she sensed that something was amiss. She felt as though she were clutching a rather large Barbie doll. Although it wasn't particularly soft or comfortable, it was certainly warm. Realizing something, Reba suddenly opened her eyes wide, only to discover that she was coiled around Luyu like a serpent. One hand rested on Luyu's neck, while her legs were far from obedient, dangling like a mere ornament upon him. This position was exceedingly embarrassing. She nearly let out a scream. "Oh my. What on earth did you do, Reba? Why can't you seem to change this habit of hugging something while sleeping? This posture is far too shameful." She had always had this habit of embracing objects while she slumbered. Previously, she had a giant plush toy. It was evident that last night, she must have mistaken Luyu for her stuffed companion. How mortifying. After a furtive glance at Luyu, she was relieved to see he was still sound asleep, blissfully unaware. Otherwise, it would have been utterly awkward. However, gazing at Luyu up close, he looked so incredibly handsome, that rugged charm. Once she steadied her flustered emotions, Reba quietly removed her arms and legs from around him. "Phew," she exhaled cautiously, then stealthily slipped out of bed. Just as Reba descended, Luyu abruptly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. How could he have missed her movements? Throughout the night, they had been in such positions, causing him discomfort all night long. It seemed he would have to endure this in the future. Yet, in order to spare Reba some embarrassment, Luyu feigned sleep for a few more minutes before finally rising. By then, Reba had already completed her morning routine and was preparing breakfast. The meal consisted of yesterday's wild chicken, accompanied by some boiled wild vegetables. Ding! Congratulations, host. It is the third day of wilderness survival. You may check in. Would you like to proceed? At that moment, the system's electronic, synthesized voice resonated in his mind. Check in, Luyu silently affirmed. He was not at all surprised by the system's announcement, as he had thoroughly familiarized himself with it upon activation. Aside from the starter pack received on the first day, he could check in on the 3rd, 7th, and 15th days of wilderness survival. Today marked the 3rd day since arriving on the island, making it the time for his first check-in. Ding! Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Rewards. Cooking Level 1, Archery Level 1, Traditional Bow-Making Blueprint X1. The system's electronic synthesized voice echoed in his mind once again. However, Luyu did not display much excitement regarding this reward. Cooking seemed of little utility to him. Merely being able to fill his belly in wilderness survival was already a significant achievement. He had no intention of seeking spiritual enjoyment. Nevertheless, Archery Level 1 was promising. With that, his chances of hitting targets while hunting would significantly improve. As for the traditional bow blueprint, it was likely intended to complement the Archery Level 1. It's time to rise. Today, I shall craft a bow. Luyu resolved to set this as his goal for the day. After getting up, he found Reba already busy preparing breakfast. Good morning, Reba. You've already started on breakfast. How industrious. Upon exiting the shelter, Luyu greeted Reba cheerfully. Good morning. Please hurry and freshen up. Reba replied quickly, her cheeks tinged with crimson, her gaze evasive. This demeanor clearly indicated she harbored a guilty conscience. Nevertheless, Luyu paid little mind, instead smiling knowingly. After all, they had merely shared a night of sleep in each other's arms. What was the big deal? It wasn't as if she could become pregnant. All right. Nodding, Luyu proceeded to wash up. Yet, contemplating Luyu's earlier smile, Reba couldn't shake the feeling that he somehow knew about her embracing him in her sleep last night. If that were the case, it would be mortifying. The two shared a simple breakfast, and their subsequent task was naturally to continue exploring. They needed to familiarize themselves with the surroundings of the shelter as quickly as possible, understanding the available survival resources to enhance their chances of survival. Along the way, Reba incessantly scratched at her arms and neck, for the island was teeming with mosquitoes. Although the fire at the entrance of their shelter had driven away most of the pests, it was impossible to eliminate them entirely. Thus, upon waking, she felt unbearably itchy. The mosquitoes on the island were far more fearsome than those in the city. Especially after scratching, the irritation intensified. Have you been bitten by mosquitoes? Observing Reba's actions, Luyu had already guessed the answer. However, he himself had not been bitten, perhaps due to the nature of his blood or the effects of the body enhancement agent he had used. Yes, it's incredibly itchy. I can't help but want to scratch, Reba nodded. In fact, she had inspected her itchy spots while washing her face that morning and had several large welts from mosquito bites. Today, we need to gather some materials to make mosquito repellent. First, let us find something to alleviate your itching. The issue of mosquito bites could be trivial or serious, especially on an island where the mosquitoes might carry various bacteria. If infected, it could prove quite troublesome. It appeared there was still much to prepare. After walking for a few minutes, Luyu discovered a type of plant, purple goldzolan. The leaves of this plant, when crushed into juice, possess excellent anti-inflammatory and anti-itch properties. It was widely used by many wilderness survivalists. Luyu quickly collected some leaves. What plant is this, Luyu? Reba inquired curiously. This plant is called purple goldzolan, known for its remarkable ability to reduce swelling and relieve itchiness. In my previous wilderness survival experiences, whenever I was bitten by mosquitoes, I used this to ease the itching. It can also be used to make mosquito repellent spray. As Luyu explained, he grasped Reba's delicate hand, rolling up her sleeves to reveal several swollen welts. He then squeezed the juice from the purple goldzolan and applied it to the inflamed areas. Upon feeling Luyu's grip on her hand, Reba's face instantly flushed crimson as memories of the morning's events flooded back, her heart racing in a flurry of emotions. Oh no! It seems that I might be feeling something akin to electricity. Chapter 26. Crafting candles and mosquito repellents. In addition to the mosquito bites on her arms, several welts had also appeared on her thighs. Lu Yu, demonstrating remarkable skill, promptly rolled up Hoppa's pant leg and applied a bit of the juice from the purple gold orchid. The application of this liquid brought a refreshing coolness, providing a sense of relief as the itchiness gradually faded away. Hoppa marveled at the breadth of Lu Yu's knowledge. To her, the leaves in this jungle all seemed rather similar, indistinguishable from one another. Just as she was still enveloped in her astonishment, her pant leg was pulled up to just above her knee, causing her to feel a wave of panic. Wait a moment. Let me handle the application here. Hoppa quickly declined Lu Yu's kind gesture. After all, the inner thigh was a rather private area. Being touched by a male could elicit a sensitive reaction. She had never been touched on her thighs by a man before, especially with several cameras positioned above them. Very well then, you can do it yourself. Lu Yu hastily handed the leaves of the purple gold orchid to Hoppa. It was truly unjust for such an upright person as himself to be suspected of anything untoward. As Wang Tianba would say, do not regard my noble character with such a suspicious gaze. Hoppa quickly sought a discreet spot and began to apply the juice to her welts. She felt that the juice from these leaves was genuinely effective. Meanwhile, a wave of discontent swept through the large audience in the live stream. Wow, why does it feel like Lu Yu is deliberately taking advantage of the situation? Strip away that feeling. Lu the old dog is just seizing the opportunity to exploit Hoppa. Wow, he looks all refined, but this kid is quite the rascal. He's so fair-skinned. I just want to lick him. Upstairs, you're disgusting. But, I must admit, I feel the same. Damn, count me in. I'm tempted too. Lu Yu is living the dream. When Hoppa emerged from the shelter this morning, her face was flushed. I wonder if anything scandalous occurred last night? Isn't it obvious? In the wilderness, a lone man and woman, they couldn't resist. All of you are so filthy-minded, viewing everything with such lewdness. Exactly, I believe in Hoppa and Lu Yu. Lu Yu's gaze is so pure. He wouldn't act like you else piece. At that moment, the viewership in the third livestream room had surged to 4.5 million, ranking it second among all streams, while the first was occupied by Wu Jing and Li Qin's second livestream. Most male fans perceive Lu Yu's recent actions as a clear attempt to take advantage of Hoppa. Yet, in all honesty, Lu Yu had no such intentions. He merely wished to assist Hoppa with her discomfort. Had he harbored such thoughts, he likely would have engaged in more scandalous activities the previous night. After applying the purple gold orchid, Hoppa noticeably felt much better. The two continued their journey after collecting some leaves. Along the way, they encountered several fruits of the Chinaberry tree, which, when crushed, could also be utilized to create mosquito repellent. The scent was so unpleasant that even mosquitoes despised it. They also discovered some fragrant flower leaves. With these three ingredients, they could concoct a simple mosquito spray, ensuring a restful night ahead. Our luck today is rather poor. After walking such a long distance, we haven't seen any signs of animal activity. It seems this direction lacks those adorable little creatures, Hoppa lamented after nearly 2 hours of trekking. Previously, they had only walked for a little over half an hour to find the wild chickens. Our luck isn't entirely bleak. Didn't we find these ingredients? We can make some mosquito repellent when we return, so we won't be bitten tonight. And look, there's this enormous birch tree. We can make some candles. Lu Yu maintained a much more optimistic outlook than Hoppa. Having prior experience in wilderness survival, he understood that finding food or game in the wild often relied on luck. Sometimes, it was entirely normal to search for 2 or 3 days without yielding any food. They had only been searching for a mere 2 hours, and their outing had not been fruitless. At the very least, they had discovered the Chinaberry fruits and the purple gold orchid for mosquito repellent, along with the large birch tree for candle making. Ah? Can this be used to make candles? Hoppa exclaimed in surprise. However, if they could indeed produce candles, that would be splendid. The shelter was pitch dark at night, which was quite disconcerting. Having candles would certainly add a touch of charm to the evening ambience. Of course, the bark and resin of the birch tree are highly flammable materials. By combining the resin with some dried pine needles and wrapping it in the bark, we can create a simple form of candle. Thus, we need to gather more bark and resin to take back. Lu Yu nodded and began explaining the principles behind it. This method of candle making had once been employed by Ed Stanford, and it had proven effective. Lu Yu, I truly think you're amazing. It feels like there's nothing you don't know. Hotba gazed at him with admiration, as she felt that Lu Yu seemed to recognize nearly everything on this deserted island. Yet he was only 18 years old. How could he possess such extensive knowledge? In contrast, many actors in the entertainment industry who were around his age struggled to memorize even a few lines. This comparison showcased two starkly different extremes. Experience breeds knowledge. Now, let us quickly gather all the resin from above, Lu Yu replied with a smile. Cut. You're just 18, 2 years younger than me. Acting all profound, Hotba muttered to herself, but she promptly began obediently collecting the resin from the tree. Around Lu Yu, she always sensed a maturity that belied his age, as though his mental age surpassed 30. Conversely, despite being 2 years his senior, she felt like an innocent little girl, utterly naive to the world. This sensation was quite peculiar. After nearly 3 more hours, the two finally returned to the shelter. It was now midday. Although they hadn't found any food today, they had gathered materials for making mosquito repellent and candles, so the trip was not in vain. After consuming the last quail-like bird, they were finally left with no provisions. The two then commenced the crafting of candles and mosquito repellent. The method for creating mosquito repellent was relatively straightforward. First, they crushed the purple gold orchid, chinabera fruits, and fragrant melon leaves. Then, they pulverized some charcoal. Finally, they would mix all the ingredients together and let them dry. For several hours in the afternoon, the two busied themselves with the creation of candles and mosquito repellent. Chapter 27. The discovery of Newfoundland white wolf cubs. After 4 to 5 hours of labor, the two individuals successfully crafted dozens of candles, along with 20 incense sticks, which they estimated would suffice for a while. Observing the sky, it appeared to be around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Ah, it's that time again when we must ponder over dinner. What shall we have tonight? Fish or chicken? After stretching his limbs, Lu Yu glanced at Reba and inquired. The traps set for capturing wild chickens and fishing had yet to be checked. Surely they would yield some results. Reba also took a moment to stretch, feeling somewhat fatigued after hours of work. Shall we check the wild chicken traps? Reba proposed. Although the creek was teeming with fish, they were rather small, some barely adequate for a meal. If they could catch just one wild chicken today, dinner would be assured, and they could indulge in a delightful feast. If they resorted to fish, it would merely be fish soup. All right then, let us proceed to the rope traps. Let us hope for a bountiful catch today. Lu Yu rose, grasping his machete and the woven backpack he had prepared earlier. Reba placed the freshly made candles and incense sticks in their shelter before they set off. Along the way, they encountered an abundance of wild vegetables. As they gathered them, they moved towards the traps. Wonderful. Our traps have been triggered. We shall have meat for dinner. Reba exclaimed excitedly at the sight of the activated rope trap. If they could enjoy meat daily, surviving for a month would seem quite manageable. Indeed, it appears there are quite a few wild chickens around here. Upon reaching the first trap, they found it had successfully ensnared a wild chicken. The bird seemed to have been caught not long ago. Though lifeless, its body remained soft. Let us check the other 3 traps. They examined the remaining traps, but their luck this time did not mirror the previous success. The other 3 traps remained untriggered. What a pity! We've only caught 1 wild chicken. Compared to yesterday's haul, today's solitary chicken felt rather meager. Securing any prey is already a commendable feat. There's still ample time. Let us wander elsewhere. Perhaps we shall encounter unexpected rewards. Lu Yu maintained a more optimistic outlook, understanding that in the wilderness, finding food often relied on fortune. Securing 1 wild chicken was sufficient for a hearty meal, and they ought to express gratitude for nature's gifts. Very well. The two continued onward. Time slipped away, and before long, over an hour had passed without any sign of other animal activity. It seems there aren't many prey in this area. We may have been deceived by that group of wild chickens, Lu Yu remarked with a hint of resignation. If this region consisted solely of wild chickens, surviving for a month would pose no challenge. However, for long-term survival, that was clearly insufficient. He yearned to capture larger game, such as wild boars, deer, or goats. Securing a larger creature would sustain them for several days, alleviating the daily worry for food, allowing them to pursue other endeavors. Shall we return? It seems the day is growing late. Glancing at Lu Yu's weary expression, Reba suggested. If they did not return to their shelter before nightfall, they risked getting lost, a perilous situation indeed. Yes, let us head back. Though reluctant, they had no choice but to return. The previous night, Lu Yu had heard the distant howls of wolves. Encountering a pack at night would likely prove fatal. Just as they turned to leave, a faint, weak cry resonated from the nearby dense thicket. The sound was so faint that had Lu Yu not undergone physical enhancement, he would hardly have detected it. Reba, standing beside him, seemed oblivious to the noise. Wait, Reba. I believe I just heard some sort of animal call. Lu Yu urgently halted her. Although the sound was barely audible and appeared quite feeble, he had heard it distinctly. He directed his gaze towards the source of the sound, a thick patch of grass. What? Animal sounds. Why didn't I hear anything? Reba paused, her face a mask of confusion, having detected no animal cries moments ago. Right there in that patch of grass. It sounds like the cry of some young creature, but I cannot be entirely sure. Lu Yu indicated the dense foliage before him and added, Stay here. I will investigate. With that, he grasped his machete and cautiously approached the thicket. Using the blade to part the dense grass, a small white furry bundle came into view. Chirp! The weak call resonated once more, as the small creature shivered slightly, appearing extremely frail. Ants crawled around it, indicating that this little furball was teetering on the brink of death. What is that? Reba, having approached Lu Yu from behind, inquired curiously upon seeing the white bundle, feeling an irresistible urge to pick it up and pet it. Hastily, Lu Yu scooped it up, finally getting a clear view of the creature. It seems to be a wolf cub, Lu Yu stated, albeit uncertainly. This tiny creature appeared to be only 2 months old, with an attractive appearance and features reminiscent of a fox. Yet, the size of a young fox cub was not comparable to this one. It had to be a wolf. Wolf! At the mere mention of the word, Reba instinctively recoiled a couple of steps. After all, encountering wolves in the wilderness naturally instills fear, even if this was merely a cub. Do not worry, it is just a wolf cub. Moreover, it is on the verge of death. It seems unlikely it will survive. Lu Yu reassured her, gently brushing away the ants clinging to the little wolf's fur. Pure white wolves are quite rare. To his knowledge, they are primarily found in Arctic regions, known as Arctic wolves or snow wolves. However, most Arctic wolves do not possess entirely white fur. Another variant, the Newfoundland white wolf, also referred to as the North American white wolf or the dream wolf, has long been extinct. Arctic wolves are smaller than Newfoundland wolves. Considering the size of the wolf cub before him, it was highly probable that it was a Newfoundland white wolf cub. Yet, how could such a creature, presumed extinct, appear on this deserted island? Chapter 28. Living as a pet, dying as food. No loss at that moment. The audience in the livestream was astounded to witness Lu Yu and Reba discovering a small wolf cub, leading to an explosive reaction. Brothers, do you think this little wolf cub is from the pack we heard last night? It's quite possible. Those wolf howls scared me senseless. I swear I dreamt of wolf howls last night. Why aren't these two dunderheads running away? They'll end up as takeout. Wolf pack. Thanks to the bro for delivering a gourmet meal. Wow, this little wolf cub is so adorable. I want to cuddle it. So fluffy and cute. I feel like it's just a puppy released by the production team. How wonderful it would be to raise it as a pet. Do you know that wolves can't be domesticated? Otherwise, how could there be such a thing as a treacherous wolf? Lu Yu, can't be domesticated? I wonder if it can be stewed instead. A pet? When it grows up, you might just become its pet. These two fools better run if they don't want to be the first blood sacrifice. It appears this island is truly perilous. One could face life-threatening dangers at any moment. The viewers in the livestream were equally concerned for Lu Yu and Reba. A single wolf cub is not frightening, but the presence of a cub suggests the likelihood of a wolf pack nearby. More importantly, most viewers had heard the howls of wolves the previous night. However, Lu Yu and Reba were contemplating how to handle the little wolf. Lu Yu, since there's a living wolf cub here, there might be other wolves around. Should we quickly release it back? If adult wolves come looking for it, that would be troublesome. Reba cast a fearful glance around before addressing Lu Yu. In this desolate wilderness, encountering an adult wolf would likely leave her paralyzed with fear. That although the little wolf cub appeared rather charming, it was, after all, a genuine wolf. She dared not entertain such thoughts. I want to take it back, Lu Yu said after a moment of hesitation. The little white wolf cub looked quite endearing, and if left here, it would undoubtedly face a grim fate. In a matter of hours, it could become prey for the red ants. This was not to imply that Lu Yu was particularly noble. Rather, he thought it would be quite impressive to have a wolf as a pet during a survival adventure. Moreover, once it grew a bit and developed hunting skills, it might even prove beneficial to him. What? You intend to take this little wolf back? But, isn't that incredibly dangerous? Moreover, judging by its appearance, even if you bring it back, it won't survive for long. Reba was clearly taken aback. Did Lu Yu really mean to raise a wolf as a pet? This was no dog, as the ancients often said. Wolves can never be tamed. Even if this little creature were saved, it might one day turn on them. Just the thought of keeping a wolf nearby sent shivers down her spine. She might not even dare to sleep at night. It's merely a little wolf cub. There's no need to be so fearful. If we can revive it, it may serve as a pet. If not, it can be a source of food. In any case, it's not a loss. It was evident that Lu Yu had made up his mind. Given his current strength, dealing with a small wolf cub was well within his capabilities. It would be best if he could domesticate it. If not, he could simply prepare it for a meal. Very well then. Seeing Lu Yu's determination, Reba chose not to argue further. If Lu Yu was intent on bringing the little cub back, it indicated his confidence. All right, let us take it back. Subsequently, Lu Yu and Reba returned to the shelter with the wolf cub. By the time they arrived, nightfall had begun to descend. Reba started cooking chicken, while Lu Yu examined the little wolf's health. Externally, it appeared to have no injuries. It was evident that the cub had been abandoned by the pack. Perhaps its pristine white fur made the other wolves feel its father had been cuckolded, prompting its heartless abandonment. The cub seemed to be a couple of months old, nearly weaned, and ready for solid food. Lu Yu offered it the innards of a wild chicken, but the little wolf was evidently too weak to consume anything. Half an hour later, Reba had finished cooking the chicken. Lu Yu, come eat something, she called out. All right, Lu Yu nodded, carrying the little wolf cub over. He poured some meat broth for the cub. Although it couldn't eat meat, the broth was quite fragrant. Lu Yu's spirits lifted. Perhaps this little creature could survive after all. In fact, he still had a portion of a body enhancement agent left. If he administered it to the wolf cub, it would undoubtedly revive it and significantly improve its physical condition. However, he was reluctant to use such a precious item on this creature. After their meal, Lu Yu and Reba returned to the shelter, lighting candles and incense. The room was illuminated with a warm glow. Our mosquito repellent seems to be working. I don't hear any mosquitoes buzzing around. After lighting the incense, Reba indeed noticed the absence of mosquitoes. Just a few nights prior, the incessant buzzing had been unbearable. However, this evening, all was quiet. We should be able to sleep well tonight. All right, let us get some rest. Lu Yu made a cozy nook for the little wolf cub beside the fire, ensuring it wouldn't freeze overnight. The nights on the island could be quite chilly. If the cub accidentally crawled into the fire, it would be its own fault. The night passed without incident. Reba still had the habit of seeking warmth from others while sleeping, a routine not easily altered. The cool island nights, coupled with Lu Yu's warm body, made it natural for Reba to instinctively snuggle into Lu Yu's embrace as she drifted off. Perhaps it was merely instinct. With the dawn chorus and the first rays of sunlight, Lu Yu awoke early. What the hell? Where's my wolf? He took a last glance at the little nook he had prepared for the cub the previous night, only to find it missing. Could it be? Lu Yu hurriedly glanced at the fire pit. A heap of blackened remnants was still smoldering. The shape resembled that of the little cub. Damn it! As expected, gazing at the burning remnants, Lu Yu felt a wave of regret wash over him, accompanied by a pang of heartache. I should have roasted it last night. Now it's charred beyond recognition. I probably can't eat it. How infuriating. Just as Lu Yu was consumed by sorrow over the fire pit, a rustling sound suddenly emanated from beneath the bed. Chirp, chirp. That familiar calling echoed once more. Chapter 29. The contestants begin to withdraw upon hearing the faint cries. Lu Yu hurriedly glanced beneath the bed. Indeed, the little wolf cub lay shivering in the corner. However, it appeared slightly more spirited than the previous day. Ha! Accompanied by a yawn, Reba awakened. Is the little wolf cub still alive? She inquired, noticing Lu Yu sprawled on the ground. Yes, it is still alive. When I saw that lump of charred wood in the fire pit, I thought I had roasted it. Luyu nodded in agreement, as the blackened mass did resemble the cub's size. That was the firewood I added when I got up to use the restroom earlier, Reba explained, glancing at the still-burning charcoal. She had risen about 2 hours prior to relieve herself and, noticing the fire was nearly extinguished, had added some firewood. Ah, I see. The two then hastily got up to freshen themselves. Sunlight bathed the island, heralding the awakening of nature. At this moment, the other contestants were also beginning to rise. Group 5 consisted of 2 contestants, Zhuo Yifan and He Jiangwo. Zhuo Yifan was the heir to the Zhuo group, and he had entered this wilderness survival challenge primarily because his father wished to toughen him up. This young man had lived a life of luxury, and if he was not adequately tested, how could he be expected to inherit the vast Zhuo empire? For Yifan's safety, he was paired with his own bodyguard, Jiangwo. He Jiangwo was a retired reconnaissance soldier, possessing formidable survival skills in the wild. Thus, over the past 3 days, they had fared quite well. Finding water sources, constructing shelters, and foraging for food were tasks easily accomplished by a seasoned veteran, even with a burden to carry. After all, he was earning a hefty annual salary of 500,000. His abilities must match such compensation. Yifan, rise and shine. I've prepared breakfast. Hurry up and eat. He Jiangwo gently urged, observing Zhuo Yifan sleeping soundly in their makeshift shelter. There was no other choice. After all, he was the young master of the Zhuo family and required some coaxing. Ugh, old He, how bothersome you are. What time is it that you're waking me? Zhuo Yifan complained lazily. Brother Zhuo, the sun is already high in the sky. Get up quickly, or the meat will lose its flavor. With that, Jiangwo turned to prepare other items. A few minutes later, Zhuo Yifan sluggishly got out of bed. Damn! I truly do not understand what my stubborn parents were thinking, sending me to suffer in this wretched place. He cursed under his breath. Once he passed on, he would undoubtedly insist on having them buried separately. Damn. Old He, what's for breakfast today? Despite his reluctance, he had yet to take over the company, so he had to comply with his parents' wishes. He ambled over to the fire pit, asking lazily, Brother Yifan, this morning we have mountain rat mushroom soup. Come, taste my culinary skills. It's absolutely delicious, Jiangwo replied with utmost politeness. Although Jiangwo was already in his 40s and considerably older than 18-year-old Zhuo Yifan, this young rascal preferred to be called Brother Yifan. Initially, Jiangwo was reluctant, but the compensation from his father was simply too generous. He had no choice but to bend for the sake of 5 pickles of rice. Damn. Eating rats again. I, the distinguished young master of the Zhuo family and the sole heir of the Zhuo group, am eating rats here. Do you not know that rats carry diseases? I refuse to eat this. Quickly contact the program staff to take me back today. I must leave this dreadful place. As he looked at the rat meat in the pot, Zhuo Yifan felt a wave of nausea. When had he ever consumed such disgusting fare? Just the thought made him feel queasy. Brother Yifan, this is mountain rat, not a common rat. Rest assured and eat. It's perfectly fine. Jiangwo could only gently reassure him. He understood Zhuo Yifan's nature. Though he often appeared carefree and foul-mouthed, his heart was not malicious. In truth, he was just a bit too outspoken, so Jiangwo seldom held it against him. I will not eat it. You eat it yourself. Hurry up and give me the satellite emergency phone. I want to call back immediately, Zhuo Yifan said impatiently. Are you certain? Jiangwo inquired. Of course I am. Hurry up. Before we arrived here, Mr. Zhuo instructed me. If you wish to withdraw before completing 1 month, I am to slap you. Brother Yifan, do not push me, Jiangwo said with utmost seriousness. Seeing Jiangwo's suddenly serious demeanor, Zhuo Yifan instantly wilted. The thought of enduring a slap from Jiangwo was unbearable. Reluctantly, he began to eat the mountain rat meat. However, the thought of persisting for another 26 days left him feeling despondent. In the first live-streaming room, the contestants were Chen Xiaodao and Luan. Chen Xiaodao was the nephew of a shark mogul, and his teammate was also of notable pedigree, a retired Special Forces soldier from a covert unit, boasting exceptional wilderness survival skills. Although both Chen Xiaodao and Zhuo Yifan lacked wilderness experience, having a formidable leader meant that even a pig could endure a month without issue. Meanwhile, the other non-celebrity contestants were striving for survival. For most celebrities, their participation was merely for publicity. The number of days they endured was inconsequential as long as it garnered attention. However, for the majority of the non-celebrity contestants, Their motivations were akin to Lu Yu's. They sought to improve their lives or simply to survive. Even those without wilderness survival experience were giving their all to persevere. For many of these contestants, this was a pivotal opportunity to alter the course of their lives. Last night, several more groups of contestants withdrew, including 5 groups of streamers and celebrities, such as the likes of Xiao Yeye from Diyun, Bao Bayer, Xie Xiaona, streamer PDD, and Demahu. For these pampered stars, the hardships of island life were unbearable. Who wouldn't prefer the comfort of a soft bed and gourmet meals at home? Furthermore, even if they persevered for a month, 1,000,000 yuan was hardly a significant sum for them. A couple of gigs for a star or a few streaming sessions could easily earn them that amount without enduring such hardships. Meanwhile, Lu Yu and Reba were preparing breakfast once more. Chapter 29. The contestants begin to withdraw upon hearing the faint cries. Lu Yu promptly glanced beneath the bed. The little wolf cub was indeed cowering in the corner, trembling with fear. However, it appeared to be slightly more spirited than the previous day. Ah! Accompanied by a yawn, Reba awoke. Is the little wolf cub still alive? She inquired, noticing Lu Yu sprawled on the ground. Yes, it's still alive, Lu Yu replied. When I saw that lump of black charcoal in the fire, I thought I had accidentally roasted myself. Lu Yu nodded, acknowledging the resemblance to the little wolf cub's size. That was the firewood I added when I got up to use the restroom earlier, Reba explained, glancing at the still-burning charcoal. She had woken up about 2 hours prior and, noticing the dwindling flames, had added more wood. Ah, I see. The two then hastily got out of bed to freshen up. As the sun bathed the island in its golden light, life began to stir. At this moment, the other contestants were also rising. In the 5th group, the contestants were Zhuo Yifan and He Jiangwo. Zhuo Yifan was the heir to the Zhuo group, and his participation in this wilderness survival challenge was primarily due to his father's desire to toughen him up. This young man was, by all accounts, a typical spoiled rich kid. If he were not rigorously trained, how could he possibly inherit the vast Zhuo group in the future? For his safety, he was paired with his family's bodyguard, He Jiangwo, a retired reconnaissance soldier with formidable outdoor survival skills. Thus, they had fared quite well over the past 3 days, finding water sources, building shelters, and foraging for food, tasks that posed little challenge for a veteran soldier. Although burdened with a liability, it did not hinder his capabilities. After all, he was earning a substantial annual salary of 500,000. Brother Fan, rise and shine. I've prepared breakfast. Hurry up and eat, He Jiangwo gently urged, observing Zhuo Yifan sleeping soundly in the shelter. After all, he was the young master of the Zhuo family, and he needed to be coaxed. Oh, old He, are you ever going to stop? Zhuo Yifan grumbled lazily. What time is it that you're waking me up? Brother Zhuo, the sun is already high in the sky. Get up quickly, or the meat will lose its flavor, He Jiangwo stated before moving on to prepare other items. After a few minutes, Zhuo Yifan finally rose sluggishly. Damn! I can't believe my parents sent me to endure this torment in such a dreadful place, Zhuo Yifan muttered under his breath. Once he got back, he would definitely insist on a separate burial for those two. Damn! What are we having for breakfast today, old He? Although he was reluctant, he still had to abide by his parents' wishes, as he had yet to take charge of the company. He ambled over to the fire, asking lazily, Brother Fan, this morning we have mountain rat mushroom soup. Come, taste my culinary skills. It's absolutely delicious, He Jiangwo responded with utmost politeness. Despite being 40 years old, he was significantly older than the 18-year-old Zhuo Yifan, yet this impudent boy preferred to be addressed as Brother Fan. Initially, He Jiangwo was resistant, but the benefits he received from Zhuo's father were simply too generous to ignore. Damn! Eating rat again. As the illustrious heir of the Zhuo family, the future successor of the Zhuo group, how could I be reduced to consuming rats? Don't you know they carry diseases? I refuse to eat this. Contact the production team and have them take me back. Today, I must escape this wretched place. Gazing at the rat meat simmering in the pot, Zhuo Yifan felt an overwhelming wave of nausea. When had he ever consumed such revolting food? Just the thought of it made him feel ill. Brother Fan, this is mountain rat, not ordinary rat. Rest assured, it's safe to eat. He Jiangwo could only speak soothingly, well aware of Zhuo Yifan's temperament. Although he often acted brazenly and used foul language, his nature was not inherently bad, merely a bit too outspoken. Thus, He Jiangwo chose not to take offense most of the time. I won't eat it. You can have it all. Hurry and give me the satellite distress signal. I need to call back immediately. Zhui Yifan said impatiently. Are you sure? He Jiangwo inquired. Absolutely sure. Hurry up. Prior to our arrival, Mr. Zhuo instructed me that if you wish to withdraw before completing a month, I was to slap you across the face. Brother Fan, please don't push me. He Jiangwo stated earnestly. Seeing the seriousness in He Jiangwo's expression, Zhui Yifan instantly wilted. He Jiangwo's slap was not something he could withstand. Reluctantly, he began to eat the mountain rat meat, though the thought of enduring another 26 days left him feeling desolate. Meanwhile, in the first live broadcast room, the contestants were Qian Xiaodao and Luan Qian Xiaodao was the nephew of a shark tycoon, and thus, his teammate was also of notable pedigree, a retired Special Forces soldier from a mysterious elite unit, possessing remarkable wilderness survival skills. Although both Qian Xiaodao and Zhui Yifan lacked experience in wilderness survival, having such a prominent figure by their side ensured that even a pig could endure a month without much trouble. The other contestants, composed mainly of ordinary individuals, were diligently striving to survive. For most celebrities, their participation might merely be for publicity, and the duration of their endurance was inconsequential as long as it garnered them attention. However, for the majority of ordinary contestants, their motivations were akin to those of Lu Yu: survival, or perhaps a chance at a better life. Even without wilderness survival experience, they persevered. As for many, this represented a pivotal opportunity to transform their lives. Last night, several groups of contestants had withdrawn, including 5 groups comprising streamers and celebrity participants such as Xiao Yeye from Diyun Shi, Bao Beier, Xie Xiaona, streamer PDD, and Demahu. For these pampered stars, the harshness of island life was unbearable. Why would they not prefer the comforts of home with plush beds and gourmet meals? Moreover, even if they persevered for a month, $1 million was hardly a significant sum for them. A couple of gigs or a few streaming sessions could easily net them that amount. Why endure such hardship? Meanwhile, Lu Yu and Reba were preparing for breakfast once more. Chapter 29. The contestants begin to withdraw upon hearing the faint whimper. Lu Yu hurriedly glanced beneath the bed. The little wolf cub was indeed crouched in the corner, trembling in fear. However, it seemed to be slightly more spirited than the previous day. Accompanied by a yawn, Reba awoke. Is the little wolf cub still alive? She inquired, noticing Lu Yu sprawled on the ground. Yes, it is. Lu Yu affirmed. When I saw that lump of black charcoal in the fire, I thought I had accidentally roasted myself. He nodded, acknowledging that the charcoal bore a striking resemblance to the cub's size. That was the firewood I added when I got up to use the restroom earlier, Reba explained, glancing at the still-burning embers. She had risen about 2 hours ago and, seeing the fire nearly extinguished, had added some wood to keep it going. I see. The two hastily got out of bed to freshen up. The sun illuminated the island, breathing life into the surroundings. Why this time? Most of the other contestants had also risen. In the 5th group, the contestants were Zhui Yifan and He Jiangwo. Zhui Yifan, the heir to the Zhuo group, had entered this wilderness survival challenge primarily at his father's insistence to toughen him up, as he was rather a spoiled young master. If he did not endure some hardship, how could he inherit the vast Zhuo group in the future? For safety reasons, his partner was none other than his family's bodyguard, He Jiangwo, a retired reconnaissance soldier with formidable survival skills. Thus, they had fared reasonably well over the past 3 days, as locating water sources, building shelters, and foraging for food posed no significant challenge for a veteran soldier, even with a deadweight like Yifan alongside him. After all, he earned a substantial annual salary of 500,000. His abilities naturally had to match that figure. Yifan, rise and shine. I've prepared breakfast. Hurry and get up to eat. He Jiangwo gently coaxed, observing Zhui Yifan still fast asleep in the shelter. There was no choice. He had to pamper the young master. Oh, old He, are you ever going to stop? Zhui Yifan groaned lazily. What time is it, and you're already waking me up? Brother Zhua, the sun is already high in the sky. Get up quickly, or the meat will lose its flavor. With that, He Jiangwo busied himself with other preparations. A few minutes later, Zhui Yifan sluggishly emerged from his slumber. Damn! I truly wonder what those 2 stubborn old folks are thinking, sending me to suffer in this godforsaken place. Zhui Yifan muttered under his breath, vowing that if he were to perish here, he would ensure they were buried far apart. Damn! What are we having for breakfast today, old he? Despite his reluctance, he still had to comply with his parents' wishes as he had yet to take over the company. He lazily approached the fire. Brother Yifan, this morning we have mountain rat mushroom soup. Come, taste my culinary skills. It's absolutely delicious. He Jiangwo replied courteously. Although he was now 40 years old, significantly older than the 18-year-old Zhui Yifan, this brat insisted on being called Brother Yifan. Initially reluctant, he Jiangwo conceded, for the rewards from Yifan's father were simply too generous to ignore. I can't believe it. Eating rat again. I, the esteemed heir of the Zhua family and future successor of the Zhua group, am here consuming rat. Do you not realize rats carry diseases? I refuse to eat this. Contact the production team to take me back. Today, I must leave this wretched place. Gazing at the pot filled with rat meat, Zhui Yifan felt a surge of nausea. When had he ever eaten such revolting food? The mere thought was enough to make him retch. Brother Yifan, this is mountain rat, not just any rat. Rest assured, it's safe to eat. He Jiangwo attempted to reassure him softly, knowing well Zhui Yifan's temperament. Though he often appeared carefree and foul-mouthed, his heart was not malicious. He was merely a bit too outspoken. Thus, He Jiangwo often chose not to hold it against him. I'm not eating. You can have it all. Hurry and give me the satellite distress signal. I'm calling to go back right now. Zhui Yifan replied impatiently. Are you certain? He Jiangwo asked. Of course I'm certain. Hurry up. Before we came here, Mr. Zhuo instructed me. If you wish to withdraw before a month is up, I am to slap you. Brother Yifan, do not force my hand. He Jiangwo said with utmost seriousness. Seeing He Jiangwo's suddenly serious demeanor, Zhui Yifan immediately wilted. He knew well that old He's slap was not something he could withstand. Reluctantly, he succumbed to the fate of eating mountain rat meat, though the thought of enduring for another 26 days left him in despair. Meanwhile, in the first live broadcast room, the contestants were Qian Xiaodao and Luan Chen Xiaodao was the nephew of the shark magnate, and thus his teammate was also of considerable stature, a retired Special Forces soldier from a certain mysterious elite unit, possessing exceptional wilderness survival skills. Although both Qian Xiaodao and Zhui Yifan lacked wilderness survival experience, having a powerful ally meant that even a pig could endure for a month without issue. As for the other ordinary contestants, they were desperately striving for survival. For most celebrities, their participation might merely be for publicity. The number of days they could endure mattered little, as long as it garnered them attention. However, for the majority of the ordinary contestants, their objectives were akin to Lu Yu's, survival, and perhaps a chance at a better life. Even without experience, they persevered, for this was a pivotal opportunity to alter their destinies. Last night, several groups of contestants withdrew, including 5 groups of streamers and celebrity contestants, such as the popular figures from Diyunsei, Xiao Yeye, Bao Beier, Xie Xiaona, streamer PDD, and Dima Hu. For these pampered stars, life on the island was insufferably arduous. Who wouldn't prefer the comfort of their homes with soft beds and gourmet meals? Furthermore, even if they endured for a month, $1 million was not a significant sum for them. A couple of gigs or a few streaming sessions could easily net them that amount. Why would they subject themselves to such hardship? As for Lu Yu and Reba, they too had to prepare for breakfast. Chapter 29. Contestants begin to withdraw upon hearing the faint cries. Lu Yu quickly peered beneath the bed. Indeed, the little wolf cub was huddled in the corner, trembling. However, it appeared to be slightly more spirited than the previous day. Accompanied by a yawn, Reba awakened. Is the little wolf cub still alive? She inquired, observing Lu Yu sprawled on the ground. Yes, it is still alive, he replied. When I saw that lump of black charcoal in the fire, I thought I had inadvertently roasted myself. Lu Yu nodded in agreement, for the charred mass did resemble the size of the little wolf cub. That was the firewood I added when I got up to use the restroom earlier, Reba remarked, glancing at the still-burning coals. About 2 hours prior, she had risen for a bathroom break. Noticing the fire was nearly extinguished, she had thrown in some firewood. I see. The two promptly rose to wash up. The sun bathed the island in light, heralding the awakening of nature. Meanwhile, the other contestants had also begun to stir in Group 5. The participants were Zhui Yifan and He Jiangwo. Zhui Yifan, the heir of the Zhua group, had entered this wilderness survival challenge primarily at the behest of his father, who wished to toughen him up. This young man was, by all accounts, a spoiled rich kid. If he were not subjected to some rigorous training, how could he ever inherit the vast Zhuo group? For his safety, however, he was paired with his family's bodyguard, He Jiangwo, a retired reconnaissance soldier with formidable survival skills. Thus, over the past 3 days, they had fared quite well. Finding water sources, constructing shelters, and foraging for food posed no challenge for a former soldier, even with a burden to carry. After all, he earned a substantial annual salary of 500,000, a figure that warranted corresponding capabilities. Yifan, time to rise. I've prepared breakfast. Hurry up and eat, He Jiangwo gently urged, noticing Zhuo Yifan snoring soundly in their shelter. There was no alternative. He had to coax the young master of the Zhuo family. Oh, come on. Old He, are you ever going to let me sleep? Zhuo Yifan complained lazily. Zhuogu, the sun is already high in the sky. Get up quickly, or the meat will lose its flavor, He Jiangwo stated before turning to prepare other items. A few minutes later, Zhuo Yifan finally dragged himself out of bed. Damn. I truly cannot fathom what my stubborn parents were thinking, sending me to suffer in this wretched place. Zhuo Yifan grumbled. He resolved that when he passed away, he would ensure they were buried separately. Damn it. What are we having for breakfast today, old He? Though reluctant, he knew he had yet to take over the company and must adhere to his parents' dictates. He ambled over to the fire and lazily inquired. This morning, we have mountain rat mushroom soup. Come, taste my culinary skills. It's absolutely delicious, He Jiangwo replied with utmost politeness. Although he was now 40 years old, and thus significantly older than the 18-year-old Zhuo Yifan, this impish youth preferred to be addressed as Zhuoguo. Initially, He Jiangwo was reluctant to comply, but the rewards from Zhuo's father were simply too generous to ignore. Ugh, more rat? I, the esteemed young master of the Zhuo family and the sole heir to the Zhuo group, am reduced to eating rat here. Don't you realize that rats carry diseases? I refuse to eat this. Contact the production team immediately to take me back. I must escape this dreadful place today. Zhuo Yifan's mind raced with a torrent of indignation upon seeing the rat meat in the pot, accompanied by a wave of nausea. When had he ever eaten such revolting fare? Just the thought made him queasy. Zhuogu, this is mountain rat, not just any rat. Rest assured, it's safe to eat. He Jiangwo could only offer gentle reassurances. He understood Zhuo Yifan's temperament. Though he often came across as brash and foul-mouthed, he was not inherently ill-natured, just a tad too outspoken. Thus, He Jiangwo frequently let his remarks slide. I refuse to eat. If you want to go ahead. Quickly hand me the satellite distress signal phone. I'm calling to return home immediately. Zhuo Yifan replied impatiently. Are you certain? He Jiangwo asked. Of course I am. Hurry up. Before we came here, Director Zhuo instructed me. If you wish to withdraw before a month is up, I am to slap you. Zhuogu, please do not push me, He Jiangwo said earnestly. Seeing He Jiangwo's suddenly serious demeanor, Zhuo Yifan's bravado faltered. A slap from old He was not something he could easily withstand. Thus, he begrudgingly began to eat the mountain rat meat. The thought of enduring another 26 days left him in despair. In the first live broadcast room, the contestants were Chen Xiaodao and Luan Chen Xiaodao was the nephew of a shark tycoon, and his teammate was a retired Special Forces soldier from a certain mysterious unit, who also possessed exceptional wilderness survival skills. Though both Chen Xiaodao and Zhuo Yifan lacked experience in the wild, having a formidable ally meant that even a pig could survive for a month without issue. Meanwhile, other ordinary contestants were fervently striving to survive. For many celebrities, their participation may have been merely for publicity, and the duration of their endurance mattered little as long as it garnered attention. However, for the majority of the ordinary contestants, their motives resembled those of Lu Yu. They were here for survival, whether for sustenance or for a chance at a better life. Even in the absence of wilderness survival experience, they persisted with unwavering determination, as this opportunity represented a pivotal moment in their lives. Last night, several groups had withdrawn, including 5 groups consisting of streamers and celebrity contestants, such as Diyunsei's Xiao Yeye, Bao Beier, Xie Xiaona, streamer PDD, and Demaho. For these pampered stars, life on the deserted island proved to be unbearably harsh. Wouldn't they prefer the comforts of home, with soft beds and gourmet meals? Moreover, even if they endured for a month, 1 million was hardly a substantial sum for them. A few gigs or streaming sessions could easily net them that amount. Why endure such hardship? As for Lu Yu and Reba, they were once again preparing for breakfast. Chapter 30. Eyes full of wisdom. Just like a husky yesterday, during the hunt, they managed to catch only a single wild chicken. They had finished it by last night, leaving no provisions for breakfast this morning. It seems we can only check the fishing traps, one of them remarked. Let's have fish soup for breakfast today. They had already inspected the rope traps the night before, so this morning, no significant catch was expected. However, the fishing traps had been set for 2 days now, and there should be some yield. Well then, let us go and check the fishing traps. After a brief preparation, the two equipped themselves and set off towards the creek. Their shelter was quite near the creek, merely a 2-minute walk away. The distance to the small pond where the fishing traps were placed was a bit further, but half an hour would suffice. Should we take the little wolf cub with us? Reba inquired, glancing at the small white wolf curled up under the bed. Although she had felt a bit apprehensive about the cub yesterday, fearing it might attract nearby wolves, its pitiful appearance made it seem less intimidating. Moreover, leaving it alone in the shelter felt unsafe. Never mind, let it rest well, Lu Yu replied. We cannot hunt now anyway, and bringing it along would only be a burden. He cast a glance at the little wolf cub. Taking it outside would mean he would have to carry it. They could wait until it could keep up on its own. The two soon arrived at the fishing traps. This time, they had caught a greater number of fish, appearing to be over 20. Some of the fish were also quite sizable. Upon reaching the small pond, the rewards from the 2 fishing traps were indeed plentiful. In addition to numerous small fish, they had also caught several larger creek groupers, 6 in total, each weighing about 3 to 4 tails. There were also some small fish and river shrimp. Our haul today is truly remarkable, Reba exclaimed. So many small fish and shrimp, plus a few large ones. How about we grill the larger ones when we get back? With their bountiful catch, Reba was quite delighted, as it was 3 to 4 times more than their previous yield. Besides, grilling those large fish would enhance their flavor. All right, I'm on board, Lu Yu chuckled. They then returned to their shelter. On their way back, they were surprised to find the little wolf cub had crawled out from the shelter. This astonished Lu Yu, as the cub had been on the brink of death when they found it the day before, completely devoid of any strength. To see it crawling out today indicated that last night's fish soup had indeed made a difference. Lu Yu, this little fellow crawled out by itself? Reba exclaimed, clearly astonished. It seems you have revived it. Though she had felt a bit fearful of the wolf cub the day before, seeing its fluffy form now made it appear quite endearing. After all, how many girls could resist such a fluffy creature? Especially with the cub's pure white fur, which exuded a hint of nobility. It appears to be in better condition than yesterday, Lu Yu noted. Let us prepare some fish soup for it in a bit. For some reason, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Yes, certainly, Reba nodded eagerly and began preparing breakfast. They skewered the larger creek groupers on some branches to grill, while the smaller fish were made into fish soup, a pot brimming with protein. After about 10 minutes, the grilled fish was ready. A little while later, the fish soup was also finished. Perhaps due to the abundance of fish, the soup appeared quite milky, looking immensely nutritious. Here, little one, have some soup, Lu Yu said, finding some broad leaves and pouring the soup onto them. He then brought the little wolf cub over. The cub eagerly began lapping up the soup. Not bad, not bad. It knows how to feed itself now. It seems you want to become a kebab after all, Lu Yu remarked, patting the little wolf cub's head with a paternal smile. This little creature was becoming more and more endearing. Lu Yu, how about we give the little wolf cub a name? Reba suggested. Calling it little wolf cub feels rather awkward. Clearly, she had developed some fondness for the cub, no longer feeling as intimidated as when she first encountered it. Well, Lu Yu pondered, it does resemble a fluffy white ball. Its sounds are like G. Let us call it Little G then. After a moment of thought, he seriously proposed. Naming was not his strong suit, but he had a knack for adorable appellations. Simply adding the prefix little made it sound particularly cute, like Little Sa or Little Chi. Little G was a pleasant name. Reba was at a loss for words upon hearing the name. What kind of name was that? Little G. It sounded rather odd. She then earnestly suggested, I think it looks like a fluffy ball. Let us call it Tuan Tuan from now on. Although she too was not particularly skilled at naming, it certainly sounded better than the name Lu Yu had just proposed. All right, then it's settled. Lu Yu had no objections. After all, Tuan Tuan did sound much more appealing than his previous suggestion. Tuan Tuan, come here. Let me hold you. After naming it, Reba instantly became more affectionate towards the little wolf cub. Despite its small size, its appetite was impressive, consuming a third of the pot of fish soup and some fish meat. After finishing, it appeared even more spirited. Its previously closed eyes were now wide open and bright, displaying greater vivacity. Luyu, look. Tuan's eyes are like sapphires. So beautiful, Reba exclaimed with excitement, as if discovering a new world. Curious, Luyu glanced over and found the little creature gazing at him with eyes brimming with wisdom. Typically, a wolf's gaze is filled with ferocity and dominance, yet in the eyes of this little one, Luyu only saw an intelligence rivaling that of a husky, devoid of any hint of menace. Could it be possible that Tuan's father was a husky, and upon discovering his infidelity, the wolf father abandoned the cub? It all made sense. Luyu suddenly experienced a moment of epiphany. Looking at Tuan, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. How unfortunate for such a young creature to bear the consequences of its mother's transgressions. He realized that his remarkable deductive reasoning skills were too valuable to waste on anything other than detective work. Chapter 31. Discovering the tracks of wild goats, planning to craft bows and arrows. Ah, the eyes do indeed appear quite enchanting. It just feels a bit erratic. Luyu nodded and responded with a smile. Isn't erratic a good thing? Only if it truly were a husky. Reba pouted, clearly very fond of the little creature at that moment. Subsequently, Luyu fashioned a dog cage for Tuan out of bamboo. After all, this little one was a tad too small to accompany them on their hunts. Thus, they decided to settle it in the shelter for now. Once it grew a bit larger, it might prove to be useful. Although it might consume some food during this period, having such a pet could serve as a reserve food source and at least alleviate their boredom. In just 20 minutes, Luyu had created a comfortable dog bed for Tuan, lining the cage with some dry leaves. The little creature seemed quite pleased, frolicking happily inside. It appeared that the little one had recovered from its earlier distress. Engaging in these trivial tasks, time always seemed to pass swiftly. Before they knew it, noon had approached. Luyu, how about I prepare some wild vegetables for us to eat later? We just had fish this morning, so a light meal of wild vegetables for lunch would suffice. As noon drew near, Reba also prepared to start cooking. To be honest, it had been 4 days since they arrived on the island. Throughout these days, their meals had alternated between meat and wild vegetables. She was beginning to long for the taste of noodles and rice. However, she was well aware that such luxuries were unattainable in the wilderness. It seemed that persevering for a month would not be as straightforward as she had hoped. No, let's venture out instead. Perhaps we might stumble upon unexpected treasures. If we fail to find any other food, we can always cook some wild vegetables later. After all, with the pot and lighter in hand, we can prepare wild vegetables anywhere. Luyu shook his head. While one should not be picky about food in the wild, if there were the possibility of meat or other provisions, wild vegetables would not be the best choice. Well, that works too. Let's head towards the wild village today. Reba nodded eagerly. She then placed the remaining fish soup into the dog bed. After securing the shelter's door, the two departed. This time, they chose a direction they had not previously explored. In their earlier excursions, aside from discovering the tracks of wild chickens and hares, they had not encountered any other animals. Thus, Luyu decided to broaden their search for food. After all, subsisting solely on hares and wild chickens for an entire month would surely become tiresome. Moreover, they had yet to catch any hares. More importantly, although these two animals were rich in protein, their fat content was quite low. Over time, their weight would inevitably decline, and of course, the decrease in weight was secondary. Insufficient fat intake could lead to a rapid decline in immunity, resulting in memory loss, weakening, hair loss, and deteriorating skin condition, among other issues. Time slipped away, and before they knew it, 2 hours had passed. Their journey thus far had yielded only some wild vegetables and fruits. Wait a moment. Look over there, animal droppings. Just as they continued on their path, Luyu suddenly halted Reba. He had spotted a pile of animal feces not far away, evidently left by a medium-sized creature. What animal do you think this belongs to? Could it be a wolf pack? Reba inquired with a hint of caution. Ever since they had found the little wolf cub Tuan, she had felt that there might be wolves on this island. Consequently, she had remained on high alert during their trek, fearing that a wolf might suddenly emerge from the dense foliage. No, this is not wolf droppings. It appears more akin to that of a wild goat. Lu Yu crouched down to examine it closely, then deduced. He had encountered wild goat droppings during his previous survival endeavors, and the one before him bore a striking resemblance. Moreover, this particular pile appeared somewhat warm. Thought this was excellent news for them, indicating that wild goats were active in this area. More importantly, it suggested that the goats might be lurking nearby. Wild goats. Does this mean we might soon feast on lamb chops? Reba exclaimed with excitement. After several days of searching, they had finally found a larger animal. If they could successfully hunt a wild goat, they might not have to worry about food for days, and they would be able to enjoy fresh lamb chops. Just the thought made their mouths water. Things are not as simple as they seem. Even if we have discovered the tracks of wild goats, it does not guarantee our success in hunting them. Furthermore, we currently possess only a machete, and it would be impossible to hunt agile wild goats with such a tool. Unless, Lu Yu chuckled and shook his head. Yet, the idea of the system rewards he had obtained earlier flashed through his mind. The blueprints for crafting bows and arrows and archery level 1. If he could produce a bow and arrow, their chances of successfully hunting a wild goat would significantly increase. Unless what? Reba asked eagerly, her desire for lamb chops palpable. Unless we craft a bow and arrow, Lu Yu replied. In truth, materials on this island were quite abundant, and creating a simple bow and arrow posed no great challenge. The accuracy would certainly not compare to that of professional archers, but thankfully, the system had granted him archery level 1, which would greatly enhance their chances of a successful hunt. Can you craft a bow and arrow? Reba inquired hastily. To her, it seemed that Lu Yu was capable of anything, and perhaps crafting a bow and arrow would pose no difficulty for him. I can give it a try, but first, we need to find some suitable materials. Lu Yu nodded, not concealing his abilities. To hunt wild goats, the bow must possess considerable strength, capable of delivering a lethal blow. Wild animals are remarkably resilient. If they failed to strike a vital point or lacked sufficient force, they would not be able to kill them. Today, let us avoid alarming the prey. Let us return and craft a bow and arrow, and come back tomorrow. Lu Yu decided to leave this place first. Without a bow and arrow, they would only frighten the animals away. These wild creatures were highly alert and aware of their surroundings. If startled, they would quickly change their location, making it much more challenging to find them again. All right, I'll follow your lead. Reba nodded obediently, realizing that she could not assist in such matters, and thus had to adhere to Lu Yu's arrangements. Chapter 32. Reba. Lu Yu, you are so handsome. After continuing to trace the goat's footprints, Lu Yu had also made distinct markings in these locations. The two then chose a different route to return to their shelter. Since it was still early, they wouldn't risk getting lost by taking a longer path. After walking for over an hour, the dense vegetation had significantly thinned out, revealing several tall trees ahead. Lu Yu, look, are those coconut trees? Reba asked curiously, gazing at the uneven broadleaf trees before her. She had encountered many coconut trees during her previous travels, and these trees bore a striking resemblance to them. Sort of, they are a type of coconut tree, Lu Yu replied. But for us, this is a remarkable discovery. Perhaps, we will have a staple food in the days to come. His face lit up with excitement as he nodded. Staple food? Reba appeared somewhat bewildered, as she believed staple foods should be rice or flour. How could these trees possibly serve as a staple? Would they really have to survive by gnawing on tree bark? Yet, they didn't seem to be in such a dire state yet. Indeed, these trees will serve as our staple food, Lu Yu asserted confidently. Reba remained puzzled, and the fans and audience in the live stream shared her confusion. It was the first time they had heard of coconut trees being considered a staple food. Are Lu Yu and Reba really in such dire straits? Are they planning to gnaw on tree bark or eat tree leaves? I think they might have to gnaw on tree bark, as they probably can't reach the leaves, haha. Look at the comments from the clueless upstairs. Is it possible that Lu Yu has become foolish from hunger? Isn't that just a coconut tree? How can it be a staple food? I am just as confused as Reba. Poor Lu Yu, I can't believe I had any expectations for Lu Yu. It seems I was mistaken. Those upstairs are truly ill-informed. This is not a coconut tree at all. It's a sago palm. That the live stream was buzzing with activity. Most fans and viewers speculated that Lu Yu must have lost his mind from hunger or was hallucinating. After all, how could he possibly consider a coconut tree to be a staple food? However, some well-informed fans began to grasp Lu Yu's earlier statement. This tree is called the sago palm, and like coconut trees, palms, and beetle palms, it belongs to the palm family. However, this tree is also known as the rice tree. Lu Yu began to educate Reba, drawing from his extensive wilderness survival knowledge. To survive in the wild, one must possess a substantial amount of knowledge about the wilderness. Understanding the uses and benefits of most plants, including their nutritional content, is fundamental for wilderness survivalists. In the commentary section of the live stream, someone noted, the sago palm, also referred to as the rice tree, stores a significant amount of starch within its trunk and bark. A 10-meter-tall sago palm contains over 100 kilograms of starch, far exceeding that of other starchy plants like kudzu. In certain regions and tribes in Africa, many people rely on it as their staple food. In fact, the sago we see in our daily lives is derived from the sago palm, so Lu Yu truly possesses an immense wealth of wilderness knowledge. My confidence in him is growing by the minute. Buyer also provided some simple education for Lu Ha and the Eagle, as well as the million viewers in the live stream. Lu Yu continues to astonish us time and again. He even recognizes such things. It seems he will be the dark horse of this program. Lu Ha was somewhat surprised as well, considering Lu Yu appeared younger than himself. He had not expected him to be so knowledgeable about wilderness plants. These facts might have been learned from books or on his phone, but Lu Ha preferred to believe that Lu Yu possessed an innate proficiency in wilderness survival. Didn't he, Buyer, just say these are merely basic wilderness survival skills? You can find this in books, and it's just sago, right? As if no one has seen it before. It's too early to call them dark horses. I actually think Wu Jing and Teacher Huang are far superior to Lu Yu in that. Reba, the Eagle, retorted, his tone laced with sarcasm. It seemed he still harbored resentment over Lu Yu and Reba's earlier comments about him being a chicken. On the island, Lu Yu explained, so, as long as we cut down a sago palm, we can obtain a substantial amount of starch. We can then turn the starch into sago or make rice flour without any issue. Ideally, we could catch a goat or two and make some sago pudding as well. Lu Yu elaborated for Reba, explaining that sago is rich in carbohydrates, proteins, minimal fats, vitamins, and trace elements essential for the human body. Consequently, its nutritional value is comparable to that of rice, and it is even priced higher in the market than ordinary rice. Upon hearing Lu Yu's detailed explanation, Reba transformed into a starry-eyed admirer. Her wide, adoring eyes were fixed on Lu Yu, as she found it hard to believe that an 18-year-old could possess such a vast amount of knowledge. Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? Lu Yu asked, feeling slightly embarrassed by Reba's unwavering gaze. Nothing on your face, however. You're so handsome. Reba shook her head before earnestly adding. He was not only handsome but also knowledgeable, exuding a masculine charm. Wasn't he the Prince Charming she had always dreamed of? Him. I know I'm handsome, but when you say it so directly, I can't help but blush, Lu Yu joked. While the live stream viewers found Lu Yu's previous comments somewhat narcissistic, they had to admit he was indeed striking. His chiseled features and defined jawline radiated a virile charm far surpassing that of those overly made-up pretty boys singing catchy tunes. As a man, it was essential to embody such masculine vigor. You're acting like you're so important. Reba rolled her eyes at Lu Yu, who paid her no mind. He took his machete and began to chop at the sago palm, selecting a relatively small one, though its diameter was still about 30 centimeters. Unlike banana or palm trees, the trunk of the sago palm was not soft. It had a hardness comparable to that of ordinary trees. Without a saw or axe, bringing it down would not be an easy task. Chapter 32. Reba, Lu Yu, you are incredibly handsome. After meticulously following the trail of the goat, Lu Yu had also marked significant signs in the area. The two then took a detour to return to their shelter. Since there was still ample time, getting lost was not a concern even if they took a longer route. After more than an hour of walking, the dense foliage began to thin considerably, revealing several tall trees ahead. Lu Yu, look. Are those coconut trees? Reba inquired with a curious expression, gazing at the uneven broadleaf trees before her. She had encountered many coconut trees during her previous travels, and the trees in front of her bore a striking resemblance to them. Well, sort of. They are a type of coconut tree. But for us, this is an extraordinary discovery. Perhaps, in the days to come, we will have a staple food. Lu Yu's face lit up with excitement as he nodded in affirmation. Staple food? Reba appeared somewhat confused, as her understanding of staple food was typically rice and flour. How could these trees possibly serve as a staple? Were they truly destined to subsist on tree bark? Yet, they didn't seem to be in such a dire situation just yet. Yes, these trees are indeed our staple food, Lu Yu asserted with conviction. Reba remained perplexed, mirroring the expressions of the live stream's audience, who were equally bewildered. It was the first time they had heard that coconut trees could serve as a staple food. Haha. Is Luyu really in such dire straits with Reba? Are they preparing to gnaw on tree bark or consume tree leaves? I reckon they might resort to gnawing on tree bark, for they likely can't reach the leaves. Ha ha ha. Someone's got to speak up. Could it be that Luyu has become so starved that he has lost his mind? Isn't that just a coconut tree? How could it be a staple food? I, like Reba, am utterly baffled. Poor Luyu. I can't believe I once had hopes for Luyu. It seems I was mistaken. The previous comment is from a bunch of illiterates. How on earth is this a coconut tree? This is a sago palm. The live stream was buzzing with activity. Most fans and viewers believe that Luyu must be delusional from hunger. Otherwise, how could he possibly consider a coconut tree as a staple food? However, there were some well-informed fans who understood Luyu's earlier statement. This tree is called the sago palm. It belongs to the palm family, just like coconut, date, and betel nut trees. Moreover, this tree is also known as the rice tree. Luyu began to enlighten Reba. Having often engaged in wilderness survival, he possessed a considerable amount of foundational knowledge. To survive in the wild, one must first have a sufficient understanding of wilderness knowledge, recognizing the functions and benefits of most plants, including the nutrients they provide. This is basic knowledge for wilderness survivalists. The live chat chimed in. The sago palm, also known as the rice tree, stores a significant amount of starch in its trunk and bark. A 10-meter-high sago palm can contain over 100 kilograms of starch, far surpassing that of plants like kudzu. In some African regions and tribes, many people consider this their staple food. In fact, the sago we encounter in our daily lives is a product of the sago palm. Thus, Luyu truly possesses an extensive wealth of wilderness knowledge. My confidence in him is growing by the minute. Beard Uncle was also providing simple explanations to Lu Ha and the Eagle, as well as to the million viewers in the live stream. Luyu continues to astonish us time and again. He even recognizes such things. It seems he will be the dark horse of this program. Lu Ha expressed his surprise, considering Luyu appeared younger than himself. It was unexpected that he had such profound knowledge of wild plants. These insights could have been gleaned from books or smartphones, yet he preferred to believe that Luyu possessed formidable wilderness survival skills. Come on. Didn't Beard Uncle just mention that these are merely common survival knowledge? One can find this in textbooks. And who hasn't seen sago before? It's not that impressive. It's still too early to call them dark horses. I believe Wu Jing and Teacher Huang are far superior to Luyu and that Reba. The Eagle said with a dismissive tone, sounding rather bitter. Seemed he was still mulling over the earlier incident when Luyu and Reba referred to him as a chicken on the island. So, as long as we chop down a sago palm, we can obtain a substantial amount of starch. Then, we can turn the starch into sago or make rice flour without any issue. It would be ideal if we could catch a goat or two to prepare some sago pudding. Luyu had nearly completed his explanation to Reba. Sago is rich in carbohydrates, protein, and a small amount of fat, vitamins, and trace elements essential for the human body. Hence, its nutritional value is comparable to rice, and it is often priced higher than ordinary rice in the market. Upon hearing Luyu's detailed explanation, Reba transformed into an adoring fan, her large, admiring eyes fixed intently on him. She couldn't help but think that Luyu was incredibly knowledgeable. It was hard to believe that an 18-year-old could possess such a wealth of knowledge. Why are you staring at me like that? Do I have flowers on my face? Luyu asked, feeling somewhat embarrassed at Reba's unwavering gaze. No flowers. But, you are so handsome. Reba shook her head and said earnestly. Not only was he handsome, but he was also knowledgeable and exuded a masculine charm. Wasn't he the Prince Charming she had always dreamed of? Ahem. I know I'm handsome, but when you say it so directly, I can't help but blush, Luyu replied jokingly. The audience in the live stream found Luyu's earlier comments somewhat self-absorbed, yet it was hard to deny that he was indeed quite striking. His features were chiseled, and he radiated a robust masculinity. He was undeniably more attractive than those who donned heavy makeup and sang pop songs. As a man, one should embody such virility. Ugh, just because you're called handsome doesn't mean you're not fat. Reba rolled her eyes at Luyu. Yet Luyu paid no heed to her teasing. He took his machete and began chopping at the sago palm. He chose a relatively small one, though it still had a diameter of 30 centimeters. The trunk of the sago palm was not as soft as that of banana or palm trees. It was comparable in hardness to ordinary trees. Without a saw or axe, it was no easy task to fell it. Chapter 32. Reba. Lu Yu, you are so handsome. After continuing to track the goat's footprints, Lu Yu made clear markers in these areas. The two then took a detour to return to their shelter. Since it was still early, they wouldn't get lost even if they took the longer route. After walking for over an hour, the dense vegetation became significantly sparser, revealing some taller trees ahead. Lu Yu, look, are those coconut trees? Reba asked curiously, gazing at the uneven broadleaf trees before her. She had seen many coconut trees during her travels in the past, and these trees bore a striking resemblance to them. Sort of, they are a type of coconut tree. But for us, this is a remarkable discovery, perhaps. In the days to come, we will have a staple food source. Lu's face lit up with excitement as he nodded and spoke. Staple food? Reba clearly did not understand. In her impression, staple foods should be rice or wheat. How could these trees possibly serve as a staple food? Would they really have to resort to eating tree bark to survive? Yet, it seemed they had not yet reached such a pitiful state. Yes, these trees before us will be our staple food, Lu affirmed resolutely. Reba remained puzzled. The fans and viewers in the live broadcast were equally bewildered, having never heard of coconut trees being considered a staple food. Are Lu Yu and Reba really in such dire straits? Are they preparing to eat tree bark or leaves? I think they must be resorting to tree bark, since they probably can't reach the leaves, ha ha ha. Someone's talking nonsense up there. Has Lu Yu lost his mind from hunger? Isn't that just a coconut tree? How could it be a staple food? I'm just as confused as Reba. Poor Lu Yu. I can't believe I had any expectations for Lu Yu. It seems I was mistaken. Those people above are truly ill-informed. That's not a coconut tree, it's a sago palm. The live chat was very lively. Most fans and viewers believed Lu Yu must be delirious from hunger, or perhaps hallucinating. Otherwise, how could he consider a coconut tree a staple food? However, some fans with broader knowledge began to grasp Lu Yu's earlier words. This tree is called a sago palm, and like coconut trees, palms, and betel nut trees, it belongs to the palm family. However, this tree also has another name, sago tree. Lu Yu began to enlighten Reba, drawing from his experiences in wilderness survival. He had accumulated a wealth of foundational knowledge essential for surviving in the wild. To thrive in such an environment, one must possess ample knowledge about the plants, their uses, and the nutrients they contain. This is fundamental for wilderness survivalists. In the live chat, someone commented. Sago palms, also known as sago trees, are so named because they store a significant amount of starch in their trunks and bark. A 10-meter-tall sago palm can contain over 100 kilograms of starch, far exceeding that of other starchy plants like kudzu. In some regions and tribes in Africa, many people rely on this as their staple food. Actually, the sago we encounter in our daily lives is derived from the sago palm. So Lu Yu possesses an incredibly vast reservoir of wilderness knowledge. I'm increasingly confident in him. Bear Grylls also provided a brief education to Reba and the Eagle, including the million viewers in the live stream. Lu Yu never ceases to amaze. He even recognizes this. It seems he will be the dark horse of this program. Reba was somewhat astonished, considering Lu Yu appeared younger than herself. She never expected him to have such an understanding of wilderness plants. These facts might have been gleaned from books or phones, but she preferred to believe Lu Yu possessed exceptional survival skills. Biffed. Didn't T-Bear just say that these are merely common wilderness survival facts? You can find them in books, and isn't it just sago? As if no one has seen it before. It's still too early to declare them the dark horse. I think Wu Jing and Teacher Huang are far superior to Lu Yu and that Reba. The Eagle remarked sourly, sounding somewhat bitter, as if he had a lemon lodged in his mouth, still resentful over Lu Yu and Reba's earlier comments about him. On the island, Lu Yu explained, so, as long as we cut down a sago palm, we can obtain a substantial amount of starch. At that point, we can make sago or rice flour without any trouble. It would also be great if we could catch a goat or two to make some sago pudding. Lu had nearly finished explaining to Reba. Sago is rich in carbohydrates, proteins, and contains trace amounts of fats, vitamins, and essential microelements. Therefore, its nutritional value is on par with rice, and it is often priced much higher in the market. Upon hearing Lu Yu's detailed explanation, Reba instantly transformed into a starry-eyed admirer. Her eyes, filled with admiration, were glued to Lu Yu. She found it hard to believe that an 18-year-old boy could possess such a vast wealth of knowledge. "Why are you staring at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Lu Yu asked, feeling a bit bashful under Reba's intense gaze. "Nothing on your face. But, you're so handsome." Reba shook her head and said earnestly, "Handsome, knowledgeable, and exuding such a manly aura. Wasn't he the Prince Charming she had always dreamed of?" "Ahem. I know I'm handsome, but being so direct makes me blush," Lu Yu joked. The viewers in the live stream found Lu Yu's words somewhat narcissistic, yet they could not deny the truth in them. With sharp features and a rugged charm, he exuded a masculine energy far surpassing that of the delicate pretty boys who wore heavy makeup and sang catchy tunes. As a man, one should embody such vigor. "You're just puffing up because someone said you're handsome." Reba rolled her eyes at Lu Yu, who paid no mind to her remarks. Gripping his machete, he began to chop at the sago palm. He chose a relatively small sago palm, but its diameter was still about 30 centimeters. The trunk of the sago palm was not as soft as that of a banana or palm tree. It was comparable in hardness to an ordinary tree. Without a saw or axe, felling it would not be an easy feat. Chapter 33. It is well known that individuals possess varying physical constitutions. Although Lu Yu did not have access to saws or axes, tools typically employed for felling, he was resolute in not allowing the abundance of starch to go to waste. After all, these resources would serve as a vital source of carbohydrates in the future. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped his machete and commenced chopping vigorously at the base of the West Valley coconut tree. Hotba recognized that such laborious tasks were beyond her capacity to assist significantly, primarily due to the limited availability of only a machete as their tool. Thus, she diligently set about foraging for wild vegetables and preparing a fire for cooking. Around 1 or 2 in the afternoon, during the peak of the day's heat, Lu Yu found himself drenched in sweat after laboring relentlessly for over half an hour. Despite having undergone physical enhancement, this did not exempt him from perspiration or fatigue. Particularly under such scorching conditions, the body's moisture evaporated at an accelerated rate. My goodness! I must say, Lu Yu's physical resilience is truly astonishing. He has been chopping for half an hour without a break. Indeed, I genuinely admire this aspect of him. If it were me, I would likely be exhausted after merely a dozen strikes. The physical conditioning of our generation leaves much to be desired. The assertion made by the individual above is clearly erroneous. It is merely our own lack of physical prowess, considering Lu Yu is of the same age as us. Brother, would you care for a ball Chongbrand chainsaw? Nearly new, available at a discount. The majority of viewers in the live stream were thoroughly impressed by Lu Yu's physical capabilities. At this juncture, Hotba's midday meal was nearly prepared, consisting simply of boiled wild vegetables. Lu Yu, come over and eat something to rest for a while. You've been chopping for almost an hour. Observing Lu Yu, drenched in sweat, Hotba felt a pang of concern and guilt. As a member of the team, she had not contributed significantly. All right, this wretched weather is unbearably hot. Lu Yu nodded in agreement, ready to take a break. While fatigue was manageable, the oppressive heat was a significant concern. If this continued, the risk of dehydration could become imminent. Regardless of one's physical strength, dehydration could lead to troublesome consequences. After setting down his machete, the two began to enjoy the wild vegetable soup. In moments of hunger, even wild vegetable soup could be savored with delight. Otherwise, Wang Baochuan would not have endured for 18 years. After finishing the soup and resting briefly, Lu Yu resumed his labors. Another half hour passed, and he finally carved a substantial notch into the base of the West Valley coconut tree. That should suffice. It ought to be toppled now, right? Surveying the fruits of his labor over the past hour, Lu Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. A considerable notch had been made, and with a slight push in the opposite direction, it could be brought down. My stamina is depleting rather quickly. Moreover, carrying such a heavy trunk back would be somewhat strenuous given my current strength. Perhaps I should consume the remaining dose of the physical enhancer. Gazing at the towering West Valley coconut tree, measuring nearly 7 to 8 meters, Lu Yu made a decisive choice. This tree undoubtedly weighed over 300 pounds. Even after removing the inessential top, it would still weigh at least 200 pounds. Although this weight posed little challenge for him now, navigating through dense jungle while carrying over 200 pounds for an extended period would certainly be a formidable trial. Thus, to facilitate his task, he resolved to utilize the remaining dose of the physical enhancer. This decision would enhance his physical capabilities significantly, allowing him to traverse the jungle with relative ease even while bearing 200 pounds. After all, his foundational attributes had already exceeded nearly 3 times that of an average adult. System: activate the physical enhancer. With this thought, Lu Yu did not hesitate, silently commanding within his mind. Understood, host. The system's synthesized voice resonated immediately in his consciousness, accompanied by a fleeting wave of excruciating pain. However, this discomfort was less intense and of shorter duration than his previous experience. Within a minute, the pain dissipated entirely, replaced by a surge of vitality. The fatigue he had previously felt vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, Lu Yu's physical attribute template materialized before him. Name: Lu Yu. Age: 18. Strength: 25, 15. Agility: 25, 15. Spirit: 20, 12. Constitution: 23, 15. Skills: Carpentry LV1, Hunting Skills LV1, Culinary Skills LV1, Archery LV1. Items: Traditional bow and arrow crafting blueprint. After utilizing the physical enhancer, all of his attributes had increased by the same amount as the previous enhancement. It appeared that each dose of the enhancer provided identical boosts to his attributes. This sensation is absolutely exhilarating. My current strength has reached 4 times that of a typical adult. Perhaps now, should I encounter a wild wolf, I could defeat it with a single blow. The overwhelming sense of power instilled Lu Yu with confidence. If faced with just 1 or 2 wolves, he indeed possessed the capability to subdue them. However, should there be a larger pack, it could prove to be a different matter altogether. With newfound vigor, Lu Yu forcefully toppled the West Valley coconut tree. Crash! He then used the machete to remove the unnecessary top portions and leaves. The trunk measured approximately 6 meters in length, making it clear that carrying it back in one piece would be exceedingly difficult. Ultimately, Lu Yu resorted to segmenting the trunk into more manageable sections. As time ticked away, after more than 2 hours, Lu Yu finally succeeded in dividing the trunk into 4 roughly equal lengths. Chapter 33. It is universally acknowledged that individuals possess varying physical constitutions. Although Lu Yu lacked tools such as saws and axes for felling, he was resolute in not letting the abundant starch go to waste. After all, these resources would serve as a vital source of carbohydrates in the future. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped his machete and began striking vigorously at the base of the West Valley coconut tree. Reba, aware that she could offer little assistance with such laborious tasks, recognized that their only implement was the machete. Thus, she proactively gathered some wild vegetables and set about kindling a fire for cooking. By 1 or 2 in the afternoon, the sun blazed at its zenith. After tirelessly chopping for over half an hour, Lu Yu was drenched in sweat, his body glistening with exertion. Despite having undergone enhancement, this did not exempt him from the fatigue of labor or the inevitability of perspiration. Particularly in such sweltering heat, his body's moisture evaporated rapidly. Goodness! I must say, Lu Yu's physical prowess is truly extraordinary. He has been at it for half an hour without a break. Indeed, I genuinely admire this aspect of him. If it were me, I'd probably be unable to continue after just a few strikes. The physical condition of our generation is appallingly poor. The assertion made by the person above is clearly erroneous. It is merely that our physical fitness is lacking, for Lu Yu is of the same age as us. Bro, would you care for a Baldy Chong brand chainsaw? Almost brand new, available at a discount. The majority of the viewers in the livestream were thoroughly impressed with Lu Yu's physical capabilities. Meanwhile, Reba's midday meal was nearing completion, consisting simply of boiled wild vegetables. Lu, hurry over and eat something to rest for a bit. You have been chopping for nearly an hour. Seeing Lu Yu drenched in sweat, Reba felt a pang of sympathy and guilt. After all, as a member of this team, she felt she had not contributed significantly. All right. This dreadful weather is unbearable. Lu Yu nodded, preparing to take a breather. Although fatigue was manageable, the oppressive heat was overwhelming. If this continued, dehydration could become a serious risk. Regardless of how robust one's physique, dehydration could prove troublesome. Setting down the machete, the two began to consume the wild vegetable soup. In moments of hunger, even a simple soup can be savored delightfully. Otherwise, how could Wang Baochuan have endured for 18 years? After finishing the soup and resting briefly, Lu Yu resumed his labor. Another half hour passed, and Lu Yu finally succeeded in creating a substantial notch at the base of the West Valley coconut tree. Few that should suffice. Surely, It can be pushed over now? Surveying the fruits of his labor over the past hour, Lu Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. A massive notch had been carved, and with a bit of force applied in the opposite direction, it should topple. I am expending energy rather rapidly. Moreover, carrying such a hefty trunk back would be somewhat challenging given my current strength. Never mind. I suppose I shall consume the remaining dose of the enhancement agent. Gazing at the towering West Valley coconut tree, Lu Yu made a decision. The tree must weigh at least 300 pounds. Even after removing the unnecessary upper portion, it would still weigh a minimum of 200 pounds. While such weight posed little pressure for him now, traversing through dense foliage while carrying over 200 pounds for more than 2 hours would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. Thus, to ease his burden, he resolved to utilize the remaining dose of the enhancement agent. By doing so, all his physiological functions would be doubled. Even carrying a 200-pound load through the jungle should pose little difficulty. After all, his foundational attributes had already surpassed those of the average adult by nearly threefold. System, activate the enhancement agent. With that thought, Lu Yu hesitated not and silently commanded it in his mind. Acknowledged, host. The system's synthetic voice resonated in his mind, followed by a wave of excruciating pain. However, this time, the discomfort was not as intense nor prolonged as the first experience. Merely a minute later, the pain vanished, replaced by a revitalizing sensation. The fatigue he had previously felt dissipated entirely. Concurrently, Lu Yu's physical attribute template appeared before him. Name: Lu Yu. Age: 18. Strength: 25, 15. Agility: 25, 15. Spirit: 20, 12. Constitution: 23, 15. Skills: Carpentry LV1, Hunting Skills LV1, Culinary Skills LV1, Archery LV1. Items: Traditional bow and arrow crafting blueprint. After using the enhancement agent, all 4 primary attributes had increased identically to the previous enhancement. It appeared that each dose of the enhancement agent provided a uniform boost to the 4 primary attributes. This sensation is simply marvelous. My strength has now reached 4 times that of a typical adult who knows. Perhaps I could even take down a wolf with a single punch. The overwhelming sense of power instilled confidence in Lu Yu. If faced with just 1 or 2 wolves, he indeed possessed such capability. However, should he encounter a pack, the situation might prove more challenging. With that, Lu Yu utilized sheer force to topple the West Valley coconut tree. The thundering crash echoed as he then used the machete to remove the useless upper segments and leaves. The trunk was estimated to be 6 meters long. Attempting to carry it back in one piece would clearly be arduous. Ultimately, Lu Yu had no choice but to continue segmenting the trunk. As time elapsed minute by minute, after over 2 hours of labor, Lu Yu finally managed to divide the trunk into 4 sections of relatively equal length. Each section measures 1.5 meters. Subsequently, I procured some sturdy vines and firmly bound the 4 segments of the trunk together. I even fashioned 2 straps for myself from the vines, for the journey back is far from short and fraught with difficulty. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room, along with those in the commentary section, were met with a mix of astonishment and confusion at Lu Yu's actions. What is happening? Is Lu Yu planning to carry all those trunks back at once? Is he seriously joking with me? Does he think he is the Hulk or something? Lu Yu, isn't this how you garner attention? If Lu Yu can carry all those trunks back in one go, I'll do a live stream of myself eating excrement while standing on my head. Is this never-ending? Is he back in the live room to con us for food and drink again? I'll remember this ID. I look forward to your performance. This time it's the real deal. I swear a deadly oath, if I can't do it, I'll remain single for life. You were destined to be single anyway. What kind of deadly oath is that? I'm utterly speechless. While I concede that Lu Yu's physical prowess far exceeds ours, it is undeniably impossible for him to carry all those trunks back at once. The person above is correct. Considering the hardness of the trunks, they likely weigh at least 200 pounds or more, and traversing through dense jungle for 2 hours is not something an ordinary person can accomplish. Lu Yu, do you truly believe I'm an ordinary person? I feel you are insulting me. It is well known that individuals possess varying physical constitutions. I recall once being in a state of extreme anger for an entire day. Damn! Are you a devil or a show-off? I thought you were going to unleash your rage with a brain axe. Chapter 34. This guy, I can only give you 99 points. What is the point of arguing here now? Lu Yu never claimed he would carry everything back in one go. Exactly, Can't he just make several trips? Meanwhile, while the third live streaming room was abuzz with excitement, the commentary room was equally charged with fervor. Humph. Ivy always said today's youth are utterly oblivious to their limitations, spouting grandiose claims. They truly believe that just because they've toiled on construction sites for a few extra years, they possess Herculean strength. Do they really think they can carry all that back at once? In my opinion, it's merely a desperate attempt to ride the wave of popularity. The commentator Na Ying remarked with a scornful expression. She finally seized the opportunity to vent her frustrations. What my sister said is absolutely right. Younger generations are indeed like this, often resorting to sensational tactics to garner attention and increase their followings. I detest such methods. Unlike our generation, which relied solely on genuine talent and skills, Zhang Zi chimed in with evident disdain. Her criticisms extended beyond Lu Yu, targeting those talentless young celebrities who merely bought trending topics and clung to fleeting fame. Isn't that the truth? This current crop of young people pales in comparison to us. They spend their days fixated on such superficial antics. It is quite tragic when you think about it. Na Ying continued her high-minded discourse from her elevated stance. Upon hearing this, Lu Ha furrowed her brow slightly. Those words were clearly directed at her. After all, she was the only young person present in the commentary room, and she fit the description of the so-called little fresh meat they derided. Despite her continuous efforts to break free from that derogatory label, the young audience in the live stream was fervently flooding the screen with comments, as Na Ying and Zhang Zi's conversation had indiscriminately dismissed all young people, including those who worked diligently. What did they mean that this generation of youth is inferior to theirs? Every era has its share of elites and scoundrels. Those middle-aged women doing square dancing, those elderly con artists, and those sprightly seniors who insist on having school children yield their seats. Aren't they products of their own generation? Buyer, do you think Liu can really carry those coconut trunks? Na Ying then turned her gaze toward Buyer. Well, it does seem rather implausible. From my estimations, the trunks of those West Valley coconut trees should weigh over 100 kilograms. It would be quite an accomplishment for an adult to lift them, let alone return to the shelter with them. Nearly impossible. Honestly, I couldn't do it. Buyer pondered for a moment before shaking his head. His words were objective, not personal. He spoke his mind freely. Having once been a member of a special forces unit, he knew that even at peak condition, carrying such heavy objects for 2 hours in that environment was virtually unfeasible. Moreover, even the elite members of his unit could not achieve that. While Lu Yu's physical prowess certainly exceeded that of his peers, he was still an ordinary person, not a superhuman. This task transcended what a typical individual could accomplish. Haha, I knew it. For the sake of a bit of attention, they go to great lengths. To be frank, I despise such young people. They show no ambition, refuse to learn, and spend their days scheming for shortcuts. Upon hearing Buyer's remarks, Na Ying's pride swelled even further. Now, she could hardly wait to see how that guy would embarrass himself. Such pretentiousness. She was eager to witness his downfall. Sister, the truth is that Lu Yu never claimed he would carry all the trunks back at once. So, discussing this now is rather premature. Lu Ha could no longer tolerate Na Ying's incessant criticisms. Throughout, Lu Yu had never stated he intended to carry all the trunks back to the shelter in one go. It was merely their own speculation. Doesn't his body language suggest otherwise? Of course, he ultimately won't carry them all back at once, because he simply lacks the capability. It's merely a shameless tactic to draw attention to their third live stream. Na Ying retorted sarcastically. Lu Ha's expression shifted slightly, but she remained silent. Even though she felt a deep-seated aversion, it seemed unwise to create discord with someone from the entertainment industry. That moment, on the island, Reba also expressed her astonishment at Lu Yu's actions. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, Lu Yu, you can't possibly intend to carry all of these back at once, can you? To her, it seemed utterly impossible. Even carrying a single piece would leave one utterly exhausted, let alone the fact that Lu Yu had tied all the trunks together. Of course I'm going to carry them all back at once. With such a long journey, making multiple trips would take 4 or 5 hours. I certainly don't wish to run back and forth so many times. Looking at Reba's astonished and incredulous expression, Lu Yu responded matter-of-factly. Given his current physical condition, he saw no issue. At most, he would take a few extra breaks along the way. Moreover, If he were to fetch them in batches, it would indeed be quite cumbersome. After all, it was only the 4th day of their survival ordeal, and they had many tasks yet to accomplish. You can't be serious, right? How heavy must these trunks be? You actually intend to take them all back at once? Reba still found it hard to believe. One's strength inevitably has its limits. Furthermore, Liu was merely 18 years old. Even if he was stronger than his peers, he certainly wasn't superhuman. Such feats could only be accomplished by a superhero. I estimate they weigh just over 100 kilograms. Not too heavy, Liu replied with an air of ease and a smile. If he hadn't used physical enhancers earlier, carrying those trunks back to the shelter in one trip would indeed have posed a considerable challenge. But now, it was a trivial task? Reba, what the hell? You call that not heavy? Listen to this. What the hell? This guy is overdoing it. I can only give you 99 points for this act. His invisible pretentiousness is the most lethal. When it comes to showing off, I only bow to you. This must be the pinnacle of pretentiousness, right? Oh my. This guy truly intends to carry all the trunks back at once? Bro, this guy has gone too far. If Liu can genuinely carry all that back at once, I will worship him as a deity. If he succeeds, I'll reward him with a 666 supercar. Count me in, 1. I reiterate, if Liu is truly that impressive, I will live stream myself eating feces while standing on my head. As everyone in the live stream room heard about Liu's audacious intentions, the entire audience erupted once more. Of course, most were simply there for the spectacle, fully aware that such a challenge was utterly unfeasible. Chapter 34. This guy, I can only give you a 99 out of 100. What is the point of arguing here? Liu has never claimed he would carry everything back in one go. Exactly, can't he just make several trips? Meanwhile, the commentary live stream was abuzz with fervor. I've always said that today's youth are truly deluded, filled with bravado. Do they really think that just because they spend a few more years on construction sites, they possess extraordinary strength? How could one possibly carry back so many items at once? I see. They just want to ride the wave of popularity. The commentator, Na Ying, remarked disdainfully. This time, she finally seized the opportunity to vent her frustrations. That's right. Today's young people are just like that, constantly seeking attention through sensational antics to boost their visibility. I despise such methods. Unlike our generation, which relied solely on genuine talent and hard work, Zhang Zi added, her face a mask of disdain. Of course, her criticism was not directed solely at Liu, but also at those talentless youths who merely buy trending topics to gain attention. Isn't that the truth? This current crop of youth pales in comparison to us. All day long, they're consumed by these superficial pursuits. Sometimes, it's quite tragic to contemplate. Na Ying continued her lofty discourse from the high ground. Upon hearing this, Lu Ha furrowed her brow slightly. It was evident that these remarks were aimed directly at her. After all, she was the only young person in the commentary room, and she fit their description of the so-called little fresh meat. Despite her continuous efforts to shed this derogatory label, the younger audience in the live stream fervently bombarded the comments section. The conversation between Na Ying and Zhang Zi had effectively struck down all young people, including those who were genuinely striving. What did they mean that this generation of youth was inferior to theirs? Every era has its elites and its scoundrels. The dancing aunties at the square, the elderly who engage in scams, those sprightly old folks who insist on having schoolchildren give up their seats. Aren't they products of their own time? Buyer, do you really think Liu can carry those coconut trunks? Na Ying then turned her gaze to Buyer. Well, it does seem rather implausible. From my estimation, those West Valley coconut trunks must weigh over 100 kilograms. It would be impressive if an adult could lift one. Attempting to return to the shelter with them is nearly impossible. Honestly, I wouldn't be able to manage it. Buyer pondered briefly before shaking his head. His words were directed at the situation, not the individual. He spoke candidly, reflecting his thoughts. Having once served in a special forces unit, he knew that even at his peak, carrying such heavy items for 2 hours in that environment was nearly unachievable. Moreover, the elite members of his unit would also find it impossible. While Liu's physical fitness indeed surpassed that of many peers, he was still merely human, not a Superman. This task exceeded the capabilities of an ordinary individual. I knew it. In pursuit of a little attention, they stop at nothing. To be frank, I find such youth utterly detestable, unambitious, uneducated, constantly scheming for shortcuts. After hearing Byer's words, Notting grew even more smug. Now, she could hardly wait to see how that fellow would embarrass himself. How pretentious, she anticipated his downfall. Actually Notting, Luyu never claimed he would carry all the trunks back at once. So, it's premature to make such judgments. Lu Ha could hardly tolerate Notting any longer. From the very beginning, Luyu had never asserted he would carry all the trunks back to the shelter in one go. This was merely their speculation. Doesn't his body language suggest otherwise? Of course, he certainly won't be able to carry everything back at once, because he simply lacks the ability. It's merely a shameless tactic to draw traffic to their third live stream. Notting sneered. Lu Ha's expression shifted slightly, yet she remained silent. Even though she felt immense disdain, it was unwise to create discord with someone so established in the entertainment industry. Meanwhile, on the island, after witnessing Lu Yu's actions, Reba was equally astonished. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, Lu Yu, you're not seriously thinking of carrying all of this back at once, are you? To her, this seemed utterly impossible. Even carrying one would be exhausting. Furthermore, Lu Yu had tied all the trunks together. Of course, I intend to carry them all back at once. Considering the distance, a round trip would take 4 to 5 hours. I certainly don't want to make multiple trips. Looking at Reba's astonished and incredulous expression, Lu Yu responded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Given his current physical condition, he faced no issues at all. At most, he would need to take a few more breaks along the way. Moreover, if he had to retrieve them in batches, it would indeed be too cumbersome. After all, it was only the 4th day of survival, and they had many tasks ahead. You can't be serious, right? Those trunks must weigh a ton. You really plan to carry them all back at once? Reba remained unable to believe it. The strength of one person has its limits, and Lu Yu was merely 18 years old. Even if he were significantly stronger than his peers, he couldn't possibly be superhuman. Such feats were likely only achievable by someone with superhuman abilities. I estimate they weigh just over 100 kilograms. Not too heavy, Lu Yu responded with a relaxed smile. Had he not used a physical enhancement agent earlier, carrying those trunks back to the shelter in one trip would indeed have posed a considerable challenge. However, now, it was not difficult. Reba, what the hell? You call that not heavy? Listen to the crowd. Wow, this guy is way too full of himself. For that, I can only give you a 99 out of 100. His invisible arrogance is the most lethal. When it comes to arrogance, you're the best. This is the pinnacle of pretentiousness, right? Wow. Is he really planning to carry all the trunks back in one go? Bro, this guy is way too pretentious. If Lu Yu actually manages to carry all of that back at once, I'll consider him a god. If he succeeds, I'll donate 666 for a supercar. Count me in. 1. I'll reiterate, if Lu Yu is truly that impressive, I'll live stream myself eating feces while standing on my head. When all the viewers in the live stream heard that Lu Yu genuinely intended to undertake such a challenge, the entire chat erupted once more. Naturally, most were merely there for the spectacle, as they recognized the challenge was practically impossible to accomplish. Chapter 34. This guy, I can only give you 99 points. What is the point of your argument here? Lu Yu has never claimed he would carry everything back in one go. Exactly, can't he transport it in several trips? Meanwhile, in the bustling third live broadcast room, the commentary room was equally charged with fervor. I've always said that today's youth are utterly overconfident and full of hot air. They really think that just because they've worked a few years on construction sites, they possess immense strength. Do they honestly believe they can carry so many items back all at once? I reckon they just want to ride the wave of popularity, commented the critique mentor, Notting, with a look of disdain. This time, she finally seized the opportunity to vent her frustrations. That's right. Today's young people are like that, always seeking attention to boost their popularity. I detest this approach. Unlike our generation, we relied solely on genuine talent and hard work, Zhang Zi added, her face reflecting her disdain. Of course, her criticism was not directed solely at Lu Yu, but also at those talentless young stars who resorted to purchasing trending topics to gain attention. Isn't that the truth? Today's youth, They truly pale in comparison to us. All they think about are these underhanded tactics. It's rather sad when you think about it. Na-ing continued her lofty discourse from her high vantage point. Hearing her words, Lu Ha frowned slightly. Clearly, she was addressing him. After all, he was the only young person in the critique room, and indeed, he was the very little fresh meat they spoke of. Despite his relentless efforts to shed this derogatory title, the young viewers in the live room were fervently bombarding the screen with comments. After all, Na-ing and Zhang Zi's conversation had effectively dismissed all young individuals, including those who genuinely worked hard. What did they mean that today's youth were inferior to them? Every era has its elites and its scoundrels. Those dancing aunties, those elderly folks who scam others, and those spry oldsters who demand seats from school children. Aren't they products of their generation? Buyer, do you really think Liu can carry those coconut trunks? Na-ing then turned her gaze to Buyer. Well, it does seem a bit improbable. Based on my estimation, the trunks of those West Valley coconuts weigh over 100 kilograms. Even an adult would struggle to carry them. Returning to the shelter would be nearly impossible. Honestly, I couldn't manage it, Buyer said, shaking his head after a moment of contemplation. His words were directed at the situation, not the individual. He spoke candidly, having previously served in a special forces unit. Even at his peak, carrying something so heavy for 2 hours in that environment was nearly unachievable. Moreover, the most elite members of his unit would not have been able to accomplish such a feat either. Lu Yu's physical condition certainly surpassed that of his peers, but he was still an ordinary person, not a superhuman. This task exceeded the capabilities of a typical individual. Haha, I told you so. To gain a bit of attention, they will go to any lengths. Honestly, I despise such youth. They lack ambition, refuse to learn, and are always looking for shortcuts. Hearing Buyer's words, Na-ing felt even more triumphant. Now, she could sit back and watch how that guy would embarrass himself. What a show-off, she thought, eager to see how he would fare. Actually, Lu Yu never claimed he would carry all the trunks back at once. So it's premature to say such things now. Lu Ha could no longer tolerate Na-ing. From beginning to end, Lu Yu had never stated that he would carry all the trunks back to the shelter in one go. That was merely their own speculation. Doesn't his actions suggest as much? Of course, he certainly won't be able to carry them all back at once. Simply put, he lacks the capability. He is just shamelessly trying to draw traffic to their third live broadcast. Na-ing retorted with sarcasm. Lu Ha's expression shifted slightly, but he refrained from speaking. Although he felt a strong aversion, she was, after all, a senior in the entertainment industry, and creating conflict over such matters seemed unwise. Meanwhile, on the island, Reba was equally astonished by Lu Yu's actions. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, Lu Yu, you can't possibly be thinking of carrying all of those back at once, can you? To her, this seemed utterly impossible. Even one trunk would surely leave him utterly exhausted, not to mention that Lu Yu had tied all the trunks together. Of course, I intend to carry them all back at once. It's quite a distance. Making a round trip would take 4 to 5 hours. I'd rather not make multiple trips. Looking at the astonished and incredulous Reba, Lu Yu replied matter-of-factly. Given his current physical condition, he saw no issue. At most, he would need to take a few more breaks along the way. Moreover, if he had to fetch them in batches, it would indeed be quite cumbersome. After all, it was only the 4th day of survival, and they still had many tasks to complete. You must be joking, right? How heavy must those trunks be for you to want to carry them all at once? Reba still found it hard to believe. A person's strength has its limits, and Lu Yu was merely 18 years old. Even if he was significantly stronger than his peers, he could not be a superhuman. This was something only a superhero could accomplish. Judging by sight, they weigh just over 100 kilograms. Not too heavy, Lu Yu replied with an easy smile. Had he not used a physical enhancement agent earlier, carrying those trunks back to the shelter in one trip would indeed have been a considerable challenge. But now, it was far from difficult. Reba, what the heck? You call that not too heavy? Listen to what people are saying. Wow, this guy is really overdoing it. I can only give you 99 points for your show-off. Immaterial ostentation is the most lethal. When it comes to boasting, you're the champion. This must be the pinnacle of showboating, right? Oh my. This guy really intends to carry all the trunks back at once. Bro, This guy is really pushing it. If Lu Yu can actually carry all of those back at once, I will worship you as a god. If he succeeds, I'll donate 666 for a supercar. Count me in, 1. I'll say it again. If Lu Yu is really that amazing, I'll livestream myself eating excrement while standing on my head. As the audience in the live broadcast room heard that Lu Yu genuinely intended to undertake such a challenge, the entire chat erupted once more. Of course, most were merely spectators, as they understood that this was an impossible feat. Chapter 35. Evidence. Lu Yu is indeed Superman at this moment. In the commentary live room, the atmosphere was electric. Oh my goodness. What on earth is Lu Yu thinking? He truly intends to do that. Does he really believe he can transcend the physical limits of an ordinary person? That is simply unattainable. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words in the live stream, Bell was also taken aback. For him, a former Special Forces operative, such feats were inconceivable. Even at the peak of a soldier's capabilities, such accomplishments were beyond reach. Moreover, Lu Yu did not appear particularly robust, and he was merely 18 years old. What could possibly be going through this young man's mind to utter such audacious claims? What gives him the audacity? He was left pondering how Lu Yu would ultimately extricate himself from this predicament. Even Lu Ha felt a flicker of astonishment. Just 2 minutes prior, he had argued that Lu Yu had never made such statements and had even attempted to defend him. Little did he know, this young man had instantly delivered a resounding slap to his own face. Little Lu, see, age brings wisdom. You are simply too young, Lu Ha chided. You may have achieved fame at a tender age, but you have no understanding of what the youth truly contemplate. In their quest for notoriety, they will stop at nothing. Yet, I am genuinely intrigued to see how he intends to lift all those logs. At that moment, the eagle seized the opportunity to launch a barrage of ridicule. Such moments were rare, and he knew that missing this chance could prove costly. Once he established his dominance today, Lu Ha would likely think twice before challenging the senior again. Lu Ha was at a loss for words. He was uncertain whether Lu Yu possessed genuine strength or was merely resorting to such outlandish antics to garner attention. Nevertheless, having previously made those statements, he felt compelled to maintain his stance. Perhaps, sister, Lu Yu truly possesses that kind of capability, he asserted. After all, we have witnessed his extraordinary physical prowess and fitness levels. While those logs may be unmanageable for an ordinary person, it is evident that Lu Yu is far from ordinary. His physical condition surpasses ours by a significant margin. Perhaps this was his final act of defiance. Or perhaps he simply could not bear to witness the eagle basking in glory. Do you still hold such beliefs? How about we make a wager? If Lu Yu can indeed carry the logs back to the shelter in one go, I will immediately renounce my role as a mentor and exit the show. The eagle was clearly eager to raise the stakes. After all, such a rare opportunity was not to be squandered. He was confident that Lu Yu would be unable to accomplish such a feat. It was beyond what any normal person could achieve. Besides, he was merely a child, that a bit excessive. Sister, there's really no need to go that far. Lu Ha hesitated, then smiled that he was aware that withdrawing from the show would not only deprive him of any compensation, but would also incur a hefty penalty for breach of contract. Such a sum was not insignificant. Betting on this seemed rather unwise, especially since he lacked absolute confidence in Lu Yu. After all, what he was attempting was undeniably audacious for someone of their ilk. Since you feel that way, let us lessen the stakes, the eagle proposed. How about 500,000? That shouldn't be a burden for you, right? The eagle pressed on aggressively. If he could deliver a significant blow to both Lu Ha and Lu Yu today, while pocketing a little extra cash, it would be even better. To these rising stars, 500,000 was hardly a considerable amount. They could easily earn 10 times that for a single performance or birthday celebration. However, for someone of his age and lacking in popularity, 500,000 was a substantial figure after all. He had always held disdain for these young celebrities. Now was the perfect opportunity to extort a little money. Well, if sister is so keen on this, let us take the gamble. Upon hearing the eagle's pressing tone, Lu Ha cast aside his doubts. For him, 500,000 was indeed not a trivial sum, but to abstain from the wager would make him appear lacking in courage. A spirited young man. How could he falter at such a moment? All right. You young people certainly have a bold spirit. I admire that. Bell and Zi, you must serve as witnesses. The eagle beamed at Bell and Zhang Zi, seemingly fearful that Lu Ha might retract his words. Very well, I shall act as the notary, Zhang Zi replied without hesitation. From the outset, she had never been fond of the duo of Lu Yu and Reba, particularly since Lu Ha consistently defended them. Thus, this opportunity to teach them a lesson was too good to miss. Little Lu, your decision was rather impulsive. Lu Yu is in no way capable of this. You are essentially handing over 500,000 for nothing. Bella's expression darkened. The eagle had taken advantage of the youthful desire for competition and pride to extort money. Such behavior was unbecoming of a senior, and his opinion of the eagle plummeted. It's fine, Belle. 500,000 is inconsequential to me, Lu Ha reassured him. Moreover, I believe Lu Yu's confidence must stem from something substantial. Lu Ha chuckled lightly, unconcerned. Losing merely meant giving away 500,000. But what if he won? For him, reputation was far more valuable than money. Ah, Belle sighed, both lamenting Lu Ha's youthful recklessness and marveling at the lucrative world of Chinese celebrities. To them, tens of thousands seemed trivial on the island. Witnessing Lu Yu's unwavering confidence and determination, Reba found herself at a loss for words. If Lu Yu possessed such self-assurance, it signified that he indeed had the capability. She could only take up the pot and machete. Leading the way, Lu prepared himself, slipping his arms into the woven vine straps. With a slight exertion, he effortlessly hoisted the 200-plus-pound log onto his back. Well, it's not too heavy. Not much of a strain at all, Reba. This scene left Reba utterly astonished. Although she believed in Lu Yu's abilities, witnessing his ease in performing such a feat was profoundly shocking. This man is astonishingly powerful. Of course, the astonishment was not limited to Reba. The viewers in the third live room and the commentary live room were equally stunned. Holy cow! He really lifted it? Am I seeing things? Is this even possible for a human? Could it possibly be made of cotton? Is Lu Yu using some Captain America serum? This is absolutely Superman level. It's confirmed. My mom asked why I'm watching the live stream on my knees. I showed her, and now she is kneeling beside me, saying Lu Yu's physique is impressive. Truly remarkable, such filial piety. Based on my assessment, you might need to find multiple fathers. Chapter 36. Those who should reward, reward. Those who should eat excrement, eat excrement. Is this fellow truly human? I have my doubts. Brother Lu Yu is simply incredible. I am utterly enchanted. Where are those big shots who made bold claims earlier? Yes. That one who said he would live stream standing on his head while consuming excrement. Shouldn't he come forward and say something? I recall his ID. It was, I just love eating excrement. Come at me, you fool. Quick. Tag him. I just love eating excrement. Come at me, you fool. I just love eating excrement. Come at me, you fool. Bro, hurry up and eat some excrement while it's hot. I just love eating excrement. Come at me, you fool. Are you all a bunch of fools? What I said was if Lu Yu could carry those logs back to the shelter, he has only lifted them thus far. Let's see if he can carry them back. You really are all soft everywhere except for your mouth. Is this the legendary case of a 100-pound weight with a 98-pound mouth? I believe what Excrement Brother said. It does have some merit. Indeed, after all, Lu Yu has yet to carry the logs back to the shelter. Lifting them is not exceedingly difficult. Most individuals with decent physical fitness can manage that, but carrying them for 2 hours back to the shelter is quite a challenge. Let us await the outcome. Just don't run away when the time comes. After Lu Yu successfully lifted over 200 pounds of logs, the entire live stream room erupted into a frenzy. Comments and bullet screens poured in waves. Of course, those who made bold claims had yet to fulfill them, as Lu Yu had not completed all the necessary steps. He had not yet managed to carry the logs back to the shelter. Nevertheless, given Lu Yu's rather unimposing physique, being able to lift over 200 pounds was already quite remarkable. This left the majority of the viewers in the live stream exclaiming in awe. Meanwhile, the moderator's face had turned ashen, resembling that of a pig's liver. Although Lu Yu had yet to bring the logs back to the shelter, he appeared to be handling it with remarkable ease, instilling a sense of unease within her. If she were to lose the bet, not only would it be profoundly embarrassing, but she would also be subjected to relentless ridicule from the viewers in the live stream. More importantly, she stood to lose 500,000. For her, that was no trifling sum. If that rascal Lu Yu truly achieved this feat, she would be left with nothing but a loss of dignity and finances. Conversely, Lu Ha's previous seriousness had vanished, replaced by excitement and exhilaration. Of course, 500,000 meant little to him. Even winning such an amount would not bring him much satisfaction. What thrilled him was the exhilarating feeling of triumph after winning a bet. Beside him, Bayer was utterly astonished, rubbing his eyes vigorously, as if he could scarcely believe what he was witnessing. 18-year-old youth, who didn't he appear particularly strong, was effortlessly lifting 200 pounds. This seemed to shatter his understanding of human strength. Even the most elite Special Forces soldiers could not accomplish such a feat, yet here was an 18-year-old boy doing just that. It was nothing short of shocking. Incredible, truly incredible. This Lu Yu is extraordinary, Bayer managed to utter after several minutes of silence. Go, Lu Yu! Lu Ha cheered enthusiastically for Lu Yu. Amidst the astonishment of all the viewers in the live stream, Lu Yu and Reba continued their journey forward. Reba was tirelessly clearing brush and branches with a machete, while Lu Yu walked leisurely behind her. Despite the pressure, returning to the shelter was still within reach. They took 3 breaks along the way, and after nearly 3 hours, they finally made it back to the shelter. By this time, even Reba was panting heavily, drenched in sweat. After all, they had been trudging through the jungle for 5 or 6 hours that day. Moreover, on the return journey, she had to constantly clear the underbrush to facilitate Lu Yu's passage, depleting her energy considerably. Both her arms were sore and felt almost incapable of lifting anything. However, Lu Yu seemed to be holding up slightly better than Reba. Though sweat adorned his forehead, his complexion remained largely unchanged. Phew, that was quite exhausting. Yet we have secured our staple. The starch contained within should sustain us for at least 2 months. After placing the logs on the ground, Lu Yu exhaled deeply. To claim he was not fatigued would be a lie. After all, he had traversed the dense jungle for 3 hours with over 200 pounds on his back. However, thanks to his enhanced physique, such exertion was still manageable. I'll go boil some water. You should rest properly. You've truly exhausted yourself today. Reba hurried off to fetch water and boil it, urging Lu Yu to take a well-deserved rest. Although she herself was equally fatigued, with her arms and legs feeling somewhat unresponsive, she recognized that Lu Yu was likely more worn out than herself. Merely chopping wood had consumed several hours of his time, followed by another 3 hours of carrying it back. If it were any ordinary person, they would have likely collapsed from exhaustion long ago. All right. Lu Yu accepted without resistance. After all, survival was a shared endeavor. He couldn't possibly undertake all the burdens alone. While waiting for Reba to boil the water, Lu Yu decided to check on Tuan Tuan. The little creature had finished all the fish soup and even devoured the remnants of the fish meat, appearing livelier than when they left at noon. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Upon seeing Lu Yu, Tuan Tuan excitedly chirped. Lu Yu opened the cage and released Tuan Tuan, then gently patted its fluffy little head. The sensation was delightful. Tuan Tuan seemed to relish the affectionate gesture as well. This was the joy of having a pet. One could indulge in such moments whenever they pleased. As Lu Yu and Reba returned to the shelter, the live stream and commentary sections were ablaze with activity. The bullet screens had long since covered all the live content. Lu Yu. From this day forth, I shall dub you the strongest. Lu Yu. You are the godlike figure in my heart. Henceforth, you shall be known as God Yu. This guy surely wasn't he born after 9 months. I suspect he is Naja. Naja? What nonsense. Isn't she in the 19th live stream? Brothers, do you remember those who made bold claims? Yes, yes, hurry up. Those who should reward. Those who should eat excrement. I just love eating excrement. Come at me, you fool. Hasten to start a live stream. I can sponsor some excrement. Absolutely first rate. Guaranteed quality and temperature. Delivered fresh. Pfft. Ha ha ha. I have some of that too. ILL sponsor a kilogram. I've been holding out for this moment. Hurry and start the live stream. I can't contain myself any longer. Chapter 37. Lost and wanted to fault? I laughed at you for 2.5 years. At this moment, in a rented room, a keyboard prince adorned with an array of keyboards gazed at the comments and bullet screens in the live broadcast room, a disdainful smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Humph! A bunch of little brats, look at your pitiful faces. I, the Grandmaster, have long been entrenched in the live streaming scene. Do you think I'll let you dictate my actions? I have countless alternate accounts. If you dare, Come and challenge me directly, you fools. His ostentatious demeanor and base demands made even the author want to give him a couple of sharp rebukes. After swiftly changing his ID, the keyboard prince resumed his antics of tricking others for food and drink. There was simply no restraint when one had a plethora of accounts at their disposal. The live stream was still buzzing with fervent mentions, of course. There were also some viewers who honored their promises, putting their words into action. When it comes to keeping promises, 66 supercars are no big deal. I'm the master. What can you do about me gifting 66 supercars? Edison number 1 donates 10 supercars. Only Love for the Pigeon King donates 666 shark balls. In an instant, the effects of the donations began to cascade in the live stream. It is worth noting that the price of one supercar is a staggering 1,000 Huabai. To amass 66 supercars amounts to tens of thousands of dollars. Such extravagant spending is not an exaggeration to describe this lavishness. Indeed, there are quite a few wealthy titans in the live stream. Good heavens! May I inquire if any of you magnates need any trinkets? To the affluent, do you happen to have any spare leg hair? Gentlemen, I'm fair-skinned, beautiful and long-legged. Shall we chat? There were also many lively individuals in the live stream. Seeing those financially flush giants, they couldn't help but aspire to be a part of the spectacle. Of course, these individuals merely sought to jest, to enliven the atmosphere of the live stream. After all, no one is oblivious to the adage that there is no free lunch in this world. Others' wealth is their own affair. As the live stream thrived, numerous video bloggers had already edited clips of Luyu traversing through the jungle with a tree trunk weighing over 200 pounds. These videos began circulating across various short video platforms, quickly garnering significant popularity. Within mere minutes, the view count surpassed 100,000, with shares and comments soaring into the thousands. After all, the title $50 Island Survival for this live-action reality show was inherently captivating. Most individuals, upon encountering such a title, would be unable to resist clicking to take a peek. Encountering content they enjoyed, they naturally would opt to comment, like, and share. Moreover, due to the collaboration between Deba and Luyu, Luyu's fame skyrocketed. Thus, it was entirely predictable that his popularity would reach such heights in a brief span. As events unfolded, Luyu's extraordinary physical prowess also trended on social media. However, at that moment, the eagle's expression was far from pleasant. She felt a burning sensation on her face, as if countless hands had struck her. And indeed, the reality was just that. Every viewer in the live stream was mercilessly mocking her. This was hardly more bearable than slapping oneself. Yet, being subjected to the viewers' relentless taunts was one thing. What truly gnawed at her was the loss of 500,000. What do you say, Sister Na? Was I mistaken? Luyu possesses physical abilities far beyond his peers. Those weights may be unfathomable to us, but for Luyu, they are mere trifles. It seems this wager has ended in my favor. Luher wore a satisfied smile as he spoke to the eagle. Winning 500,000 was of little consequence to him. His excitement stemmed from proving he had won the bet, leaving Sister Na speechless. Observing her pig liver complexion brought him a sense of delight. Meanwhile, Beiyi remained in a state of bewilderment, as he still believed Luyu's recent feats to be beyond the capabilities of a normal individual. Furthermore, the strength Luyu exhibited was entirely mismatched with his age and relatively unimposing physique. Indeed, you have triumphed. The evidence was irrefutable, and the eagle had no choice but to concede. After all, the commentary live stream boasted an audience of over 1 million. She could hardly afford to act dishonorably before such a vast number of viewers. Should she do so, her already tarnished reputation would be irreparably damaged. However, 500,000, that was not a trifling amount for her. Zhang Zi, standing nearby, promptly discerned the eagle's internal struggle. After all, the eagle's circumstances were far less favorable than her own. For Zhang Zi, 500,000 was not a significant sum. She frequently earned a substantial income from variety shows and acting, and her husband also had a commendable income. Alas, perhaps I should assist the eagle. She then addressed Luher, little dear, Sister Na was merely jesting with you earlier. For my sake, let us just disregard the wager. After all, we are all colleagues now. Discussing money might harm our relationships. Besides, you are merely a junior. 500,000 shouldn't weigh heavily on you, right? As this well-meaning sentiment echoed, The live stream erupted in a chorus of backlash. Just moments ago, they had stirred up trouble together, and now he wished to save face. Little dear, don't let us look down on you. A loss is a loss. If you can't handle it, tell them not to play. 500,000, not a cent less. Yes, summon the spirit of announcing your girlfriend and confront them. This is utterly ridiculous and childish. What is this about saving face? Do you think your face is that grand? So, as a senior, you can renege? How shameless. I never liked these two, and my disdain grows. Luher, if this matter passes just like that, I shall mock you for 2.5 years. In the live stream, over 1 million viewers were fervently commenting. The audacity to renege after making a bet. There is no such thing as a free ride. Luher glanced at the bullet screen, and though he merely caught a glimpse, he understood the majority of the sentiments expressed. Clearly, nearly all viewers wished for this matter not to be swept under the rug. This was the will of the people, the expectation of the masses. Moreover, he thought the same. Once a bet is made, how could one possibly go back on their word? Most importantly, he certainly did not wish to be mocked by the viewers for 2.5 years. That would be an unbearable wound. What a vicious curse. Sister Z, it's not that I wish to disrespect you, nor is it a lack of regard for my seniors. It's simply that, since a bet has been made, it is imperative to uphold one's commitments. For me, 500,000 is indeed not a large sum, but a loss is a loss. The wager must be honored. I believe. Sister Na, as a senior, would not want to be seen as untrustworthy either. Luher's tone was courteous, yet his resolve remained steadfast. Wanting to renege on a loss? What is the matter? Unable to handle it? Or is it that your pride is too great? If the eagle had won, would she not have demanded immediate payment? Madam, you surely wouldn't want to be the subject of ridicule among 100,000 viewers, would you? Chapter 38 Reba. Luyu, do you have a girlfriend? Well, of course, do you think I would care about that 500,000? Just wait, I will have my assistant transfer the money to you shortly, the eagle said defiantly. There was no other choice. After all, there were over 1.5 million viewers in the live stream, and the number of witnesses was simply overwhelming. Moreover, he had previously exhibited such a haughty demeanor. Now, to wish to retract his words would undoubtedly be too late. However, this young upstart before him was rather lacking in discernment. Though he was indeed a rising star, if he did not show respect to his seniors, it was unlikely he would go far. Of course, Lu Ha would not concern himself with such matters. At this moment, Lu Yu's popularity on the internet was surging. Thanks to some video bloggers who had edited clips featuring him, he quickly rose to fame on short video platforms, even making it onto the trending lists of various sites. Several trending topics about Lu Yu also appeared on Weibo's headlines. This single turn of events had significantly boosted Lu Yu's popularity. Such is the power of the internet. The speed of information dissemination is faster than a plague. Even some talent agencies were now eyeing Lu Yu. With his external attributes, coupled with the buzz and heat he had generated, a little bit of packaging could easily propel him beyond all the other young idols, potentially reaching the pinnacle of stardom. Such an opportunity was one no company would wish to miss. They were all contemplating that once Lu Yu was eliminated and returned to the city, they would immediately approach him for a contract. However, that was merely a matter for the future, for they were not foolish and were well aware of Lu Yu's wilderness survival skills. Given his capabilities, enduring a month in such conditions would be a trivial feat. As night began to fall, the dark curtain of dusk was drawn on the island. Lu Yu prepared some starch, and the two of them shared a simple dinner. They then sat by the bonfire, gazing up at the multitude of stars. In this wilderness, far removed from the clamor of the metropolis, the night sky was exceptionally beautiful, unmarred by the glare of city lights. Time flies so quickly. Another day has passed, Reba remarked, her eyes fixed on the starry expanse. Although today had been exhausting, the day had indeed sped by, and it seemed as if dusk had arrived in the blink of an eye. You remained silent, savoring the enchanting moonlight while contemplating the tasks awaiting him the next day. There was still so much to accomplish, and he was unsure which task to prioritize tomorrow. Lu Yu, do you think we can catch those wild goats tomorrow? If we manage to catch a goat, we probably won't have to worry about food for over 10 days. Reba glanced at Lu Yu, then turned to him with a question. As she did, she caught sight of his sharply defined profile. His handsome, sun-kissed features were undeniably captivating, far surpassing those of the heavily made-up young idols. On several occasions, Reba had felt that Lu Yu embodied her ideal image of a prince, sunny, charming, and mature, with a wealth of knowledge. His mere presence instilled an inexplicable sense of security. That's hard to say. After all, wild goats are much more elusive than domesticated sheep. Let's hope for a fruitful outcome. Lu Yu replied casually. To be honest, he could not make any guarantees. Despite having received a level 1 archery skill from the system, the lack of professional tools would significantly diminish his chances of success. Absolutely. I believe in you, Reba declared confidently. Although they had only spent 5 days together, Lu Yu had given her the impression of being all-knowing and capable of anything. It seems you have a rather mysterious confidence in me. To be honest, even I do not possess such confidence. However, I believe our luck should not be too bad. Lu Yu chuckled, noting Reba's unwavering faith in him. Since she held such belief, he could not afford to disappoint her the following day. They continued their light-hearted banter. By the way, may I ask you a rather personal question? Hee, do you have a girlfriend? Reba suddenly inquired. Even she did not quite understand why she had blurted out such a question. Typically, when a girl poses such inquiries to a boy, it often indicates a significant interest or even affection for him. Nevertheless, she could not comprehend why she had asked it, and it had slipped out during their conversation. Do you think a person like me, with neither money nor power, would attract any girls? Today's girls are exceedingly pragmatic. It's not like the years gone by. Lu Yu responded with a dismissive smile. In truth, several years ago, girls were not as materialistic. Back then, life moved at a slower pace. Letters took time to travel, and a lifetime was often devoted to loving one person. They were drawn to boys who excelled academically or possessed striking looks. Yet now, the prevailing focus seemed to be on wealth. It did not matter if one was an unattractive fellow or a greasy older man. As long as they had money, they were seen as princely figures in the eyes of many. A prince need not ride a horse, but they must be able to afford a BMW. Though not all girls conformed to this mindset, it undeniably represented a significant portion of them. Not at all. All right, I concede that your observation reflects the current social reality. Many girls indeed crave material wealth and are quite pragmatic. However, that is only a segment of the population. Some girls have not abandoned their longing for true love. Reba expressed her disagreement with Lu Yu's sentiments. Although he was correct that a considerable number of girls were materialistic, there were still many who did not view love through the lens of wealth. Yet, upon hearing Lu Yu's admission of being single, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief. For instance, Lu Yu asked with a smile, "Me, I am not like them. My future boyfriend will undoubtedly be someone I genuinely like, not merely someone defined by wealth or other material factors." Reba blurted out once more. Haha. Lu Yu chuckled. He believed Reba's words were sincere. Given her own financial stability, she possessed the luxury of not having to concern herself with her partner's wealth. It was akin to what Bingbing had once said, "I will not marry into a wealthy family because I am already part of one." Though the wording differed, the essence remained the same. As Lu Yu regarded her with a gentle smile, Reba suddenly felt her cheeks flush. At that moment, she seemed to realize that her previous comment was overly direct. It felt akin to a confession of sorts. How embarrassing. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream, witnessing Reba's blushing face, erupted in a chorus of exclamations. Oh no! Reba has likely developed feelings for Lu Yu. It's evident that Reba is falling for him. Damn! Is this exquisite cabbage about to be trampled by a pig? Lu Yu is a pig? In that case, you wouldn't even measure up to a single pig hair. Lu Yu, you are a pig, and your entire family are pigs. Chapter 38 Reba, Lu Yu, do you have a girlfriend? Well, of course, do you think I would care about that 500,000? I'll have my assistant transfer the money to you shortly. The eagle spoke with a tone of defiance. There was no other choice. After all, there were over 1.5 million viewers in the live stream, and the number of witnesses was simply overwhelming. Moreover, he had previously displayed such an arrogant demeanor. Now, to backtrack would undoubtedly be too late. Yet, this younger generation seemed to lack a certain perceptiveness. Although he was currently a popular young star, without respect for his seniors, his career would likely not flourish for long. Of course, Lu Ha wouldn't concern himself with such matters at this moment. Lu Yu's popularity online was soaring. Thanks to the editing of several video bloggers, he quickly rose to fame on short video platforms, even trending on various sites. Several trending topics regarding Lu Yu also appeared on Weibo's headlines. Just this series of events caused a dramatic increase in his popularity. This is the power of the internet. Information spreads faster than a plague. Even some talent agencies were now eyeing Lu Yu. With his physical attributes, coupled with his current popularity and trending topics, a little packaging would likely propel his stardom beyond that of all the other young idols, possibly even to the pinnacle of fame. Such a business opportunity was not one any company would wish to miss. Therefore, they all thought that as soon as Lu Yu was eliminated and returned to the city, they would immediately approach him for a contract. However, those thoughts were certainly for later, as they were not foolish and recognized Lu Yu's wilderness survival skills. Given his abilities, surviving for a month would be a simple task. As night began to fall and the dark curtain of evening unfolded on the island, Lu Yu prepared some starch and the two shared a simple dinner. They then sat beside the campfire, gazing at the starry sky. In this remote wilderness, far from the clamor of the metropolis, the night sky was particularly beautiful, unmarred by the glow of city lights. Time flies, doesn't it? Another day has passed, Reba remarked, her eyes fixed on the twinkling stars. Despite the exhaustion of the day, time had indeed slipped by swiftly, as if darkness had descended in the blink of an eye. You remained silent, admiring the enchanting moonlight while contemplating the tasks for the following day. There was still much to be done, and he wondered which task should take precedence tomorrow. Lu Yu, do you think we can catch those wild goats tomorrow? If we manage to catch one, we likely won't have to worry about food for days. Reba glanced at him, then turned to ask. As she looked at Lu Yu, she could see his sharply defined profile. His strikingly handsome and sun-kissed features were undeniably captivating, far surpassing the heavily made-up young idols. Several times, Reba felt that Lu Yu embodied the very image of her Prince Charming, sunny, handsome, and mature. Moreover, he possessed a wealth of knowledge. Being near him instilled a peculiar sense of security. That's hard to say. After all, wild goats are much more astute than domesticated ones. Let us hope for a good outcome. Lu Yu replied nonchalantly. To be honest, he couldn't guarantee success. Even though the system had rewarded him with level 1 archery skills, without proper tools, the likelihood of success would significantly diminish. Of course we will. I believe in you, Reba said confidently. Although they had only spent 5 days together, Lu Yu gave her the impression of being all-knowing and capable. It seems you have an inexplicable confidence in me. To be honest, I don't even possess such confidence myself. However, I think our luck should not be too dismal. Lu Yu chuckled, clearly amused by Reba's unwavering faith in him. With that in mind, he resolved not to disappoint her the next day. The two continued their light-hearted banter. By the way, may I ask you a rather personal question? Do you have a girlfriend? Reba suddenly inquired. She herself was unsure why she had blurted out such a question. Generally speaking, when a girl asks a boy this, it often stems from a considerable interest or infatuation. Yet, she was oblivious to her own motivations, and the question had slipped out effortlessly. Do you think a person like me, with neither wealth nor influence, would attract any girls? Nowadays, girls are incredibly pragmatic, unlike in previous years. Lu Yu responded with a dismissive smile. In truth, a decade ago, girls were not as materialistic. Back then, travel was slow, letters were far apart, and one lifetime was often devoted to loving a single person. The boys they admired were sometimes academically gifted or notably handsome. However, now, everyone seems to be unified in their pursuit of wealth. As long as one is wealthy, it matters not whether they are unattractive or an oily uncle or even an elderly man. They become the princes in the eyes of many. A prince does not necessarily need to ride a steed, but he must be able to afford a BMW. While not all girls fit this mold, it certainly represents a significant portion. Not at all. All right, I concede that what you say does reflect the societal reality. Many girls indeed yearn for superficial status and are quite practical. Yet, that is merely a portion. Some girls do not share that mindset, as they have never given up on their longing for love. Reba disagreed with Lu Yu's perspective. Although what Lu Yu described did encompass a substantial segment of society today, many girls did not view love through the lens of materialism. Such as? Lu Yu inquired with a smile. Me. I am different from them. My future boyfriend will undoubtedly be someone I genuinely like, not merely based on money or other material factors, Reba declared, almost impulsively. Haha. Lu Yu chuckled. He believed Reba's words to be sincere. Given her financial status, she had the privilege to disregard whether her partner was wealthy. It was akin to what Bing Bing once remarked, that she would not marry into a wealthy family because she herself was already part of one. Though not identical, the sentiment was quite similar. As Lu Yu gazed at Reba, who wore a faint smile, she suddenly felt her cheeks flush. At that moment, she seemed to realize that she had been overly direct. It felt akin to a confession and utterly embarrassing. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream, witnessing Reba's blushing face, erupted in a cacophony of exclamations. We're doomed. Reba has obviously developed feelings for Lu Yu. It's evident that Reba is falling for him. Damn, such a good catch is about to be snatched up. Lu Yu is a pig? You probably don't even measure up to a single strand of his hair. Lu Yu, you're a pig, and your entire family are pigs. Chapter 39. Settling starch, the early bird catches the worm. As someone who has been through it, I can assure you 100 that Reba has definitely fallen for Lu Yu. Do you even need to assure us? It's evident to anyone with clear eyes. However, I must say, Lu Yu is indeed quite exceptional. I feel inadequate in comparison. Who wouldn't be fond of such a handsome and capable young man? Around 9 p.m., the popularity of the live stream reached a new peak. By this hour, most office workers had finished their duties for the day. After returning home, they would check their phones and watch the live stream to alleviate the fatigue accumulated from a long day at work. Although the dance segments featuring enticing hip movements were a favorite among many, after a tiring day, one's body could hardly endure further exertion. After all, a little indulgence is pleasurable, but excessive indulgence can be detrimental. As for $50 Island Survival, the current most popular reality show, it naturally garnered immense favor. Watching contestants on the island consuming insects and enduring hunger provided a semblance of balance in one's heart. At that moment, the viewership of the third live stream had soared to 6 million, making it the second most watched stream. The first place remained firmly held by Wu Jing and Li Qin's second live stream. After all, Wu Jing's popularity was undeniable. Moreover, compared to those fleeting internet sensations, Wu Jing exuded a more robust masculinity. Having spent a year and a half in a special forces unit, he possessed commendable wilderness survival skills. After engaging in some casual conversation, Lu Yu and Reba prepared to sleep. Today had been exhausting, and there was much to accomplish the following day. Without adequate rest, facing tomorrow's challenges would be impossible. Within mere minutes, Reba had already drifted into slumber. Lu Yu couldn't help but marvel at her remarkable adaptability. Perhaps it was simply that the past few days had been particularly taxing. Really, she's quite beautiful. If only I could bring home a girlfriend like her, my aunt would surely be overjoyed. Observing the peacefully sleeping Reba, Lu Yu murmured softly to himself. However, such thoughts remained confined to his mind. At present, he resided at the bottom rung of society. Not long ago, even the issue of basic sustenance was a struggle. Especially during his time working on construction sites, he often had to divide a single bun into 4 parts to eat. In stark contrast, Reba seemed to exist in a realm far above him, akin to a princess. This was not a matter of Lu Yu feeling inferior. Rather, they were undeniably from different worlds. Perhaps once they departed from this island, they would become mere strangers, possibly never to cross paths again. Overthinking was futile. Time to sleep. We need to rise early to work tomorrow. With that thought, Lu Yu turned over and fell asleep. At the break of dawn the next day, Lu Yu was already awake. There was much to accomplish, so he needed to rise early to complete all his tasks. After a brief wash, he began his work. The first task of the morning was to settle all the starch. On Friday, he planned to hunt in the area where the wild goats had been spotted yesterday. He had seen videos of primitive tribes processing sago palm trees, where they first split the tree in half and peeled off the bark. It was crucial to peel it cleanly, as the bark would serve other purposes later. This step was quite time-consuming, especially since Lu Yu only had a machete at his disposal. After nearly half an hour, he had managed to peel the bark from 2 sections of the tree. The remaining 2 sections would have to wait a few days for processing, as the starch from the 2 sections should suffice for their needs for a while. The next step involved wrapping the peeled sections in his coat. The primary purpose of the clothing was to filter out the remnants later on. Once these tasks were completed, the next endeavor was to vigorously crush the tree trunks. The finer the crush, the better. This step required tools which were relatively simple to make. First, Liu sought a thicker tree trunk and drilled a hole through the middle, then inserted a piece of bamboo, creating a tool resembling an axe. He then began to hollow out the core of the tree trunk, ensuring it was thoroughly pulverized. The finer the pieces, the easier it would be to extract the starch and minimize waste. At this moment, the audience in the live stream had already exceeded 300. People were gradually waking up, as everyone must strive to make a living. After rising in the morning, some would habitually check their phones, glancing at the live stream before heading to work. While the content varied among viewers, the act of scrolling through their phones upon waking was a common habit. Look at Liu, up so early. What a diligent fellow, already hard at work. Is this what they mean by the early bird catching the worm? Seems like he wasn't too tired last night. Good morning, Yushan. You saw, number 1. Good morning, darling. Darling, how direct. As the day gradually brightened, the first rays of sunlight bathed the earth, awakening all living things. The cheerful chirping of birds rang out like a clock, marking the start of the day. After yawning, Reba groggily emerged from the shelter. Looking around, she noticed Liu was nowhere to be seen, causing a slight pang of anxiety in her heart. However, she soon heard the distinct sound of striking from the direction of the stream. Quickly, she hurried over there. She found Liu wielding a tool resembling an axe, vigorously striking the tree trunk he had brought back the day before. Observing Liu's dedicated efforts, Reba felt a sudden wave of guilt wash over her. While she had been sound asleep, he had already begun working. That moment, Liu sensed Reba's presence behind him. Turning around, his face illuminated by a radiant smile, he greeted her. Awake? Hurry and wash up. Okay. All right. Reba nodded eagerly, rushing to wash up and assist him. In just over half an hour, Liu had almost hollowed out a section of the trunk, completely reducing the core to fragments. Of course, this was his intent. I'll help you. Take a break. Reba didn't utter an apology. Instead, she hurried to lend a hand. She understood that Liu didn't require her apologies. All right, he replied. Place all the crushed pieces into the bark, add water, and wash vigorously. This way, we can extract all the starch from the core. Liu nodded, beginning to instruct Reba on her tasks, as he had other matters to attend to. He aimed to finish processing both sections of the trunk that morning. Next, he needed to wrap both ends of the other half of the trunk with banana leaves, ensuring to layer them thickly and securely. This would serve as a container for the starch liquid they would extract for settling later. After a few minutes, they were nearly finished. Following the same procedure, he started processing the other section of the trunk. Although the task was simple, it was still meticulous and time-consuming. Before long, 4 hours had slipped by. Checking the position of the sun, it was likely around 11 o'clock. Fortunately, the work was concluded. Both sections of the trunk had been fully processed, and 2 large bark bowls, filled with starch, were now settling. The water above appeared a pale red, while the starch below was pristine white. The starch would require multiple washes and settling, 3 times in total, to remove all impurities and residue. Finally, they would need to dry the starch, as only by thoroughly drying it could it be stored for an extended period. Chapter 39. Settling starch, the early bird catches the worm. As someone who has been through this, I can assure you 100% that Reba has undoubtedly developed feelings for Liu. Did you really need to assure us of that? It's evident to anyone with keen eyes. However, I must admit, Liu is indeed quite exceptional. I find myself feeling somewhat inferior. Who wouldn't be fond of such a handsome and capable young man? Around 9 o'clock in the evening, the popularity of the live stream reached a new peak. At this hour, most office workers had finished their day. After returning home, they would check their phones and watch the live broadcast, a perfect way to alleviate the exhaustion of a long day at work. While the dance segments featuring enticing hip movements were a favorite for many, after a day of labor, their bodies could hardly withstand any further exertion. After all, a little indulgence is pleasurable, but excessive indulgence can lead to ruin. As the hottest reality show of the moment, $50 Island Survival was naturally in high demand. Watching contestants on the island subsisting on insects and enduring hunger brought a sense of balance to the viewers' hearts. At this moment, the third live stream had amassed 6 million viewers, solidifying its position as the second most watched stream. The first place remained with Wu Jing and Li Qin's second live stream. After all, Wu Jing's popularity was undeniable. Compared to those fleeting internet celebrities, Wu Jing exuded a more masculine charm. Furthermore, having spent a year and a half in a special forces unit, he had also acquired impressive wilderness survival skills. After exchanging some casual pleasantries, Lu Yu and Reba prepared to retire for the night. They had both exerted themselves enough for the day, and tomorrow awaited them with a plethora of tasks. Without adequate rest, they would be ill-equipped to face the challenges of the morrow. Within mere minutes, Reba had already drifted into slumber. Lu couldn't help but marvel at Reba's remarkable adaptability. Of course, it may also be that the past few days had been overwhelmingly taxing. Truly, she's quite beautiful. If I could bring home a girlfriend like her, I imagine my aunt would be exceedingly pleased. Observing Reba, who had succumbed to deep sleep, Lu Yu whispered to himself. Yet such thoughts remained mere musings within his mind. At present, he found himself at the bottom rung of society. Not long ago, even securing basic sustenance was a struggle. Especially during his time on the construction site, a single bun had sometimes needed to be divided into 4 portions to satisfy his hunger. In contrast, Reba appeared to inhabit a realm far above, akin to a princess. This was not a matter of Lu Yu feeling inferior, but rather an acknowledgement that they belonged to entirely different worlds. Perhaps once they departed from this island, they would become mere strangers, never to cross paths again. Such musings were unproductive. Time to sleep. We must rise early to work tomorrow. With that thought, Lu Yu turned over and succumbed to sleep. At the break of dawn, Lu Yu was already awake. With much to accomplish today, it was imperative to rise early in order to complete all his tasks. After a brief wash, he set to work. The morning's priority was to extract all the starch. By Friday, they would venture to the site where wild goats had been spotted for hunting. He had previously watched videos of primitive tribes processing sago palms, where the palms were split in half and peeled. It was crucial to ensure the peeling was done meticulously, as the bark would serve another purpose later. This step was quite time-consuming, especially since Lu Yu's only tool was a machete. After nearly half an hour, he had successfully peeled the bark from 2 segments of the tree trunk. The remaining 2 would have to wait a few days for processing, as the starch from these 2 segments would suffice for their needs for some time. The next step was to wrap the peel bark in his jacket. The primary purpose of the clothing was to filter out the residue during the next stage. Once these tasks were complete, he would need to vigorously pound the tree trunk into smaller pieces. The finer the fragments, the better. This step required a tool, yet crafting one was relatively straightforward. First, he found a thick tree trunk, then created a hole in the middle, inserting a piece of bamboo through it, fashioning a rudimentary axe. He then proceeded to crush the core of the tree trunk, aiming for finer bits, as this would facilitate the extraction of starch while significantly minimizing waste. At that moment, the audience in the live stream had exceeded 300 viewers. Gradually, people began to awaken, as everyone must toil for their livelihoods. Upon waking, many would instinctively check their phones, glancing at the live stream to find solace before heading to work. Though preferences varied, the habit of scrolling through phones after rising was common among most. Wow, Lu Yu is up so early. Such diligence. He's already hard at work. Is this what they mean by the early bird catches the worm? Looks like he wasn't too tired last night. Good morning, Yushan. Yu's sister number 1. Good morning, husband. Husband? So direct? As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight bathed the earth, and nature began to awaken. The cheerful chirping of birds rang out like a timely alarm clock. Yawn? After stretching, Reba groggily emerged from the shelter. Glancing around, she noticed Lu Yu was absent, causing her heart to flutter with unease. However, she soon heard the distinct sound of pounding coming from the direction of the stream. Quickly, she rushed over. There, she discovered Lu Yu wielding an axe-like tool, fervently striking the tree trunk he had carried back the previous day. Watching him work so diligently stirred a wave of guilt within Reba. While she had been lost in slumber, Lu Yu had already begun his labors. Just then, Lu Yu, sensing her presence, turned around with a radiant smile, greeting her. Awake? Hurry and wash up. Okay. Reba nodded vigorously, hastily preparing to wash up and assist him. In just over half an hour, Lu Yu had nearly hollowed out 1 segment of the trunk, reducing the core to mere shavings. This, of course, was his aim. I'll help you. Take a break. Reba didn't utter an apology. Instead, she hurried to assist. She understood that Lu Yu did not require her apologies. All right. Place all these shavings into the bark and add water, then scrub vigorously. This will extract all the starch from the core. Lu Yu nodded, directing Reba in her tasks, as he had other matters to attend to. This morning, his goal was to process both segments of the trunk completely. Next, he needed to wrap the ends of the other half of the trunk tightly with banana leaves, ensuring multiple layers to create a secure container for the starch liquid that would be extracted. A few minutes later, they were nearly finished. He then proceeded to process the other segment of the trunk in the same manner. Although the task was straightforward, it required a level of finesse that consumed time. Before they knew it, 4 hours had passed. Judging by the position of the sun, it was likely around 11 o'clock. Fortunately, the work was complete. The 2 segments of the trunk had been fully processed, and 2 large bark bowls of starch were now settling. The water atop appeared a pale red, while the starch below was a bright white. The starch needed to be rinsed and settled 3 times to eliminate any residue. Following that, it would be dried, as only through complete drying could the starch be preserved for an extended period. Chapter 40 Wild chickens and rabbits cannot be domesticated. They would perish from distress. However, when it comes to storing starch, it appears they lack the necessary tools and vessels. This poses yet another dilemma. The initial plan was to precipitate all the starch this morning, allowing for a goat hunt by noon. Yet, it seems that plans are subject to change. The hunt for goats must be postponed for the time being. We must first address the pressing matters at hand before contemplating the pursuit of wild goats. Glancing at Reba beside him, busy with her tasks, it seemed she was feeling guilty for rising late today, thus exerting herself diligently in her work. All right, Reba, take a moment to rest. You've been at it all morning. At that moment, Reba bent over, her gaze lowered slightly towards Lu Yu, revealing a glimpse of her delicate collarbone. 2 strands of hair cascaded down from her forehead, adding an alluring charm to her appearance. However, it had been 5 days since she last washed her hair, and it was beginning to look somewhat greasy. Surviving in the wilderness entails a multitude of trivialities. If it were just him alone, going a month without washing his hair or bathing would be inconsequential. He would merely resemble a wild man. Yet, Reba is a girl, a remarkably beautiful one at that. Prolonged neglect of hygiene might weigh heavily on her. A star is certainly mindful of her image. It seems today will also require addressing the matter of washing hair and bathing. With this thought, Liu could only sigh. Survival for 2 people involves so many responsibilities. Okay, got it. Reba lifted her head and responded with a smile. After tidying herself, she joined Lu Yu. Now. Beads of sweat had formed densely on her forehead, yet her face radiated a smile. Although the morning was exhausting, it was also fulfilling. Observing the abundant white starch, life seemed to brighten considerably. Perhaps soon they could enjoy sago pudding or rice noodles. The mere thought brought joy. Noticing the sweat on Reba's forehead, Lu Yu gently wiped it with his sleeve. However, he quickly realized that such an action might appear overly intimate. If it were an ordinary person, it would not matter. But Reba is a celebrity, and what stars dread most are rumors. Yet, Reba appeared unfazed, showing no signs of anger or withdrawal. Instead, her cheeks flushed slightly, followed by a smile directed at Lu Yu. Cough, cough. I apologize. I couldn't help but want to wipe away the sweat since you seem to be working so hard. After retracting his hand, Lu Yu awkwardly scratched his head. After all, he had never been in a romantic relationship before. Such intimate gestures made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Thank you, Reba responded with a sweet smile, evidently unconcerned about the incident. If others wish to speculate, let them. It was merely a rumor. Moreover, stirring up gossip with Lu Yu seemed rather appealing. How about we check the rope traps to see if we caught anything? Otherwise, we might find ourselves without lunch or dinner. After standing up, Lu Yu suggested. Reba eagerly nodded in agreement. The 2 then shouldered their baskets and grabbed the machete, heading towards the traps. After all, they had only consumed a few small fish the previous day. If they could procure some meat today, it would be a good source of protein. Lu Yu, are we still going to hunt those wild goats today? It's already midday. It would take us at least 2 hours to get there. Reba naturally recognized that if they were to hunt wild goats today, time would be too tight. After all, reaching that location would require a minimum of 2 hours, and factoring in the hunting process and the return journey, it would take at least 5 to 6 hours. By then, the day would be over and the sky darkened. Moreover, the starch was not yet fully processed. She felt it prudent to complete one task before moving on to the next. Let us postpone the hunt for today. We should focus on finishing up the starch first. Once the starch is dried, we will need some vessels for storage. Thus, our most pressing task is to find some clay to craft pottery. After all, we currently only have one iron pot, which is insufficient. It would be wise to produce more pots and bowls. Lu Yu candidly expressed his thoughts. In fact, he had contemplated crafting pottery a couple of days ago. However, due to the numerous tasks upon arriving on the island, it had been set aside. Now, in light of the need for starch storage, it could no longer be ignored. You can make pottery? Reba exclaimed incredulously. To her, pottery seemed a highly sophisticated endeavor, even akin to a traditional art. I know a little, Lu Yu replied with a smile. A little bit? Yes, just a little. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the site of the rope traps. All 4 traps had been triggered. Perhaps it was due to the lack of inspection the previous day. They had caught 3 wild chickens and 1 rabbit. 2 of the wild chickens were lifeless, while 1 was still flapping its wings in distress. The rabbit, too, was not quite dead yet. Fantastic, Lu Yu. This rabbit and the wild chickens are still alive. Can we keep them domesticated? If we let them breed, we could have more rabbits and eggs, and thus, we wouldn't need to worry about food. Upon seeing the living wild chickens and rabbit, Reba began to envision a bright future. Rabbits reproduce rapidly, and chickens can lay an egg daily. How wonderful! Would this not resolve their food issues? Your little mind certainly conjures up some interesting ideas. Hearing Reba's words, Lu Yu could only manage a wry smile. It is not that simple, after all. Huh? Is that not possible? Reba asked, puzzled. Although having just 1 wild chicken and rabbit might not achieve resource cycling, if they could capture more, would her dreams not come true? Of course, it's impossible. Do you think these are domesticated chickens and rabbits? They are accustomed to a life of freedom. If we can find them, they would distress themselves to death. Wild animals generally have quite a temperament. Lu Yu began to explain. He recalled catching a wild rabbit in his childhood, only for it to die of distress the very next day. If a young rabbit could be so sensitive, how much more so would a mature one be? They can die from their own distress. Is that really a thing? Reba appeared utterly astonished. How much distress must one feel to reach such an end? Chapter 41. Termites, crunchy delights, chicken flavor, and protein tenfold that of beef. Oh my goodness, Lu Yu seems quite knowledgeable. It's true that wild animals cannot be sustained. I once attempted to raise some wild rabbits, and they nearly frightened themselves to death every other day. Haha, it appears we are all from the countryside. Gradually, I am realizing that Lu Yu indeed possesses considerable insight, and there is much more to him. The live broadcast room became increasingly lively. Lu and Reba gathered all their catches and continued to set their traps. The yield from the rope traps was substantial, with each inspection yielding results. Perhaps these traps would secure their source of protein. Naturally, Liu aspired to hunt larger game, for their bodies contained a richer fat content, and their pelts could provide warmth. Although the island's daytime temperatures were high, the nights brought a sharp drop, and one could already feel a slight chill. It was likely that as time passed, the nights would grow progressively colder, necessitating preparations in advance. The pelts of large animals like wild goats were particularly effective for insulation. After securing their game, the two began their journey back to the shelter. It was now noon, and the time had come to prepare lunch. However, this time they chose not to retrace their steps, as doing so might cause them to miss other potential resources in the area. Sure enough, after approximately 20 minutes of walking, they stumbled upon several termite mounds. Fantastic! It seems our luck is indeed favorable today. There are so many termite mounds here. Gazing at the several high, rounded earthen hills before him, Lu Yu was filled with joy. He had been lamenting his inability to find suitable clay for pottery making, and the termite nests were a natural source of high-quality clay, far superior to ordinary clay for firing pottery. Can these termites be eaten? Upon observing the densely clustered termites, Reba felt her phobia of clusters welling up. Although she was a typical foodie, the thought of consuming such creatures was quite unappetizing. Moreover, their current food supply was relatively abundant, rendering the consumption of termites unnecessary. Young termites can indeed be eaten. I've seen some wilderness survivalists consume termites before. I heard they taste quite good, with a crunchy chicken flavor. And their protein content is tenfold that of beef. Lu Yu chuckled. In a survival scenario where food resources were scarce, termites could certainly be consumed, but they were not at that point yet. Besides, consuming them could easily result in tongue and throat injuries. Dagu had demonstrated that firsthand. Really? Is that true? Reba appeared somewhat skeptical. Just a bunch of ants, and their protein could surpass that of beef by 10 times. That seemed rather absurd. Haha, I merely heard it from others. However, our current situation does not necessitate eating termites. Nevertheless, these termite mounds provide excellent clay for pottery making. We can collect all these termite mounds later to utilize for our pottery. Luyu explained with a smile. Reba sighed in relief. The prospect of consuming those small creatures was indeed unappetizing. Fortunately, Luyu's plan was solely to use the termite mounds for pottery. Let's head back first and craft a larger backpack to collect this clay. After all, the backpack they had brought was rather small, unable to carry much at once. Luyu found it cumbersome to make multiple trips. All right. Reba nodded in agreement. After marking their trail, they returned to the shelter. Reba began preparing the chicken, while Luyu set about weaving a backpack. Bamboo, often hailed as the hardware store of the wilderness, proved to be immensely useful. Having a bamboo grove in a survival scenario was undoubtedly a generous gift from nature, making survival efforts significantly easier. With his exquisite weaving skills, Luyu crafted a large backpack in just 20 minutes. Meanwhile, Reba's braised chicken continued to simmer. Luyu decided to make a trip to collect clay first. The requirements and processes for pottery making were rather intricate and time-consuming. After shaping the clay, it needed to dry naturally in the shade, which could take a couple of days. Although placing it near the fire could expedite the drying process, it risked causing the clay to crack during firing. Thus, allowing it to dry naturally would yield a higher success rate. Approximately half an hour later, Luyu returned to the shelter with a large backpack full of clay. This clay should suffice for crafting a considerable amount of pottery. Of course, the success rate for pottery making in the wilderness would undoubtedly be much lower, necessitating the preparation of additional clay. At this moment, Reba's braised chicken was also ready. Luyu, hurry and take a break. Come and taste my culinary skills today. It's absolutely delicious. Reba declared confidently on their way back. Luyu had discovered some ginger, which, when added as a seasoning, would help eliminate any earthy flavors, enhancing the overall taste. All right, I shall see if your culinary skills have improved. By now, it was already past 1 in the afternoon, and after a morning of labor, he was indeed quite hungry, especially since he had not had breakfast that day. The braised chicken sizzled and glistened with oil. Not bad, not bad. Your cooking skills are truly improving. As he devoured the delectable chicken, Luyu did not forget to praise Reba. Today's chicken was exceptionally tasty. It seemed that adding some seasoning made all the difference. Once this busy period was over, he could dedicate a few days to gather more seasonings. After all, once the issue of sustenance was resolved, the pursuit of culinary enjoyment could commence. If it's delicious, then you should eat more. Reba clearly appreciated Luyu's compliments. Receiving praise from a teammate could brighten anyone's mood. All right, within mere minutes, the pot of wild chicken was quickly devoured by the two, with Tuan Tuan also helping to finish off a few pieces. After several days of rest, Tuan Tuan's spirits were quite high, and it had become lively, darting around Luyu and Reba. This afternoon, our task is to shape the clay. We shall create the necessary forms. Tomorrow and the day after, we can let them dry in the shade, and during this time, I can also produce some charcoal. Then we shall be ready to fire the pottery. After the meal, Luyu outlined the day's tasks. To shape all the pottery forms first, and the next day's objective would be to prepare the charcoal. When firing pottery, the temperature generated by regular firewood is typically insufficient, as the excessive carbon monoxide produced can hinder the flame's temperature, potentially failing to reach the ideal temperature for pottery. In contrast, charcoal burns at a significantly higher temperature. Thus, using charcoal for firing would greatly enhance the success rate of pottery making. Chapter 42. Did Wu Jing and Li Qin's pottery explode? After spending an hour, Lu Yu and Reba diligently kneaded the clay 2 more times. At this point, the termite mounds had been substantially ravaged by the two. Huff, all right. This clay should suffice for us to fire a considerable amount of pottery. Lu Yu gazed at the small mound of earth before him, a look of satisfaction etched across his face. There were still several termite nests remaining, but he decided to leave those for now. When the time came to upgrade their shelter, they could use them to make tiles. Lu Yu, what should we do next? Reba inquired, as she admittedly knew very little about pottery making. However, shaping the clay was quite straightforward. Essentially, it was akin to playing with mud. First, we need to crush all this clay. The finer, the better. I'll leave this task to you, as I have other matters to attend to. Lu Yu entrusted the simplest task to Reba, recognizing that doing everything alone would be quite taxing. After all, one could only manage so much with 2 hands. All right, leave it to me. I promise to complete the task, Reba replied earnestly. While she may not have been of much help with technical matters, manipulating earth and mud was certainly within her capabilities. Good. After Lu Yu nodded with a smile, he went on to prepare other materials. The process of kneading the clay was indeed meticulous. Although the clay could be kneaded directly after being crushed, doing so would result in a higher amount of impurities, adversely affecting the success rate of the pottery. To enhance the likelihood of success, he decided to filter the clay properly first. The method was quite simple. First, he fashioned a 40-centimeter square mold from regular soil. Then, he lined the mold with banana leaves, ensuring to perforate them with small holes. After that, he poured the well-kneaded slurry into the mold, allowing it to drain. The resulting clay would be incredibly fine, significantly reducing the chances of cracking during the firing process. Naturally, to further improve the success rate of the pottery, many artisans incorporated additives during the firing process, such as powdered quartz, lime granules, straw ash, or even previously failed clay bodies. The primary purpose of these additives was to enhance the thermal shock resistance of the finished products, preventing them from cracking under heat. This was to be Lu Yu's next undertaking. With determination, he set to work. The two of them labored fervently. Reba busily crushed the clay while Lu Yu tended to his own tasks. The clay mold was simple enough, but the additives posed a bit of a challenge. Although ash from burnt vegetation could also serve as an additive, its efficacy paled in comparison to that of powdered quartz. To ensure a higher success rate, Lu Yu had no choice but to venture to the creek to gather some quartz, which he then began to crush and grind. This was an exceedingly time-consuming and physically demanding task. Most of the viewers in the live stream, including Belle from the commentary section, were astonished by Lu Yu's adeptness. After all, the current generation had little understanding of these traditional crafts and skills, often lacking even a superficial grasp. Thus, witnessing Lu Yu's impressive capabilities inevitably inspired a sense of admiration. After all, he was merely just coming of age, seemingly possessing far more knowledge than they did. Just his previous weaving skills had already left them feeling somewhat overshadowed. Time flowed swiftly, and before long, it was around 6 p.m., Lu Yu and Reba had been working for a solid 5 hours. Lu Yu felt relatively fine, thanks to his enhanced physique, which made fatigue less of a concern. However, after an entire afternoon of pounding clay, Reba felt as though her arms were no longer her own, aching and numb. She had become little more than a soulless laboring tool. The audience in the live stream was equally astonished by Reba's work ethic. It was rare to see a celebrity displaying such resilience. Indeed, a commendable capacity for hard work, which was a rarity in the entertainment industry today. Meanwhile, in the second live stream, Wu Jing and Li Chun were experiencing quite a stroke of luck. After 3 days of subsisting on wild vegetables and groundhogs, they had recently stumbled upon a new food source, a clear stream teeming with sizable fish. This discovery was akin to uncovering a new world for them. With fish, meat, and wild vegetables, life had transformed into something enjoyable. With their material needs secured, they naturally began to seek spiritual fulfillment as well, leading them to attempt pottery making. However, Wu Jing clearly lacked knowledge in this area. After randomly selecting some clay, he began crafting. Nevertheless, the mere thought to try was commendable. After all, there were still dozens of competitors struggling for food. Bang! On the island, a deep explosion resonated, sending sparks flying as if a small torpedo had been tossed into the fire. Fortunately, Li Chen and Wu Jing reacted swiftly and retreated just in time to avoid the shower of sparks. The clay being fired in the flames had shattered into several pieces. What the heck? What just happened? How did it explode? Wu Jing exclaimed, clearly bewildered as to why their pottery had suddenly detonated. That was dangerously close. Jingo, what is going on? Isn't it just a pile of clay? How could it possibly explode? Li Qian, equally confounded, found himself even more perplexed. Just moments ago, he had been envisioning a future of dining with ceramic bowls, but with the recent explosion, all those beautiful dreams evaporated in an instant. The bowls they hoped to use had not even materialized, and they had narrowly escaped disaster. I don't know. I thought this was how it was done. Wu Jing also wore a look of confusion, utterly at a loss. What had gone wrong? Yet, he dared not attempt anything further after the dangerous incident. If the flames from the explosion had touched their bodies, it might not have been too serious. However, if they had struck their faces or eyes, the consequences could have been dire. Clearly, the endeavor of pottery making was not to be taken lightly. They would have to resort to bamboo for the time being. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were taken aback by the scene. After all, the situation had been exceedingly perilous. What the hell? How could there be an explosion? Can any knowledgeable person explain? This is terrifying. The principle is relatively straightforward. The clay they chose was inherently unsuitable, filled with too many impurities, rendering it incapable of producing pottery, which would inevitably crack. Additionally, when Jinggu needed the clay, he was too careless, leading to an abundance of bubbles and impurities within the clay body. The trapped oxygen in the bubbles, when subjected to rapid increases in temperature during firing, can indeed cause the clay to explode. Wow! The commenter above makes a valid point. You're quite articulate. I'll stick with you. By the way, it seems like Lu Yu and Reba in the third live stream are also preparing to make pottery. We should check it out. I just came from the third live stream, and to be honest, Lu Yu seems far more professional in pottery making than Jinggu. Absolutely. I just came from there too, and Lu Yu appears to be quite the expert. Lu Yu? That's the first time I've heard that name. I'll go see if he is truly as skilled as you say. Chapter 43. Lu Yu's culinary skills, delicacies on the tip of the tongue, oh my. Lu Yu certainly appears far more professional than Jinggu and his companions. Success is determined by the details. Lu Yu and his team have utilized high-quality clay sourced from termite mounds, and they have spent the entire afternoon grinding the clay and quartz. In contrast, Jinggu and Qinggu merely gathered some soil casually. The disparity in their choice of materials and techniques is glaringly evident. Indeed, in this regard, Jinggu cannot compete with Lu Yu. At this moment, some viewers from the second live stream entered the third live stream. Upon witnessing Lu Yu and Reba diligently engaged in their tasks, they comprehended the vast difference between the two groups. Perhaps in terms of physical strength or other aspects, Wu Jing surpassed Lu Yu, but when it came to wilderness survival, Lu Yu evidently held the upper hand. This fact must be acknowledged. Meanwhile, Lu Yu and Reba spent the entire afternoon on the island, completing merely 3/4 of their work. All right, Reba, let us take a break for now. It seems we won't finish tonight. Let us continue in the morning. As Lu Yu observed the sun beginning its descent, he paused his activities. Though working for an entire afternoon posed no challenge for him, Reba was an entirely different story. After all, she was a girl, inherently possessing less physical stamina than Lu Yu. After a long day of labor, she was undoubtedly gritting her teeth to persevere. Okay, that sounds good. I'll wash my hands and then prepare dinner. Reba quickly nodded, feeling the fatigue settle in. Her arms were already sore and tingling, as if they had lost all sensation. Perhaps after a good night's sleep, she might struggle to lift them again come morning. Nonetheless, she felt a sense of satisfaction upon reflecting on their accomplishments, as they appeared to be one step closer to a quality life. I'll handle dinner tonight. You should rest well. Lu Yu smiled, taking it upon himself to prepare the evening meal. You're cooking, really? Reba hesitated momentarily, but seeing Lu Yu's determination, she ultimately agreed. She was curious to see if Lu Yu possessed any extraordinary culinary talents, to ascertain if he truly excelled at everything. Lu Yu, too, was eager to showcase his culinary skills. After all, the reward from the sign-in system a few days prior had been related to cooking, and tonight was the perfect opportunity to put it to good use. He first decided to prepare a palm leaf-wrapped chicken, along with some rice pancakes. Given the limited ingredients, these were the only items he could create for the time being. He began by cleaning the wild chicken, then marinated it with salt, ginger, and other spices for several minutes before wrapping it in palm leaves. Next, he moved the fire pit aside and dug a shallow hole in the ground where he placed some charcoal. Afterward, he nestled the palm-wrapped chicken into the pit, covered it with soil, and repositioned the fire pit. He then added firewood, utilizing the heat from the fire to steam the chicken until it was thoroughly cooked. This method allowed for better nutrient retention compared to direct roasting and ensured the meat remained moist. Steaming the chicken would render it more tender and enhance its flavor, As for the pancakes, the process was even simpler. He evenly coated the iron skillet with chicken fat obtained from the freshly killed chicken and placed the starch-based pancakes onto it. A gentle heat for about 5 to 6 minutes on each side would suffice. Half an hour later, 6 golden pancakes emerged from the skillet, glistening with oil and appearing utterly delectable, eliciting a mouth-watering response. Gulp! Upon seeing the golden pancakes, Reba couldn't help but swallow hard, and her gaze towards Lu Yu transformed entirely. What had once been admiration now morphed into infatuation. Truly, her earlier suspicions had proven correct. Lu Yu was indeed capable of anything. She had never expected such a young man to possess culinary skills. He epitomized the phrase, able to grace the hall and manage the kitchen. Perhaps these descriptors were tailor-made for Lu Yu. Lu Yu, I've realized you are truly remarkable. I must boldly ask you this. Aside from giving birth, is there anything you cannot do? Reba blinked her large eyes in disbelief, gazing at Lu Yu with astonishment. This man consistently left her in awe, as if nothing could challenge him. There seemed to be no task beyond his capabilities. Such an exceptional man existed in the world. It appeared she had previously underestimated the breadth of her own knowledge. How shall I put this? Given current medical advancements, men should be able to give birth as well, right? Lu Yu did not directly answer Reba's question, but instead responded with a playful remark. Of course, with today's medical progress, the notion of men giving birth was not entirely far-fetched. What the heck? She was left speechless. Reba was momentarily at a loss for words. How could he not follow the script when responding to her question? This left her unable to counter his assertion. About half an hour later, Lu Yu relocated the fire pit once more and retrieved the palm leaf-wrapped chicken from the earth. As he opened the palm leaves, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, instantly heightening one's appetite. Wow! It smells amazing. Lu Yu, honestly answer me, have you ever worked as a chef in some 5-star hotel? Inhaling that mouth-watering fragrance, Reba curiously inquired once more. If this fellow had never been a chef, how could his food smell so divine? It was the same wild chicken, yet it seemed far more aromatic than her own attempt. It was clear their culinary skills were on entirely different levels. How could I have the opportunity to work in a 5-star hotel? I merely worked odd jobs at some small eateries out of necessity. Now, it seems you are hungry. Hurry and taste my cooking. Lu Yu chuckled, responding in truth, he was speaking honestly. A few years ago, to earn money for his aunt's medical treatment, he had indeed taken on various jobs, including odd jobs in small restaurants. However, he had only served as a waiter and had never ventured into the kitchen, hence he had not learned any cooking skills. All of this was the result of the system's previous rewards. Sounds great. It smells so good. It must be delicious. Reba could hardly contain her excitement. Here, dig in. Lu Yu tore off a chicken leg and handed it to Reba. The combination of chicken and pancakes in the wilderness constituted a remarkably refined meal. After all, this was undoubtedly the dream life of most wilderness survivalists. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream were once again lamenting. Damn, are you telling me this is wilderness survival? This is clearly gourmet cuisine. Suddenly, instant noodles seem so unappealing, and unshed tears trickle from the corners of my mouth. Lu Yu is definitely cheating. How can he do everything so effortlessly? Truly, just effortlessly. Brothers, I'm out of here. Call me when they finish eating. Can the production team increase the difficulty? This is clearly a vacation. My husband is amazing. Get lost. I'm the #1 fan of you, Xiao. Chapter 43. Lu Yu's culinary skills, gastronomic delights on the tip of the tongue. Oh my goodness. Lu Yu certainly appears to possess a far greater level of expertise compared to Jinggu and the others. Indeed, the minutiae dictate success or failure. Lu Yu and his team have utilized high-quality clay from termite mounds, and they have dedicated an entire afternoon to grinding the clay and quartz. In contrast, Jinggu and Qinggu merely gathered some random soil. The disparity in both their material sourcing and their methods is glaringly apparent. Indeed, in this regard, Jinggu cannot compete with Lu Yu. At this moment, some viewers from the second livestream room had also ventured into the third. Upon observing the diligent efforts of Lu Yu and Reba, they comprehended the stark difference between the two groups. Perhaps in terms of physical prowess or other attributes, Wu Jing might surpass Lu Yu. However, when it comes to survival in the wilderness, Lu Yu seems to hold the upper hand. This is an undeniable fact. Meanwhile, Lu Yu and Reba had spent the entire afternoon on the island, managing to complete merely 3/4 of their work. All right, Reba, let's take a break for now. It seems we won't finish tonight. Let's continue in the morning. As the sun began its descent, Lu Yu paused his tasks. Although working for an entire afternoon was no challenge for him and he felt no fatigue, Reba was an entirely different story. Being a girl, her physical endurance could not match Lu Yu's. After toiling all afternoon, she was undoubtedly gritting her teeth to persevere. Okay, sounds good. I'll wash my hands and then prepare dinner. Reba nodded hastily, feeling quite fatigued. Her arms were already sore and numb, as though they had lost sensation. Perhaps after a night's rest, she would struggle to lift them again. Nevertheless, seeing her accomplishments today filled her with satisfaction, as they seemed to draw closer to a quality life. I'll take charge of dinner tonight. You should rest. Lu Yu smiled, assuming the responsibility for their evening meal. You will cook? Is that for real? Reba hesitated at first, but after witnessing Lu Yu's determination, she ultimately acquiesced. She was eager to discover if Lu Yu possessed any remarkable culinary talents, to see if he truly was capable of anything. Lu Yu also wished to showcase his culinary skills, especially since the reward from the previous 2 days had been culinary expertise. Tonight was the perfect opportunity to put it to use. He planned to prepare a palm leaf-wrapped chicken and some rice pancakes. Due to limited ingredients, these would have to suffice for now. First, he cleaned the wild chicken thoroughly, then, using salt, ginger, and other seasonings, he marinated the chicken for several minutes before wrapping it in palm leaves. The next step involved removing the fire pit, digging a shallow hole in the ground where the fire had burned, leaving some charcoal at the bottom. He placed the palm leaf-wrapped chicken inside the pit and covered it with soil. After relocating the fire pit back over, he began adding firewood, utilizing the heat from the fire to steam the chicken. This method ensured that nutrients were retained better than direct roasting, while also keeping the meat moist. The chicken would emerge tender and flavorful. As for the rice pancakes, the process was even simpler. He evenly spread the chicken fat obtained from the slaughtered wild chicken across the iron pan. Then, he placed the starch-based pancakes on top. A gentle heat for about 5 to 6 minutes on each side would suffice. Half an hour later, 6 rice pancakes emerged from the pan, golden and sizzling with oil, appearing utterly delectable, provoking salivation. Gulp! Gazing at the golden pancakes, Reba could not help but swallow hard. Her gaze towards Lu Yu had dramatically transformed. What was once admiration had now morphed into infatuation. Indeed, her earlier speculation had proven entirely accurate. Lu Yu was truly capable of anything. She had not anticipated that a young man would possess the ability to cook. He could seamlessly navigate both the dining room and the kitchen, embodying the very essence of versatility. Lu Yu, I have come to realize you are truly extraordinary. I hope it's not too forward of me to inquire, but aside from childbirth, is there anything you cannot do? Reba blinked her large eyes, looking at Lu Yu in disbelief. This individual never ceased to amaze her. It seemed that nothing posed a challenge for him, and there was no task he could not accomplish. Such an outstanding man existed in the world. It appeared she had been woefully uninformed in the past. How should I put it? Given the current medical conditions, men should be able to give birth as well, right? Lu Yu did not directly answer Reba's question, but rather teased her instead. Of course, with today's medical advancements, it seemed that men giving birth was no longer an impossibility. What the hell? Rendered speechless, Reba found herself at a loss for words. How could he respond so unexpectedly? This left her momentarily unable to retort. After about half an hour, Lu Yu shifted the fire pit once more and retrieved the palm leaf-wrapped chicken from the earth. The moment he unveiled the palm leaves, a delightful aroma wafted forth, instantly igniting the appetite. Wow! It smells incredible. Lu Yu, be honest with me, have you ever worked as a chef in a 5-star hotel? Inhaling that tantalizing fragrance, Reba couldn't help but ask again. Her curiosity piqued. If this guy had never been a chef, how could what he made smell so divine? It was the same wild chicken, yet it seemed far more aromatic than what she had prepared. Their culinary skills appear to be on entirely different levels. How could I possibly have the opportunity to work in a 5-star hotel? I merely worked in some small eateries out of necessity. All right, you seem hungry too. Hurry and taste my cooking. Lu Yu chuckled, responding that in truth, He was speaking the truth a few years ago. In order to earn money for his aunt's medical bills, he had indeed worked a variety of jobs, including some time spent at small restaurants. However, he had merely worked as a server and had never engaged with the kitchen, let alone learned any cooking skills. All of this was merely a result of the system's rewards. Yum, sounds great. It smells so delicious, it must taste amazing. Reba could hardly contain her eagerness. Here, quickly enjoy. Lu Yu tore off a chicken leg and handed it to Reba. Chicken paired with rice pancakes represented an exceptionally refined meal while surviving in the wilderness. After all, this was undoubtedly the dream life for most wilderness survival enthusiasts. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream room once again lamented. Seriously, are you telling me this is wilderness survival? This is clearly gastronomic delight. The instant noodles before me suddenly seem unappetizing, as tears of frustration stream from the corners of my mouth. Lu Yu must have some sort of cheat code. How is it that he can do just about everything? Truly, just about everything. Guys, I'm out of here. Call me when they finish eating. Can the production team increase the difficulty? This is clearly a vacation. My husband is amazing. Get lost. I am the #1 fan of Yu Xiao. Chapter 43. Lu Yu's culinary skills, a gastronomic delight. Oh my. Lu Yu certainly appears to be far more professional than Jinggu and the others. Indeed, it is the minutiae that dictate success or failure. Lu Yu and his team have utilized high-quality clay from termite mounds, and they have spent the entire afternoon grinding the clay and quartz. In contrast, Jinggu and Qinggu merely gathered some soil haphazardly. The disparity in both their material sourcing and the execution process is glaringly evident. Indeed, in this regard, Jinggu cannot compete with Lu Yu. At this moment, some viewers from the second livestream also ventured into the third livestream. Upon witnessing the earnest efforts of Lu Yu and Reba, they came to realize the gulf between the two teams. Perhaps Wu Jing's physical prowess or other attributes may surpass Lu Yu's, but when it comes to wilderness survival, he undeniably holds the advantage. This is a truth that must be acknowledged. Meanwhile, on the island, Lu Yu and Reba had devoted an entire afternoon to their task, yet they had only managed to complete 3/4 of it. All right, Reba, let's take a break for now. It seems we won't be able to finish tonight. We can continue in the morning. As Lu Yu paused his work, he observed the sun beginning to set in the west. Although laboring for an entire afternoon posed no challenge for him, Reba's experience was markedly different. Being a woman, her physical endurance was naturally not on par with Lu Yu's. After a long afternoon of work, she was undoubtedly pushing through with sheer grit. Okay, sounds good. I'll wash my hands and then prepare dinner. Reba nodded eagerly, feeling the fatigue weighing heavily upon her. Her arms were already sore and numb, as if they had lost all sensation. Perhaps after a night's sleep, she would be unable to lift them at all. Nonetheless, she felt a profound sense of satisfaction upon reflecting on their day's accomplishments, as they seemed to have drawn closer to a life of quality. I'll take care of dinner tonight. You should rest well. Lu Yu smiled, assuming responsibility for the evening meal. You will cook? Really? Although Reba hesitated momentarily, she ultimately acquiesced upon witnessing Lu Yu's determination. She was curious to see if he possessed any extraordinary culinary talent, to determine if he was indeed as capable as he seemed. Lu Yu, too, wished to showcase his culinary skills. After all, the previous days had rewarded him with culinary expertise through the sign-in system, and tonight presented the perfect opportunity to put it to good use. He decided to prepare a palm leaf-wrapped chicken and some rice cakes. Given the limited ingredients, these would have to suffice for now. He began by cleaning the wild chicken, then marinated it with salt, ginger, and other seasonings for several minutes before wrapping it in palm leaves. Next, he moved the fire pit aside, excavated a shallow hole in the ground where the fire had burned, leaving some charcoal within. He placed the palm-wrapped chicken into the pit, covered it with earth, and then repositioned the fire pit over it, adding firewood to utilize the heat for cooking the chicken. This method preserved the nutrients better than direct roasting and ensured that moisture remained intact. The chicken, once cooked, would be tenderer and more flavorful. As for the rice cakes, the process was even simpler. He evenly spread the chicken fat obtained from the slaughtered wild chicken onto the iron pan, then placed the starch-made cakes onto it. The gentle fire would suffice for flipping them for about 5 to 6 minutes. Half an hour later, 6 golden rice cakes emerged from the pan, glistening with oil and looking utterly delectable, eliciting involuntary salivation. Gulp! Gazing at the golden rice cakes, Reba couldn't help but swallow hard. Her gaze towards Lu Yu had completely transformed. What was once admiration had morphed into infatuation. Indeed, her earlier assumptions had proven correct. Lu Yu was truly a man of many talents. Who would have thought that such a robust young man could also excel in the culinary arts? He embodied the phrase, able to grace the hall and tend the kitchen. Lu Yu, I've come to realize you are truly extraordinary. I dare to ask you this. Aside from childbirth, is there anything you cannot do? Reba blinked her large eyes, incredulously regarding Lu Yu. This fellow never ceased to amaze her, as if nothing posed a challenge for him. There seemed to be no task beyond his capabilities. Such an outstanding man truly exists in this world. It appears her previous ignorance was a grave oversight. How should I put it? Given the current medical conditions, I suppose men could also bear children, right? Lu Yu did not directly answer Reba's question, but instead responded with a playful retort. Of course, with today's medical advancements, it seemed feasible for men to bear children. What the? Reba found herself rendered speechless. How could he possibly deviate from the expected response? This left her momentarily unable to counter him. After roughly half an hour, Lu Yu shifted the fire pit once more and retrieved the palm-wrapped chicken from the ground. Upon unwrapping the palm leaves, a delightful aroma wafted forth, igniting an insatiable appetite. Wow! It smells divine. Lu Yu, tell me honestly, have you ever worked as a chef in a five-star hotel? Reba inquired curiously, captivated by the tantalizing scent. If he had never been a chef, how could his dish emanate such an enticing fragrance? The same wild chicken seemed far more aromatic than what she had prepared, suggesting their culinary skills were on entirely different levels. Where would I find the opportunity to work in a five-star hotel? I've merely toiled in some small eateries out of necessity. Now, it seems you're hungry too. Hurry and taste my cooking. Lu Yu chuckled, responding with sincerity. Indeed, he was speaking the truth. In previous years, he had taken on various jobs to afford medical treatment for his aunt, including working in small restaurants. However, he had only served as a waiter, never stepping into the kitchen, hence he had not learned the art of cooking. All of this was merely the result of rewards from the system. All right. With such a delightful aroma, it must taste incredible. Reba could hardly contain her anticipation. Here, dig in. Lu Yu tore off a chicken leg and handed it to Reba. Chicken paired with rice cakes in the wilderness constituted a remarkably refined meal. After all, this was undoubtedly the kind of life most wilderness survival enthusiasts could only dream of. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream were once again lamenting. Damn! Are you telling me this is wilderness survival? This is clearly gourmet food. The instant noodles before me suddenly lost their appeal, as unbidden tears flowed from the corners of my mouth. Godlu is definitely on another level. How can he possibly excel at everything? Truly on another level. Brothers, I'm out of here. Call me when they're done eating. Can the production team increase the difficulty? This is clearly a vacation. My husband is amazing. Get lost. I'm the #1 fan of you. Chapter 44. Reba, your night pot is truly exquisite. Lu Yu and Reba quickly finished the stewed chicken and all the pancakes. In the end, Reba, still savoring the meal, licked her fingers. It was simply too delicious. Compared to the chicken she had prepared earlier, her previous efforts felt like a waste of ingredients. Your cooking is exceptional, Lu Yu. How about you take charge of our meals from now on? Hee, Reba said with a beaming smile. It wasn't that she was lazy or unwilling to cook. Rather, her own culinary creations paled in comparison to Lu Yu's, verging on inedible. This was undoubtedly a waste of resources. I can't spare that much time, you know? So let's leave the cooking to you from now on. I'll handle the outside, and you take care of the inside. Of course, I might occasionally whip up a meal to vary our diet. Lu Yu replied with a chuckle. After all, he had a great deal of work to do. If he could occasionally enhance the flavor, that would be manageable. However, cooking daily would be a bit too much to ask of him. I was just joking with you. But do teach me how to cook in the future. Reba also laughed, clearly enjoying the dinner that evening. They had been on the island for 5 days, and this was undoubtedly the best meal yet, comparable to those served in hotels, if only there were a greater variety of dishes. Sure. Once we settle in, I'll teach you. Now, let's get some rest. After finishing dinner, it was already past 8 o'clock. They had been working since early morning until around 6 in the afternoon, and even Luyu felt a bit fatigued. Thus, they both retired early. Having survived 5 days on the deserted island, they had nearly acclimated to their surroundings. The sounds of birds at night and the gentle rustle of the wind in the grass no longer disturbed Lu Yu's rest, and his vigilance had diminished. When he opened his eyes, morning had arrived. After a quick wash, they resumed their work. Reba also rose early, perhaps thinking about the tasks she had left unfinished yesterday. Time flew by, and soon it was past 8 in the morning. They finally completed all the work from the previous day. All the termite mounds had been reduced to powder, and Lu Yu's quartz powder was nearly ready. Since the quartz powder was merely for mixing, not much was needed. Next, they would mix all the clay powder with water to form a paste, then pour it into the molds they had prepared the day before to drain. They had a simple breakfast, and by this time, the moisture in the clay had drained sufficiently. The next step was to begin kneading the clay. Kneading was crucial. It needed to be repeated multiple times to ensure that no air bubbles remained in the clay. This would prevent cracking or even explosions during firing. Lu Yu, are we starting to make the body now? Reba asked, a hint of excitement in her voice. It seemed that for her, playing with clay was a delightful endeavor. Indeed, many rural children possess an innate joy in playing with mud. Is the simplest form of happiness. If one can shape something they like from clay, the sense of accomplishment is immense. Yes. Next is the forming process. In the wilderness, there are generally 2 methods for forming: the coil method and the pinch method. We will use the coil method. This method is relatively simple, and its layered structure makes it more sturdy and less prone to damage. Lu Yu earnestly explained to Reba, even though he was not particularly professional in this area. Nevertheless, being Reba's teacher was more than sufficient, as she was a complete novice in pottery making, lacking any foundation or experience. Oh! Reba listened intently, resembling a diligent student, mimicking Lu Yu's movements. Soon, they had fashioned 2 bowls. The clay, having been filtered and purified, was exceptionally fine, resulting in a smooth exterior for the pieces. Although making the body was relatively straightforward, it took them the entire morning. Fortunately, the task was now complete. They had created 3 large ceramic jars, along with several smaller bowls and dishes. Phew! We finally finished. I didn't expect it to take us the whole day. All right, let's place these pieces in a cool, shaded area to dry naturally. We should be able to fire them the day after tomorrow. They carefully placed all the pieces in a spot away from the sun. While sunlight would hasten the drying process, it would also increase the risk of damage. You did not want to waste even one piece after all their hard work. Wow! Seeing so many jars and bowls fills me with a sense of accomplishment, even though mine look rather ugly. Reba stretched, feeling a surge of pride. Surviving in the wilderness didn't seem as difficult as she had imagined, perhaps thanks to Lu Yu's guidance. It was becoming increasingly enjoyable. That a month didn't seem so long after all. 6 days had already passed. They're not ugly at all. I think they look quite nice. Especially that night pot. Look how exquisitely you crafted it. Lu Yu naturally did not wish to dampen Reba's confidence. After all, he had been quite attentive while making it. Night pot? That was my vegetable washing basin. Reba's face fell, realizing that what she had made was being misidentified. How could Lu Yu be so serious about such a mistake? This was too much. The audience in the live stream couldn't help but admire Lu Yu's craftsmanship. Those jars and bowls were indeed crafted with remarkable finesse. It was intriguing to wonder how they would turn out after being fired. My apologies. Lu Yu quickly apologized. A vegetable washing basin? It didn't seem like it. Clearly, it was a night pot. Why was he apologizing? Perhaps he was just being considerate of a girl's feelings. For lunch, they feasted on rabbit meat. That morning, they had discovered that the wild chickens and rabbits had perished. If they wanted to raise these wild animals, they would need a larger area for free range. Keeping them in a small cage would only lead to their demise due to lack of space. Nonetheless, it didn't matter. They wouldn't survive beyond today. After lunch, Lu Yu felt rejuvenated. With the ceramic bodies now complete, it was time to prepare for the next step, making charcoal. The process of making charcoal required a substantial amount of dry wood. Over the past few days, the dry wood they had stored in their shelter was almost entirely used up, so they needed to venture to other areas to gather more. Meanwhile, Reba kept scratching her head, clearly uncomfortable after 6 days without washing her hair. Is your scalp itchy? Lu Yu asked, feigning ignorance. Yet, he had no solution at hand. While there were some natural alternatives to shampoo or body wash in the wilderness, he hadn't found any in recent days. Washing with just water would be ineffective. Yeah, a bit, but it's fine. I can manage. Reba shook her head. She did feel quite uncomfortable. Her scalp was itchy, and her body felt unclean. She longed for a bath. Even a cold one would suffice. All right. Let us go find some dry wood then. With that, Lu Yu began gathering his tools, though his mind was preoccupied with the notion of bathing. If it were just him, going a month without washing his hair or showering wouldn't be an issue. However, for Reba, it was clearly a different story. It seemed they needed to quickly find something to substitute for soap to clean themselves. Fortunately, such items were not scarce in the wilderness. With careful searching, they should be able to find something suitable. Chapter 44. Reba, your chamber pot is truly exquisite. Lu and Reba swiftly finished their braised chicken and all the pancakes. In the end, Reba, still savoring the deliciousness, licked her fingers. It was simply delectable. Compared to the chicken Lu Yu had just prepared, her previous culinary efforts felt like a waste of ingredients. Your cooking is absolutely delightful, Lu Yu. How about you take charge of our meals from now on? Reba said with a beaming smile. It wasn't that she was lazy or unwilling to cook, but rather that her own dishes paled in comparison to Lu Yu's, verging on inedible. It was undoubtedly a waste of resources. I don't have that much time, you know? So, let us leave the cooking to you from now on. I'll handle the outside, and you manage the home. Of course, I'll occasionally whip up a meal to enhance our diet. Lu Yu replied with a smile. After all, he had many tasks at hand. If he could occasionally improve the flavor, that would be fine. However, to expect him to cook every day would be rather burdensome. I was just joking with you. But do teach me how to cook in the future. Reba also chuckled, clearly enjoying the evening meal. It had been 5 days since they arrived on the island, and this was undoubtedly the best meal yet, rivaling those prepared in hotels. It was just a pity that the variety of food was somewhat limited. Sure. Once we settle down, I'll teach you. Now, let us get some rest. After their meal, it was already past 8 o'clock. They had been working continuously since morning, right until 6 in the afternoon. Even Lu Yu felt a bit fatigued, so they both went to bed early. Having survived 5 days on the deserted island, they had more or less adapted. The sounds of birds at night and the gentle rustling of the wind no longer disturbed Lu Yu's rest, and his vigilance had lessened. When he opened his eyes, morning had arrived. After a quick wash, they began their work anew. Reba had also risen early, perhaps thinking of the tasks she had left unfinished the previous day. Time flew by, and soon it was past 8 in the morning. The work they had left incomplete yesterday was finally finished. All the termite mounds had been reduced to powder, and Lu Yu's quartz powder was nearly ready. Since the quartz dust was merely used as an additive, not much was required. The next step was to mix all the clay powder with water to form a paste, and then pour it into the molds they had prepared yesterday to drain. They also had a simple breakfast. By this time, the moisture in the clay paste had drained sufficiently. The next step was to begin kneading the clay. Kneading was crucial, requiring repeated effort to ensure that no air bubbles remained in the clay. This would prevent cracking or even explosions during the firing process. Lu Yu, are we starting to make the body now? Reba inquired, her excitement palpable. Her playing with clay seemed like a delightful activity. Of course, enjoying clay play was a natural inclination for most children from rural areas. Such simple joys brought a profound sense of accomplishment. Yes. Next is the shaping. There are generally 2 methods for shaping in the wild: the coil method and the pinch method. We will use the coil method. This method is simpler and provides more texture, making it sturdier and less prone to damage. Lu Yu earnestly explained to Reba. Although he was not an expert in this field, he was more than capable of teaching Reba, who was a complete novice in pottery making, lacking any foundation or experience. Okay. Reba listened attentively, resembling a diligent student, mimicking Lu Yu's movements. Soon, 2 bowls were formed. The clay, having been filtered and purified, was remarkably fine, resulting in a smooth surface for the shapes. Although creating the pottery was relatively straightforward, it consumed the entire morning. Thankfully, the shaping work was now complete. They had crafted 3 large jars and a few smaller bowls and dishes. Phew! We finally finished. I never expected it would take us an entire day. Now, Let us place these pieces in a cool, shaded area to air dry naturally. We should be able to fire them the day after tomorrow. They carefully placed all the pottery in a spot shielded from direct sunlight. Although the sun would expedite the drying process, it also increased the risk of damage. Liu was unwilling to waste any of the hard-won pottery. Wow! Looking at all these jars and bowls brings such a sense of accomplishment. Even though the ones I made look rather ugly. Reba stretched, feeling a surge of pride. Survival in the wild seemed less daunting than she had imagined, perhaps due to Liu's guidance. Moreover, it was becoming increasingly enjoyable. A month did not seem so long after all. 6 days had already passed. They aren't ugly at all. I think they look quite nice. Especially that chamber pot. Look how exquisitely crafted it is. Liu, of course, did not wish to dampen Reba's confidence. After all, he had been quite serious while crafting it. Chamber pot? That was my vegetable washing basin. Reba's expression instantly turned dark. She had clearly made a vegetable washing basin, yet Liu referred to it as a chamber pot. Moreover, the way he stated it was so serious. This was simply too much. The viewers in the live stream couldn't help but marvel at Liu's craftsmanship. The jars and bowls he had shaped were remarkably lifelike and smooth point. One could only wonder how they would turn out after firing. To be honest, it was quite exciting. My apologies. Liu hurriedly apologized. A vegetable washing basin? That didn't seem right. It was clearly a chamber pot. Why should he apologize? Well, perhaps it was merely to spare a girl's feelings. For lunch, they had rabbit meat. Early that morning, they discovered that both the wild chickens and rabbits had perished. If they wished to raise these wild animals, they would need a larger area for free range. Keeping them in such small cages would likely lead to suffocation. However, it didn't matter. They wouldn't survive the day anyway. After lunch, Liu felt instantly rejuvenated. With the pottery bodies completed, it was time to prepare for the next stage. Making charcoal. The process of burning charcoal required a substantial amount of dry firewood. Over the past few days, the supplies stored in their shelter were nearly depleted. Thus, they needed to venture elsewhere to gather more dry firewood. Meanwhile, Reba kept scratching her head. Clearly, 6 days without washing her hair had become unbearable. Is your scalp itchy? Liu asked, feigning ignorance. However, he truly had no solution. Although there were some natural substitutes for shampoo or body wash in the wild, he hadn't found any over the past few days. Simply rinsing with water would be of little effect. Yes, a bit, but it's fine. I can just scratch it. Reba shook her head, indicating her discomfort. Her scalp was itching, and she felt quite unclean. At that moment, she longed for a bath. Even a cold shower would suffice. All right, let us go find some dry firewood. With that, Liu began to gather his tools, but he couldn't shake the thoughts of bathing from his mind. If it were just him, going a month without washing his hair or bathing would be no issue. But for Reba, as a girl, it was evidently a different story. It seemed they needed to quickly find something to substitute for soap to cleanse themselves. Fortunately, such items were not scarce in the wild. With careful searching, they should be able to find something. Chapter 45. Shall we take a refreshing dip in the small pond downstream? In truth, amidst this dense jungle, dry firewood is not in short supply. Within a mere hour, Liu and Reba managed to gather 2 large bundles. However, with a view towards the long term, Liu also felled a dozen trees with trunks as thick as his arms. They needed to survive on this deserted island for at least a month, if not longer. Each day, they would rely heavily on firewood for cooking and warmth. Moreover, as the temperature on the island gradually decreased, their need for firewood would inevitably increase. Thus, preparing in advance was undoubtedly prudent. As the 2 of them carried the firewood back to their shelter, Liu suddenly halted in his tracks upon passing a grand tree. Wait a moment, Reba. This tree looks so familiar. Liu lifted his gaze to the lush foliage above. The leaves of this tree seemed strikingly recognizable, and it bore fruits reminiscent of longan. Oh, those fruits look just like longan. Reba exclaimed in astonishment. They indeed appeared remarkably similar. At that moment, they also noticed several of these fruits scattered on the ground. A joyful expression spread across Liu's face, as it seemed fortune was favoring them. Just over an hour ago, they were pondering how to bathe, and now, unexpectedly, they had stumbled upon such a delightful discovery. Liu, what are you laughing about? Why are you so happy? Reba inquired, somewhat perplexed. While these fruits bore a striking resemblance to longan, their wrinkled skin clearly indicated otherwise. It was uncertain whether they were even edible. Because, soon you will be able to wash your hair and bathe. Seeing the confusion on Reba's face, Luyu did not keep her in suspense and explained directly, these are not longan. Their scientific name is sapindus, also known as soapberry. The thick, fleshy rind of the soapberry contains a substantial amount of saponins. When rubbed with water, it produces foam, serving as a cleansing agent. In ancient times, before the advent of shampoo and body wash, this was one of the primary cleaning agents. Soapberry possesses antibacterial properties, helps in dandruff control, prevents hair loss, whitens the skin, and moisturizes. Moreover, it alleviates itchiness and dandruff during hair washing, functioning as a natural shampoo and body wash. Such marvels of nature. Luyu picked up several round, wrinkled fruits from the ground and earnestly shared his knowledge. This substance was dubbed the natural soap of the wilderness, known for its rich lather, delicate texture, and potent cleaning capability. It is also one of the most crucial ingredients for making shampoo and body wash. Is it really that magical? Upon hearing Luyu's earnest explanation, Reba appeared thoroughly astonished, even somewhat incredulous. This fruit, which bore such a close resemblance to longan, could actually produce foam. It could wash hair and cleanse skin. How could that be? Moreover, she had never encountered such a wondrous item before. Indeed, how could I possibly deceive you regarding such matters? Luyu continued. With this grand soapberry tree and its abundant fruits, it seems we will no longer have to worry about washing our hair or bathing. Naturally, Luyu felt elated at this discovery. Although, for him, the absence of bathing was not a significant issue, he would certainly relish the opportunity if conditions permitted. More importantly, he often woke up with an oily complexion, and plain water alone could not adequately cleanse it. However, with this newfound resource, he would no longer have to worry about his face remaining unclean. Really? That is simply wonderful. Reba was instantly filled with excitement. The most troubling issue for her these past few days had been the lack of a proper hair wash or bath. 6 whole days without cleansing had begun to take its toll, and if this problem could be resolved, they would surely be able to endure for a longer duration. Let us gather some more to take back and test its efficacy. The two of them filled their pockets to the brim before contentedly making their way back to the shelter. Upon returning, Reba could hardly contain her eagerness to test whether this fruit was truly as extraordinary as Luyu had claimed. She first crushed the outer layer of the soapberry and then began to add water to rub. Indeed, after just a few rubs, a generous amount of foam emerged. While it lacked the fragrant aroma of shampoo or body wash, at this stage, Reba had long since abandoned any pursuit of scent. All she desired was a thorough cleansing of her body and hair, which would be more than satisfactory. Luyu, it's true. There are indeed so many bubbles. You should hurry and wash your face. These bubbles feel so refined and delightful. Reba exclaimed with exhilaration, eagerly calling Luyu over. He promptly washed his face as well, for they had both worked up a bit of sweat during their walk. Reba, how about we take a dip in the small pond downstream? Luyu asked her. Now equipped with this natural soap, it would be a shame not to enjoy a good wash. Plus, it would provide a perfect opportunity to check the yield of their fishing traps in the pond. A dip? Reba blinked, her cheeks flushing. While she understood the implication of Luyu's suggestion, her thoughts wandered to less innocent interpretations. Sometimes, Luyu's directness in conversation was a bit too much, especially before a girl. He seemed oblivious to the need for subtlety. So, what do you say? Shall we go? Luyu inquired with a serious expression. Oh dear, you. All right, let us go. After a moment of hesitation, Reba finally nodded, as the itchiness from her unwashed hair and skin became increasingly unbearable. Goodness! Reba's face is red. It seems she has misunderstood Luyu's intentions. Misunderstood? I believe Luyu intended just that. Exactly at first, I thought Luyu seemed rather innocent, but now I see he has a cheeky side. Ha ha ha. A cheeky side, you say? Reba, wake up. If this continues, you will be completely smitten. The small pond? The very mention of it stirs the imagination. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream transformed into a chorus of understanding, especially after witnessing Reba's flushed cheeks, which sparked countless fantasies. Then let us proceed. With that, the two of them took their machetes and followed the stream along, eventually reaching the small pond. The water in the pond remained crystal clear, with fish leisurely swimming about. Chapter 46. Reba. Luyu, save me, there's a snake in the water, Luyu. Are we really going to bathe here? Reba glanced at the small pond, feeling apprehensive that such a public wash might be a bit too exposing. Yeah, let us wash here, he replied. Fortunately, the weather is still relatively warm, and the water is quite clear, Luyu nodded in agreement. Although this certainly could not compare to the comforts of a bathing room at home, such as the nature of wilderness survival, one cannot expect ideal conditions. The mere ability to wash is a considerable stroke of luck. The water is indeed clear, but Reba seemed somewhat hesitant. After all, Luyu was right beside her, and more importantly, there was a drone overhead filming their every move. I understand. Hey, we're about to bathe here, and you're still filming us up close, is that polite? Luyu quickly grasped Reba's unspoken concern. He then looked up at the drone's camera and spoke nonchalantly. If it were just him, it wouldn't matter too much. After all, what was seen. But Reba was a lady, and it was simply unacceptable for her to live-stream her bath in such a public setting. How utterly uncouth of the production team. As soon as Luyu's words left his mouth, the drone's camera instantly shifted its angle. Even if they wanted to broadcast the scene of the contestants bathing, they wouldn't dare. Such a broadcast would surely lead to the immediate suspension of their live stream. Not to mention that Reba was a celebrity. Infringing upon a star's privacy would invite severe repercussions. If Reba chose to file a complaint, the entire production team would face dire consequences. Honestly, they really lack awareness. I shouldn't have to remind them, Luyu grumbled under his breath. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were becoming restless. Wow, Luyu, you're really something, not sharing such a good thing with your brothers. Luyu, please act like a decent person. Didn't your parents teach you that good things are meant to be shared? Did you never learn the lesson of sharing? I'll take a look first. Yushin, it's better to share joy than to enjoy alone. Will the upcoming content require a VIP pass to view? If so, I'll subscribe immediately. Count me in, brothers. How can you deny the live stream viewers a glimpse? Luyu, you're in HD, 1080p. Actually, enjoying the scenery is quite nice too. At that moment, the majority of male fans in the live stream were lamenting, launching a barrage of disdain towards Luyu. Not sharing a delightful experience was truly disappointing. He seemed to lack even a hint of the spirit of generosity. Alright, now that everyone can't see, you can feel free to wash. Once Luyu observed that all the drones had gradually distanced themselves and turned off their cameras, he turned to Reba. He was indeed a gentleman, capable of discerning her predicament. Men of such gallantry were becoming increasingly rare. Luyu, perhaps, you should turn away as well? Reba suggested, her cheeks flushed. After all, they were two individuals of different genders, yet to define their relationship. It felt quite awkward to have a young man standing beside her while she washed. Moreover, the very thought of it felt rather embarrassing. Don't you want to help scrub my back? Given that I haven't bathed in several days, I imagine I'm rather dirty, Luyu asked with genuine sincerity. Assisting a companion with matters they find challenging is a duty of a good teammate, and he was more than willing to oblige. After all, helping others is the essence of joy. No, thank you. I can manage myself, Reba replied bashfully, politely declining Luyu's offer. All right then. Being regarded as an outsider was ultimately a misjudgment. After his goodwill was rejected, Luyu felt somewhat disheartened and retreated into the dense jungle to play with insects. The lack of trust from his teammate was truly disheartening. Only after Luyu's figure was out of sight did Reba cautiously remove her clothes and step into the small pond. Although the temperature was relatively warm, the water from the creek was flowing and thus not particularly warm, rather cool, in fact. As she entered, Reba couldn't help but shiver slightly. However, she quickly acclimated to the temperature, which felt refreshingly pleasant. She then began to cleanse herself with the fruit of the soapberry, relishing the exquisite sensation of the delicate bubbles. Meanwhile, Luyu was idly poking at an ant mound not far off. After all, he was a gentleman. Indulging in voyeuristic behavior was utterly out of the question. Time passed gradually, and before long, half an hour had slipped by. It must be said that women do take their time while bathing. Half an hour had already elapsed, and she was still not finished. Luyu, help me. At this moment, just as Luyu was growing increasingly bored, he suddenly heard Reba's piercing scream. Filled with terror and fear, Lu's expression shifted instantly, and he dashed from the jungle like the wind, only to find Reba standing there, hands clasped over her chest, revealing her flawless, translucent back. There was not a hint of excess flesh, neither from the front nor the back. Upon witnessing this, Lu felt a rush of heat to his head, unsure if he was blushing or potentially bleeding from his nose. After a few seconds of stunned silence, he quickly asked with concern, "What happened?" "There's a snake," Reba screamed, evidently forgetting her current state of undress. Fear can momentarily eclipse one's awareness of their surroundings and their own predicament. In the face of terror, she had completely forgotten about her lack of clothing. Following Reba's pointing finger, Lu indeed spotted a water snake. It was quite small, even shorter than his own brother, and no thicker than his thumb. However, many harbor an innate fear of snakes. Even a tiny serpent can send most women into a state of panic. With a splash, Lu leapt into the water and swiftly grasped the snake by its head. Such a small snake, it wouldn't even suffice for a soup. He gazed at the diminutive creature with a hint of disappointment. Had it been just a bit larger, it might have made for a suitable dinner. Alas, this little one would have to be released back into the wild. "Are you all right?" Lu inquired, casting a concerned glance at Reba. The surrounding beauty was indeed captivating, yet he made it a point to declare himself a gentleman. Still, he was a normal man, and one cannot deny the appreciation for beauty. "Yeah, I'm fine. You scared me to death," Reba replied, still shaken, as she patted her chest. The bounciness of her chest made her suddenly realize that the situation was rather inappropriate. Lu, turn around quickly," her scream echoed across the deserted island. Chapter 47. Discovering Chinese yam and crafting charcoal. After a brief moment, Lu returned to the spot he had just vacated and commenced vigorously prodding at the ant mound, muttering under his breath, "This is nothing short of a blatant betrayal. Women are indeed heartless creatures, oblivious to gratitude." He had just assisted Reba in overcoming a crisis, only to have her dismiss him without a second thought. The trust between individuals appeared utterly absent. Could it be that he was merely a lustful man, yearning for her body? Clearly, he was. 5 minutes later, Reba finally emerged from her bath, clad in her attire. Her slightly damp hair cascaded down her back, and her cheeks bore a charming blush, enhancing her allure. She approached Lu, who was still poking the ant mound with a hint of despondency, and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you so much, Lu." With that, her lovely face flushed even deeper. The memory of her previous state left her feeling quite embarrassed, having stood before a man completely unclothed, bearing her soul. However, considering the dire circumstances they had just faced, it was evident that Lu had acted solely to assist her. With this thought, her anger dissipated, replaced by a sense of shyness. "We're teammates, after all. There's no need for thanks. Now that you're done bathing, you can wait here while I wash up. Of course, if you wish to assist me with my back, I wouldn't mind." Lu rose and jested. I would rather not. You should tend to yourself," Reba replied, her cheeks aflame, indicating her inability to undertake such a task. "Very well." Lu naturally anticipated this response. He then walked to the small pond to wash. In just 10 minutes, he had completed his ablutions. "Wow! Taking a bath on such a hot day is truly refreshing," Lu exclaimed with delight. In this sweltering heat, it was all too easy to sweat, and a cool bath revitalized the spirit. Clearly, Reba felt similarly, though her enthusiasm was less overt. "Indeed, these soapberries are remarkably effective. From now on, we shall no longer struggle with washing our hair and faces." Reba nodded in agreement. Moreover, the soapberry fruit posed no risk to the water quality, lacking any harsh chemicals. "All right, shall we check on the fish traps to see what we've caught?" After bathing, Lu wished to inspect their fishing traps, which were positioned upstream from where they had bathed. Although the bubbles from the soapberries might not significantly affect the fish, they opted to wash downstream for added precaution, as these stream fish constituted a vital resource for their survival. Upon reaching the location of the fishing traps, they retrieved 2 nets, each brimming with small fish and shrimp. A few sizable stream grouper were also present, ensuring a hearty meal. "What a bountiful catch today! We can enjoy fish soup again soon," Reba exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she beheld the basket overflowing with fish. With both fish and meat, they now also had staple food. Life seemed to be improving steadily, and once their pottery was completed, their quality of life would only enhance further. Yes, the haul is indeed impressive. However, the bait in these traps is nearly depleted. I shall go and catch some worms. With that, Liu set to work. Though the fish were small, their numbers were plentiful, providing a sustainable food source. Moreover, worms were abundant on this deserted island. Before long, Liu had reset the fishing traps. As he made his way along the stream towards their shelter, he suddenly noticed a familiar plant. This appears to be Chinese yam. Observing the intertwined vines and the leaves resembling those of pothoes, Liu remarked. He had previously encountered yam vines and leaves that looked nearly identical. Chinese yam, also known as wild yam, is a type of yam rich in starch and protein, serving both culinary and medicinal purposes. Its taste is quite similar to that of regular yam. Evidently, Reba was not well versed in these plants, but yams were indeed delicious and boasted considerable health benefits, such as strengthening the spleen, nourishing the stomach, and enriching the kidneys. After handing the basket to Reba, Liu began to dig. The soil near the stream was relatively soft, and he quickly unearthed several complete Chinese yam tubers, though a few segments were broken. Nevertheless, this did not detract from their nutritional value or flavor. Wonderful! It truly is Chinese yam. I can't believe such a vast patch exists here. I must have been rather careless not to have noticed it earlier. Liu exclaimed, marveling at the extensive growth of yam vines along the stream's edge. Although they were not lacking in starch and carbohydrates since acquiring the starch from the West Valley coconut tree, wild yam could still enhance their culinary experience. Furthermore, when cooked in fish soup, it would yield an exquisite flavor. These tender, white yams look absolutely delectable. Hee, I can hardly contain my anticipation, Reba remarked, her lips pursed at the sight of the succulent wild yam, certain that it would surpass the wild vegetables they had previously gathered. Tender and white? Upon hearing those words, Liu's mind drifted to other thoughts, conjuring an image of a delicate, pale figure. Well, indeed, it was quite fair and tender. Upon returning to the shelter, Liu commenced the process of crafting charcoal. The art of charcoal production is relatively straightforward. Once the principles and procedures are understood, the likelihood of success is significantly high. First, he chopped all the collected firewood into roughly equal lengths. The thickest pieces were placed in the center, while the thinner ones were arranged around them in succession. Once all the firewood formed a semicircle, he added some dry leaves and slender twigs around the perimeter. The next step involved clay, which he used to encase all the firewood. This formed a structure resembling a half-buried kiln, reminiscent of a small burial mound. Finally, he carved a hole at the top and created 8 small openings at the bottom. These openings were crucial for allowing sufficient oxygen to fuel the burning wood. He then placed some dry twigs and leaves into the upper hole and ignited them. Next, he patiently awaited the complete combustion of the wood inside, keeping a watchful eye on the 8 small openings. Whenever flames were visible at any of the openings, he promptly sealed them with clay. This process was repeated until all 8 holes were blocked, after which he sealed the upper opening as well. With the absence of oxygen, the flames would extinguish and the firewood would undergo carbonization. Then came the lengthy wait. After 2 days, once the charcoal within the kiln had cooled completely, it could be retrieved. Though the method was somewhat rudimentary, the success rate remained commendable. Wilderness survivalists seeking charcoal typically employed such techniques. The principles were quite similar to those used in charcoal processing facilities, though the tools and procedures were slightly simplified. The quantity of charcoal produced in a single batch was merely smaller. Chapter 47. The discovery of Chinese yam and charcoal production. After a brief moment, Liu returned to the spot where he had previously been, resolutely poking at the ant hill once more. He muttered under his breath, "This is a blatant act of unloading the millstone to kill the donkey. Women are truly heartless beings, devoid of gratitude." He had just assisted Reba in alleviating her crisis, yet she had unceremoniously left him to fend for himself. The trust between individuals seemed utterly absent. Could it be that he was the sort to covet her physique? Clearly, he was. 5 minutes later, Reba finally emerged from her bath, dressed in her garments. With damp hair cascading down her back and her cheeks flushed, she exuded an alluring charm. Approaching Liu, who appeared somewhat dejected as he prodded at the ant hill, she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you so much for your help just now, Liu." Upon finishing her sentence, her cheeks reddened further as she recalled the earlier scene. feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment at having stood before a man completely unclothed, bearing her soul. Nevertheless, considering the dire circumstances they had faced, and the fact that Lu Yu had acted to aid her, she found herself less angry and merely shy. We're teammates, after all. There's no need for thanks. Now, if you're done washing up, just wait here while I take my turn. Of course, I wouldn't mind if you wish to assist me in scrubbing my back, Lu Yu quipped as he rose to his feet. I would rather not. Reba blushed, firmly asserting her inability to undertake such a task. Very well. Lu Yu had fully anticipated this response. He then made his way to the small pond to wash up. In merely 10 minutes, he had completed his ablutions. Wow! Taking a bath on such a sweltering day is simply delightful. Lu Yu could not help but exclaim, in this scorching heat. The refreshing coolness of a bath was truly invigorating. Reba, feeling similarly, simply chose not to express it as overtly. Indeed, these soapberry fruits are remarkably effective. From now on, we shall no longer struggle with washing our hair and faces, Reba nodded in agreement. Furthermore, the soapberry fruit posed no technological threat to the water quality, making it an excellent resource. Well then, shall we check on the yield from our fishing traps? After their refreshing baths, Lu Yu was eager to assess their fishing traps, which lay upstream from where they had bathed. Although the foam produced by the soapberry might not significantly affect the fish, they chose to exercise caution by bathing downstream, ensuring the safety of their vital food source. Upon reaching the location of their fishing traps, they retrieved 2 traps filled with an abundance of small fish and shrimp, including several sizable stream grouper, promising a hearty meal. Our haul today is magnificent. We'll be able to enjoy fish soup again soon. Gazing at the overflowing basket of fish, Reba was filled with excitement. With fish and meat, and now a staple, their quality of life appeared to be steadily improving. Once their pottery was successfully fired, their living conditions would only continue to enhance. Yes, the catch is indeed impressive. However, the bait in these traps is nearly depleted. I shall go and gather some earthworms. With that, Lu Yu set to work. Though the fish here were not particularly large, their abundance provided a sustainable food source. Earthworms were also plentiful on this deserted island. Before long, Lu Yu had repositioned the fishing traps. As he followed the stream back to their shelter, he suddenly spotted a familiar plant. This appears to be Chinese yam. Observing the intertwining vines and leaves resembling potholes, Lu Yu spoke. He had encountered yam vines and leaves before, and they were nearly identical to those before him. Chinese yam, also known as wild yam, is rich in starch and protein, serving as both a food and medicinal resource. Its flavor is quite similar to that of regular yam. It was evident that Reba was not well acquainted with these plants, but yam was undeniably delicious and had commendable properties, such as aiding digestion and nourishing the kidneys. Handing the basket to Reba, Lu Yu began to dig. The soil near the stream was relatively soft, and he soon unearthed several intact roots of Chinese yam, though a few segments were broken. Nevertheless, this did not detract from their nutritional value or taste. Wonderful! It truly is Chinese yam. I can't believe there is such a vast patch here. How could we have overlooked this in our previous excursions? It seems I was a tad too careless. Observing the extensive patch of yam vines by the stream, Lu Yu felt a surge of joy. Although they were not particularly lacking in starch and carbohydrates due to the previous harvest of sago palm starch, wild yam would surely enhance their culinary experience. Moreover, when cooked alongside fish soup, the flavor would be exquisite. These tender white yams look absolutely delectable. Hee, I can hardly contain my excitement. Reba licked her lips at the sight of the pristine white yam, certain it would surpass the taste of the wild vegetables they had previously gathered. Tender and white? Upon hearing those words, Lu Yu's mind conjured a rather different image, one of a soft and delicate figure. Well, indeed, it was quite fair and tender. Upon returning to the shelter, Lu Yu commenced the process of charcoal production. In truth, making charcoal is relatively straightforward. Once one grasps the principles and steps involved, the likelihood of success is significantly high. First, he chopped the collected dry branches into pieces of roughly equal length. The thickest pieces were placed upright in the center, with the thinner ones arranged around them, creating a circular formation. After forming a semicircle with all the dry wood, he added some dry leaves and slender twigs around the perimeter. Next came the clay. He encased the entire structure of dry wood with the clay, forming a half-circle resembling an earthen kiln, reminiscent of a burial mound. Finally, he dug a hole at the top and created 8 small holes at the bottom, which would allow for ample oxygen during combustion. He then placed some dry twigs and leaves into the top opening and ignited them. The next step was to wait for the dry wood inside to burn thoroughly while monitoring the 8 small openings at the top. As flames became visible at each opening, he promptly sealed them with clay. This process continued until all 8 openings were completely sealed. Following this, he also sealed the top opening with clay by eliminating oxygen. The fire would extinguish, allowing the dry wood to undergo carbonization. Then came the long wait. After a couple of days, once the temperature inside the kiln had sufficiently cooled, the charcoal could be retrieved. While the method was relatively simple, the success rate remained commendable. Wilderness survivalists seeking charcoal typically employed such methods. In essence, the principles were akin to those utilized in charcoal production facilities, albeit with slightly simplified tools and procedures, resulting in a smaller batch of charcoal produced at one time. Chapter 47. The discovery of Chinese yam and the crafting of charcoal. Moments later, Lu Yu returned to the spot where he had previously been and began to vigorously poke at the ant nest, muttering to himself, "This is the epitome of ungratefulness. Women, truly heartless beings who know not how to appreciate kindness." He had just aided Reba in overcoming a crisis, yet she had unceremoniously turned her back on him, leaving without a second thought. The trust between individuals seemed utterly absent. Could it be that he was considered one of those who lusted after her? Clearly, the answer was yes. After 5 minutes, Reba finally emerged from her bath, dressed and with damp hair cascading down her back, her cheeks flushed, enhancing her allure. She approached Lu Yu, who appeared somewhat dejected as he prodded the ant mound, and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you so much, Lu Yu." With that, her delicate face turned crimson. The memory of her earlier state left her feeling quite embarrassed, having stood before a man completely exposed, bearing her soul. Yet, reflecting on the precarious situation they had faced, it was evident that Lu Yu had acted out of concern for her. With this thought in mind, she found herself less angry and more shy than anything else. "We are teammates, after all. There's no need for thanks. Well, if you're done washing, just wait here while I take my turn. Of course, I wouldn't mind if you wanted to help me wash my back," Lu Yu quipped as he stood up. I wouldn't want to." Reba blushed, insisting that she was unfit for such a task. "All right then." Lu Yu naturally anticipated that response. He then made his way to the small pond to wash up. In just 10 minutes, he completed his ablutions. "Wow! A bath on such a hot day is simply divine," Lu Yu exclaimed, unable to contain his delight in this scorching heat. A refreshing cold shower was invigorating. Clearly, Reba shared his sentiments, though her reactions were less pronounced. "Indeed, these soapberries are incredibly effective. We shall no longer struggle with washing our hair and faces," Reba nodded in agreement. Moreover, the soapberry fruit posed no threat to water quality. "Now, shall we check the fishing traps to see what we've caught?" After their bath, Lu Yu was eager to inspect the fishing traps located upstream from where they had just washed. Although the foam produced by the soapberries likely wouldn't adversely affect the fish, they had opted to bathe downstream for safety, as these stream fish were a vital resource for their survival. Upon reaching the fishing trap area, Lu Yu retrieved 2 traps, discovering a plethora of small fish and shrimp within. Additionally, a few larger stream grouper were present, promising a hearty meal. "What a bountiful catch we have today. Soon, we can enjoy fish soup again," Reba exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she gazed at the overflowing basket of fish. With both fish and meat in their possession, along with staple foods, their lives seemed to be improving. Once their pottery was completed, their quality of life would elevate even further. Yes, the haul is indeed impressive. However, the bait in these traps is nearly exhausted. I'll go catch some worms. With that, Lu Yu set to work. Although the fish were not particularly large, their numbers were sufficient to serve as a steady food source. Worms were abundant on this deserted island. Before long, Lu Yu had repositioned the fishing traps. As he walked along the stream towards their shelter, he suddenly spotted a familiar plant. This appears to be Chinese yam. Observing the intertwined vines and the green leaves resembling those of pothoes, Lu Yu remarked. He had seen yam vines and leaves before, and they bore a striking resemblance to those before him. Chinese yam, also known as wild yam, is rich in starch and protein, serving both culinary and medicinal purposes. Its taste is quite similar to that of regular yam. Clearly, Reba was not well versed in these plants. but yam was undeniably delicious and possessed remarkable health benefits, such as aiding digestion and nourishing the kidneys. Handing the basket to Reba, Luyu began to dig. The soil near the stream was soft, allowing him to quickly unearth several intact roots of Chinese yam, though a few segments broke off. Nonetheless, this did not diminish their nutritional value or flavor. Fantastic! It truly is Chinese yam. I can't believe there is such a vast patch here. It seems I was a bit too careless not to have noticed it earlier. Luyu was elated to behold the extensive network of yam vines by the stream. Although they were not lacking in starch and carbohydrates after obtaining the sago from the sago palm, wild yam could enhance their culinary experience. Furthermore, when cooked with fish soup, it would undoubtedly yield a delightful flavor. Those tender, white roots look absolutely delectable. Hee, I can hardly contain my anticipation. Reba licked her lips at the sight of the creamy yam, convinced it would far surpass the wild vegetables they had previously foraged. Tender and white? Upon hearing those words, Luyu's mind conjured images of something else, a delicate, fair figure. Well, it certainly was quite appealing. Upon returning to the shelter, Luyu began the process of crafting charcoal. In truth, making charcoal was relatively straightforward. Once one grasped the underlying principles and procedural steps, the chances of success were quite high. The first step involved chopping the collected dry branches into segments of uniform length. The thickest pieces were placed in the center, with thinner ones surrounding them in a circular fashion. After forming a semicircle with all the dry wood, he added some dry leaves and slender twigs around the perimeter. The next step was to incorporate mud, enveloping all the dry wood completely, thus creating a structure reminiscent of a clay kiln, which bore a slight resemblance to a burial mound. Finally, a hole was excavated at the top, and 8 small holes were made at the bottom. These holes allowed for adequate oxygen during the burning process. Then, he placed some dry twigs and leaves into the top hole and ignited them. The next phase was to wait for the dry wood to burn thoroughly while monitoring the 8 small holes at the top. Whenever a flame was visible at one of the openings, he promptly sealed it with mud, repeating this process until all 8 holes were closed. Afterward, he sealed the top opening with mud as well. Without oxygen, the fire would extinguish, allowing the dry wood to undergo carbonization. Then came the long wait. After 2 days, once the temperature inside the kiln had cooled, the charcoal could be retrieved. Although the method was relatively rudimentary, the success rate remained commendable. Wilderness survivalists seeking charcoal often employed such techniques. In essence, the principle was akin to that used in charcoal processing factories, albeit with slightly simplified tools and procedures, and the quantity of charcoal produced in one go was not as substantial. Chapter 47. Discovering Chinese Yam and Crafting Charcoal. A moment later, Luyu returned to the previous spot and began to prod vigorously at the ant mound, muttering under his breath, "This is a blatant act of betrayal. Women are truly heartless and ungrateful creatures." Just moments ago, he had helped Reba out of a crisis, only to find her abandoning him as soon as the danger passed. The trust between individuals seemed utterly absent. Could he possibly be one of those who lusted after her body? Evidently, yes. 5 minutes later, Reba finally emerged from her bath, dressed and with damp hair cascading down her back. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, adding an extra layer of allure. She approached Luyu, who appeared somewhat dejected as he poked at the ant mound, and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you so much, Luyu." Upon finishing her sentence, her fair face turned crimson. The memory of the earlier scene filled her with a sense of shame. She had stood before a man completely unclothed, bearing her vulnerability. Yet, recalling the urgency of the situation made her realize that Luyu had acted solely to assist her. With that thought, her anger dissipated, leaving only a feeling of shyness. "We're teammates after all. There's no need for thanks. Now, if you're done washing up, please wait here while I freshen up." "Of course, I wouldn't mind if you offered to scrub my back." Luyu stood up and jested. I wouldn't he dream of it." Reba blushed and insisted that he should manage that task himself. "Very well." Luyu was well aware of her answer and made his way to the small pond to wash up. In just 10 minutes, he completed his ablutions. Wow! A bath on such a hot day is simply delightful. Luyu couldn't help but exclaim. It was easy to sweat in this scorching weather, and a cool wash was truly refreshing. Reba, too, felt similarly, though her expression was less overt. Indeed, this soapberry fruit is remarkably effective. From now on, we shall no longer struggle with washing our hair and faces. Reba nodded in agreement. Moreover, the soapberry fruit posed no threat to the water quality, as it contained no harmful substances. Well then, shall we check the fishing traps to see what we have caught? After their bath, Luyu was eager to inspect the fishing traps located upstream from where they had just washed. Although the foam created by the soapberry might not significantly affect the fish, they opted to wash downstream for precaution, as these stream fish were crucial to their survival. Upon reaching the area where the fishing traps were set, they retrieved 2 traps teeming with small fish and shrimp, including a few larger stream grouper, ensuring a hearty meal. Our haul today is substantial. Soon, we can enjoy fish soup again, Reba exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she gazed at the basket brimming with fish. With fish and meat, and now a staple food, their lives seemed to improve steadily. Once their pottery was finished firing, their quality of life would only enhance further. Yes, the catch is indeed impressive. However, the bait in these traps is nearly exhausted. I shall go gather some earthworms. With that, Luyu set to work. Though the fish were not large, their abundance provided a reliable food source. Earthworms, too, were plentiful on this deserted island. Before long, Luyu had reset the fishing traps. As he walked along the stream back to the shelter, he suddenly spotted a familiar plant. This appears to be Chinese yam. Observing the intertwining vines and the leaves resembling those of pothoes, Luyu remarked. He had seen yam vines and leaves before, and they were nearly identical to what he encountered now. Chinese yam, also known as wild yam, is a type of yam rich in starch and protein, serving as both food and medicine. Its taste is quite similar to that of regular yam. Clearly, Reba was not well versed in these plants, but yam was indeed delicious and possessed impressive health benefits, such as aiding digestion and nourishing the kidneys. Handing the basket to Reba, Luyu began to dig. The soil near the stream was relatively loose, and soon he unearthed several intact Chinese yam tubers, though a few had been broken. However, this did not diminish their nutritional value or taste. Fantastic! This is indeed Chinese yam. I can't believe such a large patch exists here. How did I overlook it on my previous visits? I must have been too careless. Elated by the discovery of the extensive yam vines along the stream, Luyu felt a surge of joy. Although they had sufficient starch and carbohydrates from the previously harvested sago palm, wild yam would enhance their culinary experience. Furthermore, when cooked with fish soup, it would add delightful flavor. Looking so tender and white, it appears delectable. Hee, I can hardly wait, Reba remarked, licking her lips at the sight of the pristine wild yam. This would undoubtedly surpass the wild vegetables they had previously gathered. Tender and white? Upon hearing those words, images of a different nature floated into Lu Yu's mind. Perhaps a fair and delicate figure. Well, indeed, it was quite fair and tender. Upon returning to the shelter, Lu Yu set about crafting charcoal. The process of making charcoal is relatively straightforward. As long as one grasps the principles and steps, the chances of success are quite high. First, all the collected firewood is chopped into similarly sized lengths. The thickest pieces are placed in the center, with thinner ones arranged around them in a circular pattern. After forming a semicircle with the firewood, he added some dry leaves and slender twigs around the perimeter. The next step involved applying some mud to encase all the firewood, thus creating a structure resembling a clay kiln. It had a slight resemblance to a burial mound. Finally, a hole was dug at the top, and 8 small holes were created at the bottom to allow sufficient oxygen for the burning firewood. Dry twigs and leaves were placed in the upper hole and ignited. Then, Lu Yu waited for the firewood to burn thoroughly while monitoring the 8 small holes. Whenever flames became visible at a hole, he promptly sealed it with mud. This process continued until all 8 holes were blocked. Following that, the top hole was also sealed with mud. Without oxygen, the flames would extinguish, allowing the firewood to undergo carbonization. Then began the long wait. After 2 days, once the temperature inside the clay kiln had cooled completely, the charcoal could be retrieved. Although the method was rudimentary, the success rate remained commendable. Wilderness survivalists seeking to obtain charcoal typically employed this technique. The principle is similar to that of charcoal manufacturing plants, albeit with somewhat simplified tools and procedures. The quantity of charcoal produced in one go is merely less impressive. Chapter 48. Signing in to the celestial melody? Must I compete in singing against the king of law? Time flies swiftly, and a day has passed in the blink of an eye. In just 6 days, over 30 groups of contestants have been eliminated. However, more than 60 groups are still persevering, clenching their teeth in determination. After all, If they endure for another 24 days, they will be rewarded with a grand prize of 1 million. For those affluent stars, a million may seem insignificant, yet for ordinary individuals, it represents a life-changing sum, potentially allowing many to circumvent 2 decades of toil. The disparity between the ordinary contestants and the stars is starkly apparent. At this moment, we find ourselves with the 19th group, consisting of the male celebrity Bao Bei and the amateur contestant Cai Yunfei. Cai Yunfei, a retired combat coach, possesses a robust physique, yet lacks experience in wilderness survival. Thus, their 6-day stint on the island has not been particularly smooth. Initially, they managed to catch some fish upon arrival, but since then, they have resorted to foraging for wild vegetables. Remarkably, they have endured for 6 days, earning the admiration of many viewers in the live stream for their resilience. While Cai Yunfei finds the prize money particularly meaningful, it is surprising to see even a celebrity like Bao Bei subsisting solely on wild vegetables for several days, leaving everyone astounded. Their shelter appears exceedingly rudimentary, merely a simple conical structure formed by a few branches, adorned with some stray grasses. Fortunately, the nighttime temperatures are not too low at present. However, should time continue to pass, such a shelter will soon prove inadequate. Furthermore, if it rains, both will undoubtedly end up drenched. Xiao Fei, I am so hungry, Bao Bei lamented weakly within the shelter. If this continues, we shall starve to death. Consuming wild vegetables daily has left him feeling as if his hair has turned green. Brother Bao, let us hold on a little longer. Cai Yunfei reassured him, if we can just endure for another 20 days, we will secure that 1 million prize. At that point, we can withdraw immediately. Over the past few days, he has consoled Bao Bei frequently, fearing that the latter might suddenly wish to quit, thereby jeopardizing his own chance at the million. After all, his beloved wife eagerly awaits her designer bags and clothing, and returning empty-handed might result in a divorce agreement waiting for him. However, it must be said, their luck has been appallingly poor, as if cursed by a misfortune spirit. Their location offers no game. Since their arrival on the island, they have yet to spot even a single squirrel, let alone any larger animals. The lack of protein is steadily undermining their morale. 1 million? Huh. Bao Bei scoffed dismissively at the prize. Although he may be somewhat past his prime, 1 million is not a substantial amount for him. His participation in this wilderness survival show is primarily an attempt to salvage his public image, hoping to don the label of a hardworking and resilient man. Hence, he has gritted his teeth and persisted for 6 days. But at this rate, he is finding it increasingly difficult to continue. By the way, Brother Bao, I've just thought of an excellent idea, Cai Yunfei exclaimed. You see, our supplies here are exceedingly scarce. If we remain here any longer, it will be challenging to survive. I believe we should relocate tomorrow and seek out other contestants to form a team. If we survive as a group of 4, our chances of enduring will surely increase. Moreover, as a celebrity, you will undoubtedly attract many contestants willing to team up with us, Cai Yunfei quickly proposed. While Bao Bei may be somewhat out of the limelight, he is still a star, having appeared in numerous films and variety shows, and carries the aura of fame. If they encounter some amateur contestants, they would likely prefer to team up with a celebrity to enhance their appeal and garner attention. You're absolutely right, Bao Bei exclaimed. Xiao Fei, I never expected you to come up with such a brilliant plan. His words implied astonishment that Cai Yunfei, whom he considered to possess a rather simple mind, could devise such a clever strategy. Truly remarkable. After all, he is a star, having participated in several blockbuster films, and the allure of his celebrity status remains intact. It is likely that many would wish to join forces with him, providing an opportunity to exploit the psychology of ordinary contestants for sustenance. Yes, precisely. This approach not only solidifies his image as a hard-working man, but also portrays him as down-to-earth, devoid of the typical celebrity arrogance. In today's society, fans seem particularly fond of relatable stars. The thought of this newfound plan brings forth numerous advantages. Excellent. Let us proceed with that, Bao Bei declared, slapping his thigh in determination. Tomorrow morning, we shall set out to find other contestants. After all, the production team has not stipulated that contestants cannot form teams. Time flew by, and soon it was the 7th day of survival. You had just awakened when the system's prompt resonated in his mind. Ding! The host may sign in for the 7th day. Would you like to proceed? The mechanical, synthesized voice remains as pleasant as ever. Initially still a bit groggy, Liu suddenly became alert, curious about what rewards awaited him today. Sign in. Without hesitation, Lu Yu silently affirmed within himself. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received Archery skill upgraded to level 3, Celestial Melody level 3, Charm 1. The system's electronic voice chimed once more. However, Lu Yu found himself somewhat baffled by the rewards this time. The archery upgrade was indeed beneficial, as he intended to hunt goats over the next few days. With archery at level 3, his chances of success in hunting have significantly increased. Yet, the subsequent rewards of Celestial Melody level 3 and the Charm 1 left him puzzled. Currently, he is in the midst of wilderness survival. These rewards seem of little practical assistance in his quest for survival. Nevertheless, he shrugged it off, reasoning that it is always advantageous to possess multiple skills. Once this wilderness survival endeavor concludes, he may well accumulate a following, and perhaps pursuing a singing career would be lucrative. He wondered just how proficient he had become with this Celestial Melody level 3. Surely it must surpass the vocal prowess of the King of Law, Hua Hua. Otherwise, that level 3 would indeed seem rather unimpressive. At that moment, Reba also stirred awake, rubbing her sleepy eyes and greeting him in a somewhat dazed manner. Good morning, Lu Yu. You're up quite early today. Observing her groggy demeanor, Lu Yu smiled, realizing that Reba was likely trying her best to suppress her inclination to oversleep, so as not to hinder him. Chapter 49. The Hibiscus Tree, an ideal material for crafting bows and arrows upon rising. The two proceeded to the stream to freshen up. In the preceding days, in an effort to ensure a cleaner water source, Lu Yu had excavated a pit beside the stream. This way, the water from the stream would seep into the pit, allowing it to filter out most impurities and microorganisms as it passed through the soil. Lu Yu was also somewhat concerned that there might be other survivors upstream who could engage in unspeakable activities in the stream. Admittedly, he had also indulged in such acts before. However, he sought to prevent. Subsequently, he dug a small channel on the opposite side of the pit to facilitate water circulation, for clear, flowing water is far cleaner. Wow! The sensation of using soap is simply delightful, exclaimed Reba. After washing my face, my skin feels exceptionally smooth. The experience of using soapberry for face washing was evidently far more pleasant than during their previous attempts. Reba was in high spirits. Indeed, Lu Yu concurred that it would be splendid if we had toothpaste and a toothbrush. Humans are inherently greedy. Once they elevate their standard of living, they yearn for even more. Naturally, no one wishes to forego the pursuit of a more extraordinary life. Brushing one's teeth with charcoal daily, while effective in cleaning, can lead to an unpleasant breath over time. With toothpaste, one could freshen their breath, fostering a greater sense of intimacy between them. Toothpaste, you say? That is something we can find a way to resolve, Lu Yu pondered, glancing at Reba. After days without proper dental care, he was indeed aware of his less-than-pleasant breath. And thus, yet another issue arose. Wilderness survival demands daily tasks that must be attended to. After completing their morning routines, Reba began preparing breakfast, as there was still a considerable amount of fish and yam left from the previous day. Meanwhile, Lu Yu contemplated the tasks that lay ahead. He inspected the clay pieces. Though not completely air-dried, they had taken form. It seemed they could proceed to the firing stage the following day. As for the charcoal, it was not yet time to extract it. They would have to wait until tomorrow for that as well. Lu Yu could not vouch for the success of the firing process, as this was his first attempt at making charcoal. Previously, he had only observed other survivors in videos. Alright, today's task is to create the bows and arrows. Once we fire all the pottery tomorrow, we can go hunting for those wild goats the day after. Quickly, Lu Yu set forth his goals and plans for the day, which involved hastening the creation of the necessary tools. This morning's practice had already improved his archery skills, thereby significantly enhancing their chances of a successful hunt. Thus, a bow and arrow were of paramount importance to him at this juncture. After a simple breakfast, they tidied up quickly. The little team leader had been quite sprightly over the past 2 days, now capable of scampering about freely. It seemed feasible to bring him along on their hunting expedition in 2 days. Lu Yu, what are our plans for today? Reba inquired. Although it was already the 7th day of survival, she remained largely uninformed about the intricacies of wilderness survival, relying entirely on Lu Yu's direction. Today, we shall search for resilient trees to craft a bow, Lu Yu replied. Then, on the day after tomorrow, we can hunt those wild goats and of course, if possible, we should also seek out plants that can help clean our mouths. Lu Yu articulated his plan, noting that neglecting oral hygiene for an extended period could result in unpleasant breath. At that point, even the mere thought of kissing could induce nausea. It was imperative to address this matter promptly, having overlooked it previously and potentially missed numerous plants that could aid in oral cleanliness, which were not uncommon in the wilderness. Understood. Reba nodded eagerly. As long as they could resolve the issues of bathing and brushing their teeth, she felt she could endure for quite some time. Perhaps they could outlast all other survivors. After a brief gathering of their tools, including a knife and pot, the pair ventured once more into the dense jungle, with the little team leader trailing behind them. Although his gait was somewhat peculiar, he kept up reasonably well, and Lu Yu reluctantly decided to allow him to accompany them. After approximately an hour of trekking, they finally came upon a straight tree trunk that appeared suitable for crafting bows and arrows. Wonderful! We've finally found such a tree. Lu Yu beamed at the sight of the straight trunk. Though it took an hour to locate, they had found the ideal material for their bows and arrows. This tree is as straight as bamboo. What kind of tree is this, Lu Yu? Reba inquired curiously. The trunk before them exhibited no extraneous branches, save for a few green leaves and some small twigs at the top. Even a novice like her could discern that this trunk was well suited for bow making. This tree is known as the hibiscus tree, and both its trunk and bark share a remarkable characteristic: high fiber tensile strength. Liu explained. It is exceptionally suitable for bow crafting. Moreover, this tree boasts significant nutritional value. Its roots, bark, leaves, and fruit can all be utilized medicinally, and the flowers of the hibiscus tree are edible, being both nutritious and delightfully crisp. Alas, this particular tree has yet to bloom. Lu Yu elaborated. To craft a bow, it was essential to have materials with ample resilience. While bamboo also possesses considerable strength, the current conditions were less than ideal, making bamboo prone to brittleness. Additionally, bows made of bamboo lacked the necessary lethality for hunting large game, such as wild goats. The power of the bow must be formidable to match Lu Yu's strength. Oh, Reba replied, somewhat understanding. In truth, many of Lu Yu's explanations were foreign to her, and she could only nod appreciatively, occasionally complimenting his vast knowledge. With a few swift strokes of his machete, Lu Yu felled the hibiscus tree. The bark would also serve as excellent material for weaving ropes, which they might consider using for bowstrings. With the hibiscus tree in hand, the duo prepared to return to their shelter. Crafting a bow was no simple task, and should they wish to refine it further, it would require even more time. Today, they would likely only manage to accomplish so much. On their way back, they made additional discoveries. In addition to foraging for a variety of wild vegetables, they stumbled upon patches of patchouli and mint. Both plants were fragrant, so after brushing their teeth with charcoal in the morning, they could chew on a few leaves to help freshen their breath. Reba, being quite practical, eagerly gathered 2 large bags of these aromatic plants upon learning of their breath-freshening properties, estimating they would last 4 to 5 days. Moreover, she marked numerous trails along the way to prevent getting lost during their next foray. Chapter 49. The Hibiscus Tree, an ideal material for crafting bows and arrows. Upon rising, the 2 individuals proceeded to the brook for their morning ablutions. In fact, just a few days prior, in an effort to ensure a cleaner water source, Lu Yu had excavated a small pit beside the stream. This way, the brook's water would seep into the pit, allowing it to filter through the soil and thus remove a significant portion of impurities and microorganisms such as bacteria. Moreover, Lu Yu harbored concerns that there might be other survivors upstream who could engage in unspeakable activities in the water. Admittedly, he had partaken in such actions himself, however, he needed to avert. He then dug a small channel on the opposite side of the pit to facilitate water circulation. After all, fresh water is far more pristine. Wow! The sensation of having soap is simply delightful. After washing my face, my skin feels incredibly smooth. The use of soap berries for washing their faces proved to be vastly more comfortable than their previous attempts. Reba was equally elated. Indeed, Liu concurred. If only we had toothpaste and a toothbrush, that would be splendid. Humans are inherently greedy. Once they elevate their standard of living, they yearn for an even higher one. Naturally, no one is averse to pursuing a more exceptional life. Furthermore, while brushing one's teeth with charcoal can cleanse them, prolonged use can lead to unpleasant breath. With toothpaste, one could refresh their breath, fostering a closer bond between us. Toothpaste, you say? That is something we can certainly find a solution for, Lu Yu mused, glancing at Reba. After several days without proper toothbrushing, he could indeed sense an unpleasant odor. And thus, yet another issue arose. Such is the nature of survival in the wilderness. Each day brings its own set of tasks. Once they completed their morning rituals, Reba commenced preparing breakfast, utilizing the leftover fish and Chinese yam from the previous day. Meanwhile, Luyu began contemplating the tasks that lay ahead. He inspected the clay pieces. Though not entirely dry, they had sufficiently taken shape. It seemed they would be ready for firing tomorrow. As for the charcoal, it could not yet be extracted. They would have to wait until the following day for that as well. Whether or not the firing would be successful remained uncertain, as this was his first attempt at charcoal production. Previously, he had merely observed the techniques of other survivalists through videos. Very well, our task for today is to craft a bow and arrow. Once we fire all the pottery tomorrow, we can hunt those wild goats the day after. Luyu swiftly established today's objective and plan, to hasten the creation of the necessary tools. The reward from this morning had already enhanced his archery skills, significantly increasing his chances of a successful hunt. Thus, possessing a bow and arrow was of paramount importance to him now. Having finished breakfast rather quickly, they set off. The small leader was already quite agile, able to scamper around freely. It seemed feasible to bring it along during their hunting expedition in 2 days. Luyu, what are our plans for today? Reba inquired. Although they had now entered the 7th day of survival, she remained largely uninformed about the wilderness survival skills. She was entirely reliant on Luyu's guidance regarding their activities. Today, we shall search for resilient trees from which to craft a bow. By the day after tomorrow, we should be ready to hunt those wild goats. Of course, if possible, we should also seek out plants that can cleanse the mouth. Luyu articulated his strategy. Prolonged neglect of oral hygiene could lead to exceedingly unpleasant breath, which might even induce nausea during intimate moments. The very thought was discomforting. Clearly, this task needed to be prioritized. Previously, he had overlooked this step, potentially missing out on numerous plants that could aid in breath freshening, many of which were not uncommon in the wilderness. Understood. Reba nodded vigorously. As long as they could resolve the issues of hair washing, bathing, and toothbrushing, she felt she could endure for quite some time. Perhaps she could even outlast all the other survivors. After a brief tidy-up, they gathered their knife and pot and ventured once more into the dense jungle. This time, the small leader accompanied them, albeit with a somewhat peculiar gait. Nevertheless, its speed was satisfactory, and Luyu decided to allow it to tag along. After approximately an hour of walking, they finally came across a relatively straight tree trunk, seemingly ideal for crafting bows and arrows. Fantastic! We finally found such a tree. It looks like we can complete the bow today. Luyu smiled at the sight of the straight trunk. Although an hour had passed, he had located the perfect material for his bow and arrow. This tree is as straight as bamboo. What kind of tree is this, Luyu? Reba inquired curiously. The tree trunk before them displayed no extraneous branches, save for a few verdant leaves and a handful of twigs at the top. Even as a novice, she could tell that this trunk was particularly suitable for bow crafting. This tree is known as the hibiscus tree. Both its trunk and bark possess a shared characteristic. They are remarkably resilient. It is exceptionally suitable for bow making. Additionally, this tree holds significant nutritional value. Its roots, bark, leaves, and fruits can all be used medicinally. The flowers of the hibiscus tree are also edible, highly nutritious, and boast a delightful crisp taste. Alas, this particular tree is not in bloom. Luyu explained, to craft a bow, one certainly requires materials with considerable resilience. Although bamboo is also quite resilient, the current conditions were less than ideal, making bamboo prone to becoming brittle. Furthermore, bows and arrows made from bamboo do not possess significant lethality. Given that he aimed to hunt large animals such as wild goats, the weapon must wield considerable power. Otherwise, it would not match Luyu's formidable strength. Oh, Reba responded, somewhat understanding in truth. Luyu had introduced her to many concepts she had never encountered before, prompting her to nod in acknowledgement, occasionally complimenting him on his extensive knowledge. With a few deft strokes of his machete, Luyu felled the hibiscus tree. The bark also made for excellent cordage, which could be considered for use as bowstring later on. With the hibiscus tree in hand, the two prepared to return to their shelter. Crafting a bow was no simple endeavor, and if they aimed for greater intricacy, it would undoubtedly require more time. It seemed that today would be limited in terms of accomplishments. On their journey back, they also reaped some rewards. In addition to gathering a variety of wild vegetables, they discovered patchouli leaves and mint. Both of these plants possessed a natural fragrance, allowing them to chew on a few leaves after brushing their teeth with charcoal in the morning to improve their breath. Reba, being quite practical, eagerly collected 2 large bags of these plants upon learning of their breath-freshening properties, estimating that they would last 4 to 5 days. Moreover, they left numerous markers along the way to prevent losing their way during future excursions. Chapter 49. The mallow tree, the ideal material for crafting bows and arrows. Upon rising, the two ventured to the stream to freshen up. In the preceding days, in an effort to ensure the water source remained pristine, Liu had excavated a pit beside the brook. This ingenious method allowed the stream's water to seep into the pit, effectively filtering out the majority of impurities and microorganisms as it passed through the soil. Liu harbored concerns about potential survivalists upstream who might engage in unspeakable activities in the water. Admittedly, he had partaken in such actions himself, yet he was determined to prevent. Subsequently, he dug a small channel on the opposite side of the pit to facilitate water circulation, as clean, flowing water was of paramount importance. "Wow! The sensation of using soap is simply delightful," exclaimed Reba. "After washing my face, my skin feels incredibly smooth." The use of soap berries for cleansing was evidently far more pleasant than their previous attempts. Reba was in high spirits. "Indeed," Liu concurred. "If only we had toothpaste, that would be splendid." Humanity's innate greed often surfaces. Once living standards elevate, there is a longing for further improvement. Naturally, no one wishes to forego the pursuit of an even more extraordinary life. Brushing with charcoal daily, while effective for cleaning teeth, would eventually lead to unpleasant breath. The presence of toothpaste would refresh their breath, fostering a closer bond between them. "Toothpaste, you say? That is certainly something we can devise a solution for," Liu pondered aloud, glancing at Reba. Having neglected proper dental care for several days, he too noticed the unpleasant odor. A new challenge arose. Thus, each day in the wilderness demanded its own set of tasks. After completing their morning routines, Reba began preparing breakfast, utilizing the leftover fish and yam from the previous day. Meanwhile, Liu contemplated the day's endeavors, examining the clay vessels. Though not entirely dry, they had taken form, suggesting they could be fired tomorrow. The charcoal, however, would not be ready for extraction until the following day, and Liu was uncertain of the success of the firing process, as it was his first attempt, having merely observed other survivalist videos. "Very well. Today's task is to craft a bow and arrow," he declared. "Once we fire all the pottery tomorrow, we can hunt for wild goats the day after." Liu promptly established his objectives for the day, eager to produce the necessary components. The rewards from this morning had already improved his archery skills, greatly enhancing his chances of a successful hunt. Thus, a bow and arrow had become exceedingly crucial for him. After a simple breakfast, they set out swiftly. The little one, who had become more agile over the past 2 days, could now scurry about with ease. It seemed plausible to bring it along when they embarked on their hunting expedition. "Liu, what shall we do today?" Reba inquired. Although they had reached the 7th day of survival, she remained largely uninformed about wilderness survival, relying entirely on Liu's guidance. "Today, we will seek out resilient trees to craft a bow," he explained. "Then, the day after tomorrow, we can hunt those wild goats. Additionally, if possible, we should gather some plants that can help cleanse our mouths." Liu expressed his thoughts, recognizing that neglecting oral hygiene could lead to unpleasant breath, which might even induce nausea during intimate moments. Such discomfort was unthinkable, and therefore, this task required prompt attention. He regretted not considering this earlier, as they may have overlooked many plants capable of freshening breath, which were not scarce in the wilderness. "Sounds good." Reba nodded eagerly. As long as they could resolve their issues with bathing and dental care, she felt confident she could endure for an extended period, perhaps even outlast all other survivalists. After a quick tidying up, they brought their knives and pots before re-entering the dense jungle. This time, the little one accompanied them. Although its gait was somewhat peculiar, it managed to keep up, and Liu reluctantly agreed to let it join. After approximately an hour of trekking, they finally spotted a straight tree trunk ahead, ideal for bow and arrow crafting. "Excellent! We've found the perfect tree," Liu exclaimed, a smile spreading across his face. Despite the hour spent searching, they had discovered the ideal material for their bow and arrow. "This tree is remarkably straight, akin to bamboo." "What is it called, Liu?" Reba inquired, her curiosity piqued. The trunk before them was devoid of unnecessary branches, adorned only with a few green leaves and minor twigs at the top. Even a novice like her could discern that this trunk was suitable for bough making. This species is known as the mallow tree. The trunk and bark share a remarkable characteristic: exceptional tensile strength. Lu Yu elucidated. It is highly suitable for crafting bows. Moreover, this tree possesses significant nutritional value. Its roots, bark, leaves, and fruits are all medicinal, and the flowers are edible, boasting a delightful taste and texture. Alas, this particular tree is not in bloom. Lu Yu emphasized that crafting a bow necessitated materials with ample resilience. Although bamboo also exhibited sufficient strength, the current conditions rendered it prone to brittleness. Furthermore, bows made from bamboo lacked substantial lethality. Given their aim to hunt large animals like wild goats, the bow's power must be formidable to match Lu Yu's considerable strength. Oh. Reba nodded, somewhat understanding. Much of what Lu Yu described was unfamiliar to her, but she nodded appreciatively, complimenting his extensive knowledge. With a few deft strokes of his machete, Lu Yu felled the mallow tree, recognizing that its bark could also serve as excellent material for crafting bowstrings. With the mallow tree in tow, they prepared to return to their shelter. Crafting a bow was no trivial endeavor, and if they aimed for precision, the process would consume considerable time. Thus, today's accomplishments would be limited. On their return journey, they also made notable discoveries. In addition to foraging for a variety of wild vegetables, they stumbled upon patchouli leaves and mint. Both of these aromatic plants could be chewed after brushing with charcoal in the morning, thereby improving their breath. Reba, being practical, eagerly collected 2 large bags of these plants, estimating they would last 4 to 5 days, and she diligently marked their path to prevent losing track of their location in the future. Chapter 50. The completion of bow and arrow. After chewing a few leaves of mint, they indeed felt a significant refreshment in their breath. Upon returning to their shelter, Lu Yu commenced the crafting of the bow and arrows. Although the steps became straightforward with the blueprints, the process was still rather time-consuming. After all, he first needed to carve the shape of the bow from the hibiscus tree using a knife, and he also required the tree bark to weave the bowstring. However, for them, time was still relatively abundant. Since the issue of food had been temporarily alleviated, even if they failed to hunt, they could subsist on starch. Lu, what should I do now? Please assign me some tasks, Hopper replied, feeling somewhat aimless upon returning to the shelter. She was uncertain about what to undertake, as it was evident that she could not assist Lu Yu with the crafting of the items. Well, since that is the case, I will first teach you how to weave a bamboo mat. Sleeping on a bamboo bed is quite uncomfortable. By weaving a bamboo mat, it will significantly enhance the comfort of our rest. This was something Lu Yu had long wished to accomplish. However, due to the myriad of tasks at hand recently, it had slipped his mind. Today presented the perfect opportunity to instruct Hoppa in the craft. Once she learned to weave, her capabilities would expand, making things easier for him. Look here, first split all the bamboo into thin strips, then intertwine them vertically and horizontally, and continue weaving. It is quite simple, isn't it? As Lu Yu demonstrated and explained, weaving the bamboo mat proved to be exceedingly straightforward. A mere glance was enough to grasp the technique. Yes, I've got it. Quickly proceed to create the bow and arrows, and I shall handle the bamboo mat. Once I finish weaving, you can teach me how to craft other items, Hoppa eagerly nodded. Weaving a bamboo mat shouldn't take too long, and she was eager to learn how to fabricate other objects, such as fish traps and baskets. All right, focus on weaving the mat first. Liu nodded in agreement, then returned to his bow and arrow crafting. Thus, time passed steadily. 18 noon. The two of them hastily prepared a simple lunch before resuming their work. After 6 or 7 hours of effort, Lu Yu finally completed his bow. The bow's body, polished with fine sand, felt exceptionally refined. Additionally, the hibiscus tree bark, known for its substantial fibers and resilience, transformed into a rope that, after soaking in water for 2 to 3 hours, further enhanced its durability, making it an ideal material for bowstrings. Of course, this was a necessity. In the wilderness, they lacked spare ropes and could not find superior materials. With the bow completed, the next task was the arrows. Crafting arrows without metal tips posed a considerable challenge. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, they had to devise a solution. Lu fashioned 2 types of arrows using the trunks of the hibiscus tree and bamboo. Lacking metal tips, he resorted to carving the arrowheads out of wood, which, while undoubtedly reducing accuracy, was the only feasible option for the time being. Perhaps in the future, they could find a way to smelt some metal and create proper arrowheads. Next came the fletching, which was crucial. The fletching ensured stability during flight, significantly enhancing the likelihood of hitting the target while also effectively reducing air resistance. In total, he crafted 12 arrows, 6 from the hibiscus wood and 6 from bamboo. Phew, finally completed everything. Let us test the accuracy and power, shall we? Eager to try out the bow and arrows after spending 7 or 8 hours on them, Luyu felt a surge of anticipation as he glanced at his handiwork. The afternoon had already slipped into the hours of 4 or 5. He then selected a banana tree as the target for his experiment, as its trunk was relatively soft and unlikely to break the arrow. However, that remained to be seen, given the absence of metal tips. Luyu stepped back approximately 25 meters and began to aim. Drawing the bowstring back, he felt the considerable weight of the hibiscus wood, which was inherently dense. Even Luyu found it somewhat challenging, let alone an ordinary person. Whoosh! In the next instant, the arrow flew forth with a sharp sound, followed by a deep buzzing as the bamboo arrow penetrated the banana tree's trunk. The arrow quivered a few times before coming to a halt, demonstrating its substantial force. Not bad, not bad. With this power, bringing down a wild goat should be effortless. And the accuracy is commendable. The bowstring held up well too. Observing the bamboo arrow embedded firmly in the target, Luyu felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Today had not been wasted, and his archery skills appeared quite formidable. The day after tomorrow, the hunt would officially commence. Have you finally finished, Luyu? Look at all the baskets I've woven for us. I've also crafted some winnowing trays. We can use these tools to dry our wild vegetables. After several hours of diligent effort, Hotba had mastered the weaving technique. Her first attempt had been rather unsightly, but gradually, the quality improved. In total, she had woven a backpack and 2 baskets. Along with the bamboo mat she had previously crafted, the quantity she produced in just a few hours was quite impressive. Luyu could not help but admire her perseverance, especially considering Hotba had not benefited from any physical enhancement as he had. Yes, the bow and arrows are ready. Once we finish firing the pottery tomorrow, we can go hunting the day after. What do you think? Want to give it a try? Luyu nodded, then jokingly added, This bow has quite a draw weight. To be honest, even an average adult might struggle to pull it back and for you. Hee, let me give it a shot. But it looks just like the one in the dramas. You are truly impressive. Hotba beamed with delight, offering a compliment to Luyu. Crafting a bow that resembled those in television shows under such conditions was indeed an admirable feat. Here, Luyu handed the bow to Hotba. However, despite her vigorous attempts to draw the bowstring, it remained stubbornly immobile. After several futile efforts, she had no choice but to concede defeat, astonished at how effortlessly Luyu could handle such a heavy bow. Truly, he was extraordinary. Chapter 51. Constructing the kiln and commencing the firing of pottery, this fellow managed to craft a bow and arrows in just a single day, and they appear remarkably well made. One must admit, that is truly impressive. Indeed, Luyu has completely won my admiration. Ever since arriving on Xinyu Island, he seems to possess an all-encompassing knowledge and boundless capabilities. Of course, our husband is exceptional. Absolutely, he surpasses those youthful upstarts by leaps and bounds. Ladies, let us remain rational. I will not. I refuse. Yes, we will not. The majority of the audience in the live broadcast room also marveled at Luyu's prowess. It appeared that once he entered the wilderness, he seamlessly integrated into it. He seemed capable of mastering any task, effortlessly handling challenges that would daunt many. It is noteworthy that Luyu is merely 18 years old. At such an age, most individuals are engrossed in their university studies. Who has the time to learn and comprehend such skills? Of course, it is worth mentioning that Luyu, with his exceptional wilderness survival skills and striking appearance, has garnered a considerable following of admirers, predominantly young girls who have yet to graduate from school. Their affections and sentiments remain somewhat innocent. Once they step into society, however, they are likely to adopt a more pragmatic perspective with a focus on financial gain. At this moment, the commentary live broadcast shifted once more to the third broadcast room. Compared to others, the third broadcast room indeed commanded greater attention, akin to a dark horse or a rising star. Moreover, the reason for the heightened interest was due to Beiye's newfound respect for Luyu. Consequently, the third broadcast room enjoyed a slightly higher visibility in the commentary section. However, joy and sorrow coexisted. Each time the feed switched to the third broadcast room, Beiye and Luha expressed their enjoyment, while Ying and Zhang Zi wore expressions of discontent. It truly is astonishing that Lu Yu has even managed to create a bow and arrows. It seems their survival journey is becoming increasingly smooth. Hunting will no longer pose a problem, Lu Ha remarked gratefully. Indeed, this competitor Lu Yu is exceptionally formidable. He surpasses the majority of wilderness survivalists abroad. To speak candidly, even I now feel a twinge of inadequacy. Bayer acknowledged Lu Yu's impressive skills. Previously, Lu Yu had showcased physical prowess and various crafting techniques that left them in awe. The design and creation of a bow and arrows were concepts foreign to survivalists from their homeland, who would never conceive of such ingenuity. By this measure alone, Lu Yu exhibited superior capabilities. To make such assertions now may be somewhat premature, Xiao Lu. Even if he has crafted a bow and arrows, the ability to wield them remains a separate matter. Hitting a target is yet another skill entirely. There are countless individuals who possess tools but lack the ability to use them, Ing scoffed. From the outset, she had never held the third broadcast room in high regard, and given their prior grievances, it would seem insincere not to take the opportunity to belittle them. Well, sister does have a point. Nonetheless, I am eager to see Lu Yu deliver yet another surprise. Lu Ha could only smile in response. After all, he had recently triumphed over that sister by a sum of 500,000. It was likely she was still seething with anger, so there was no need to quarrel over this matter. He hoped instead for Lu Yu to silence his doubters with his skills and performance, firmly believing in Lu Yu's potential. Bai Yi remained silent. He was well aware of Ying's disdain for Lu Yu and Reba, yet he saw no need to wade into such turbulent waters. A day passed swiftly. Before long, it was already the 8th day of their survival challenge. Just the previous day, 4 more teams had chosen to withdraw, leaving only 60 groups remaining from the original 100. However, the situation for these remaining 60 was relatively stable, with most having met the fundamental survival criteria. Food, water, shelter, and fire had all been secured. Upon awakening in the morning, Lu Yu hurriedly inspected his pottery pieces. They were intact and had dried sufficiently. After a brief wash, he and Reba proceeded to check on the charcoal they had been firing. Success or failure hinged upon this moment. After breaking through the top layer of mud, they discovered perfectly charred pieces of charcoal. Excellent! It appears that this round of charcoal production has been remarkably successful. Lu Yu's face illuminated with excitement as he beheld the flawless pieces. To achieve such results on his first attempt was indeed commendable. He picked up 2 pieces and tapped them lightly. The sound was crisp and melodious, indicating that the carbonization had been executed flawlessly. All right, the charcoal is now ready. Next, we shall commence the firing of pottery. Lu Yu began preparing for the next phase of his work. Reba collected all the charcoal into their carrying basket, amassing 2 full loads. This supply should suffice for firing all the pottery. Lu's subsequent task was to construct a clay kiln. In truth, this undertaking was relatively straightforward. First, he dug a 30-centimeter diameter bellows into the ground, then used the remaining clay to form a circular grate, placing it atop the bellows. Next, he began building the kiln walls using a coiling technique, aiming for a height of about 50 centimeters and a thickness of at least 20 centimeters. The thickness of the kiln wall directly influences the rate of heat loss. If the walls are too thin, excessive heat will dissipate, and even the temperature produced by the charcoal may fall short of the required standard for firing pottery. Then, he would need to fashion a lateral chimney from clay. While this may sound simple, the execution was indeed time-consuming. Just the mixing of the clay consumed over an hour, and the construction of the kiln walls took another hour. However, even after completing the clay kiln, he could not immediately commence the firing of pottery, as the clay had not yet fully dried. Any moisture could adversely affect the pottery's firing process. He needed to thoroughly dry the kiln with kindling before utilizing charcoal for the pottery firing. These meticulous details were crucial, as a single misstep could significantly impact the success rate of the pottery. After a series of operations, it was nearly 10 a.m. Finally, they could begin firing the pottery. The next step involved placing the previously crafted pottery pieces onto the grate and adding charcoal to the bellows, rapidly elevating the flames and temperature. Thanks to the chimney's efficient smoke expulsion, the flames and heat surged quickly. The entire kiln glowed a vibrant red in an instant. The next task was to continually add charcoal to maintain the temperature within the kiln. The firing process would require a minimum of 4 hours, while simultaneously monitoring the changes in the pottery inside. Chapter 52. The wild boar collided with the tree, and Teacher Huang became a fortunate one during the process of firing pottery. It is imperative to maintain the temperature within the kiln. Hence, one cannot stray far from the kiln for extended periods. In pursuit of crafting higher quality pottery, Lu Yu found himself obliged to remain close at hand, diligently adding charcoal. As time elapsed, noon approached swiftly. At this moment, in the 8th live broadcast room, the competitors included the renowned Old Fox, Teacher Huang Lei, alongside a novice contestant, Wang Xian. Teacher Huang, with his fervent passion for culinary arts, possessed considerable skill in cooking and was well-versed in various knowledge domains. After receiving the program's invitation, he dedicated himself to the earnest study of wilderness survival techniques. Although cramming might not yield significant benefits, a thorough exploration of the subject proved to be advantageous. Wang Xian, the amateur contestant, was inherently a self-challenger, having previously engaged in several hiking and cycling adventures, as well as participated in some basic wilderness survival experiences. Thus, his personal capabilities in wilderness survival were commendable. After 8 days, they had sufficiently met their fundamental survival needs, including food, water, fire, and shelter. Teacher Huang, it's already noon. Shall we return to the shelter? Wang Xian suggested, glancing at Teacher Huang. We still have 2 fish left from yesterday. We can roast them when we return. If he were alone, Wang Xian would feel little pressure. However, considering Teacher Huang's age, traversing the wilderness for an extended period posed risks. He was merely being considerate of Teacher Huang's well-being. No. Since we are already out here, we cannot return empty-handed, can we? Teacher Huang insisted, panting as he waved his hand. Wang, you needn't worry about me. Despite my age, my stamina remains quite decent. After spending several days together, he recognized Wang Xian's wilderness survival skills and did not wish to hinder his progress. Furthermore, before participating in this program, he had set a personal goal to endure for 2 months. Thus, he felt compelled to persevere. While hardship was inevitable, he firmly believed that all persistence would ultimately bear fruit. Well, very well then. Wang Xian conceded. Let us continue our exploration for another hour, and if we do not find anything, we shall return. Having spent considerable time together, Wang Xian understood Teacher Huang's steadfast nature. Once he had made up his mind, they would indeed continue their quest. Thus, the two ventured forth for over half an hour. Wait a moment, Teacher Huang. It appears there are animal droppings here. It looks somewhat like wild boar, Wang Xian observed keenly, excited by the discovery. If they could hunt a wild boar, they would be free from food concerns for the next half-month. Really? Teacher Huang's face lit up with joy, but soon he grew apprehensive. Wang, can you actually capture a wild boar? I have heard that they are ferocious beasts with high danger levels. Although they had successfully hunted several mountain mice and caught numerous fish, complemented by some wild vegetables, securing a wild boar would provide them with ample meat. With sufficient food, they could afford to rest for a while and fortify their shelter. After all, his goal was to survive for at least 2 months. Once the food supply was secured, enhancing their shelter became imperative to prolong their survival. Well, that might be a bit challenging, Teacher Huang. Wang Xian replied, we currently lack any hunting tools, and wild boars are indeed formidable, especially the adults. The earlier excitement faded as the reality set in. They possessed no hunting gear whatsoever. Wang Xian's only means of hunting was a wooden spear. Given this situation, capturing a wild boar seemed impossible. The saying goes that pigs, bears, and tigers rank as the top 3 threats in the wild. Hence, the combat prowess of wild boars should not be underestimated. What a pity, Teacher Huang remarked. But do not be disheartened. Even if we fail to capture a wild boar, survival remains feasible. Despite feeling regretful, Teacher Huang maintained a positive outlook. The current food supply was adequate for their survival. Understood, Teacher Huang. Wang Xian nodded with a smile. After continuing for a few minutes, they suddenly spotted a dark figure, lowering its head to graze on some wild grass. It's a wild boar, Wang Xian exclaimed, barely suppressing his excitement. While they might not have the means to hunt it, witnessing such a large prey in the wilderness was exhilarating. He resolved to give it a try. After all, if he succeeded, a wild boar could provide sustenance for over half a month for both him and Teacher Huang. Though hunting a wild boar carried significant risks, fortune favors the bold, making it worth the attempt. Teacher Huang, wait here while I sneak closer, Wang Xian whispered. I'm going to give it a shot. If I succeed, we won't have to worry about food for the next half-month. Go ahead, but be extremely cautious. Teacher Huang cautioned, nodding in agreement. These wild boars are far more aggressive than domesticated ones. When faced with danger, they will attack. A person without weapons poses little threat to them, and fleeing is a breeze. In the wilderness, wild animals inherently held the upper hand. I know, Wang Xian affirmed, crouching low as he stealthily approached the wild boar. However, all wild animals possess keen senses. As Wang Xian drew within a dozen meters, the wild boar sensed danger, halted its grazing, and scanned its surroundings with wary eyes before bolting away. In an instant, the boar vanished amidst the rustling of the grass. Wang Xian sprinted after it at full speed, but after 5 or 6 minutes, he could only return in frustration. Damn! I should have thrown the spear right away. Watching the wild boar's tracks fade from view, Wang Xian cursed under his breath. Although he felt regret, this outcome seemed somewhat anticipated. The wild boar had evidently not intended to attack. It merely fled. While it was disappointing, one could also deem it a stroke of luck. He reluctantly made his way back to Teacher Huang. Don't worry, Wang. This was entirely expected. There's no need to dwell on it. Teacher Huang consoled him upon seeing Wang Xian's dejected expression. Let us head back. It was already around 1 or 2 in the afternoon. Truthfully, they were feeling a bit hungry and fatigued. It appeared that their hunting plans for the day had fallen flat. Nonetheless, the fish and mountain mouse meat in the shelter were still quite satisfactory. Wang Xian nodded, and the two began their return journey. After walking for about 10 minutes, they unexpectedly spotted that dark figure once more beneath a large tree. It was indeed the same wild boar. This time, it lay motionless on the ground, blood still fresh upon its head, seemingly having collided with the tree in its frantic escape. Wow! Did the boar really run into the tree? Wang Xian exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Although the chances of such an occurrence were minuscule, it appeared that the wild boar had truly met its demise in this manner. What were the odds of encountering such a rare event? Haha, this is fantastic. The boar collided with the tree, and Wang Xian stumbled upon it. Teacher Huang joked excitedly as they approached the wild boar with determined strides. Wang Xian dealt a few more blows to the boar. At that moment, the 8th live broadcast room erupted in excitement. No way, the wild boar actually crashed into the tree. These two must have been blessed with incredible fortune. This luck is truly extraordinary. Is this what they call being lucky? It's a shame they're not buying lottery tickets. Teacher Huang, you can't eat this wild boar. Consuming it could impair your intelligence. Exactly. Eating one that crashed into a tree would definitely make you stupid. Chapter 53 Reba, would you sing a song for me? Teacher Huang, we are indeed extraordinarily fortunate. This wild boar is sufficient to sustain us for half a month. I'll hurry and carry it back. At this moment, Wang Xian was so exhilarated that he struggled to articulate his thoughts. To claim he was not excited would be an outright falsehood, for this wild boar represents a vital source of sustenance for wilderness survivalists. Yes, please be exceedingly careful. If it's too heavy, let's find a stick and carry it back together. Teacher Huang nodded in agreement, equally delighted. After all, they had been subsisting on mountain mice and fish for quite some time. Discovering a wild boar to enhance their diet was certainly a welcome improvement. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bao Bei and her companions were aimlessly wandering without any clear objective, hoping to encounter other contestants before hunger overcame them. If they could successfully team up, survival would become attainable. Ideally, they wished to encounter experienced wilderness survivalists with abundant supplies, as this would allow them to benefit from their resources. Time swiftly passed, and afternoon arrived. On Lu Yu's side, the pottery had been fired for over 6 hours. Fortunately, none of the pottery had cracked. While luck played a part, it was primarily due to the meticulous craftsmanship they employed earlier. Their extended efforts had finally borne fruit. It seems we can take a look now. I wonder how effective the vitrification has been. After such prolonged labor, the moment to witness the results had finally arrived. Both Reba and Lu Yu were naturally filled with excitement. After all, they had devoted 3 consecutive days to the art of pottery making. They earnestly hoped their previous efforts had not been in vain and that the pottery would turn out well. I'm so looking forward to it. Surprisingly, none of the pieces I shaped have cracked, Reba exclaimed, rubbing her hands together in excitement. However, the temperature within the kiln remained excessively high, necessitating a cooling period of 2 to 3 hours before they could retrieve the pottery. Subsequently, the two began preparing dinner. By the time they finished their meal, it was already 6 in the evening, and the kiln had cooled significantly. Next comes the moment to witness a miracle. Lu Yu carefully dismantled the upper half of the kiln. Inside, the pottery had transformed into a deep crimson hue, indicating that the firing process had been quite successful. Had it been purely wood-fired, the pottery would have likely turned black due to the copious smoke produced during the burning. However, pottery fired with charcoal takes on a dark red color, signifying that their efforts had yielded commendable results. Reba watched with eager anticipation, while Lu Yu hurriedly extracted each piece of pottery, tapping them with a wooden stick to gauge the sound. The clear, resonant tones indicated superb vitrification. Wonderful, we have succeeded. Let's go wash them by the river. Lu Yu was nearly bursting with impatience. Clutching all the pottery, the two hastened to the stream. All the bowls and dishes were watertight, demonstrating outstanding quality. As for the 3 larger jars, Lu Yu refrained from filling them with water, as the starch they had prepared was nearly completely dried. Thus, they could directly store the starch in the jars without concern for any leaks affecting their utility. Tonight we can finally eat from bowls. Honestly, I could hardly imagine such a scenario when we first arrived on the island. You are truly remarkable, Lu Yu. Reba generously showered him with praise. Without Lu Yu, she could never have envisioned such an accomplishment, let alone the idea of crafting pottery. Yet now, all of this had come to fruition, indicating a substantial improvement in their quality of life. They had transitioned from merely surviving to seeking ways to enhance their enjoyment of life. Oh, it's nothing. There's still over an hour before nightfall. Let us fill all the jars with starch first, and then check the rope traps for any catches. Although they currently possessed a significant amount of starch and had excavated plenty of yam the previous day, a meal devoid of meat would lack flavor. Moreover, with over an hour remaining before darkness descended, they had little else to occupy their time but to inspect the traps, hoping for a bountiful reward. All right? Reba nodded eagerly. Soon, they filled all the jars with dried starch. Armed with bows and arrows, they proceeded to examine the rope traps. This time, fortune was not on their side. Of the 4 traps, only one had been triggered, capturing a small wild chicken. However, with the addition of some wild greens and yam, they could still prepare a nourishing stew. 2 hours later, the night fully enveloped Xianyu Island. Lu and Reba had finished their dinner, sitting by the campfire while admiring the moonlight. Lu Yu, I wonder how the other groups of contestants are faring now. I wonder if their conditions surpass ours or fall short. Reba inquired curiously by the fire. Indeed, it was an intriguing topic. Typically, during the evenings when there was little to do, they found themselves at a loss for conversation. I'm not sure. Among so many groups, there are surely some exceptionally capable individuals. Perhaps, many of them are faring better than us. Lu Yu speculated. The truth was that their own existence had not been particularly comfortable. Upon arriving on the island, their location was far from advantageous, and the food resources they had discovered thus far were scant. They had only managed to catch some fish from the stream and a few wild chickens and rabbits. Such limited food resources could hardly be deemed abundant on a vast, deserted island. Thus, he genuinely believed that others might be thriving more than they were, and perhaps many of them. Oh, if that's the case, it seems we must strive even harder tomorrow. We absolutely need to hunt a wild goat. Reba declared resolutely, her fists clenched tightly. She had begun to anticipate achieving ultimate victory. Initially, she may not have possessed such aspirations, but after 8 days together, she had gradually come to appreciate Lu Yu's wilderness survival skills. She now believed that they could indeed endure until the end. Yes, I believe. We will? Lu Yu nodded earnestly. After all, his archery skills had improved significantly. As long as they could locate the goats, he wouldn't claim to hit every shot, but he was confident that their chances of success would exceed 80%. I believe in you, Reba replied with a smile. Thus, the two engaged in light-hearted conversation for over half an hour. Since they had not engaged in any physically taxing activities that day, they felt no fatigue. Under such circumstances, falling asleep early that night proved quite challenging. Reba, why don't you sing a song for me? I imagine you must sing quite well. Lu Yu suggested with a grin. After all, sitting idly was rather dull. Singing would certainly help pass the time. Ah, sing? Well, I'm not particularly adept at it. However, if you wish to hear, I shall sing a song. If I don't perform well, you mustn't laugh at me." Reba initially expressed surprise, but soon agreed. Although she was an actress and not a singer, she did possess a decent singing voice. So she decided to show Lu Yu a little of her talent. "Of course not." Lu Yu chuckled, shaking his head. Chapter 54. Lu Yu, "Then I shall sing a song titled The Dust in the Fireworks." "All right, in that case, I will perform Chasing Light. However, I must forewarn you, my singing may not be particularly melodious," the modest Reba stated to Lu Yu. At that moment, the anticipation in the live stream room reached a fever pitch. Many had never heard Reba sing, only recognizing her as an actress. Thus, it was assumed that she possessed little talent in the realm of singing. After a brief moment of emotional preparation, Reba focused her gaze on Lu Yu, and her melodious voice began to resonate. "If you are the firework upon the sea, I am but the foam of the waves. In a fleeting moment, your light illuminated me. If you are the distant galaxy, so radiant it draws tears, I am the one chasing your gaze, always gazing at the night sky in solitude." Reba's voice was profoundly delicate, imbued with deep emotion, making her singing undeniably enchanting. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that her vocal performance surpassed that of over 80 of singing streamers. After all, Reba's rendition was pure and unadulterated, devoid of $1 million sound card or a legion of sound engineers. From the moment she sang the first line, her gaze remained fixed on Lu Yu, her face adorned with a tender smile. "I can follow in your wake, like a shadow pursuing light in a dream. I can wait at this crossroads, regardless of whether you pass by. Whenever I lift my head for you, even tears feel liberating. Some loves resemble torrential rains, yet still believe in rainbows." As the song swiftly approached its conclusion, Reba sang with an abundance of feeling. As the final note lingered, she seemed lost in the melody and lyrics. Lu Yu, equally astonished, had never before heard Reba sing. Not on television, for he had never encountered her in reality. He had always perceived her merely as a stunning actress, hence his expectations for her singing were not particularly high. However, he was taken aback by the beauty of her voice. It was evident that becoming a star was no trivial matter. "Wow, did Miss Reba truly sing so beautifully? I, too, am astonished. I have never heard her sing before, and this is simply delightful. I'm in love." Reba is undoubtedly a singer hindered by acting. To sound this good without a sound card or professional equipment, I believe Reba could easily transition to a singing career. Miss Reba's singing is simply exquisite, but I am even more curious if Lu Yu can sing. Honestly, I share that curiosity. Lu Yu's voice is quite pleasant, but I wonder how his singing fares. At this juncture, the majority of viewers in the live stream were equally astonished. They had initially thought Reba was merely a popular actress, only to discover her singing was so captivating. She could seamlessly transition from a singer to an actress. After finishing her song, Reba felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she gazed at Lu Yu, seemingly aware that her earlier gaze upon him while singing had been rather intense. "I sang poorly, didn't I?" Reba shyly inquired. "Not at all. I believe you sang beautifully. Your performance surpassed that of many professional singers," Lu Yu replied earnestly, shaking his head. His words were indeed sincere. In the past, singers truly possessed exceptional vocal skills. Yet, one must wonder about the current crop of so-called singers. Are they not merely wailing like banshees or performing bizarre antics on stage? It seems they are more focused on shouting into the microphone rather than considering the audience's experience. Lu Yu had encountered such performances while browsing short videos, leaving him deeply unsettled. At that moment, he pondered how such individuals could attain stardom and even win prestigious music awards. It was utterly absurd. This phenomenon is undoubtedly linked to the distorted aesthetics of the younger generation. Of course, there are even more ludicrous examples. "You are me, he is me, you are me, then who am I? I am you, he is you, then who are you? How on earth am I supposed to know who you are or who he is? You love whoever you wish. This is simply absurd." "Really, is that so? Never mind, you must be comforting me." "Yet, I truly enjoy listening," Reba expressed, her face initially brimming with joy but quickly returning to reality. Although her singing might be somewhat stronger than that of an average person, there remained a gap when compared to professional singers. Lu's praise felt like mere consolation. "Of course not. I'm speaking the truth. You are indeed superior to most young singers. Lu Yu reiterated sincerely. All right, then I shall believe you. However, now I wish to hear you sing. Would you perform a song for me? Reba said with a bright smile, her tone laced with a hint of playfulness. To her, Lu Yu seemed capable of anything. She simply wondered about his singing abilities. In her eyes, Lu Yu was the epitome of perfection, so surely singing would be a trivial matter for him, especially since his speaking voice was already delightful. Me? Lu Yu was taken aback by Reba's bold request. Yet, he guessed it was merely a way to pass the time, as sitting idly was indeed rather dull. The majority of viewers in the live stream shared Reba's eagerness to see Lu Yu showcase his talent. Naturally, many also anticipated that Lu Yu might falter. No one could possibly excel in every aspect. If that were the case, how could anyone else thrive? Yes, I am eager to hear. Reba's gaze was intense as she looked at Lu Yu, nodding like a chick pecking at rice, clearly looking forward to his performance. Very well, since that's the case, I shall embarrass myself. Lu Yu conceded, noting the fervor in Reba's eyes. In the past, his singing had been quite commendable, and with the system's rewards, it was now even more melodious. Fantastic, fantastic. Upon hearing Lu Yu's agreement, Reba was overwhelmed with joy. Then I shall sing The Dust and the Fireworks by Fa Wang Hua Hua. I believe the lyrics and melody are quite splendid, Lu Yu contemplated aloud. Though Fa Wang Hua Hua's singing style often drew criticism, particularly the direct performances that seemed more like sorcery, there were moments when his singing was indeed commendable. For instance, The Dust and the Fireworks was performed exceptionally well. Thus, Lu Yu found himself puzzled, bewildered, and unable to comprehend why someone so talented would prefer theatrical antics. That song is truly beautiful. Quickly sing it. I can hardly wait. Reba exclaimed excitedly. Although she did not fully agree with some of Fa Wang Hua Hua's performance styles, she had to admit that The Dust and the Fireworks was indeed a remarkable piece. Chapter 55 The Internet Erupts. Once again trending cough, cough. Lu Yu cleared his throat. His voice, clear, ethereal, and full of magnetism, gradually resonated. Watching the dancing dust fall, unnoticed by anyone, how free and unrestrained. Yet the world thrives on noise and commotion, leaving no room for my tedium. I ought not to dawdle alone. Lu Yu's voice was naturally exquisite, coupled with the singing techniques rewarded by the system. Even without any sound cards or sound engineers, his voice was remarkably pleasing to the ear. His ethereal timbre transported listeners into the realm of the lyrics. Just the opening lines rendered the previously boisterous live stream utterly silent. Everyone began to listen intently to the melody, for Lu Yu's singing was simply enchanting. His otherworldly voice could instantly immerse one in the lyrical atmosphere. Who had time to comment or send bullet messages? At the moment Lu Yu began to sing, a look of profound astonishment crossed Reba's face. She was soon completely captivated, her beautiful eyes fixated on Lu Yu. Only I guard the tranquil desert, waiting for the flowers to bloom. Only I observe the joy of others, feeling a sense of wonder, allowing me to ponder grand truths I am reluctant to grasp. The wind blows in gusts, why does it not return? When the wind departs, it does not come back. Is it sorrow? How quickly one becomes numb. Should it not slow down? Laughing with abandon, crying with candor, why must expressions be dictated by this world? I am who I am, merely me, just a fragment of dust scattered by a firework. In the subsequent high notes, Lu Yu articulated each word and pitch with impeccable precision. The high notes posed no challenge for him. He felt he could easily ascend another few octaves, however, he deemed it unnecessary. Singing was primarily an emotional expression. Perfection lay in moderation, not in showcasing vocal prowess. Once the song concluded, Lu Yu exhaled deeply as he sang, his emotions intertwined with the lyrics, leaving his heart in a tumultuous state. Beside him, Reba had long been agape, her eyes brimming with shock and admiration. Clearly, she had not anticipated Lu Yu's vocal prowess to be so exceptional. Without any professional equipment, he had managed to evoke the ambience of a concert. His ethereal voice was indeed a divine gift. What a vocal talent that many singers could only dream of. Was it beautiful? After the song, Reba remained lost in the music for a full half-minute. Lu had completely composed himself and smiled as he inquired. His voice gently pulled Reba back from her musical reverie. Gulp, she swallowed hard. nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. It was beautiful. So beautiful, she exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. It was indeed beautiful, a genuine reflection of her thoughts. In fact, regarding that song alone, she believed no one could surpass Lu Yu's performance, not even the original artist. Meanwhile, the 7 million viewers in the live stream snapped back to reality after a minute of stunned silence. Oh my god, is that really Lu Yu singing? It's hard to believe. This guy Lu Yu sings so beautifully? That cannot merely be described as beautiful. It is a divine song. Please don't misunderstand. When I say divine, I mean it can achieve legendary status. Congratulations to Lu Yu for being awarded the title of Singing God. The title of Singing God is truly well-deserved. In comparison, Lu Yu has undoubtedly overshadowed the original artist. This guy is a born singer. Hua hua. I beg you, brother, spare me a chance. Right now, I am utterly in awe of Lu Yu. My husband is incredible. Mua. Don't compete with me. Lu Yu is mine. His singing skills are like a sparrow pecking at an ox's rear. Utter brilliance. Though I am not musically inclined, nor do I understand rhythm, it truly is beautiful. Indeed, it is so beautiful, this song could certainly achieve legendary status. Though I am a fan of Hua Hua and admire him, in terms of this song, Lu Yu's vocal skills surpass his by far. Hua Hua. This is too difficult for me. The live stream had erupted into chaos. In that moment, every video blogger immediately began editing. They had no idea that once this song was released, it would ignite the entire internet. Soon, Lu Yu would undoubtedly become a true singing god, a revered figure among the young idol singers. Even veteran artists would find themselves challenged. Meanwhile, in the commentary live stream, gulp, gulp. The eagle and Lu Ha struggled to swallow, evidently as stunned as the average viewer. They had not expected this ordinary contestant, with such formidable survival skills, to possess such impressive singing talent as well. It was as if they had been utterly crushed. Too beautiful. This Lu Yu is definitely professional. He must have trained in singing. I am left in awe. So, sister, how do you think Lu Yu sang just now? Lu Ha's excitement was palpable, almost as if he had sung the song himself. She turned to the eagle and asked, It was fine. I suppose it was passable. The eagle, struggling to contain her astonishment, spoke somewhat incoherently. Deep down, she knew that even if she sang the same song, she could not reach such heights. However, admitting that someone she disliked was excellent was a challenging feat. Truly, it was splendid. Though I do not fully grasp the meaning of the song, Lu Yu's voice is utterly captivating, incredibly soothing, and indeed flawless, Bell remarked, glancing at the eagle. While he wasn't well-versed in Mandarin songs, he could tell that Lu Yu was undoubtedly a master vocalist. To call him a vocalist of distinction would not be an overstatement. Indeed, he sang remarkably well. I was not expecting Lu Yu to possess such a talent. Even Zhang Zi found herself impressed. At that moment, across the internet, just a few minutes after its release, Lu Yu's singing video had gone viral. Some edited clips had already surpassed 1 million views. Instantly climbing the Weibo trending topics. Lu, a song to achieve legendary status. Is this the voice kissed by angels? Lu Yu, no respite for the original artist. Dust in the fireworks across all short video platforms. The name Lu Yu dominated the trending search terms. Meanwhile, the once prominent Hua Hua, now eliminated, was scrolling through short videos at home when he stumbled upon this clip. As seconds ticked away, Hua Hua's expression grew increasingly grim. Every comment section of the short videos was filled with praise for Lu Yu. Meanwhile, he, the original artist, was being utterly overshadowed. With a crash, he slammed his phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Hua Hua's face darkened to an extreme. Although he desperately wanted to disbelieve it, the netizens were not wrong at all. Lu Yu's singing was indeed better than his own. Yet he could not accept it. How could a mere amateur outshine him? Why did he possess a voice superior to his? This king would never concede defeat. Chapter 56. Discovering the wild goat herd. Today's harvest is undoubtedly promising. Yet no amount of anger can alter the present moment. He must concede that Lu Yu's rendition of the song is indeed more melodious than his own. Moreover, the fellow's voice seems as if it has been kissed by angels. Such perfection in sound is extraordinary. As Lu Yu's enchanting voice captivates the internet, numerous music production and talent agencies have swiftly turned their gaze towards him. With such exceptional attributes, a little refinement could undoubtedly propel him to stardom. Of course, Lu Yu is already quite popular, enjoying immense fame. Consequently, most music production companies have commenced investigations into Lu Yu's background. After all, to recruit such a talent, they must first take actions that endear him to them on the island. After Lu Yu concluded his song, Reba found herself utterly enamored. He is not only handsome but possesses an exquisite singing voice. Most importantly, he is remarkably capable. He is undoubtedly the quintessential Prince Charming in her eyes. In that fleeting moment, Reba felt that no one in the world could surpass Lu Yu in excellence. Such a remarkable man would likely attract the admiration of many women. Furthermore, considering Lu Yu's inherent qualities, if he desired to earn some money, it would be a breeze. Perhaps once this recording program concludes, he could venture out to sign contracts with film or music companies. At that point, a fortune would surely follow. Lu Yu, I've realized you've become increasingly enigmatic, Reba remarked. You seem like an unfathomable abyss. Even sitting before me, I cannot discern your depths. With her chin resting on her hands, she adopted the posture of an adoring fan, her eyes brimming with unabashed admiration. She felt an overwhelming urge to uncover all of Lu Yu's secrets at once. However, reason ultimately triumphed over impulse. After all, as a woman, she couldn't be too forward, could she? Men. If they could be entirely understood, wouldn't that be dreadful? Lu Yu replied with a smile, feeling quite pleased with his earlier performance. It appears the system's rewards are indeed formidable. Based on the caliber of his recent singing, he could easily overshadow the typical youthful idols. Even against seasoned singers, he now possesses the leverage to compete. Perhaps after leaving this place, he could pursue a career in music. His initial aim was to earn money, and as long as it is lawful, all methods are viable. Sounds good. Reba quickly nodded in agreement. The two then made their way into the shelter. Around 10 p.m., a gentle breeze began to waft through the island. The climate here is peculiar. While the days are sweltering, the nights bring a sharp drop in temperature. Reba soon drifted into slumber, instinctively curling up against Lu Yu. He seemed to have grown accustomed to it as well. After all, sharing warmth while sleeping naturally elevates the temperature between them. However, it was evident that precautions were necessary. The night's chill could lead to a cold, which would be disastrous, potentially resulting in their elimination. With the timely chorus of birdsong, both Lu Yu and Reba awoke simultaneously. After a brief wash, they consumed some yam. All right, our task today is to hunt goats, Lu Yu declared, inspecting his bow and arrows. Today, we will surely succeed in hunting a goat. Reba exclaimed, her anticipation palpable. Just the thought of savoring delicious lamb chops fills me with excitement. Reba nodded, her face illuminated with eager expectation. Though they had meat to eat in the past few days, the wild chicken and rabbit had proven somewhat tough and carried a distinct earthy flavor. Additionally, both lacked adequate fat, rendering them far less satisfying compared to lamb. As for the gamey taste of lamb, it could be disregarded entirely. Indeed, today, Lady Luck will surely be on our side. Lu Yu affirmed with confidence. Let us set off. He was resolutely optimistic about his archery skills. Provided they encountered a herd of goats, capturing one should pose no challenge. This time, they opted not to bring the little round one along, as the journey was rather long, and bringing such a tiny creature might become a burden. Time slipped by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Following the tracks they had previously left, they soon located the area where the goats were active. Look, the wild goat droppings here are fresh, Lu Yu noted. This indicates they are still roaming in this vicinity. We must remain vigilant and avoid making excessive noise. He crouched down, examining the goat droppings. After crushing some between his thumb and forefinger, he felt a hint of moisture, suggesting the goats had passed through not long ago. More importantly, the grass in the area showed signs of significant trampling, indicating a sizable herd was likely present. Got it, Reba replied quickly, nodding and doing her utmost to stay quiet, obediently trailing behind Lu Yu. While she might not offer any assistance in hunting, she certainly wouldn't create disturbances. The pair proceeded cautiously, following the goats' tracks for nearly half an hour before finally spotting the herd. Wow! So many goats! Reba exclaimed. 1, 2, 3, 4 There are a total of 9 wild goats. She was ecstatic to see the herd just a few dozen meters away, although 4 of them were mere kids. Wonderful, those goats are still young. Lu Yu chuckled quietly. Perhaps our bounty today will exceed just 1 goat. Given his current physical condition, he could easily catch the kids even with his bare hands. If he managed to capture all of them, he might even establish a small farm. Imagining the prospect of enjoying lamb chops and fresh goat milk once they matured brought a delightful smile to his face. "All right, wait here and remain silent," Lu Yu instructed Reba. "I'll approach slowly." He then began to ease his pace, inching closer to the goat herd. Thanks to the 2 doses of physical enhancers he had taken, Lu Yu's attributes had significantly improved. This enhancement was evident not only in his strength and speed, but also in his stamina and agility. Consequently, he moved forward with minimal noise, and the dense foliage made it difficult for the goats to detect him. Eventually, Lu Yu halted approximately 15 meters from the goats, who were blissfully grazing on the grass, completely oblivious to the impending danger. Meanwhile, Lu Yu had already drawn his bow, aiming at the largest goat among the herd. If he succeeded in hunting that one, it would provide them with sustenance for at least a month. Chapter 57. Do you realize the extent of harm a large entity can inflict upon a mere lamb? At this moment, the audience in room 3 held their breaths, their anxiety mirroring that of Lu Yu, perhaps even surpassing it. Goodness. I'm incredibly tense. It feels more nerve-wracking than when I operate myself. Who can deny that? My palms are sweating. Come on, you shun. Show us your archery skills. Brothers, don't be so anxious. Aren't we all aware of Yushin's prowess? He's got this. Indeed, please trust my husband. Pa, women. Have you all noticed that the wild goat Lu Yu is aiming at seems to show signs of pregnancy? It does look like that goat has quite a bulge. Isn't that just what happens when goats are well-fed? Not quite. As a veterinarian, I assure you that that doe is definitely pregnant. This is wilderness survival. Who cares? Just shoot it. Exactly. For heaven's sake, can we not bicker? Can't we just watch seriously? I'm on the verge of dying from tension. The barrage of comments in the live stream was sparse, allowing for clarity to die in truth. The overwhelming majority of viewers were filled with immense tension, acutely feeling Lu Yu's anxiety. After all, if they could successfully hunt a wild goat, they would secure at least another fortnight of survival. At this moment, Lu Yu too had noticed that the goat he had targeted seemed to be pregnant, causing his brow to furrow slightly. He instinctively adjusted his aim. This was not out of compassion, but rather due to the age-old adage, do not hunt during the breeding season, nor fish during spawning. March is the season for birds to reproduce. Hunting large birds would jeopardize the survival of their young. Likewise, April is when most fish lay their eggs. For the sake of sustainable development, it is essential to afford them the opportunity to propagate. Thus, fishing is generally avoided during this time. This consideration is ultimately for humanity's own survival. Similarly, although the wild goat Lu Yu initially aimed at was indeed larger, a single arrow could lead to multiple casualties, potentially affecting the goat's reproduction. Survival is inherently merciless, as living beings must be consumed for one to thrive. However, there is no need for complete annihilation. Furthermore, this choice also provides a safety net for oneself. Upon observing Lu Yu's subtle adjustment, some viewers felt an overwhelming joy. Their favored contestant truly lived up to their expectations. Whoosh! In the next instant, the arrow was loosed, producing a faint whoosh as it pierced the air. The wild goat herd seemed to sense the commotion, but it was too late to flee. Swish! The bamboo arrow struck the intended wild goat just above its foreleg. Hunters typically avoid targeting an animal's head for a couple of reasons. Firstly, an animal's head is smaller than its body, reducing the likelihood of a successful hit. Secondly, most animals possess a sturdy skull. Even if struck, they may not succumb swiftly. Thus, seasoned hunters usually aim for the lungs, where the absence of bone protection allows for immediate penetration, ensuring a quick death. Thud. The struck wild goat leapt nearly a meter into the air before thrashing about wildly. However, it only managed to run a mere 10 meters before collapsing, gasping for breath. Clearly, having been shot in the lungs, it had lost all chance of survival. The remaining 8 wild goats, startled, scattered in all directions, their young struggling to keep pace. Without hesitation after releasing his arrow, Lu Yu sprang forth like a cheetah, darting through the underbrush. In the blink of an eye, he was upon one of the young goats, swiftly tackling it to the ground. With the previously struck goat devoid of any chance for recovery, there was no need to inflict further damage. His speed was such that nearby Reba scarcely registered what had transpired. My heavens, is Lu Yu even human? His speed just now felt faster than those wild goats. Reba swallowed hard, her eyes wide with disbelief. The reaction and speed of one individual could reach such heights? Surely, even world-class sprinters could not match Lu Yu's caliber. Lu Yu paid no heed to Reba's astonishment. He seized a vine, binding the captured young goat in place before sprinting off once more, akin to a leopard, chasing after another fleeing kid. The audience, glued to their screens, was utterly bewildered, their expressions mirroring Reba's. Shock, unparalleled shock. Confusion, perplexity, a complete inability to comprehend. The sheer magnitude of human strength and reaction could not possibly reach such extremes. What a farce! Even international sprinters would struggle to match this level of response and speed, unless the footage had been accelerated. Yet, this was a live stream, not a short video. Goodness! Am I seeing things? After a moment of shock, the live stream erupted with excitement, to the point that even Lu Yu's remarkable archery skills were forgotten. Meanwhile, the commentator, Bei Yi, was utterly captivated by Lu Yu's performance. The man's previous display of strength had already left him astounded, leading him to believe that Lu Yu possessed a physique far beyond that of a special forces soldier. Now, witnessing such incredible speed, he found it hard to believe. If this man were a soldier, he would be a nightmare for any adversary. 5 minutes later, Lu Yu returned, cradling a young wild goat in his arms. Ba ba ba, ba ba ba. Clearly, the captured kid was somewhat indignant, struggling fiercely against its restraints. Whack! Lu Yu delivered a resounding slap to the young goat's face. You little captive, behave yourself. The young goat, momentarily stunned by the blow, ceased its bleeding. Goodness. Lu Yu, are you trying to make me laugh to death with your antics? Ha ha ha. This is simply too hilarious. The little goat was left dazed by a single slap. The young goat must be thinking, can a mere human accomplish such feats? The young goat must reflect. Though I am not human, you are indeed a dog, treating me so cruelly even knowing I am a captive. Lu Yu, you truly defy humanity. Do you comprehend the extent of harm your actions inflict upon a newborn kid? Yushun, I implore you to act like a human. Spare the little lamb some dignity. The viewers in the live stream vehemently condemned Lu Yu's inhumane behavior, however. While his actions may have been somewhat ruthless, they were undeniably amusing. Chapter 57. Do you have any idea how much harm a large beast can inflict upon a mere lamb? At this moment, every viewer in the third live streaming room held their breath, their emotions mirroring the tension felt by Lu Yu, perhaps even surpassing it. Damn! I'm incredibly nervous. It feels more intense than when I operate myself. Who could argue otherwise? My palms are sweating profusely. Come on, Yushun. Let us witness your archery skills. Brothers, don't be so anxious. Aren't we all aware of Yushun's prowess? He's got this in the bag. Exactly. Trust in my husband. Pa, women. Has anyone noticed that the wild goat Lu Yu is aiming at seems to show signs of pregnancy? Indeed, that goat's belly appears quite large. Isn't that typical after a goat has had its fill? Not quite. I'm a veterinarian, and I can assure you that the female goat is definitely pregnant. This is wilderness survival. Who cares? Just shoot and be done with it. Exactly. Can everyone just stop the chatter and focus? I'm on the verge of collapse from tension. The barrage of comments in the live stream was sparse, allowing for a clearer view. In truth, the majority of those present felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, as they could vividly experience Lu Yu's own trepidation. It is essential to realize that if they were successful in hunting a wild goat, they could extend their survival by at least another fortnight. At that moment, Lu Yu also noticed that the goat he had targeted appeared to be pregnant. His brow furrowed slightly, and he instinctively adjusted his aim. This was not due to any moral dilemma. Rather, it was in accordance with an age-old proverb: do not hunt spring birds, nor catch fish in April. March is the season for birds to reproduce. Should one kill a large bird, the fledglings would not survive. Similarly, April marks the spawning season for most fish, and to ensure long-term sustainability, it is crucial to allow them the opportunity to reproduce. Thus, fishing during this time is generally avoided. This consideration is fundamentally tied to human survival. In a similar vein, although the wild goat Lu Yu initially chose was indeed larger, a single arrow could result in the loss of 2 lives, or even more, and would adversely impact the goat's ability to reproduce. While survival is inherently ruthless, demanding the sacrifice of animals for sustenance, there is no necessity to eradicate every living creature. Moreover, this decision also serves as a safeguard for his own future. Upon witnessing Lu Yu's subtle adjustment, some viewers in the live stream felt an immense sense of joy. Their favored competitor was indeed as commendable as they had hoped. Whoosh! In the next instant, the arrow soared forth, producing a faint sound as it sliced through the air. The herd of wild goats seemed to sense the disturbance, but it was too late to flee. Swish! The bamboo arrow pierced the foreleg of the targeted wild goat. Typically, hunters do not aim for an animal's head. The reasoning is straightforward. An animal's head is comparatively smaller than its body, thus reducing the likelihood of a successful hit. Furthermore, the skulls of most animals are quite sturdy. Even if struck, they may not succumb swiftly. Therefore, seasoned hunters usually target the lungs, where no bones provide protection, allowing for a swift, fatal wound. Thud. The struck wild goat leaped nearly a meter into the air before beginning to thrash about. However, after only 10 meters, it collapsed, gasping for breath. Clearly, having been shot through the lungs, it had lost all chance of survival. The other 8 wild goats, startled, scattered in all directions. The young goats, already slow in their sprint, found themselves at a disadvantage. Without any hesitation after releasing the arrow, Lu Yu sprang into action like a leopard, swiftly darting out of the underbrush. In a mere blink, he was beside a young goat, tackling it to the ground. With the previously shot goat devoid of any hope of survival, there was no need to inflict further damage. His speed was such that the nearby Reba could hardly comprehend what had just transpired. My heavens, is this guy Lu Yu truly human? His speed just now felt faster than those wild goats. Reba swallowed hard, her eyes wide with disbelief. The reaction and speed of a human could reach such heights? What a joke. Even world-class sprinters might not match Lu Yu's capabilities unless the previous video had been accelerated. But they were watching a live stream, not a short clip. Damn! Mother, I've seen a ghost. After a moment of shock, the live stream erupted with excitement, to the point that Lu Yu's impressive archery skills were momentarily forgotten. At this juncture, the commentator in the live stream, Pei, found himself wholly convinced by Lu Yu's abilities. The strength he had previously exhibited had already left him astounded, and now, his displayed speed was beyond belief. If Lu Yu were a special forces operative, he would surely be a nightmare for his opponents. 5 minutes later, Lu Yu returned, cradling a young goat in his arms. Ba ba ba, ba ba ba. Clearly, the captured young goat was quite indignant, struggling wildly. Smack! Lu Yu delivered a swift slap to the goat's face. You little captive, behave yourself. The young goat, momentarily stunned, ceased its bleeding. Damn. Lu Yu, are you trying to make me die from laughter? Pfft. This is absolutely hilarious. The little goat is bewildered by a single slap. Young goat, look at this. Can a mere human achieve such feats? Young goat, although I'm not human, you're truly a beast, treating me like this despite knowing I'm a captive. Lu Yu is so inhumane. Do you have any idea how much damage a single slap can do to a newborn goat? You shun, for heaven's sake, be a decent human being. Spare the little lamb some dignity. The viewers in the live stream strongly condemned Lu Yu's inhumane behavior. However, while his actions might seem a tad cruel, they were undeniably amusing. Chapter 58. Slaughtering goats and smoking mutton. At this moment, Reba came running over, her admiration for Lu Yu evident in her eyes, unmasked. Lu Yu, you are truly incredible. You are my idol, my hero. To think you managed to catch 3 goats all at once. Without hesitation, Reba threw her arms around Lu Yu, nearly kissing him in her excitement. A pair of small, sea cups were enthusiastically squeezing Lu Yu's arms, causing him a slight discomfort. Basic etiquette, please? Lu Yu remarked with a smug expression. In truth, the little lamb he held was rather unfortunate. It had a chance to escape but found itself ensnared by the dense underbrush during its flight. Had Lu Yu not intervened in time, it might have suffocated. Reflecting on it, Lu Yu felt like a great savior. The little lamb seemed to convey, so, do I owe you my gratitude? Reba bore no ill will towards Lu Yu's boastfulness. After all, his prowess was indeed remarkable. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, he had already captured 3 goats. Though 2 of them were lambs, their meat appeared to be even more tender. Slurp. The thought of succulent, tender mutton made her mouth water. Well then, our haul today is quite impressive. Wait a moment, I'll fashion a carrying frame. and you can take charge of these 2 lambs. I'll handle the larger one." Without delay, Lu Yu quickly constructed a frame, securing the 2 lambs on either end. Each lamb weighed around 10 pounds, making it an easy lift for Reba. The wild goat, having been struck in the lungs, was utterly lifeless. Lu effortlessly hoisted it onto his shoulder, and the 2 of them contentedly made their way towards the shelter. "You carry the frame, and I'll shoulder the goat," welcoming the dawn, bidding farewell to the twilight. Overcoming obstacles, paving the way to greatness. In a buoyant mood, Lu Yu sang cheerful melodies as they walked. 2.5 hours later, they returned to the shelter. "Lu Yu, how should we handle these 2 lambs? Should we slaughter them immediately?" Reba looked at Lu Yu with innocent curiosity. The lambs were undeniably adorable, yet in her eyes, they were merely food. Oh dear. Reba seemed even more ruthless than he had anticipated. "No, let us keep the 2 lambs for now. After all, they don't have much meat, and we already have enough from the wild goat to last us a while. We'll wait until they grow a bit larger before slaughtering them." Lu Yu shook his head. Given the high daytime temperatures, the meat's preservation time was limited. Fresh meat could not be stored for long. Although smoking it would extend its shelf life, it would compromise both flavor and nutritional value. Therefore, it was best to keep the lambs temporarily until they matured a bit. "All right, I understand." Reba nodded eagerly. She then added, "How about I go chop some bamboo in the forest? I can build a pen for them when I return." After their explorations over the past few days, they had not encountered any imminent dangers. Although they had seen some venomous insects, as long as they exercised caution, there should be no issues. They had yet to spot any venomous snakes since arriving on the island, and the only carnivorous creatures they had glimpsed were small groups. Thus, Reba's confidence had grown significantly. "Let us hold off for now. We should first deal with the wild goat. We can go together afterward. It would be too risky for you to go alone." Lu Yu voiced his concern. He genuinely feared for Reba's safety if she ventured out alone, especially since he had heard wolf howls in the past. Although there had been no further sounds in recent nights, it did not guarantee that the wolves had vanished. If Reba encountered danger on her own, she would have no means to defend herself. More importantly, they only had one machete between them. If she took it to chop bamboo, he would lack the tools to slaughter the wild goat. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Reba nodded quickly, feeling pleased that Lu Yu cared about her safety. After bringing the lifeless wild goat to the stream, Lu Yu walked downstream for about 10 minutes before beginning the processing. The butchering of the goat would undoubtedly produce a strong odor of blood, which could attract nearby carnivorous animals. Just because they had not encountered any thus far did not mean they were absent in the wilderness. Survival required vigilance. One must always remain wary to live longer. The area where these wild goats thrived appeared devoid of natural predators, resulting in their impressive size and fat reserves. This was excellent for Lu Yu and Reba, as their recent meals had mostly consisted of protein and carbohydrates, leaving them somewhat lacking in fat. Today's wild goat would provide a much-needed source of fat. Any excess fat could be rendered into cooking oil, enhancing the flavor of future meals. In this wilderness, every part of a wild goat was invaluable. Its hide could serve as a natural wool blanket or be fashioned into woolen garments. The skin could be stretched and dried to create a blanket, while the entrails could be cleaned and consumed as food. The bones might also prove useful in the future, warranting their preservation. Time passed, and after more than 3 hours, Lu Yu finally finished processing the wild goat. The lengthy duration was primarily due to the meticulous task of skinning it. Achieving a flawless result required patience. The division of the meat, however, was swift. The entrails also needed thorough cleaning. Finally done. This wild goat was quite plump, yielding an impressive amount of meat. Gazing at the 3 large baskets brimming with mutton beside him, Lu Yu felt that all his efforts had been worthwhile. After smoking, the meat should last them for at least 20 days. So much meat. Gulp. Reba, eyeing the abundant mutton, felt her throat involuntarily twitch. She had not eaten breakfast that morning and was now eager to savor the flavor of the meat. Despite the strong aroma of mutton, it did nothing to dampen their appetite. "Let us go. We should take this meat back. For lunch today, we'll have these entrails." Animal entrails are rich in trace elements essential for the human body. They will provide excellent nourishment. After speaking, Lu Yu shouldered 2 baskets of meat, while Reba grabbed 1 basket and headed towards the shelter. Within minutes, they returned to the lakeside sanctuary. "Lu Yu, let me handle the cooking of these entrails. Don't you still have the goat skin to process?" Reba eagerly volunteered to take over lunch preparations. Cooking meat was her forte, and with the spices they had, the mutton would surely be delectable. All right. Luyu nodded and proceeded to deal with the goat skin. If left untreated for too long, the skin would harden and shrink. Thus, it was imperative to process it promptly. Additionally, the leftover meat needed to be smoked soon, as the daytime heat was quite intense. If he did not act quickly, it would spoil. Processing the goat skin was relatively simple. First, he crafted a rectangular frame out of bamboo, then secured the goat's forelegs with ropes at each corner of the frame. The head was similarly treated. This way, the skin would not shrink excessively during the drying process. Next, he assembled a smoking rack and began smoking the meat. During this process, it was crucial not to use dry wood but rather leaves and damp twigs, as the primary requirement for smoking was smoke itself. Completing all these tasks took merely an hour, and it was now high noon. Chapter 58. Slaughtering goats, smoking mutton. At this moment, Reba came running over with an exuberant demeanor, her eyes sparkling with unabashed admiration. Luyu, you are truly remarkable. You are my idol, my male deity. To think you managed to catch 3 goats all at once. Without hesitation, Reba threw her arms around Luyu, barely resisting the urge to plant a kiss on him. A pair of small C's energetically clung to Luyu's arms, which left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Basic skills, no need for excessive excitement, Luyu replied, his face brimming with pride. In truth, the little lamb he held was rather unfortunate. It had every opportunity to escape, yet during its frantic flight, it had become ensnared by the dense foliage. Had Luyu not intervened in time, it might have met a grim fate. Reflecting on this, Luyu fancied himself a savior of sorts. The little lamb seemed to say, "So, I owe you my gratitude then." Reba, however, held no grudge against Luyu's boastfulness. After all, his prowess was indeed astonishing. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, he had already captured 3 goats. Although 2 of them were lambs, their meat was reputed to be the most tender. Slurp! The thought of the succulent mutton made her salivate. "Well then, today's haul is quite impressive," she declared. "I'll fashion a carrying frame, and you shall be responsible for these 2 lambs. The larger one is mine." And so, they set to work. Luyu swiftly crafted a frame and hung the 2 lambs on either end. Each lamb weighed merely around 10 kilograms, making it easy for Reba to lift them effortlessly. The wild goat, shot in the lungs, had completely succumbed to death, allowing Luyu to carry it with ease. Satisfied, the 2 made their way toward the shelter. "You carry the frame, and I'll bear the goat." Welcoming the dawn, bidding farewell to the evening glow, overcoming obstacles, forging a grand path. In high spirits, Luyu sang a cheerful tune as they walked. After 2.5 hours, they returned to their refuge. "What shall we do with these 2 lambs, Luyu?" Reba inquired innocently. "Should we slaughter them right away?" Looking at Luyu, her face held a childlike sincerity. The lambs were undeniably adorable, yet in her eyes, they were merely sustenance. Reba seemed even more ruthless than he had anticipated. "No, let us keep the 2 lambs for now," Luyu replied. "They don't possess much meat, and we have enough from the wild goat to last us a while. We can wait until they grow a bit larger before slaughtering them." He shook his head. The daytime temperatures were still quite high, limiting the meat's storage time. Fresh meat could not be kept for long. While curing it into smoked meat would extend its shelf life, the taste and nutritional value would significantly diminish. Thus, the lambs would be kept temporarily until they matured. "All right then." Reba nodded eagerly. She continued, "Shall I venture into the bamboo grove to chop some bamboo? I can build a pen for them when I return." Through their explorations over the past few days, they had not encountered any imminent dangers. Although they had seen some venomous insects, they posed little threat if approached with caution. As for venomous snakes, they had not encountered any since arriving on the island. The only fearsome carnivorous creatures they had seen were merely small packs. Reba's courage was gradually growing. "Let us hold off for now. We should first handle the wild goat," Luyu suggested. "It would be too perilous for you to go alone." He genuinely feared for Reba's safety. After all, he had heard the howls of wolves in the past. Though the sounds had not returned in the past few nights, it did not mean the wolves had vanished. If Reba were to encounter danger alone, she would have no means to defend herself. More importantly, they only had one machete between them. If she took it to chop bamboo, he would be left without a tool to slaughter the wild goat. "All right, I'll listen to you, Reba agreed, her heart swelling with happiness at Lu Yu's concern for her safety. After transporting the now lifeless wild goat to the stream, Lu Yu walked downstream for about 10 minutes before beginning the processing. The task of butchering a wild goat would inevitably produce an overwhelming stench of blood, which could attract nearby carnivorous animals. Just because they had not encountered any thus far did not mean they were absent in the wilderness. One must always prepare for the unexpected. Survival depended on vigilance. The area where the wild goats thrived seemed devoid of natural predators, allowing them to grow quite plump. Beneath their skin, a generous layer of fat lay, which was a boon for Lu Yu and Reba. For some time, their diet had consisted predominantly of protein and carbohydrates, and they were in need of fat. Today's wild goat would be an excellent source of nourishment. Additionally, excess fat could be rendered into animal oil for cooking, enhancing the flavor of their meals. In this wilderness, every part of the wild goat was invaluable. Its hide could be transformed into a natural wool blanket, and the skin could be fashioned into woolen garments. The hide could be stretched and dried to create blankets, while the entrails could also serve as food after proper cleaning. Even the bones could potentially have useful applications in the future, warranting their preservation. Time slipped by, and after 3 arduous hours, Lu Yu finally finished processing the wild goat. The lengthy duration was primarily due to the meticulous task of skinning it to perfection. However, the meat could be divided swiftly, and the entrails required thorough cleaning. At last, it is done. This wild goat was indeed quite fat, yielding an impressive amount of meat. Looking at the 3 large baskets brimming with mutton beside him, Lu Yu felt that all his efforts had been worth it. Once smoked, this meat should last them more than 20 days. So much meat. Gulping, Reba's throat instinctively convulsed at the sight of the mutton. She had not eaten breakfast that morning and was now eagerly anticipating the taste of this delectable meat. Despite the strong odor of mutton, it did nothing to dampen their appetite. "Let us go. We should take this meat back," Lu Yu suggested. "For lunch today, we shall feast on these entrails. They are rich in essential trace elements necessary for the body and will provide a substantial boost." After speaking, he hoisted 2 baskets of meat, while Reba picked up one and headed toward their shelter. A few minutes later, they arrived back at the Bai Lake shelter. "Lu Yu, let me take charge of cooking these entrails," Reba offered. "Don't you need to deal with the goat hide?" She eagerly volunteered to handle lunch, as cooking meat was her forte. Moreover, they had an array of delightful seasonings, ensuring the mutton would be delicious. "All right." Lu Yu nodded and proceeded to prepare the goat hide. If left untreated for too long, the hide would harden and shrink. It was imperative to process it quickly. Additionally, any leftover meat needed to be smoked as soon as possible, for the daytime temperatures were quite high. If he did not act promptly, it would spoil. Processing the goat hide was a straightforward task. First, he fashioned a rectangular frame from bamboo, then secured the goat's 4 legs with ropes to the corners of the frame, its head included. This way, the hide would not shrink excessively while drying. Next, he constructed a smoking rack and began the process of smoking the mutton. During the smoking process, dry wood could not be used. Instead, leaves and damp wood were essential, as the primary requirement was smoke. Completing all these tasks took merely an hour, and it was now the height of midday. Chapter 59. Work hard, and you shall be rewarded in the evening. At this moment, the large pot of offal that Reba had prepared was fully cooked. During the cooking process, she had added yanshan ginger, mint, and fennel leaves, which tempered the strong flavors. "Lu Yu, hurry over and eat," Reba exclaimed. Lu Yu promptly approached, feeling quite famished after a busy morning. Though the cooked meat still retained a hint of gamey flavor, the opportunity to savor a warm meal after a day of toil in the wilderness was indeed a stroke of fortune. The taste was of little concern to most survivors, and the abundance of spices, particularly salt, was a luxury most could only dream of. Reba took a bowl, added some salt, and crushed a few sour fruits, mixing them with yanshan ginger and fennel to create a dipping sauce. The cooked offal was sliced into small pieces, and they fashioned chopsticks from 2 bamboo strips, enhancing the experience of their meal. "Delicious. It looks utterly appetizing," Lu Yu remarked. "I'll indulge then." He picked up a piece, dipped it in the sauce, and savored the tender, succulent texture. If only they could find some lemon and wild chili peppers, the flavor would surely elevate to new heights. Locating wild chili on this island should not be overly challenging, though they had previously overlooked such seasonings. This is truly delectable," Reba exclaimed. devouring her share with gusto. While some might find the consumption of animal offal unpalatable, there were those who relished it, and Reba was among the latter. In truth, animal offal is rich in nutrients, protein, vitamins, and various essential trace elements, often surpassing the nutritional value of meat from other parts of the animal. Half an hour later, the pot of offal was nearly devoured by the two of them, with a portion also set aside for the little lambs tied up nearby. Witnessing their father's offal consumed entirely by these two bipeds, and receiving not a morsel in return, brought tears of sorrow to their eyes. "Wow! So full, so satisfied," Reba remarked, rubbing her belly, a contented smile gracing her face. It was evident that she had truly feasted today, largely due to the excellent dipping sauce they had prepared. Luyu too felt an immense sense of comfort, and the two of them relaxed for an hour, basking in the newfound ease of their lives. "Luyu, what shall we do next?" Reba inquired. "Should we gather some bamboo to build a pen for the little lambs?" After their rest, Reba felt it was time to resume their labors, as they had yet to reach the stage of fully enjoying life. "Let us hold off for a moment. We must first render this fat into oil," Luyu replied, shaking his head while gazing at the bowl of fat before them. This fat could be refined into animal oil, which would enhance the flavor of their stir-fried vegetables in the future. The fat was already cut into 1 centimeter cubes, ready to be melted down in the pot. Once all the oil was extracted, the residue would also be preserved for later use, as every bit of food must be utilized without waste. Luyu recalled a region back home where people cherished the unadulterated flavors of beef and lamb offal, particularly the stomach and intestines. They would cook these without removing the contents, tying both ends and boiling them whole, a method believed to preserve the original flavors to the utmost. It was said that the nutritional value of these contents could exceed that of beef by tenfold, though Luyu felt hesitant to try this method himself, as it seemed rather unappetizing. Half an hour later, the fat had been fully rendered into a clear oil. You transferred the refined oil into a ceramic vessel, ensuring that none of the residue went to waste. Within minutes, the animal oil solidified, its white appearance looking quite appetizing. "Ha! Mission accomplished," Luyu proclaimed. "If we use this animal oil sparingly, it should last us at least a month. All right, let's go chop some bamboo," he continued. "When we return, we will construct a pen for these little ones." The wild goat had also been completely processed, and the previously cut meat had been cured just enough, not overly so, as that would lead to excessive nutrient loss and render it tough to chew. They hung all the cured meat in their shelter, placing the lambs inside for warmth and safety. After spending over 2 hours in the bamboo grove and making 4 trips to transport the bamboo, they had more than enough to build a pen. The excess bamboo could be fashioned into tables and chairs, a luxury they had previously foregone due to time constraints and insufficient food supply. Now that they were more comfortable, they could pursue the pleasures of a more refined existence. A table and 2 chairs would allow them to dine without squatting on the ground, and they could also sit outside and bask in the sun during their leisure. "See? We start by digging small holes in the ground," Luyu instructed. "Then we secure the bamboo in place." He planned to weave vines between the bamboo for added stability. "All right, I'll leave this task to you while I craft us some chairs." Reba was more than capable of handling the pen construction, as it required little skill, just some physical effort and time. Meanwhile, Luyu would take on the more intricate task of making the furniture. "Understood, Commander. Leave this small task to me. I assure you it will be completed," Reba responded, brimming with confidence and enthusiasm. She relished the tasks Luyu assigned her, as it assuaged her fears of being a burden. Go for it. Work hard, and I shall reward you well tonight," Luyu encouraged, giving her shoulder a playful pat, his heart warmed by her spirited demeanor. Chapter 59. Work hard, and you shall be rewarded in the evening. At this moment, a large pot of offal prepared by Reba was fully cooked. During the cooking process, she had added yanshan ginger, mint, and fennel leaves, which tempered the strong aroma. "Luyu, come and eat," Reba called out. Luyu hurried over, feeling quite famished after a morning of labor. Although the cooked meat still carried a hint of gamey flavor, being able to savor a steaming piece of meat after a day's toil in the wilderness felt like a stroke of luck. As for the taste, it was hardly a concern for most survivors. With the addition of so many seasonings, and most importantly, salt, an indulgence that most survivors could only dream of, this meal was a true feast. Reba took a bowl, added some salt, and mashed a few sour fruits, mixing them with yinshan ginger and crushed fennel leaves to create a dipping sauce. The cooked offal was cut into small pieces, and bamboo sticks were fashioned into chopsticks. This elevated their living experience significantly. Delicious. It looks absolutely appetizing. Well, I won't hold back, Luyu exclaimed, grabbing a piece, dipping it into the sauce, and popping it into his mouth. The tender, soft texture was indeed delightful. If only he could find some lemons and wild chili peppers, the flavor would be even more exquisite. Finding wild chili peppers on this deserted island shouldn't be too challenging, though they had previously overlooked such seasonings in their search. This is truly delicious. So tasty. Reba devoured her portion with fervor. While some might balk at the thought of consuming animal offal, there were those who relished it, and Reba belonged to the latter group. In fact, animal offals are rich in nutrients, proteins, vitamins, and various trace elements essential for the human body, often more nutritious than meat from other parts of the animal. Half an hour later, the pot of offal was nearly devoured by the two of them, with a small portion also shared with the little group. Meanwhile, the two lambs, still bound to the side, watched in dismay as their father's offal was consumed by the two-legged creatures before them, without even a morsel spared for them. Tears of sorrow streamed uncontrollably from their eyes. Wow, I'm so full, that was delightful. After finishing, Reba patted her belly, a satisfied smile gracing her face. It was evident that she had eaten her fill today, largely thanks to the excellent dipping sauce, which allowed her to indulge so heartily. Luyu, too, felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. The two of them rested comfortably for an hour, as life seemed to become increasingly pleasant. Luyu, what shall we do next? Shall we gather some bamboo to build a pen for the two little lambs? After their restful interlude, Reba felt it was time to get to work, as they had yet to reach the stage of truly enjoying life. Let us hold off for a moment. Let us first render this fat into oil. Luyu shook his head and gazed at the half-basin of fat before them. This fat could be processed into animal oil, which would enhance the flavor of their stir-fried vegetables in the future. The fat had been cut into 1 centimeter cubes and was ready to be melted down in the pot. Once the oil had been fully rendered, they could save the residual fat for future cooking, as even a little bit added to dishes could be quite delectable. Life required meticulous budgeting, and no edible resource should go to waste. Luyu recalled that in certain regions back home, people cherished the unadulterated taste of beef and lamb offals, particularly the stomach and intestines. When preparing these, they would not remove the contents but rather tie the ends and boil them whole. As it was said, this method preserved the original flavor most effectively. It was even rumored that the nutritional value of the contents was 10 times that of beef. Whether this claim held any truth, Luyu could not say, but the thought of it made him hesitant to try, as it seemed rather unappetizing. However, he did not oppose such practices. Every region has its own culinary traditions and customs that ought to be understood and respected, even if he personally found it hard to accept. Half an hour later, the fat had been completely rendered into a clear oil. Luyu poured the finished oil into a ceramic container, ensuring that none of the residual fat went to waste. It was all neatly packed away for use in their evening meal. In a mere 10 minutes, the animal oil had solidified, appearing appetizingly white. Phew, mission accomplished. With this much animal oil, if we use it sparingly, it should last us at least a month. All right, let us go chop some bamboo. Then we can build a pen for these little ones. The wild goats had been completely processed. The previously cut meat had been salted and smoked adequately without overdoing it, as that would cause too much nutrient loss and make it difficult to chew. They hung the smoked meat in their shelter and placed the lambs inside for warmth and safety. Then, the two set off to the bamboo grove, spending over 2 hours moving back and forth to gather bamboo. They had more than enough to construct a pen, with extra bamboo left over for making tables and chairs. Previously, due to time constraints and insufficient food, Luyu had not had the opportunity to create any furniture. Now, with ample food supplies, they could afford to pursue some comforts in life. A table and 2 chairs would allow them to dine without squatting on the ground, and they could even relax on benches to bask in the sun during their free time. Life, indeed, was about these small changes. See, first dig a small hole in the ground, Luyu instructed. Then secure the bamboo in place. We can weave vines between the bamboo later. All right, I'll leave this task to you. I'll go make us a couple of chairs. Luyu entrusted Reba with the task of building the pen, as it posed no significant challenge, merely requiring some physical effort and time. Meanwhile, he would focus on crafting the furniture, a skill Reba had yet to master, necessitating a clear division of labor. Understood, Commander, I'll handle this small task, ensuring it's completed. Reba, filled with confidence and enthusiasm, genuinely appreciated Lu Yu assigning her tasks. It made her feel as though she was contributing and not merely a burden. If Lu Yu were to take on everything alone, she would feel as though her presence was unnecessary. Keep up the great work. I'll reward you well tonight. Seeing Reba's amusing demeanor, Lu Yu patted her shoulder and said earnestly, Chapter 60. Exquisite lamb chops, Dilraba's touching moment evening. Will you reward me? Dilraba was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing a deep crimson. Such words would inevitably lead anyone's mind to wander. The expressions of the majority of the audience in the live stream mirrored her own astonishment. My goodness, has old dog Lu finally lost his composure? Such a blatant hint. It seems they have already developed some mysterious relationship a few nights ago. Is that even a question? A lonely man and woman stranded on a deserted island, confined in one room. It's a wonder they could resist. That's true, and besides, old dog Lu is indeed exceptional. Oh no, my goddess has ultimately been taken by a pig. How infuriating.
Alas.
I wish someone would join me in playing Do Diju. Get some sleep, dream about anything you desire. I strongly demand a full live stream tonight. I second that. 1. At this moment, Lu Yu was acutely aware that his previous expression had perhaps been somewhat ambiguous, leading to Dilraba's misunderstanding. Especially upon seeing her flushed cheeks, he realized she might have connected his words to something more risque, prompting him to quickly clarify, do not misunderstand. I meant to reward you with 2 large lamb chops. Upon hearing Lu Yu's explanation, Dilraba's expression shifted once more. In a fleeting moment, she seemed to experience a tinge of disappointment. After all, she considered herself a stunning beauty. Was she truly worth just 2 large lamb chops? It was rather vexing. However, she could only respond with a smile to Lu Yu. The two then resumed their respective tasks. Time flew by swiftly. Before they knew it, the sun had dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the entire island in the twilight glow. Lu Yu had successfully completed the table and 2 chairs, showcasing his impeccable craftsmanship. After testing them, he found them quite sturdy. Meanwhile, on Dilraba's side, the sheep pen was nearing completion. A couple more wraps of vines, and they would be finished. The 2 little lambs had already been placed inside the pen, appearing quite frightened in their unfamiliar surroundings. However, they would gradually grow accustomed to it. Lu Yu then ventured to the creek to gather some banana tree hearts and flowers, along with some palm hearts. Part of the banana flowers would be suitable for consumption that evening, while the remainder would be fed to the little lambs, as they too required proper nutrition to grow well. After all, this would ensure their meat wouldn't be too tough when the time came for a meal. Finally done. I'm so exhausted. After completing the sheep pen, Dilraba plopped down onto a stool, her forehead glistening with sweat. She hadn't anticipated that merely enclosing a sheep pen could be so tiring. Well done. Tonight you should rest well. I can help with dinner. Lu Yu took it upon himself to prepare the evening meal. Really? That's wonderful. I can finally enjoy some delicious food again. Upon hearing this, Dilraba's face lit up with joy, her earlier fatigue seemingly vanishing. After all, Lu Yu's culinary creations were undeniably delectable. The prospect of indulging in lamb chops after a day of hunger was enough to make anyone salivate. Of course it's true. Just wait and see. After saying this, Lu Yu turned to begin frying the lamb chops. He had saved some fresh lamb chops from earlier while smoking the meat. After a few hours, the meat would not spoil too quickly. Besides, smoked meat, while delectable, could compromise both flavor and nutrition. Let the cooking commence. He drained the lamb chops slightly, though the island's limited resources meant he lacked professional absorbent paper to extract the blood. However, in the wilderness, one needn't be overly particular. He brushed a layer of freshly rendered lamb fat in the pan. Regrettably, there was no butter. Otherwise, it would have been even more perfect. Once the oil reached a moderate heat, it was time to place the lamb chops into fry. Sizzle! The sound of oil meeting moisture, accompanied by the tantalizing aroma of the meat, was utterly irresistible. Dilraba had already begun to salivate at the sight. Next, he prepared the yam, banana flowers, palm hearts, and starch noodles, all set aside. The yam and starch noodles would be fried until cooked, while the banana flowers, palm hearts, and mint leaves would be sautéed briefly. Once the lamb chops and yam were thoroughly cooked, a sprinkle of salt would complete the dish, ready for plating. The mint leaves and banana flowers would serve as a delightful garnish, resulting in a beautifully arranged plate of lamb chops. It was a pity there was no black pepper sauce. Nevertheless, achieving such a presentation was quite impressive. A couple of fennel leaves were added for decoration before it was brought to the table. Come, Miss Dilraba, lose lamb chops. Bon appetit. Life requires a sense of ritual, and women thrive on delightful surprises. Gazing at the exquisitely arranged lamb chops before her, Dilraba was overwhelmed with emotion, even on the verge of tears. She could hardly believe that amidst the wilderness, she was able to savor lamb chops, especially those crafted by Lu's own hands. The presentation was nothing short of perfection, rivaling that of a five-star hotel, aside from the absence of a touch of black pepper sauce. Oh my, this is indistinguishable from the lamb chops I've had at hotels. I almost feel reluctant to eat it. Lu, you are simply incredible. Dilraba was both astonished and touched. Simultaneously, she became increasingly convinced that Lu must have studied culinary arts, possibly even having worked as a chef in a five-star establishment. Just average, third in the universe. By the way, since tonight's dinner is a Western-style feast, it seems we cannot do without cutlery. Just a moment, Lu replied before picking up bamboo to whittle away. Soon, he had crafted a set of knife and fork. While they may not be as effective as those made of steel found in hotels, they certainly conveyed a sense of ceremony. At that moment, Dilraba felt even more touched. Indeed, any girl would likely be moved to tears in such a scenario, relishing exquisite food while admiring a handsome man. What a delightful experience. A boy who can cook is undeniably charming and alluring moreover. Lu was already quite handsome. All right, enough with the emotions. Hurry and eat. It'll get cold soon, and I need to prepare another portion for myself. Observing Dilraba's tearful expression, Lu chuckled before returning to frying more lamb chops. Meanwhile, the live-stream chat erupted in a frenzy. I confess, I'm envious. To think one can enjoy lamb chops in the wilderness. This Lu is simply multi-talented. Is there anything he can't do? A boy who can cook is incredibly attractive. I must marry Lu in the future. To the girl above, I can make instant noodles and boil pasta. How about considering me? Scram. May I boldly inquire, girl above, would you like to roll in bed with me tonight? Damn, get lost. Hee, did you agree? Wonderful, shameless. Get out of here. Is it a roll or not? I've never encountered such a brazen individual. Brother above, you're a talent, a role model for us all. TMD, everyone in the wilderness is enjoying lamb chops, and here I am, stuck eating instant noodles. Lu, you truly are the Prince Charming of my dreams. Tears of joy are streaming down my face. Chapter 61. 10 days of sign-ins, body enhancers, and swimming skills. After devouring several succulent lamb chops, both individuals felt a profound sense of satisfaction in their bellies, their spirits elevated immensely. Although the wild chicken and rabbit meat they had consumed previously served as sources of protein, the physical activity of these creatures rendered their flesh lean and rather dry, thus lacking in flavor. Additionally, the slight earthy taste detracted from the overall experience. Naturally, this could not compare to the exquisite taste of premium mountain lamb chops. Consequently, the two enjoyed a delightful meal that evening. As the darkness enveloped the entirety of Xinyu Island, they lingered by the campfire for a while before retreating to their shelter. The temperature had dropped significantly compared to the day. Particularly, the hard, cold bed made sleeping quite uncomfortable. Lu, what shall we do tomorrow? Reba inquired. Her curiosity piqued as the night had only just begun to settle in, and she felt far from sleepy. She always sensed that each day with Lu brought with it a unique surprise. Tomorrow, Lu replied, I was contemplating constructing a ground stove for our shelter. He continued, the nighttime temperature is steadily declining. If we do not implement some form of insulation, we might very well catch a cold. He paused, reflecting on the dangers of falling ill in such an environment. It could jeopardize our survival efforts moving forward. In truth, the idea of setting up a ground stove had been on his mind for quite some time, but he had been too occupied to act upon it. Now that they had an ample supply of food, the coming fortnight would allow them to focus on tasks they had previously intended to undertake but lacked the time to do so. Indeed, the nighttime temperatures have noticeably dropped these past few days, Reba agreed, nodding in affirmation. She recalled awakening in the early hours of the morning, feeling chilled to the bone. The thought of having a ground stove in their room, akin to the underfloor heating found in the northern regions, filled her with a sense of warmth and comfort. I am not particularly sleepy just yet, she said. Shall we engage in some conversation? The two lay face to face on the bed. For some reason, Reba felt that she would not fall asleep quickly tonight. In the preceding nights, she had drifted off almost immediately upon lying down, which struck her as somewhat peculiar. Sure, I'm not very tired either, Luyu replied with a smile. If we manage to endure until the end and secure the final prize, what would you most desire to do with the money? Reba asked, her curiosity ignited. In the early days of their survival journey, she had scarcely dared to envision the possibility of lasting until the end and attaining the ultimate reward. She had held no hope for such an outcome. However, having witnessed Lu Yu's formidable prowess, she now believed that their perseverance was no longer a mere dream. Moreover, with Lu Yu's wilderness survival skills, barring any major misfortunes, they were entirely capable of reaching the conclusion and claiming the grand prize of 300 million. By that time, even if it were to be divided equally, each individual would receive 150 million. Such an amount is more than sufficient for a person to live comfortably for a lifetime. She was quite curious about what Lu Yu would most desire to do after acquiring 150 million. Me? To be honest, I haven't truly contemplated this matter. Lu Yu shook his head initially. When he first learned that he had been selected by the production team, he indeed considered enduring until the very end to obtain the ultimate reward. However, his purpose was unequivocal. To heal his aunt's ailment. As for how to allocate the remaining funds, he had not given it any thought. Moreover, Lu Yu had previously only focused on surviving for a month, securing the 1 million prize, and then returning home. After a brief pause, he continued, if I could truly secure the 150 million bonus, I would take my aunt on an impromptu journey. We would traverse the splendid landscapes of our homeland. At this moment, a hint of happiness graced Lu Yu's lips. Perhaps this was the most fervent wish he wished to fulfill, to heal his aunt's ailment, and then whisk her away on an unplanned adventure to explore the breathtaking vistas of the nation. Aunt? Reba seemed somewhat perplexed. Did Lu Yu not share a good relationship with his parents? His wish appeared to mention them not at all, while his aunt seemed to hold the utmost significance in his heart. Indeed, she is my only family in this world. One could say she raised me. Lu Yu nodded earnestly. Had it not been for his aunt's sheltering hand, he might have perished from starvation on the streets, and the person he is today would not exist. I apologize. Reba, evidently astute, quickly realized her misstep. Lu Yu had just conveyed that his aunt was his sole kin, implying that his parents might have departed from his life. Discussing such matters at this juncture was indeed quite impolite. It's all right. Time has long since dulled the pain. I no longer dwell on it. Lu Yu smiled, speaking nonchalantly, for he bore little recollection of his parents. I seem to be a bit tired. Let us get some rest. Reba wished to steer clear of further conversation, fearing that delving deeper might evoke sorrowful memories for Lu Yu. Very well, let us retire early. Lu Yu nodded. However, he found himself devoid of drowsiness at that moment. It had been 9 days since their arrival on the island. He wondered how his aunt's condition had fared during this time. Truth be told, he was exceedingly worried. Yet, having persevered for so long, retreating now would render all his efforts futile. Moreover, returning to urban life would likely not rectify his precarious situation in the short term. Thus, he resolved to endure in this stark reality. Money reigns supreme. The adage that wealth can work wonders was a lesson he had learned all too well. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yu drifted into slumber. He awoke to the melodious calls of morning birds. Reba, as per her usual routine, had entangled herself around him, perhaps seeking warmth in her embrace. After awakening, Lu Yu gingerly shifted her arms and legs aside before rising to prepare for his morning ablutions. Ding! The system is ready for sign-in. Would the host like to sign in? Just as he was about to wash up, the electronic synthesized voice of the system echoed once more in his mind. Yet, Lu Yu felt no overwhelming surprise, for today marked the 10th day since his arrival on the island, allowing for sign-in. Sign-in. He promptly intoned the phrase in his mind. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Body Strengthening Agent 2, Swimming Skill Level 1. The system's electronic voice resonated again, and a look of delight instantly illuminated Lu Yu's face. He was well aware of the benefits of the body strengthening agent, which could significantly enhance various attributes. Such an item is invaluable. The more, the better. As for swimming skills, they would prove immensely beneficial on the island. After a brief pause, he continued, if I were truly fortunate enough to win the 150 million prize, I would take my aunt on an impromptu journey. Together, we would traverse the magnificent landscapes of our homeland. At this moment, a hint of happiness graced Lu Yu's lips. Perhaps this was the wish he most yearned to fulfill, to cure his aunt's illness and embark on a spontaneous adventure across the country's breathtaking vistas. Aunt? Reba seemed somewhat perplexed. Did Lu Yu harbor a strained relationship with his parents? His aspirations appeared to exclude any mention of them, while his aunt seemed to hold a place of utmost significance in his heart. Yes, she is my only family in this world. It is she who nurtured me to adulthood. Lu Yu nodded earnestly. Were it not for his aunt's benevolence in taking him in, he likely would have perished from hunger on the streets, and the person he was today would not exist. I am sorry. Reba, perceptive as ever, immediately recognized her misstep. Lu had just revealed that his aunt was his sole relative, implying that his parents had perhaps departed from his life. Discussing such matters now certainly felt inappropriate. It's all right. Lu Yu responded with a smile, nonchalantly dismissing her concern. Time had elapsed far too long for him to still be affected by it. I think I'm a bit tired. Shall we retire for the night? Reba preferred to avoid further conversation, fearing that delving deeper might evoke painful memories for Lu Yu, making him uncomfortable. All right, rest well. Lu Yu nodded in agreement. However, he found himself devoid of sleepiness. It had been 9 days since arriving on the island, and he worried about his aunt's health during this time. Truth be told, he felt considerable anxiety. Yet, having persevered this long, he could not afford to abandon his efforts. It would render all his endeavors futile. Even upon returning to city life, altering his dire circumstances would prove challenging in the short term. Thus, he resolved to endure in this pragmatic world. Wealth reigns supreme. Money truly has the power to move mountains, an insight he had long since grasped. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yu drifted into slumber. Awakened by the morning chorus of birds, he found Reba, as usual, instinctively entwined around him, perhaps seeking a greater sense of warmth. Upon waking, Lu Yu cautiously extricated himself from her arms and legs before getting out of bed to prepare for his morning routine. Beep. The system is ready for check-in. Would the host like to check in? Just as he was about to wash up, the electronic synthesized voice resonated in his mind once more. However, Lu Yu felt no particular surprise. Today marked the 10th day since his arrival on the island, thus permitting him to check in. Check in, he silently intoned in his mind without hesitation. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received Body Enhancement Agent 2, Swimming Skill Level 1. The system's electronic voice echoed again, and a look of joy instantly illuminated Lu Yu's face. He was well aware of the benefits of the Body Enhancement Agent, which could significantly elevate one's attributes. Such a resource was invaluable, better to have in abundance than to lack. As for swimming skills, they would prove to be immensely beneficial on the island. Chapter 62. Bao Bei. Heaven does not disappoint those who are determined. We've finally encountered other contestants. Every time I sign in, it truly invigorates me, Lu Yu exclaimed, stretching lazily and appearing remarkably energetic. It seems that a trip to the seaside is in order in a couple of days. Having feasted on meat for several days, it is indeed time to indulge in some seafood to refresh the palate. After all, the system has just awarded him swimming skills. Is it not clear that it is a beckoning to dive into the sea and procure some seafood to enhance his quality of life and treat himself? However, there are other matters to attend to today. Once these tasks are completed, he can enjoy a leisurely outing by the sea. Even the most sumptuous lamb, rich and fat, can become monotonous over time. It is time to gather some seafood to vary the flavors. After a brief wash-up, Reba also awoke. The two then shared a breakfast together. Next on their agenda was the construction of a ground stove within the shelter. This task was not particularly arduous. It merely required a bit more time. They first ventured to the creek to collect some flat stones, notable for their thermal conductivity. Then, they plowed several small channels into the shelter's floor, spaced 20 centimeters apart, converging at the entrance, before laying down the stones. The channels were interconnected. They mixed in some soil and sealed every gap where the stones met the ground. Finally, they covered the surface with a thicker layer of earth. It was imperative to ensure complete sealing to prevent smoke from seeping through any cracks. Naturally, a chimney was indispensable, as it would guarantee effective smoke ventilation and temperature circulation. The chimney was constructed on the back wall of the shelter, extending directly to the roof. Such a design would enhance the smoke expulsion efficiency. 4. Should carbon monoxide poisoning occur during the night, it would pose a grave danger. With the right tools, this construction could be completed in just an hour. However, they currently lacked specialized equipment. Their only tool was a machete. Consequently, their progress was understandably slow. After spending an entire morning, the ground stove was finally completed. A mere 3 meters outside the shelter stood the fire pit for the stove. Now, once a fire is kindled in the pit, the flames and smoke will travel through the channels, circulating within the shelter, thus raising its temperature. Although rudimentary, given the circumstances, it could not be made more elaborate. Moreover, this shelter was merely a temporary refuge. As long as it provided sufficient warmth, that sufficed. Once they could construct a more refined shelter in the future, they would thoroughly research a better stove. Perhaps they could even utilize bamboo as heating pipes. For now, having a general idea in mind was sufficient. As for the specific execution, that would have to wait until the new shelter was built. Let's give it a try. Let us see if our underfloor heating has any effect. Once everything was prepared, Luyu said to Reba. The temperature had dropped again last night, causing Reba to clutch herself tightly as she slept. This makeshift underfloor heating should temporarily alleviate their predicament. I'll gather some firewood, Reba nodded eagerly. The previous night, she had been awakened twice by the cold. To be honest, the nighttime temperatures had indeed plummeted. If this abnormal weather persists, they risk catching a cold. If timely medical treatment is not available, the situation could become perilous. In such wilderness, one must never underestimate the severity of a cold. Before long, Reba returned with an armful of dry wood, which she promptly placed in the fire pit to ignite. Thanks to the chimney's excellent smoke expulsion capabilities, once the fire was lit, the flames and smoke surged towards the shelter. Fortunately, the ground did not emit smoke, indicating that their smoke management was quite effective. Moreover, the temperature in the room quickly began to rise. However, 2 drawbacks emerged. First, the dry would burn too quickly. At this rate, they would require an abundance of firewood. Moreover, they would need to add at least 7 or 8 loads of firewood each night to maintain the temperature within the shelter. Second, the heat generated by the burning dry wood was excessive. This led to an uncomfortably high temperature within the shelter. If it became too warm, sleeping at night would be quite uncomfortable and dehydration could easily occur. Reba, in the future, when we use the underfloor heating, let us mix dry wood with some green vegetation. This way, we can effectively control the temperature. Moreover, it will extend the burning time. Upon recognizing the issue, Luyu immediately thought of a solution. By incorporating fresh vegetation into the dry wood mixture, they could address both of the previous stove's shortcomings. Even the smoke produced would generate sufficient warmth, ensuring that they would not feel too cold at night. More importantly, they would not need to rise in the middle of the night to add more firewood. I understand. I also felt that the temperature in the room was too high. If it stays this high, it indeed makes it difficult to sleep at night. Reba nodded in agreement. Without delay, the two quickly set out to gather some dry wood and fresh vegetation, cutting them for future use. In truth, since arriving on the island, the contestants have experienced quite favorable luck. They have been on the island for a full 10 days, yet it has not rained once. It is crucial to note that if rain were to fall, it would pose significant challenges to their survival. It would greatly increase the difficulty of their situation. Even those who opted for fire by friction, lacking lighters, would find it exceedingly difficult to rekindle their flames once extinguished by rain. Thus, they must prepare ample firewood before the rainy season arrives. Taking precautions is often the wisest course of action. After 5 or 6 hours, Luyu and Reba had amassed a towering pile of firewood beside their shelter. Although most of it consisted of fresh branches, with some time, they would dry out. Additionally, the ground stove's fire pit required precisely such fresh, moist wood. Meanwhile, in the distance, Team 19 Bao Bei and Kai Yunfei continued their search for partners. The two had been seeking for several days. Whenever hunger struck, they foraged for wild vegetables and fruits to stave off their appetite. Occasionally, they would sip a few mouthfuls of the spring water they had brought. When fatigue set in, they would camp in place to rest for a few days. To be frank, the past few days had been quite exhausting for them. On several occasions, Bao Bei had nearly succumbed to the temptation to withdraw, only to be dissuaded by Cai Yunfei. Bao Gu, look. There seem to be signs of footprints over here. Quick, look over there. The plants have obviously been cut with a knife. Fantastic. There must be other contestants here. Heaven does not forsake those who are earnest. We have finally located other contestants. Upon spotting the nearby signs of disturbance, Cai Yunfei was nearly elated to the point of flight. After so many days of searching, fortune had finally smiled upon them, allowing them to discover a group of contestants. Now, he hoped that this group would enjoy better living conditions. Only then could they truly satiate their hunger. That's wonderful. Yunfei, you were absolutely right. Effort indeed yields rewards. Let us hurry and find this group of contestants, and we can ask them for some food. I can hardly bear my hunger any longer, Bao Bei exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Indeed, the hard work of the past few days was about to yield its rewards. Chapter 63. Reba, I'm sorry, but it seems we are not well acquainted. Just then, Cai Yunfei appeared to have an epiphany. He lowered his voice and addressed Bao Bei, saying, Brother Bao, while I am aware of your celebrity status and the acclaim that accompanies it, what shall we do if we encounter other contestants who are rather ungrateful? After all, we both know that this world harbors individuals with temperaments as foul and unyielding as stones in a cesspool. If they are selfish and unwilling to share their provisions with us, how shall we handle that? This question had been on his mind for some time. In private circumstances, a fist might be the most straightforward solution to such quandaries. However, there are numerous instances where physical force proves futile. The mere presence of his robust physique and muscular build often suffices to resolve most issues. Yet, he was apprehensive about unforeseen events. What if they encountered truly ungrateful and petty contestants? He certainly could not return empty-handed. After all, they had been toiling for 3 or 4 consecutive days. Returning without any gains would be an intolerable outcome. Do I really need to teach you this? The production team hasn't stipulated that we cannot compete, right? Bao Bei countered. That said, we are civilized individuals. Under conditions of hunger and desperation, isn't it reasonable to borrow a bit of their food? Bao Bei too lowered his voice while speaking to Cai Yunfei. Such matters should not be overheard by the audience in the live broadcast, as it could tarnish his public persona. After all, the scandal surrounding his wedding several years ago had cast him into the whirlpool of public opinion. Although through public relations and the efforts of Hu, he managed to turn the situation around and rendered that self-important actress obsolete in the public eye, the internet has a long memory. Should he engage in any further actions that provoke public ire, the past could resurface, leading to dire consequences. He feared losing significantly over minor transgressions. Thus, he had exercised great caution in all his endeavors over the years, striving to improve his reputation, unwilling to let his participation in a wilderness survival show undermine his previous efforts. That's utterly reasonable, absolutely reasonable. Brother Bao, you truly are remarkable. Upon hearing this, Cai Yunfei's face lit up with excitement. He understood Bao Bei's intent. Indeed, his brawny physique could occasionally prove beneficial. However, I cannot be the one to act. If necessary, I will step in to mediate. Being a celebrity is no easy task. I hope you can understand, Bao Bei added, turning once more to Cai Yunfei. Understood. I comprehend. I possess no remarkable talents, but I have never been one to concern myself with public opinion. If they have the guts, they can come confront me. As long as they aren't afraid of being left with a battered visage. Cai Yunfei nodded vigorously, his tone brimming with bravado. The program had indeed not imposed any explicit restrictions against competition among contestants. Furthermore, given that both he and Bao Bei were now famished, if they did not extend assistance to them, it would only be just that the public outcry would fall upon them. Of course, these were merely their speculations and plans. Perhaps those individuals would willingly offer food upon seeing the star Bao Bei and Cai Yunfei's imposing muscles. Excellent, excellent. Regardless of how long we endure this time, once we are out, you shall be my good brother. I will ensure to treat you to a splendid meal. Bao Bei appeared thoroughly pleased with Cai Yunfei's demeanor. Conversing with someone who grasps the nuances so readily is indeed gratifying. Subsequently, the two proceeded along the trail marked through the jungle. Time ticked away, and soon half an hour had passed. At that moment, a bamboo shelter suddenly came into view before them. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, who was preparing dinner with Reba, felt a sudden change in his expression. his gaze sharpening. He had just heard faint footsteps approaching them, and judging by the sound, they were not from an animal, but from two people. Yes, two individuals. In the next moment, Lu Yu turned his head to the right and beheld two silhouettes. Among them was a nearly bald man he recognized, a male celebrity, Bao Bei. However, Lu Yu harbored no fondness for this individual. A few years prior, at his wedding, this man had conspired with a group of lecherous individuals to bully a woman. More importantly, after the incident, he had the audacity to turn the tables, claiming that the woman had deliberately sought to ruin their perfect wedding. As a result of this debacle, that woman had faced a lengthy ban from the entertainment industry, and even now, she remained largely absent from the screen. This single event had instilled in Lu Yu an intense aversion towards him. Beside Bao Bei was a robust individual, whose muscles were evidently more formidable than those of Li Qian. His countenance exuded an air of menace. Nonetheless, Lu Yu remained unfazed. Truth be told, with his current physical prowess, he could easily dispatch such a foe with a single blow. Reba quickly looked up in the direction Lu Yu was gazing. Bao Bei. Upon recognizing the familiar face, she displayed an expression of surprise. It was worth noting that the distance between contestants was quite considerable. Why had these two appeared here? Furthermore, the muscular man exuded an unsettling aura. Oh, so it's Reba. My goodness, what a fortunate encounter with an old acquaintance. Bao Bei approached with a beaming, overly familiar smile, projecting an air of intimacy. However, Reba's brows knitted slightly. While she recognized Bao Bei, their previous interactions had been limited to mere acquaintances at certain events, with hardly any substantive contact or conversation. His overly familiar demeanor was somewhat off-putting. Meanwhile, Cai Yunfei, upon seeing Reba, was utterly captivated. His eyes brimmed with desire and avarice, while he cast a jealous and malicious glance at Lu Yu. Reba, what a delight to encounter you here. It truly is fate. As he spoke, Bao Bei and his companion had already positioned themselves before Lu Yu and Reba. I apologize, but it seems we are not well acquainted, Reba responded, her brow furrowed, her tone cool. A woman's intuition warned her that these two individuals harbored ill intentions. Moreover, she had no obligation to accommodate Bao Bei in this desolate place. Indeed, as soon as Reba's words fell, Bao Bei's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze turning cold and calculating, revealing the demeanor of a cunning rogue. However, he quickly regained his composure. Chapter 63. Reba, apologies, but it seems we are not well acquainted. At that moment, Cai Yunfei appeared to have an epiphany. He lowered his voice and addressed Bao Bei, saying, Brother Bao, while I recognize your celebrity status and your considerable fame, along with your amiable reputation, what shall we do if the other contestants we encounter are a bunch of dim-witted individuals? After all, as you well know, there are always some individuals in this world whose tempers are as foul and obstinate as stones in a latrine. If they are selfish and refuse to share food with us, how will we resolve that predicament? This conundrum had been weighing on his mind. In a private setting, a fist would be the most straightforward solution. However, there are many instances where brute force is futile. With his imposing physique and robust muscles, he often found that most matters were resolved before they even escalated. Yet, he was wary of the unforeseen. Encountering truly dim-witted and petty contestants was a scenario he dreaded. Surely, they could not return empty-handed. After all, they had been tirelessly traversing for 3 to 4 days. The thought of returning empty-handed was utterly unacceptable. Do I really need to teach you such things? Bao Bei replied. The production team has not stipulated that we cannot compete, right? That said, we are civilized individuals. Under conditions of hunger and desperation, isn't it reasonable to borrow a bit of food from them? Bao Bei also lowered his voice while speaking to Cai Yunfei. Such matters should remain unheard by the audience in the live stream. Otherwise, it would tarnish their public personas. After all, the scandal from his wedding a few years back had thrust him into the whirlpool of public opinion. Though he had managed to turn the tide through public relations and the efforts of the situation had left a lasting impression. The internet has a long memory. If he were to commit another act of public outrage, it could resurrect that incident, leading to disastrous consequences. He feared losing much over a small folly. Hence, he had been exceedingly cautious in all his endeavors over the years, striving to enhance his reputation. He could not allow his participation in a survival show to undo all his previous efforts. Reasonable, exceedingly reasonable. Brother Bao, you are indeed astute, Kai Yunfei exclaimed, excitement illuminating his face. He understood Bao Bei's implication. It seemed his robust physique might indeed prove advantageous at times. However, I cannot take direct action. If necessary, I will step in to mediate. After all, being a celebrity is no easy feat. I hope you understand, Bao Bei continued, turning back to Kai Yunfei. Understood. I comprehend. I lack any special talents, but I have never cared about public opinion. If they have the audacity, let them come at me. As long as they are not afraid of being pummeled into submission. Kai Yunfei nodded vigorously, his tone and demeanor exuding an audacious bravado. The production team had not imposed any clear restrictions on competition among contestants. Moreover, given that he and Bao Bei were both on the verge of starvation, if they were not supported at this juncture, it would be them who should face public scrutiny. Of course, these were merely their conjectures and plans. Perhaps those individuals would willingly offer food upon seeing the star, Bao Bei, and Kai Yunfei's muscular frame. Excellent, excellent. Regardless of how long we endure this, once we emerge, you will be my good brother. I shall treat you to a lavish feast. Bao Bei appeared thoroughly pleased with Kai Yunfei's demeanor. Conversing with someone so perceptive was indeed refreshing. The two then followed the trail through the jungle, time slipping by. Half an hour passed in professional silence. Suddenly, a bamboo shelter materialized before them. At that moment, Lu Yu, who was preparing dinner with Reba, suddenly changed expression, his eyes flashing with cold intensity. He had just heard faint footsteps approaching them, and judging by the sound, they were not animalistic but rather two individuals. Yes, just two. In the next instant, Lu Yu turned his gaze to the right and beheld two figures. Among them was a nearly bald man, whom he recognized as a male celebrity, Bao Bei. However, Lu Yu harbored no fondness for this individual. A few years prior, at his wedding, this man had colluded with a group of unscrupulous individuals to bully a girl. More disturbingly, after the incident, he had maliciously claimed that the girl sought to ruin their perfect wedding. Consequently, that girl had been blacklisted from the entertainment industry for an extended period, and even now, her presence on screen was scarce. This singular incident had instilled a deep-seated aversion in Lu Yu towards him. Beside Bao Bei stood a robust individual, whose muscles appeared even more formidable than those of Li Chen. His brow bore an ominous expression. Yet, Lu Yu remained unfazed. Truth be told, with his current physical prowess, he could easily dispatch such a foe with a single blow. Reba quickly lifted her gaze towards the direction Lu Yu was observing. Bao Bei. Upon recognizing the familiar face, her expression shifted to one of surprise. It was noteworthy that the distance between contestants was generally considerable. Why had these two appeared here? Moreover, the muscular man exuded a menacing aura. Oh my, so it's Reba. Goodness, what a serendipitous encounter with an old acquaintance. We are truly fortunate, Bao Bei exclaimed, stepping forward with an overly familiar smile, feigning intimacy. However, Reba's brows furrowed slightly. Although she recognized Bao Bei, their interactions had been limited to mere acquaintanceship at certain events. They had hardly conversed. His overly familiar demeanor was somewhat off-putting. Meanwhile, Kai Yunfei's eyes widened at the sight of Reba, filled with desire and avarice. When he glanced at Lu Yu, jealousy and malice radiated from him. Reba, what a delight it is to encounter you here. It truly is fate. As Bao Bei spoke, he and his companion had already approached Lu Yu and Reba. I apologize, but it seems we are not as well acquainted as you think, Reba replied, her brows tightly knitted, her tone frosty. A woman's intuition warned her that these two individuals harbored ill intentions. Furthermore, she had no prior connection with Bao Bei, and in this desolate island setting, there was no need to extend him any courtesy. Indeed, as soon as Reba's words fell, Bao Bei's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes darkening with a cold glint. He clearly embodied the archetype of a cunning rogue. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Chapter 64. Teaming up? I apologize, but we already have our pets. Reba, your words are rather unkind. Haven't we met numerous times before? We are practically old friends. Your statement makes it seem rather unfamiliar. Bao Bei forced a smile, yet internally, he was overwhelmed by 1,000 adorable alpacas. Upon hearing this, Reba's expression grew increasingly disdainful. How shameless could this guy be? She had explicitly stated that they were not close, yet he still sought to ingratiate himself. Furthermore, referring to her as sister was utterly repugnant. Hey, I don't care who you are, but since my Reba has said she isn't familiar with you, I must ask you to leave our territory. Lu Yu interjected coldly from the side. He held no affection for the two individuals before him, and Bao Bei's manner of speaking was particularly irksome. Their presence was clearly not coincidental. They likely followed the trail left by himself and Reba, indicating they had ulterior motives. You're Reba? Bao Bei appeared somewhat perplexed, even bewildered. He had never seen this young man before, nor had he heard of him. How had Reba become his? Did they know each other from before, or was this fellow her secret boyfriend? Do you have a problem with that? Lu Yu's tone remained frigid. He was not involved in the entertainment industry, so what did it matter if he offended them? After all, they were merely second- or third-rate actors, hardly worthy of his concern. I have no objections, Bao Bei replied, his voice laced with a chilling smile. It seems you harbor significant hostility towards us. He suppressed his rising anger, astonished that a mere amateur contestant could exhibit such arrogance. Even in his current slump, he was not someone to be dismissed lightly. The audacity of being spoken to in such a manner was intolerable, infringing upon his sense of superiority. At that moment, Bao Bei and Cai Yunfei also noticed Lu Yu's food and the two little lambs in the pen. Their eyes instantly sparkled with desire. The strings of jerky hanging in front of the shelter were utterly tantalizing, especially since they had not tasted meat in ages. I'm sorry, but you might be overestimating your importance. I bear you no ill will, but I urge you to vacate our territory at once. Lu Yu fixed his gaze on Bao Bei, enunciating each word deliberately. He hoped these two would not act foolishly. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to make them leave on their hands and knees. The production team had not laid down any explicit rules against conflict among contestants. If they made a poor choice, they would have to bear the consequences of their actions. You insolent brat, don't be so arrogant, Cai Yunfei threatened. His fists clenched tightly. A mere featherweight like him could be taken down with a single punch. How dare he be so presumptuous? If it weren't for the live broadcast, he would have been on the ground long ago, so he should be grateful for the audience watching. I apologize. I'm always like this. If you have the guts, come and bite me. Upon hearing Cai Yunfei's threat, Lu Yu smirked provocatively and replied with disdain. Despite the muscular build of his opponent, he was confident that he could take him down in an instant. Ah, how infuriating. This arrogant little scoundrel. Truly too presumptuous. Cai Yunfei seethed, wishing to knock the cocky wretch down a peg. However, Bao Bei shot him a meaningful glance. They had previously agreed that if the other party refused to accept them, they would not rule out using force to claim their place. However, if they could achieve their goals without bloodshed, that would be ideal. This young brother, let us take a moment to calm down. In truth, neither Xiao Fei nor I harbor any malice. The reason we approached you was to propose forming a team. You are well aware of the significant challenges posed by this wilderness survival endeavor. It is exceedingly difficult for just two individuals to persevere until the end. Thus, I suggest we ally ourselves. For individuals would undoubtedly fare better than two. Perhaps we could even endure until the very end. Why not? Bao Bei, struggling to contain his fury, reiterated. Yet the anger and coldness lurking in his eyes were unmistakable. Reba glanced at Lu Yu, her expression betraying a hint of anxiety. The imposing figure before them appeared formidable. If a conflict were to erupt between their two groups, she feared she would be of little assistance, and Lu Yu might suffer. However, their current living conditions were quite satisfactory and would only improve. There was no need to team up with Bao Bei and his companions. Their choice to seek allies was clearly indicative of their own lack of survival skills. Joining forces with them would only create additional burdens, slowing Lu Yu down. Nonetheless, she worried that Bao Bei and the large man might resort to extreme measures. I truly apologize. We already have our pets. Tuan Tuan, come here and show your talents. Lu Yu smiled faintly once more and called for Tuan Tuan. If they were to team up with these two, the contributions they could offer might pale in comparison to Tuan Tuan's. With Tuan Tuan by their side, they could at least have a source of meat in dire circumstances. However, bringing along these two useless individuals seemed utterly pointless. Just then, Tuan Tuan obediently approached Lu Yu, first affectionately licking his feet. But upon spotting Bao Bei and Cai Yunfei, it immediately bared its teeth. Though still young, Tuan Tuan was, after all, a wolf, and its nature was inherently fierce. The instinct for cruelty and bloodlust was ingrained in its very being. Is that a wolf? What on earth? They actually have a wolf as their pet. How did these two manage that? Bao Bei was taken aback upon witnessing Tuan Tuan baring its teeth. Not only did they keep wild goats, but they had also captured a wolf cub as their pet. Unbelievable, however. After a moment of astonishment, anger surfaced on the faces of both Bao Bei and Kai Yunfei. Bao Go, this little brat actually compared us to pets. This is intolerable. This little punk is far too arrogant. I can no longer restrain my desire to thrash him. Kai Yunfei's fists cracked ominously. He could hardly believe that this scrawny wretch had the audacity to equate them with a mere pet. Yet Lu Yu's implication was that they were even inferior to a nursing pet. Chapter 65. Moral coercion? Apologies. I have no morals, Bao Bei swiftly signaled to Kai Yunfei, urging him to exercise restraint. He too felt an overwhelming urge to teach this arrogant little thug a proper lesson, yet it was evidently not the right moment. While this impudent brat displayed sufficient arrogance, they had indeed trespassed into his territory. Bao Bei continued, "Young brother, the situation is as follows. Our resources are exceedingly scarce. Ever since our arrival on the island, we haven't had a morsel of meat, so consider it a favor and allow us to team up with you. We are all competitors, and surely we can empathize with each other's struggles. Moreover, your supplies are abundant, and I see you have plenty of surplus meat. We don't require much, just a small portion would suffice. How does that sound?" At this moment, Bao Bei adopted a notably humble demeanor, for he believed that confronting this little brat head-on would yield no fruitful results. Unless absolutely necessary, there was no need for such an approach. By lowering his stance, he sought to negotiate from a position of moral superiority. Should this fellow continue to be haughty and disrespectful, it would surely incite the disdain of all viewers in the two live streams, making it seem only right for Kai Yunfei to reprimand this arrogant youth. Absolutely not. I cannot comprehend your predicament at all. Two grown men with hands and feet can find food if they try. If not, they should just withdraw. Do you expect me to bestow charity upon you? You must be dreaming. And why on earth should I part with the meat I've painstakingly acquired? Am I your father, or what? Lu Yu retorted bluntly, in the wilderness survival game. It was indeed survival of the fittest. If one lacked the ability to survive, they should simply resign. There were no regulations preventing them from exiting. They need not starve on the island. Tio's appeal to emotions was utterly absurd. Besides, his ample food supply had no bearing on them. Did they truly think him a naive child, unversed in the ways of the world? It was laughable. Lu Yu's words ignited further fury in Bao Bei and Kai Yunfei. They were taken aback that this seemingly harmless little brat could be so impervious to reason, and his words were so cutting. As a celebrity, Bao Bei felt genuinely incensed to be so brazenly confronted by an amateur contestant. Yet, he clenched his teeth and continued in a subdued tone, "Young brother, do you not understand that helping others is the essence of joy? With so much meat, you cannot consume it all before it spoils. What harm would it do to share a little with us?" Clearly, he intended to morally coerce Lu Yu. This tactic could ensnare Lu Yu in a whirlwind of public scrutiny. As a star, he was all too aware of how terrifying public opinion could be. Why are there so many individuals suffering from depression in society? Is it not because 90 cannot bear the weight of public pressure? Get lost. If there's surplus, I can feed it to my pet. Are you attempting to morally coerce me? If so, I regret to inform you that I possess little in the way of morals, thus your coercion is futile. Lu Yu responded once more without mincing words. The moment he had declined their initial request, they should have recognized the futility of their approach. They ought to have left quietly rather than seeking to humiliate him for their own satisfaction. Such individuals, in essence, were simply insufferable. Meanwhile, in the third live stream, the viewership surged to over 8 million, and public sentiment overwhelmingly favored Lu Yu. Damn it, that Bao Baldhead is utterly shameless. He has been rejected, yet still has the audacity to attempt moral coercion. The type I detest most in life are those who indulge in moral coercion. They should just leave. If two grown men cannot survive, they should just get lost instead of begging for handouts. Exactly. I really can't fathom what these two imbeciles are thinking. I said excrement. Well done, you Sean. It feels satisfying to see these insufferable types get scolded. Moral coercion? Yushin has no morals, so it's futile. It seems only magic can defeat magic. Bao the dog, forever in my black book. I wasn't particularly averse to Bao Bei before, but now I've turned against him. Such clumsy moral coercion. What a waste. Darling, just wipe the floor with them. Tonight, I'll help you bite. Read that separately. Is the production team going to intervene? In the 19th live stream, the audience numbers dwindled. Most viewers recognized Bao Bei's true intentions. He simply wished to eat for free. Two grown men had the gall to beg for scraps. If they could not endure, they should exit like Deng Chao and the others rather than creating disturbances that tarnish their public image. Many who exited the 19th live stream directly joined the third. On the island, Bao Bei and Cai Yunfei were seething with rage. This little brat was utterly impervious to reason. You little brat, do you take my patience for granted? I'm trying to negotiate with you, and yet you respond with such arrogance, forcing me to take action? Cai Yunfei could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward, his face ablaze with fury, and shouted at Lu Yu. This time, Bao Bei did not attempt to intervene. Such an arrogant little brat deserved a lesson. After a good thrashing, he would surely learn his place. Beside them, Reba was left utterly at a loss. Lu Yu smiled reassuringly at Reba, signaling her not to be anxious in the slightest. If you wish to crawl out of here, by all means, give it a try. Lu Yu retorted with a cold laugh, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery. A presumptuous little pest. This is of your own making. As Cai Yunfei's furious words fell, he launched a direct punch towards Lu Yu's face. Smack, however, in the next moment, Lu Yu effortlessly blocked the blow. It was worth noting that after years of labor, Lu Yu's physical prowess surpassed that of the average person. Coupled with the 2 doses of body-enhancing agents he had previously taken, his attributes now exceeded those of a typical adult by 5-fold. What did it matter that Cai Yunfei was a retired boxer? This is impossible. It cannot be. This little pest actually caught my punch. Cai Yunfei was instantly dumbfounded. Even world champions would struggle to catch his punch so easily. How had this seemingly unremarkable little brat managed to do so? Beside him, Bao Bei was equally astounded, unable to fathom the sheer strength Lu Yu possessed. To catch Cai Yunfei's punch so effortlessly was beyond his imagination. Chapter 65. Moral coercion? Apologies, but I have no morals. Bao Bei swiftly signaled to Cai Yunfei, urging him to exercise a modicum of restraint. He felt an overwhelming urge to teach this arrogant little brat a lesson, yet he recognized that the moment was not opportune. Despite the audacious demeanor of this young scoundrel, they had indeed trespassed into their territory. Bao Bei continued, My young brother, allow me to explain. The resources in our area are exceedingly scarce. Since arriving on the island, we have not had a morsel of meat, so consider this a plea for assistance. Let us team up with you. We are all competitors, and surely we can empathize with each other's struggles. Moreover, your supplies appear abundant. I see you have plenty of surplus meat. We do not require much, just a little would suffice. What do you say to that? At this point, Bao Bei adopted a very humble posture. He believed that confronting this arrogant individual head-on would yield no results. There was no need for such measures unless absolutely necessary. By lowering his stance, he aimed to negotiate from a moral high ground. Should this fellow continue to be haughty and disrespectful, it would undoubtedly incite disdain from the viewers in both live streams, making it entirely justifiable for Cai Yunfei to reprimand this insolent youth. Absolutely not. I cannot comprehend your situation at all. 2 grown men with arms and legs should find food for themselves. If you can't, then perhaps you should simply withdraw. Do you expect me to spare you my hard-earned meat? Am I your father or something? Lu Yu retorted bluntly. The essence of survival in the wilderness is that only the fittest endure. If one lacks the ability to survive, they ought to exit rather than perish on the island. Tio's attempt to appeal to emotions with such a flimsy tactic was absurd. Furthermore, his own ample food supply had nothing to do with them. Did they truly believe he was a naive child? Lu Yu's words ignited a fresh wave of fury in Bao Bei and Cai Yunfei. They were taken aback by the sharpness of this seemingly harmless little brat's retorts. As a celebrity, Bao Bei was not accustomed to being so brazenly challenged by a mere amateur. Truth be told, he felt genuine indignation. Nevertheless, he clenched his teeth and continued in a subdued tone, My young brother, surely you are aware of the joy in helping others? With so much meat that you cannot consume, it will inevitably spoil. What harm would it cause to share a little with us? Clearly, he sought to morally manipulate Liu Yud. By doing so, he hoped to ensnare Liu Yu in a web of public sentiment. As a celebrity, he was acutely aware of the power of public opinion and its potential repercussions. Why are there so many individuals suffering from depression in society? Is it not because 90 of them cannot withstand the pressure of public scrutiny? Get lost. If I cannot finish it, I can always feed it to my pet. Are you attempting to morally coerce me? If that is your intention, I regret to inform you that I possess little in the way of morals, thus your attempts are futile. Liu Yu responded once more without reservation. They should have taken the hint when he first declined their request. They ought to leave quietly rather than seek to humiliate him for their own satisfaction. Such individuals are, quite frankly, utterly despicable. Meanwhile, in the third live stream, the viewer count soared to over 8 million, with overwhelming support for Liu Yu. Damn it, that baldhead is utterly shameless. He has already been rejected, yet he still has the audacity to attempt moral coercion. I have always despised those who resort to moral manipulation. Get lost. If two grown men cannot survive, they should just leave. How dare they beg for scraps? Exactly. I cannot fathom what these two clowns have in their heads. Excrement? Great job, you god. It feels unsatisfactory if such despicable characters are not reprimanded. Moral coercion? You god lacks morals, so it's ineffective. It seems that only magic can defeat magic. Bao Dog, a lifelong adversary. I wasn't particularly averse to Bao Bei before, but now I've turned against him. Such poor execution of moral coercion. What a waste. Darling, just take them down. Tonight, I'll help you bite. Read it separately. Is the production team not going to intervene? Meanwhile, in the 19th live stream, the number of viewers dwindled. Most understood Bao Bei's ulterior motives. He simply wanted free food. Two grown men should have the decency to withdraw if they could not endure. They were merely tarnishing their public image with such antics. Most viewers leaving the 19th stream directly joined the third. On the island, Bao Bei and Kai Yunfei were seething with rage. This little brat was utterly impervious to reason. You think you're so clever, don't you? Here I am, trying to negotiate, and you respond with such arrogance, forcing my hand. Kai Yunfei could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward, his face ablaze with fury, and shouted at Liu Yu. This time, Bao Bei did not intervene. This arrogant little brat deserved a good thrashing. Once dealt with, he would surely behave. Beside them, Reba appeared helpless. Liu Yu smiled at her, signaling that there was no need for her to feel anxious. If you wish to crawl out of here, by all means, give it a try, Liu Yu said with a cold smirk, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery. You foolish little wretch. You brought this upon yourself. In an instant, as Kai Yunfei's furious words fell, he launched a straight punch toward Liu Yu's face. Bam! However, in the next moment, Liu Yu effortlessly blocked the blow. It is worth noting that Liu Yu had worked for many years, endowing him with superior physical fitness. Coupled with the 2 doses of physical enhancement serum he had previously taken, his attributes now surpassed those of an average adult by 5-fold. Even if Kai Yunfei was a retired boxer, what could he do? This is impossible. This little brat actually caught my punch. Kai Yunfei was momentarily dumbfounded. Even world champion boxers would struggle to catch his punch so effortlessly. How on earth had this seemingly unimposing young man managed to do so? Meanwhile, Bao Bei was utterly astonished, unable to fathom the strength Liu Yu possessed to so easily catch Kai Yunfei's fist. Chapter 66. Threaten me. There will be a price to pay. What a pathetic creature. Is this the extent of your strength? Liu Yu scoffed disdainfully after effortlessly seizing Kai Yunfei's fist. Although the fellow displayed some degree of power, Liu Yu's overall prowess far surpassed his own, establishing an undeniable disparity between them. You little bastard, you're courting death. Kai Yunfei, thoroughly incensed, launched another barrage of punches towards Liu Yu. Left hooks, right hooks, uppercuts. Yet each strike was easily evaded by Liu Yu. The faint smile on Liu Yu's face only served to further inflame Kai Yunfei's fragile pride. He had never experienced such humiliation in the arena. To be bested by this scrawny wretch was utterly intolerable. He could not allow himself to leave here knowing that his former opponents would revel in his disgrace. Despite a relentless series of jabs and uppercuts, he still failed to make contact with Liu Yu. The chasm between their abilities was insurmountable. In terms of both strength and speed, There was no comparison. Luu, sensing the futility of prolonging this farce, decided it was time to conclude the matter, as he had more pressing concerns than wasting his time on these two clowns. As Cai Yunfei threw yet another straight punch, Luu deftly sidestepped, evading the blow with ease. He then surged forward, delivering a powerful right hook that struck Cai Yunfei squarely in the abdomen. Bang! With a dull thud resonating through the air, a torrent of bile erupted from Cai Yunfei's mouth, followed by his agonized collapse to the ground, clutching his stomach. The impact had knocked the wind from him, and the searing pain made him feel as if death were imminent. Meanwhile, the live stream was engulfed in an eerie silence. Most viewers were left speechless, their mouths agape in astonishment. The stark contrast between the physique of Cai Yunfei and Luu resembled that of a professional boxer standing alongside a college student. Yet, in this dramatic juxtaposition, Luu had decisively vanquished Cai Yunfei in an instant. With just one punch, Cai Yunfei had been rendered utterly incapacitated. Some seasoned boxers watching the live broadcast wore grave expressions. The speed and strength exhibited by Luu had far exceeded that of any professional fighter, and that final blow was one that few could withstand. After a brief moment of shock, the live chat erupted with a flurry of comments praising Luu, 666, majestic Luu, and other accolades flooded in. However, Bao Bei's expression was one of sheer dismay. Clearly, he had not anticipated the tremendous strength possessed by the seemingly frail Luu. Cai Yunfei was a retired fighter, yet he had proven to be no match for Luu. Reba's mouth fell open in disbelief. Although she knew Luu was formidable, the fact that he had defeated a man significantly taller and more robust than herself in an instant was simply incredible. "Get out of here, you two," Luu commanded coldly. "Of course, if you wish to experience my fists firsthand, I would be more than willing to oblige." Having effortlessly dispatched Cai Yunfei, Luu turned his indifferent gaze toward Bao Bei. This man was undoubtedly no saint, but as a celebrity, inflicting serious harm upon him could lead to unwanted complications. Having already established his dominance, there was no need to further engage with Bao Bei. Bao Bei's expression darkened. Today had proven to be a colossal miscalculation. He had intended to enjoy a complimentary meal while forming an alliance with these fellows, but encountering this brash young man had thrown all his plans into disarray. Forming a team was no longer possible, and with Cai Yunfei injured, survival seemed bleak. It was time to retreat. However, this arrogant little brat would not escape his vengeance. On this desolate island, Luu was indeed formidable, but once he returned to the city, Bao Bei was determined to see how well he fared then. "Kid, I'll remember you," Bao Bei vowed darkly. "Once we leave this island, we will settle this score. You think you're so tough? I look forward to seeing just how many people your fists can take down." His voice lowered, filled with ire. Bao Bei's threat was not lost on the viewers, who sensed the malice behind his words. This only fueled their disdain. What was he but a second-rate celebrity acting as if he were part of some criminal syndicate? "Oh, is that a threat?" Luu sneered, unimpressed by Bao Bei's icy glare. He regarded him as nothing more than a second-rate star, doubting he held any real power. "And what do you think?" Bao Bei replied, his voice still low. "Of course, you may interpret this as a friendly warning. If you continue to act so arrogantly, retribution will inevitably follow. I trust you understand this principle." Despite the evident threat, Luu's eyes glinted with cold resolve. He detested being threatened above all else. "I can't predict whether retribution will come for me, but yours is imminent," Luu retorted icily. "You should also realize that threats come with consequences." As his words fell, Luu's body appeared before Bao Bei in an instant, catching him completely off guard. A fist the size of a sandbag struck his abdomen. Bang! The force of the blow sent Bao Bei flying backward, crashing to the ground and emitting anguished cries as he retched violently. Luu followed up with a series of punishing kicks to Bao Bei's thighs. What did it matter if he was a star? Since a grudge had been established, and given that Bao Bei had no intention of reconciling, a few additional kicks would serve as a valuable lesson. The island echoed with Bao Bei's pig-like screams. Had it not been for the live broadcast, this incident might have ended far more quietly. However, Luu was mindful not to go too far, for excessive violence could lead to his own disqualification. There was no need for that. "Now, if you wish to avoid further punishment, I suggest you crawl away," Luu stated coldly, fixing his gaze upon the two. At that moment, both Bao Bei and Cai Yunfei were genuinely afraid. On this desolate island, They feared that Lu Yu might lose control and eliminate them altogether. They understood the inherent risks when they were outmatched. With Lu Yu's icy stare fixed on them, they hastily began to crawl away. Meanwhile, in the executive meeting room of the Surviving 50 Days on an Island production team, Director Chun, it seems we're in a bit of trouble. The planning department manager, Tang Sanwa, remarked gravely. There's been a brawl between contestants, and the one who got beaten is a celebrity. This could be extremely detrimental for our production team. What should we do? Useless fools, you're frightened by such trivial matters? Director Chun replied calmly. Contact the rescue team. Contestant Group 19 has suffered from exhaustion due to a lack of food and has slipped, resulting in a broken leg. Bring them back. If the team couldn't handle such minor issues, they were ill-equipped to run a large-scale reality show. But Bao Bei is a celebrity contestant. The planning department manager appeared increasingly anxious, recognizing the star's strong influence. What of it? He's just a washed-up second-rate celebrity. Chun rebuked. Use your brain. Take a moment to observe the live stream. How does the viewership of Room 3 compare to that of Room 19? The difference is so stark that even a pig would know how to choose. Surely, you can too? Chen's words were filled with frustration for his team's lack of foresight. A third-rate star held no real power against the might of capital. Understood, Director Chun. The planning department manager nodded quickly. With the boss's directive, he felt emboldened to act. A broken leg from slipping was indeed a reasonable explanation. As for how the netizens would react, that was beyond his concern. Wait, Chun paused. Doesn't Lu Yu have a little aunt? Ensure someone is assigned to look after her and provide her with protection. Understood, he reiterated lightly. Having lived to such an age, he had grown astute. He could discern that Lu Yu possessed immense potential, and leaving a favorable impression would hold far greater value than dealing with a washed-up Bao Bei. Got it, Director Chin, the planning department manager replied, hurrying out of the office. Chapter 66. Threaten me. There will be consequences. Is that all the strength you possess, you worthless fool? Do you even have the right to learn how to fight? Did you practice with your mother? After effortlessly seizing Kai Yunfei's fist, Lu Yu scoffed with disdain. Though this fellow's strength was decent, Lu Yu's overall prowess was vastly superior. Thus, their abilities were not even on the same level. You little bastard, you're courting death. Kai Yunfei seethed, his anger reaching a boiling point. He unleashed a flurry of punches at Lu Yu, left hooks, right hooks, uppercuts, but each strike was effortlessly evaded by Lu Yu. The faint smile on Lu Yu's face further provoked Kai Yunfei's fragile ego. He had never endured such humiliation in the ring before. To be bested by this scrawny piece of trash was unacceptable. He could only imagine how his previous opponents would mock him once he left this place. With a series of left and right jabs and uppercuts, he still failed to land a single blow on Lu Yu. The disparity between them was staggering. Their strength and speed were incomparable. Lu Yu, however, had no desire to prolong this farce, as he had other matters to attend to and saw no reason to squander time on these two clowns. As Kai Yunfei launched another straight punch, Lu Yu sidestepped with ease, evading the blow. He then stepped forward and delivered a powerful right hook to Kai Yunfei's abdomen. Bang! With the deep thud of impact, bile spewed from Kai Yunfei's mouth, and he collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach in agony. The force of that punch had knocked the wind out of him, and he felt as though he might perish at any moment. In the live stream, silence enveloped the audience. Most viewers gaped in astonishment, unable to articulate their disbelief. The stark contrast in physique between Kai Yunfei and Lu Yu was evident, akin to a professional boxer standing beside a college student. Yet, to their utter shock, Lu Yu had effortlessly dispatched Kai Yunfei in mere moments. With just one punch, Kai Yunfei had lost all semblance of combat capability. Meanwhile, a few seasoned boxers watching the stream wore grave expressions. The speed and strength Lu Yu had displayed surpassed that of a professional fighter. That final punch was one that few could withstand. After a brief moment of shock, the live chat erupted in a frenzy, filled with comments praising Lu Yu's might and dominance. However, Bao Bei's face was a picture of dismay. He had certainly not anticipated that the seemingly frail Lu Yu possessed such formidable strength. Kai Yunfei, a retired fighter, had been utterly overpowered before Lu Yu. Reba was equally taken aback. While she was aware of Lu Yu's prowess, witnessing him defeat a man much taller and bulkier than herself in an instant was hard for her to fathom. You, take him and get out of here, Lu Yu stated coldly. Of course, if you wish to experience my fists as well, I would be more than willing to oblige. Having swiftly dealt with Cai Yunfei, Lu Yu turned his icy gaze toward Bao Bei. This man was undoubtedly no saint, but he was a celebrity. Inflicting serious harm on him could lead to complications. Having established his dominance, Lu Yu saw no need to further engage with Bao Bei. Bao Bei's expression darkened severely. His plan to enjoy a meal while mooching off these individuals had backfired spectacularly. He had not anticipated encountering such a headstrong young man. Now, forming a team was out of the question, especially with Cai Yunfei injured. It seemed time to withdraw. However, he swore he would not let this arrogant young brat off the hook. While he was formidable on this deserted island, once they returned to the city, he would see if Lu Yu could still maintain his bravado. "Kid, remember this day," Bao Bei hissed. "Once we leave this island, we will settle the score for today. You think you're so tough? I look forward to seeing how many people you can take on then." His voice was low, filled with fury. Though the audience in the live stream could not hear the exact words, Bao Bei's threatening demeanor was unmistakable, further inciting the viewers' disdain. "What? Are you threatening me?" Lu Yu asked dismissively, unimpressed by Bao Bei's cold glare. He was merely a second-rate star, and Lu Yu had little faith in his capacity for influence. "And what do you think?" Bao Bei retorted. "Of course, you may consider this a friendly warning. If one is excessively arrogant, retribution is inevitable. I trust you understand this principle." Bao Bei continued in a low voice. While he acknowledged Lu Yu's extraordinary skills on this deserted island, he believed arrogance must come at a price. The humiliation he had suffered today would not go unpunished. A mere amateur would find it easy to torment him. Upon hearing Bao Bei's continued threats, a cold glint flickered in Lu Yu's eyes. He loathed being threatened more than anything. "Whether I will face retribution remains uncertain, but your reckoning is imminent," Lu Yu replied, his tone frigid. "You should understand that threats come with consequences." As his words hung in the air, Lu Yu suddenly appeared before Bao Bei, who had no time to react. Lu Yu's fist struck Bao Bei's abdomen with tremendous force. Bang! That blow sent Bao Bei flying 3 meters back, collapsing to the ground and writhing in pain as he gagged on bile. Lu Yu then advanced, delivering a series of kicks to Bao Bei's thighs, targeting the fleshiest parts. What did it matter if he was a celebrity? Since a rift had been formed, and given Bao Bei's apparent refusal to reconcile, Lu Yu felt justified in ensuring he learned a lasting lesson. The agonized screams echoed across the deserted island. Had this not been a live broadcast, the situation might have concluded more swiftly. However, excessive violence could lead to his own disqualification, which was unnecessary. "Now, if you wish to avoid further punishment, crawl out of here," Lu Yu commanded, his gaze fixed firmly on the two men. At that moment, both Bao Bei and Cai Yunfei were genuinely frightened. On this desolate island, they feared Lu Yu might truly lose control and eliminate them. After all, they understood the principle that those with nothing to lose have nothing to fear. With Lu Yu's icy stare upon them, they had no choice but to crawl away in haste. Meanwhile, in the executive meeting room of the Survive on the Island for 50 Days production team, Director Chen, "This situation appears to be quite troublesome," the planning department manager, Tang Sanhua, remarked gravely. "There has been a physical altercation between contestants, and one of them is a celebrity. This could be extremely detrimental to our production team. What should we do?" he asked anxiously. "You useless fool. Are you truly scared by such a trivial matter?" Chun Jinxing replied calmly. "Contact the rescue team." The contestants of Group 19 suffered food shortages, leading to exhaustion. One slipped and broke a leg. "Bring them back." Chun spoke with a steady tone. If he could not handle such minor issues, he would never be able to manage a large-scale reality show. "But Bao Bei is a star contestant," the planning department manager stammered, still visibly anxious. "Is he not just a second-rate has-been?" Chun retorted. "Use your brain. Take a moment to watch the live stream. What are the viewer counts and popularity of Room 3 compared to Room 19? The contrast is so glaring that even a pig could make the right choice. Surely you can as well." Chen Gunxing's voice rose in frustration. These people sometimes displayed a shocking lack of common sense. A third-rate star, what power could he possibly wield? In the realm of capital, such a minor celebrity meant nothing. "Understood, Director Chan." "I comprehend," the planning department manager nodded quickly. With the boss issuing such orders, he felt emboldened to act. Claiming a broken leg due to a slip was indeed a plausible explanation. As for how netizens would react, that was entirely out of his concern. Wait, Chun interjected. I recall that Lu Yu has a little aunt, correct? Ensure she is looked after and her safety is prioritized. Do you understand? Chen spoke with a nonchalant air. Having lived to his age, he had become astute. He could see that Lu Yu possessed immense potential. Leaving a favorable impression on him was far more valuable than dealing with a third-rate star like Bao Bei. Understood, Director Chun, I will take care of it. The planning department manager replied eagerly as he exited the office. Chapter 67, Arrival at the Seaside. A delightful experience for body and mind. An hour later, on the island, the roar of the speedboat echoed, and Lu Yu and Reba were aware that Bao Bei and Kai Yunfei had been eliminated. After all, they had never possessed much survival capability. Coupled with the earlier altercation, it was only natural that they could not endure any longer. What's wrong? Are you still worried about what happened earlier? It's nothing. It's just an over-the-hill celebrity. If they are offended, so be it. There's no need to be overly anxious. Observing Reba's lingering fear, Lu Yu offered words of comfort. Today, he had been able to strike them. Thus, he could do so again in the future, as he would undoubtedly grow stronger. Meanwhile, they would remain stagnant, or perhaps even regress. Hence, there was truly no reason for concern. I am indeed a bit worried. Regardless, Bao Bei is still a star. I fear that after we leave this place, they might seek revenge on you. Reba voiced her apprehensions. This was precisely why celebrities were not afraid of retaliation. Yet, Lu Yu was merely an ordinary individual. There's nothing to worry about. If they dare to retaliate, next time, I'll make sure they recognize their own mother. Lu Yu chuckled lightly, speaking with a calm yet resolute demeanor. He hoped that those two fellows would come to their senses after leaving. Otherwise, they would only be courting their own misfortune. All right, fine. Seeing Lu Yu's unwavering confidence, Reba could only set aside her concerns for the time being. After all, they would be departing from the island, and it was likely to be quite some time before they returned. Perhaps by then, this incident would be forgotten by all. As time passed, after finishing their dinner, it was already around 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. Having been busy all day, the two retired early for the night. The next morning, they rose promptly at dawn. After a brief wash, they began their preparations. According to Lu Yu's plan, they were to explore the seaside today, hoping to catch some seafood to enhance their meals. Lu Yu, what do we need to prepare? Isn't it a bit unsafe to leave the lambs in the shelter? After a simple wash and a light breakfast, Reba inquired. The events of the previous day had evidently left her feeling somewhat apprehensive. If Bao Bei and Kai Yunfei could find their way here, perhaps other competitors could as well. What if they were not at the shelter when those individuals attempted to take the lambs? The two lambs were a vital source of sustenance, ensuring their survival for a longer duration. If someone were to take them away, it would be a devastating loss. Indeed, you raise a valid point. If a few shameless individuals were to come along, they might indeed steal our lambs. In that case, let us take them along on our excursion. Lu Yu nodded thoughtfully. After all, there were many survival contestants on this island. It was possible that, aside from Kai Yunfei and Bao Bei, other competitors were lurking nearby. If they were absent for too long, such risks were certainly plausible. After a brief gathering of supplies, pots, lighters, bows, and arrows, they set off. They also fashioned several thicker bamboo tubes to carry fresh water, collecting a dozen or so tubes. With the lambs in tow, they began their journey toward the seaside. As for the meat jerky, clay pots, and starch in the shelter, they found a place to hide them. Carrying everything would have been cumbersome. Reba led the two lambs, while Lu Yu carried all the tools at the forefront. Tuan happily followed behind. Thus, they made their way toward the sea. Their initial search for water on the island had taken them over 2 hours, but their descent was somewhat quicker. With a clear goal in mind, the seaside, they needed only to head straight down once they spotted the ocean. Lu Yu, come quickly and see if this thing is a small lemon. Just as Lu Yu was striding ahead, Reba suddenly called out to him from behind. She had discovered a green fruit, about the size of a kumquat, resembling a small lime. Lu Yu turned his head to take a look and, upon recognizing it, nodded with delight. Indeed, it's a small lime. I can hardly believe our luck in stumbling upon wild limes here. Limes are excellent for enhancing flavors, particularly when paired with oysters. A squeeze of lime juice is simply delightful. Without hesitation, Lu Yu harvested all the limes from the tree. Not only are they superb seasonings, but dried lime slices can also be brewed into tea, offering refreshing and cooling benefits. They continued their trek toward the seaside, gathering some banana flowers and palm hearts along the way. You always kept nutrition in mind. It was essential not only to replenish protein, but also to include carbohydrates and various vitamins. Prolonged deficiency would undoubtedly lead to health issues. After nearly an hour of walking, they finally beheld the vast, azure ocean. Ah, we have finally arrived. Gazing at the expansive sea, Luyu felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation and freedom. Having lived in the jungle for so long, despite the sunshine reaching their area, the confined space created an oppressive atmosphere. The boundless ocean, however, bestowed upon them a rare sense of liberation. It's beautiful. I hope we can catch a great deal of seafood today and enjoy a splendid feast. It's been ages since I last tasted seafood. I truly miss that flavor. Reba pursed her lips, as if in her heart, the prospect of eating was paramount. Perhaps delectable food was what every foodie yearns for most. All right, onward, Luyu declared, and they quickened their pace. Within a few minutes, they finally reached the shore. The cerulean sea and sky, coupled with the picturesque surroundings, created an invigorating atmosphere. The gentle breeze and fresh air instantly lifted their spirits. Oh, what a delightful sensation! A beautiful environment always brings joy to the heart and mind. Luyu spread his arms wide, savoring the comforting feeling. Wow! The scenery here is stunning, blue sea and sky. I wish I could travel here. Indeed, the surroundings are simply breathtaking. The pristine environment is worthy of being a wallpaper in every frame. The mountains are beautiful, the waters are beautiful, and the people are even more beautiful. Watching the live stream from Room 3 always offers an unparalleled visual feast. For someone who has never seen the ocean, I truly hope to visit the seaside in my lifetime. Alas, mortgage, car loans, and baby formula expenses are suffocating me. Like the person above, the pressure can sometimes be overwhelmingly stifling. The world of adults is never easy. Let us keep pushing forward, stranger. Yes, let us keep striving. That I hope that one day, everyone can realize their dreams. Chapter 68, Oysters. A man's oasis, a woman's sanctuary. The scenery here is simply breathtaking. Merely gazing upon it brings a sense of tranquility. If time permits in the future, I must embark on a journey to Xinyu Island. Lu Ha, observing the exquisite surroundings in the live stream, could not help but exclaim. Although he had previously visited many tourist attractions, including numerous international destinations, those were all man-made sites, incomparable to this pristine, untouched natural environment. Indeed, the ambience of the island is remarkably splendid. If the purpose is merely leisure, it comes highly recommended. Bell nodded in agreement. To be candid, each time he ventured to an island, it was primarily for survival training. More accurately, he was there to demonstrate to fellow survivalists how to endure in such locales. He had never truly indulged in a leisurely island getaway. If his work were not so demanding, he often fantasized about bringing provisions and enjoying a serene period on the island. After a brief respite, Luyu and Reba retrieved their tools and sought a shaded area at the beach's edge as a temporary resting spot. Luyu, what are our next steps? Are we going to catch some seafood? Reba inquired, her excitement palpable, her mind brimming with thoughts of crabs, oysters, and abalone, causing her mouth to water at the mere notion. First, let's stroll along the shoreline and assess our surroundings. I noticed quite a bit of litter on the beach earlier. It might prove useful to us. After surveying the area, Luyu responded. The meeting point of the beach and island was littered with various debris, including aluminum cans and plastic bottles. While such refuse would typically be deemed trash, for wilderness survivalists, these items could be invaluable treasures. Even a simple plastic bottle or a can could serve a crucial purpose. All right, let's do that. Reba eagerly nodded. She then secured their lamb to a tree, offering it some wild greens and leaves. After hydrating to replenish their bodies, the duo commenced their exploration along the beach. Before long, they discovered 2 aluminum cans and 2 plastic bottles. They initially found a length of hemp rope, however, due to the corrosive effects of seawater and the elements, it was rendered unusable. Continuing their exploration for an hour, fortune smiled upon Luyu and Reba as they stumbled upon a large 25 kilograms oil drum and several hollow black spheres. Luyu was uncertain of the previous purpose of these items, but they seemed promising for crafting fishing tools. Collecting their finds was a delightful experience, akin to unwrapping a surprise gift. Excellent haul. Let's head back. With a few modifications, these hollow spheres can be transformed into fishing tools, and this oil drum is of immense value to us. Gazing at their bounty, Luyu felt a greater sense of joy than if he had captured a wild chicken or rabbit. Absolutely, Reba quickly nodded. The temperature on the island was considerably higher than in the jungle. After merely an hour of wandering, she felt her throat parched, sweat trickling down her forehead. If they persisted much longer, dehydration might ensue. They needed to return to their previous campsite to replenish their fluids. With their collected litter in hand, the two followed their footprints back along the beach. Meanwhile, in the live stream, viewers reacted, "Wow, Luyu and Reba have transformed into scavenging experts. I thought they had come to the seaside for leisure, but they are actually collecting trash. On this deserted island, such refuse is a treasure. Luyu's finds will prove highly beneficial. Indeed, especially that oil drum. Its utility is immense. It is evident that Luyu possesses a keen understanding of wilderness survival." An hour later, the pair finally returned to their campsite. Reba hurriedly began to kindle a fire to boil water, while Luyu commenced his work. The two hollow black spheres could have small holes drilled into them, allowing them to be filled with worms as bait. Once cast into the water, they would serve as a rudimentary fishing tool. Of course, success would depend entirely on luck. Next were the aluminum cans. With slight modifications, they could be transformed into perfect tea canisters, making for a far superior tea experience compared to earthenware or bamboo. Soon, after replenishing their hydration, they wove two long ropes from tree bark, securing one end to the large spheres. The other ends would be tied to rocks and cast into the sea. After a sufficient rest, let us set our traps. There lies a substantial pile of rocks. There may be unexpected treasures there. Pointing toward the rocky outcrop not far off, Luyu spoke to Reba. Typically, such rock formations are home to various seafood, such as conchs, oysters, or even abalone. Absolutely. Reba nodded eagerly. The pair made their way to the rocky mound, lowering the fishing trap's rope onto the rocks and casting it into the sea. They then set out in search of seafood. Hurry over, Reba. There are countless small oysters here, and many tiny conchs. After a brief search, Luyu spotted an abundance of small oysters and conchs on a rock. Where? I'm on my way. At the mention of oysters and conchs, Reba instantly perked up. Wasn't this the very reason they had come to the seaside? Wow, so many. Observing the numerous protrusions on the rock, Reba felt no discomfort. Rather, she was filled with exhilaration. The two quickly set to work. The oysters, though not particularly large, boasted exceptionally fresh and succulent meat. In fact, consuming oysters raw enhances their delightful flavor, and seawater possesses natural antibacterial properties, making it unlikely for oysters to harbor harmful bacteria. Of course, one must not entirely dismiss the possibility of parasites. Typically, wilderness survivalists would refrain from consuming raw oysters due to the inherent risks involved. After more than half an hour, the duo had gathered half a pot filled with oysters and conchs, though unfortunately, no abalone were found. Not a bad haul. Let us return and savor this delightful lunch. Gazing at the pot brimming with oysters, Luyu felt a wave of joy. Ever since his arrival in this world, his living conditions had been quite poor, leaving little opportunity to indulge in such fresh seafood. This wilderness survival experience was truly rewarding. Oysters, after all, are renowned as a man's fuel station and a woman's beauty parlor. A truly nourishing delicacy. Chapter 69. Crafting crab traps with fish as bait. Although consuming these oysters raw may enhance their flavor, the peril of eating uncooked food in the wilderness remains significantly high. Luyu is naturally reluctant to take such a risk. After all, his objective is quite clear: to endure longer and amass greater wealth. There is no necessity to jeopardize his chances for a fleeting moment of culinary pleasure. However, the flesh of these oysters is exceedingly tender, requiring merely 3 to 4 minutes of cooking before it is ready to be savored. Should they be cooked for too long, the meat would become tough and the taste diminished. Before long, half a pot of oysters and conch meat was ready. Come, let us sample the flavor, Luyu exclaimed. This is a true delicacy. Not only is it delectable, but it also possesses nourishing properties that invigorate and beautify. It is renowned as the men's gas station and the women's beauty salon, he added eagerly to Reba. Yet, It is prudent to avoid overindulgence, as excessive consumption could lead to an imbalance. Should one's vitality become overly fervent, one might find oneself acting inappropriately, especially in such a desolate wilderness, where a solitary male and female could easily find themselves entangled in unforeseen complications, potentially even resulting in the inception of new life. Oh, really? Reba's cheeks flushed at Lu Yu's words. Though she had yet to experience the intricacies of romantic relations, she was not naive to the implications of his statements, particularly the reference to the men's gas station, which conjured thoughts of embarrassment. Nonetheless, hunger prevailed, and they began to devour their meal with fervor. A splash of lemon juice heightened the dish's exquisite flavor. In scarcely 10 minutes, the entire pot of seafood and conch was consumed. Wow! This is delightful. So delicious, Reba remarked, her lips pursed in satisfaction. After days of subsisting on meat and wild vegetables, this rare seafood feast was indeed a thrilling indulgence. Moreover, the added benefit of enhancing one's beauty made it a truly exceptional treat. While it is indeed enjoyable, I cannot help but wonder if there may be any repercussions come nightfall, Lu Yu mused, glancing at the pile of oyster shells scattered on the ground, concern etching his features. Overindulgence could lead to an excess of nourishment, and if he were not careful, he might find himself in a precarious situation with Reba. Repercussions? Surely not, she replied. Perhaps I should prepare some banana flowers as well. Though seafood was a rarity for her, she recognized the importance of a balanced diet. Yes, that sounds splendid. You prepare the banana flowers while I gather materials to weave a crab trap. We may just capture some crabs this evening, Lu Yu suggested before setting off to prepare. The island was abundant with vines and slender branches, making the crafting of such items quite convenient. When weaving the crab trap, precision was not as critical as with a fish trap. A slightly larger gap would not pose much of a problem, as he aimed to catch sizable crabs rather than mere tiny sand crabs. With lower standards, the weaving process proceeded rapidly. Following the same method used for the fish trap, he planted 7 branches, each the thickness of a thumb, into the ground and began interlacing the vines. The creation of this simplistic crab trap was inherently swift, taking little time. Though the search for materials occasionally required a bit longer, in just over 20 minutes, Lu Yu had successfully completed the trap. While it may not have appeared flawless, its efficacy in capturing crabs was what truly mattered. Aesthetics were of little consequence, that moment. Reba had also finished preparing the banana flowers, which included some palm hearts. Is this the crab trap you crafted? It is quite large, she exclaimed, surprised by its height, which reached Lu Yu's chest. How many crabs can it possibly catch? The number of crabs we can capture will largely depend on our luck and the abundance of crabs in this area, Lu Yu replied honestly. If fortune favors us and crabs are plentiful here, we might be fortunate enough to catch quite a few. Of course, it is also possible that we may not catch a single one. Luck plays a pivotal role in wilderness survival. Those lacking in fortune may find themselves going days without sustenance, much like our unfortunate companion, the hapless Da. Despite his formidable survival skills, his luck in the wild often falters, resulting in frequent bouts of hunger. Lu silently prayed for a modicum of better fortune than that of Da. Indeed, you make a valid point. Let us hasten and enjoy a meal first, he urged. Afterward, we shall set our crab trap. With our good fortune, I am certain we shall feast on grand crabs tonight. Reba smiled brightly, ever convinced that Lu Yu was favored by Lady Luck. Since their companionship, her own fortunes had improved, leading her to believe that they would indeed capture a bountiful haul of crabs that evening. Yes, you are right. Our fortune is surely in our favor. We shall catch grand crabs. Lu Yu nodded in agreement, a smile gracing his face. After a simple meal of palm hearts and banana flowers, the two rested for nearly an hour. To successfully catch crabs, bait was essential. Unlike fish, crabs show little interest in worms, necessitating alternative bait. Let us go check the fishing traps we set earlier. Perhaps we have caught some fish. Lu Yu suggested to Reba. If we have, we can use the fish meat as bait for the crabs. With that, the duo made their way toward the rocky outcrop. Fish and other decaying flesh are the favored delicacies of crabs, making fish an ideal bait for their traps. Though it may seem wasteful, one must risk a little to gain a greater reward. The traps had been in place for several hours now, and with a stroke of good fortune, they might yield a promising catch. Soon, they arrived at the rocky formation. Lu Yu retrieved the 2 fishing spheres, pouring out the seawater to reveal several brightly colored small fish struggling atop the rocks. He sensed that there were also a few larger fish within the spheres. He continued to pour out the contents. Indeed, 2 larger fish emerged, each weighing approximately 4 to 5 taels. The other fishing sphere contained only a handful of small fish. After extracting all the fish, Liu cast the fishing spheres back into the sea, for these items were reusable. Chapter 70. Constructing a Shelter, a Bounty of Crabs. Liu, are we truly going to use all this fish for crab bait? Wouldn't that be a bit wasteful? Observing the array of sea fish before her, Reba clearly felt a twinge of reluctance. What if they failed to catch any crabs? That would indeed be a pity. No. We shall take the larger ones back for a meal, Liu replied, shaking his head. We can use the smaller ones as bait. It would indeed be too extravagant to use fish weighing 4 or 5 taels to attract crabs. After all, those 2 fish could serve as their dinner. Even if they failed to catch crabs today, they would not go hungry. One must always leave themselves a way out in any endeavor. I thought so, Reba sighed in relief. If they used all the fish for bait and ended up catching no crabs, they might have to settle for vegetable soup that evening. Liu then proceeded to cut the smaller fish in half and place them into the crab trap, as the scent of blood would attract more crabs. Even if this area was devoid of crabs, luring in other seafood would not be a bad outcome. Next, he tied one end of the rope to a rock and tossed the trap into the sea. They had done their part. Now, it was up to fate. Whether they would catch crabs was left to chance. The 2 then returned to their campsite. How about we linger here a bit longer? Liu suggested to Reba. Gazing at the vast expanse of the ocean instilled a profound sense of freedom, free from the oppressive atmosphere of the jungle. Since they had arrived at the seaside, they could afford to stay a few more days to diversify their diet while also slightly adjusting their moods. Moreover, this area was rich in resources, allowing them to survive comfortably for 10 days to half a month. Sounds great. I was thinking the same. There are so many delicious seafood options here, and the environment is far superior to our shelter. Reba nodded vigorously upon hearing this. She had harbored similar thoughts before but had not voiced them to Liu. The ambience here indeed evoked a sense of liberation. Now that Liu had brought it up, she naturally would not refuse. All right, however, it appears that a simple shelter will be essential for our short-term survival here. Let us go find some materials for constructing a shelter and see if there are any other resources nearby. After nodding, Liu addressed Reba. For him, building a rudimentary shelter would not consume too much time. If materials were plentiful, he could complete it in just an hour or 2. Their most pressing concern was a fresh water source. Without it, they could not remain here for long, as the water they had brought would last only 2 to 3 days at most. Understood. The 2 then ventured into the dense jungle. After searching for several minutes without finding bamboo, they discovered that the trees here were quite lush. A few chopped down would suffice for constructing a simple shelter, though cutting these trees would require slightly more effort than bamboo. Nevertheless, this posed no significant challenge for Liu. After felling several trunks and gathering some banana leaves, Liu carried the trunks while Reba held the leaves, and they returned to the campsite. It was merely a few hundred meters away, taking just a few minutes. Liu, should we build the shelter on the beach? After bringing back the materials, Reba inquired once more. Sleeping on the soft sandy ground at night seemed like a pleasant idea. No, the shelter needs to be positioned slightly higher. Observe the deep brown color at the base of these surrounding tree trunks. It indicates that this area is frequently washed by seawater. This spot is likely the highest point of the tide. For safety's sake, we cannot construct the shelter directly on the beach. Liu shook his head and pointed to the tree trunks at the junction of the beach and the island. The lower ends of these trunks were dark brown, contrasting with the lighter color of the upper trunks, revealing that the bases had been regularly eroded by the sea. He certainly did not wish to awaken to find himself adrift in the ocean, and of course, that was merely a jest. For safety's sake, they needed to establish the shelter on the island, in a location unreachable by the waves. Oh, you're right, Liu, you're so clever. Reba quickly nodded in agreement, her face brimming with admiration for Liu's wisdom. Liu found himself at a loss for words, feeling a bit awkward. After all, this was merely common survival knowledge. It was unexpected to receive praise for such an observation. Let us get to work. Liu then selected a relatively flat area and began constructing the shelter. This time, the shelter was even simpler. He first arranged 4 tree trunks into a square, sloping from front to back. He then used vines and 4 vertical poles to secure the top, adding a few horizontal beams. Next, he covered the top with banana leaves, slightly shielding the sides with additional leaves. The remaining trunks were simply fashioned into a double bed. This task was quite effortless for Lu Yu, and he completed the shelter and bed in merely 3 hours. Meanwhile, the azure sea began to shimmer with golden hues as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a radiant reflection upon the water. It seemed that within half an hour, night would fall. The shelter and bed are finally ready. Let us go check the crab trap and see if we had any luck. After finishing the shelter, Liu prepared to inspect the crab trap. The two made their way to the rocky area where the trap was located and retrieved it. It catch quite a few. Upon glancing into the trap, Lu Yu's face lit up with joy, for he could see several crabs inside. Along with what appeared to be a white object upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find at least 20 crabs. Moreover, there was a greedy octopus. Wow! We struck gold. There are so many crabs here. Reba was equally excited, her hands dancing in elation. Their luck was indeed remarkable. They had just enjoyed conch and oysters for lunch, and now they had the prospect of delectable crabs for dinner. Truly, Lady Luck was on Lu Yu's side. Indeed, there are quite a number of crabs in this area at IT. Seems we chose the right spot. Lu nodded enthusiastically. Catching crabs was largely a matter of fortune. Had there been no crabs in this region, no matter how intricately woven the trap, it would yield nothing. Come, let us take a few back to cook. The rest we shall return. Lu Yu retrieved 8 crabs along with the greedy octopus, planning to release the remaining crabs back with the trap. Return them? After all the effort we put into catching these crabs, why would we release them? Reba appeared somewhat perplexed by Lu Yu's actions. After spending 10 days with him, she did not perceive him as overly sentimental. In fact, he had shown a somewhat ruthless side towards their catches, previously refusing to spare even fish the size of a pinky finger. Yet today, he intended to release such plump crabs, which left her bewildered. Naturally, some viewers in the live stream were equally confused. After all their hard work in capturing the crabs, why would Lu Yu consider letting them go? Because if we take these crabs out now, they may die by tomorrow. And dead crabs release toxins that could lead to poisoning if consumed, so let us return them to the sea and retrieve them tomorrow instead. If they manage to escape from the trap, that would simply be their good fortune. Lu Yu explained his reasoning with sincerity. Although consuming dead crabs did not guarantee a 100% chance of poisoning, he was unwilling to take that risk on a deserted island. Even mild stomach pains could pose a serious problem. Chapter 71. Sister Zhou and Daisai, 11 days of fish consumption. Well, you do have a point? Reba quickly nodded in agreement. She was well aware that dead crabs were unfit for consumption. It was merely a momentary lapse in judgment. Ultimately, Lu Yu and Reba returned with 8 crabs. Given that crabs are inherently cold in nature, excessive consumption could be detrimental to one's health. However, for crabs each posed no significant concern. Naturally, the gluttonous octopus was not to be overlooked. The octopus's flesh was remarkably firm, offering a delightful taste. While boiling the crabs and octopus, Lu Yu and his companions utilized some seawater, as their freshwater supply was limited and conservation was imperative. Cooking crabs in seawater proved entirely feasible. Before long, a pot of crabs was ready. Nearby, on a wooden rack beside the fire, 3 fish were being grilled, alongside an octopus. Meanwhile, the live stream room erupted with aggrieved lamentations once more. I can't believe it. I'm so envious that I feel deformed. Is this a wild food live stream? Looking at those palm-sized crabs, the big steamed bun in my hand seems utterly tasteless. Big bun? How big? Is it 36F? Is this road even drivable? Don't you fear a damn car accident? It's confirmed. Lu Yu and Reba are indeed the lucky ones, chosen by the goddess of fortune. Alas. You might not believe me, but I've lived for 16 years and have never tasted crab. That's normal. When I was 16, I thought abalone and grass carp were similar. How pitiful you all are. Are the two above from the north? Come to the seaside when you have time. I'll treat you to crabs. Brother, you're so generous. I've never eaten crab either. Can I be included? Of course, everyone is welcome. There will be plenty of crabs. This brother upstairs is quite agreeable. Amidst the raucous chatter in the live stream, Lu Yu and Reba had already polished off all the crabs. The 3 grilled fish were nearly devoured as well. After all, it had been quite a while since they had enjoyed crabs, and with crabs, the shells were larger than the actual meat. The crab roe was not particularly abundant either. Soon, the 3 fish and the octopus were completely consumed by the duo. Burp that was satisfying. It's been ages since I've eaten so heartily. Disregarding appearances, Reba let out a contented burp and patted her belly in reflection. Indeed, it feels wonderful. I only hope we can pass the night peacefully. Luyu echoed her sentiment. Subsequently, the two reclined on the beach. The night had just begun to fall, leaving the sand still warm. It was a cozy feeling, particularly delightful. What do you mean by that? Could there be any danger tonight? Reba inquired, somewhat perplexed. Not at all. It's just that after consuming an abundance of oysters at noon, I fear my stomach might protest tonight. Luyu could only shake his head, responding with a smile. Oh, I see. Rest assured, we've been eating for so long. There's bound to be no issue. Reba cheerfully consoled Luyu now. She had not experienced any symptoms of stomach discomfort. After such a lengthy period, it was hardly plausible to suffer from a stomach ache at night. That would clearly defy common scientific understanding. Yes. Luyu could only nod in agreement. At that moment, he sensed a slight warmth within his body, as though a blazing flame resided in his dantian. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the island, Sister Zhou and Daisai from Group 22 had just finished consuming 2 fish. Gazing at the fire in front of them, they appeared to be contemplating life. Third brother. It's been 11 days. I've eaten nothing but fish for a full 11 days, and now just the sight of fish makes me want to vomit. Ugh, Sister Zhou lamented her tragic fate. Upon seeing the numerous fish bones before her, she instinctively began to gag. 11 days of fish. Do you have any idea how I've endured these past 11 days? Ugh, don't even mention the word fish to me. Just hearing it makes me want to vomit. Ugh. Daisai's aversion to fish was evidently even more intense than Sister Zhou's. The mere mention of fish invoked a feeling akin to being pregnant for 2.5 years. One could only wonder if their level of disgust for fish had truly reached such a terrifying extent, or if it was purely for the sake of entertainment. After all, both were streamers and knew how to engage their audience, particularly the lecherous brothers who revel in their suffering. The more miserable the streamers appeared, the more joy it brought to that group of beasts. Damn! Eating nothing but fish for 11 days is truly pitiful. My dear mute bride, you've truly suffered. Come here for a hug. If I were to eat fish for 11 days, I'd surely vomit. My little Daisai is so pitiful. Originally just a pair of small ass, now she is starving to death. Alright, does this brother's horizontal gesture signify a smooth journey? I wonder if anyone else, like me, suddenly thought of Yusuawei and Huang Mei, who ate fish for 8 years. Damn! That brings back memories. Such vivid imagery. Sister Zhou's cousin, darling, if you can't bear it, just come back. I'll take care of you. Damn! Sister Zhou's mysterious cousin has appeared in the live stream. Beast. Not even sparing his own cousin. Sister Zhou's cousin is as fierce as ever. At this rate, it seems Sister Zhou and Daisai 1T last much longer. Absolutely. It's been too damn arduous. Hunting is futile, and they don't recognize wild vegetables. They can only rage in their helplessness. Second brother, perhaps we should just withdraw? You see, I was originally a pair of small ass, and now I've been reduced to this. I fear that in a few days, I'll be completely deflated. You know how those old lecherous brothers in my live stream are fixated on this. After gagging for a while, Daisai spoke pitifully. Previously, when she was in a live stream with Mosey, she was often overshadowed in this regard. Now that she had shrunk further, the next time they streamed together, she would undoubtedly face a wave of ridicule. This Royal City PK had clearly devolved into a crushing defeat. If she truly became deflated, the situation would worsen. Sigh, that's also true. When I first joined, I was at least a 36E. The shape was, like this. Now it's transformed into, like this. Sister Zhou lamented her plight. She then took a small stick and began to illustrate her point on the ground. Bah! Shameless. When have you ever been that shape? Even if you stuffed 10 pounds of cotton in there, it wouldn't change that. Daisai mercilessly called her out. They were clearly of equal stature, both just a pair of small ass, yet she exaggerated so much. Unbelievable. Such shamelessness. Damn. Is this how friendships sink? A thin camel is bigger than a horse. Even if I'm smaller, I'm still 3 sizes larger than you. Bah! Don't you dare boast. Boast? How about we compare right here? Let us compare. Who is afraid of whom? The friendship boat capsized just like that. The two refused to yield an inch on this matter, much to the delight of the lecherous viewers in the live stream. Chapter 71. Sister Zhou and the Simple-Minded Girl. A continuous 11 days of fish consumption. Well, you have a point, Reba quickly nodded in agreement. She was certainly aware that dead crabs were not fit for consumption. It was merely a momentary lapse in judgment. Ultimately, Lu Yu and Reba returned with 8 crabs. Given that crabs are inherently cold in nature, overindulgence could be detrimental to one's health. However, consuming 4 each posed no significant issue. Naturally, the gluttonous octopus could not be overlooked either. The flesh of the octopus remained exceptionally firm and rather delectable. While boiling the crabs and octopus, Lu Yu and his companions utilized some seawater, mindful of their limited freshwater supply and the need for conservation. Cooking crabs in seawater was entirely feasible. Soon, a pot of crabs was perfectly cooked. Nearby, 3 fish were being grilled on a wooden rack, alongside an octopus. At that moment, the live stream erupted once more with indignant lamentations. I cannot believe it. I am so envious that I feel utterly deformed. Is this a wilderness food live stream? Staring at those palm-sized crabs, the bun in my hand seems utterly tasteless. Bun? How big is it? Is it 36F? Are they really driving on this bumpy road? Aren't they afraid of a car accident? It's confirmed. Lu Yu and Reba are indeed the luckiest of the lucky. A man favored by the goddess of fortune. Hey! You might not believe it, but I've lived for 16 years and have never tasted crab. That's normal. When I was 16, I thought abalone was similar to grass carp. How pitiful you all are. Are the 2 of you from the north? Come visit the seaside sometime. I'll treat you to crabs. Bro, that's bold. I've never eaten crab either. Can I join? Of course, the more the merrier. There will be enough crabs for everyone. This brother upstairs is quite amiable. As the live stream buzzed with chatter, Lu Yu and Reba had already polished off all the crabs. The 3 grilled fish were nearly consumed as well. After all, it had been quite a while since they had last savored crab. Moreover, crabs, despite their larger shells, contained little meat. The crab roe was not particularly abundant either. Before long, the 3 fish and 1 octopus were fully devoured by the 2. Burp, that was delightful. I haven't eaten so satisfyingly in ages. Disregarding decorum, Reba let out a hearty belch, then patted her belly, exclaiming, Indeed? Quite comfortable. I just hope we can get through the night safely. Lu Yu echoed her sentiment. Subsequently, the 2 reclined on the beach. The night had just begun to descend, leaving behind a residual warmth on the sand. It was wonderfully cozy, almost inviting slumber. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting there might be danger tonight? Reba inquired, somewhat puzzled. Not at all. It's just that I consumed a bit too many oysters at lunch. I fear my stomach may protest later. Lu Yu could only shake his head, responding with a smile. Oh, I see now. Don't worry, we've been eating for quite a while, so everything should be fine. Reba reassured Lu Yu with genuine concern. By this time, there were no signs of discomfort in his stomach. Given the duration that had passed, it seemed scientifically implausible for him to experience any pain now. Yes, Lu Yu could only nod in agreement. At this moment, he felt a slight warmth swelling within his body, akin to a scorching flame in the area of his lower abdomen. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the island, Sister Zhou and the simple-minded girl from Group 22 had just finished 2 fish. Gazing at the fire before them, they appeared to be contemplating the meaning of life. Brother, it has been 11 days. I've been eating fish for a solid 11 days, and I now feel nauseated at the mere sight of it. Ugh, Sister Zhou lamented her tragic ordeal, instinctively gagging at the sight of the numerous fish bones before her. Can you comprehend the torment I've endured over the past 11 days? Ugh, don't even utter the word fish to me. Just hearing it makes me want to vomit. Ugh. The simple-minded girl exhibited an even more intense aversion to fish than Sister Zhou. The very mention of fish triggered a gag reflex akin to being pregnant for 2.5 years. It was uncertain whether their revulsion toward fish had genuinely reached such a horrifying level, or if they were merely exaggerating for the sake of entertainment. After all, both were streamers, aware of how to engage their audience and the peculiar interests of those lascivious viewers. The more miserable the streamer appeared, the more delighted those viewers would be. Good grief. Eating fish for 11 consecutive days is utterly pathetic. My poor mute bride, you have suffered. Come here, uncle will give you a hug. If I had to eat fish for 11 days, I would certainly vomit. My little simple-minded girl is so unfortunate. Originally a bundle of joy, now reduced to a mere shadow. All right, brother, does this pose represent a smooth sailing ahead? I wonder if anyone else feels the same. This scene reminds me of the infamous duo who ate fish for 8 years. Good grief. The imagery is vivid. The imagery is striking. Sister Jo's cousin, darling, if it gets too tough, just come back. I'll support you. Good grief. Sister Jo's mysterious cousin makes a surprise appearance in the live stream. What a beast. Not even sparing his own cousin. Sister Jo's cousin remains as bold as ever. At this rate, it seems Sister Jo and the simple-minded girl won't last much longer. Indeed. It is incredibly arduous. Hunting is futile, and they don't recognize wild vegetables. All they can do is rage and helplessness. Brother, perhaps we should just quit? You see, I was already a pair of small ass. This period of fish consumption has left me utterly deflated. I fear that if this continues for a few more days, I might just collapse. You know how my audience of old lechers enjoys this sort of content. After gagging for a while, the simple-minded girl spoke pitifully. Previously, during live streams, she had often been overshadowed by Mosey in this regard. Now that she had shrunk even more, the next time they collaborated, it would undoubtedly lead to a frenzy of mockery. This live stream competition had evidently devolved into a situation of diminishing returns. If it came to the point where she truly deflated, the situation would be even worse. Alas, you have a point. When I first joined, I was at least a 36E. The shape was, Now it has transformed into. Sister Jo lamented her plight, gesturing dramatically with a small stick on the ground. Pa, shameless. When were you ever that shape? Even if you stuffed 10 pounds of cotton in there, it wouldn't change. The simple-minded girl ruthlessly exposed the truth. They were essentially equal, both being small as, yet she exaggerated so much. Unbelievable. Good grief. Is this how our friendship crumbles? A skinny camel is still larger than a horse. Even if small, it's still 3 sizes bigger than yours. Pa, don't flatter yourself. Flatter. Why not compare in person? Let us compare then. Who has